Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 469, Chapter 469 Wedding Invitation, Bonus 9. Chapter 469 Wedding Invitation. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. In the Kingdom of Lone, Backlund, inside Earl Hall's mansion. Audrey sat before the piano, staring blankly at the sheet music. "Audrey, you've been a bit down since Viscount Glaint's servant came by," Susie said. "Is Glaint breaking up with you?" Audrey was taken aback. "Susie, why would you interpret it that way?" Susie stuck out her tongue and grinned, her dog mouth wide open. "You seem a little reluctant, a little confused, and a little annoyed, like you're determined to never pay attention to Glaint again." Audrey gave a wry smile. Susie's interpretations were all correct, but it wasn't Glaint who caused such complex emotions. She also knew that she should bless the wedding of her two good friends, but Audrey always felt like she had encountered a betrayal among friends. That bastard Hobert betrayed her favor towards him. But was that really the case? Audrey also felt that there were some other emotions inside, making her never want to pay attention to Hobert again. She sighed and glanced at the invitation again. She would definitely go and offer her most sincere blessings, otherwise, she would appear unreasonable and lacking grace. She looked at the invitation again. January 28th, 8 days from now. Susie immediately asked, "What about 8 days from now?" Audrey smiled. 8 days from now, we're going to attend a wedding." "Great, I love attending weddings, especially the cake at the wedding." Backlund, Northborough, quiet church back street. Lorata, holding a red invitation, knocked and entered Captain Thomas's office. Borgia was already in the office, holding a red invitation in his hand as well. And as Lorata expected, there was also a red invitation on Captain Thomas's desk. "Captain." Lorata raised the invitation in her hand. "What should we do?" "What else can we do?" Thomas said with a smile. "Our colleague invited us to attend the wedding, of course, we have to go. Not only do we have to go, but we also have to prepare a gift." Borgia took a deep breath. "Indeed, we haven't received a notice to fire Hobert yet, so theoretically, he's still our colleague." He opened the invitation and said, "The only thing I can't figure out is, why is the wedding venue at number 1920 in the factory district? I remember this place is an abandoned factory." Lorata speculated, "Hobert is still carrying such a high bounty, so he should only hold the wedding in secret. But when did he come back? How did we not know anything about it?" "Perhaps he has some arrangements or plans somewhere," Thomas said. "In short, on that day, we must also be vigilant enough. After all, Hobert's other identity is a baron of the Fainapotter kingdom." "Yes. Not far from the church, in a classical building." A meeting was being held to summarize information on the Nikola shipyard case and the Baron Fisheries Company case. During the break, Leonard met Daly in the corridor. "You should have received it too." Daly smiled and pulled out a corner of the invitation from her pocket. "It's been a long time since I attended a wedding." Leonard smiled. "Me too, if Captain and Klein were still here." Halfway through the sentence, the two fell silent at the same time. Sherwood Borough, Aslan Barton Law Firm. Jessica knocked on Barton's office door. "Lawyer Barton, I have good news for you." As she spoke, she closed the office door and handed the red invitation to Barton. "Whose invitation is this?" Barton asked with a smile as he opened the invitation, then suddenly stood up. "Hob." Then he lowered his voice. "Hobert's wedding." Jessica nodded. Barton sighed for a long time. If Chief Rex were still alive, he would be very pleased. Jessica asked curiously, "Who is Chief Rex?" Barton smiled. "That was a legend. St. George Borough." Benson held up the invitation in his hand. "Melissa, I think we should accept this invitation." But, he's a traitor," Melissa said. "And your exam is about to start. What if someone sees us attending the wedding of a traitor? You might be disqualified from the exam." "We received Hobert's warm hospitality before, Melissa," Benson said with a smile. "In the eyes of others, he may be a traitor, but we are not the Lone Kingdom. He didn't betray us, so we can't be influenced by those remarks. Besides, I believe that Hobert dares to hold a wedding in Backlund. He must have made some preparations. As guests, we don't need to worry about our safety." Melissa sighed. "Okay," she said, if Klein were still here." Benson stood up. "That's all in the past. Our life in Backlund has just begun, and everything will be fine." Melissa glanced at her brother. "Benson, you're at the age to get married too. I think Miss Delia from last time was very good. Why don't you want to ask her out a few more times?" Benson was a little embarrassed by his sister's question. That. He smiled wryly. That's because I don't have a decent job yet. I'll think about getting married after I finish the exam. But you can totally prepare for the exam while making friends with some ladies and women. That would distract me. Attending a wedding won't distract you. I should go read a book, Melissa. Benson almost fled to the study. You should go review too, your entrance exam is about to start. South of the Bridge District, Harvest Church. After Emlyn entered, he put on the priest's robe of the Earth Mother Church and skillfully washed the rag, suddenly feeling something was wrong. Looking up, he realized what was wrong. Today, Bishop Utravsky was not praying, but playing with a red invitation. While Emlyn was curious about whose invitation it was, he was about to start working when he suddenly heard Bishop Utravsky say, "On the 28th, I have to go out to attend a wedding." It turned out to be a wedding invitation. Did someone invite you to officiate the wedding? There are halls dedicated to holding weddings, and people hold weddings almost every day. After the Backlund Great Smog incident, the Earth Mother's believers also numbered in the hundreds, so Emlyn guessed that a believer had invited Utravsky to officiate the wedding. It's to attend a wedding, Utravsky said. By the way, he specifically stated on the invitation that as a witness to his baptism, you can also go if you are free. The traitor is getting married. Who said he can't get married? That's true. If you want to go too, prepare in advance. Emlyn said, I'm not going. He hated this kind of occasion the most. It was better to accompany the doll at home. Besides, he had just received a reward from Lord Nibs, and there were many important things waiting for him. Utravsky smiled slightly and said nothing more. Tingen suburb. Dorothy quickly came to Ulysses's villa. I just came back from vacation and received an unexpected invitation. Ulysses smiled rarely. I received it too. So you are going to participate? Definitely going to participate. Dorothy smiled. Speaking of which, I just met Hobert in Conant City. There was a very beautiful lady sitting next to him at the time. I believe the bride should be that lady. Ulysses immediately became interested. How old does that lady look? Where is she from? What does she do? Dorothy smiled wryly, regretting not asking for this information at the time. Pritz Harbor, Fisheries Association. Dorian was stunned when he received the invitation from the messenger, thinking that the messenger had sent it to the wrong person. But when he saw Furz's name, he realized that this was originally his student's wedding. Also sent was a letter from Furz, in which Furz first expressed her apology. The date of the wedding was determined a bit hastily. In fact, it was only 2 days ago that the decision was made to invite Dorian. Then Furz briefly introduced her fiancé. Dorian looked at the invitation again. No wonder he felt a little familiar just now. It turned out that Furz's fiancé was a traitor. Furz had mentioned her fiancé before, so Dorian was slightly surprised but not surprised after receiving the invitation. As for whether or not he betrayed the country, it was not important to Dorian, because he did not have much sense of belonging to the Lone Kingdom. Dorian was just considering whether to attend the wedding. After all, Hobert seemed to be a member of a sequence family and might have some risks. Finally, Dorian suddenly seemed to have made up his mind. He had to attend, otherwise, it would be a distrust of Furz. Since the other party sent the invitation so seriously, the degree of danger should not be high. Fainapotter Kingdom, Jeffrey Territory. Hobert looked at his pocket watch. It was already 2:55 p.m., and it was almost time for the tarot gathering. He always felt that he hadn't done much, and it was Monday again. And next week will definitely be busier. Thinking of this, he sighed for a long time. He didn't expect the wedding preparations to be so complicated. Thinking about it, Hobert's vision was shrouded in grey fog. This week's tarot gathering began. Coming to the giant hall again, Hobert suddenly found an extra person on the opposite side. Huh? Miss Hermit is online. Everyone also saw the new member, and Justice Audrey still greeted everyone one by one as usual. Through her greetings, Hermit Katlia also knew the code names of other members. The fool Klein only mentioned, "This is Miss Hermit." Everyone began to look at each other. Although there was grey fog blocking it, Hobert could still see that the new member was wearing a black robe with many occult patterns on it, and he could also see that her hair was black. Hangman Alger had already associated with the Admiral of Stars he had seen at a pirate conference and guessed that this should be Admiral of Stars Katlia. Audrey, through her observation, believed that the new member's sequence was not low, and she looked very stable and confident. At the same time, Katlia was also observing other members. Justice is a 17 or 18-year-old girl. From her clothes and jewelry, it is not difficult to see that she is very rich and has the manners of a noble. She should be a noble of Lone. Hangman, in his 30s, with relatively rare dark blue hair. This is a mutation of the sailor path. He is wearing a robe with patterns of storms and waves, a member of the Storm Church. The son is not very old, and the style of his clothes is rare, with a simple beauty. It is quite tight and suitable for combat. Is he a beyonder in this area? The world. He has a feeling of being non-living. The magician is wearing a common loan-style dress. Except for looking a little lazy, there is nothing special about her. The moon is sitting casually, wearing a priest's robe of the Earth Mother. There is only one possibility for such a combination, a vampire. The Emperor looks to be in his 20s, wearing Potter-style clothes, very restrained and confident. His sequence should not be low. After everyone had a new understanding of each other, Audrey turned to the top of the bronze long table. Mr. Fool, I only collected one page of Roselle's diary this week. Earl Hall's family was preparing to return to their fief in East Chester County, so Audrey didn't have time to contact the people from the Psychology Alchemists this week. Because of the addition of new members, she cautiously did not mention the Psychology Alchemists or Backlund. Roselle's diary. Katlia almost looked sharply at Miss Justice. She clearly remembered that the tall and beautiful figure had one side. That's not a note, it's his diary, but no one but him will be able to understand it. For a time, doubts and shocking thoughts arose in Katlia's mind. The members of the Tarot Club know that Roselle's notes are diaries. Mr. Fool is collecting Roselle's diaries. Is he doing this kind of cracking, trying to find the secrets hidden in that period of history? Furs said with a smile, Mr. Fool, I got 3 pages. That was sent by Dorian with the letter. In the letter, he congratulated Furs and said that he would definitely come to the wedding. The son Derek followed closely. Mr. Fool, I have a new copy of the Ancient God Legends. The moon. Emlyn glanced at the sun. He always uses the Ancient God Legends to perfunctorily. At the last gathering, the Emperor clearly introduced the ancient gods so clearly. Very good. After Klein received the manifested content, he browsed through it casually, seemingly at random. Katlia noticed, Mr. Fool doesn't seem to be cracking it. He can understand Emperor Roselle's diary. But soon, she restrained her emotions and looked at the surface of the bronze long table. However, the shock that Katlia had just shown was still captured by Audrey. Miss Hermit's reaction to Mr. Fool being able to understand Roselle's diary is beyond my imagination. She cares about this matter. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 470, Chapter 470 He Betrayed Lilith, Bonus 10. Chapter 470 He Betrayed Lilith. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. A few minutes later, Klein made the information in his hand disappear and said with a smile, you can start now. Emlyn couldn't wait to say to the Emperor, I've thought it over. I'm going to buy the potion professor characteristic from you. Hobert nodded slightly. As I said before, you helped me facilitate the deal with the vampires, so I'll give you another £500 discount, selling it to you for £3,000. Vampires? Katlia frowned slightly. Now that he was a priest of the Church of the Earth Mother, would the vampires still trust him? No problem. Emlyn said grandly. He had just received a £7,000 draft from Lord Nibs, which was the Marquis's reward for facilitating the deal. Emlyn also realized that this reward was too generous, but he accepted it immediately, because he knew that this was Lord Nibs's funding and test for him. Moreover, he had already figured out how to spend the £7,000, £1,000 to buy a puppet he had been eyeing for a long time, as well as several sets of clothes for the puppet, and £3,000 to buy the characteristic. As for the last £3,000, Mr. Emperor, I would like to initiate a second transaction. Who betrayed the ancestor? Katlia frowned slightly again. Ancestor? Lilith, the sanguine ancestor. What betrayed the ancestor? Could it be that the Emperor actually knows some secrets between the ancient gods? Okay, Hobert said with a smile, according to the quote from the last gathering, £3,000, is that acceptable? No problem. Emlyn said grandly. Audrey smiled slightly. It seems that Mr. Hanged Man's guidance worked. Mr. Moon must have received the support of a sanguine big shot, and suddenly become so rich. She followed up, Mr. Moon, I am willing to contribute £500 to join this transaction. You don't have to pay a penny to join the transaction, Emlyn said, this is a reward for helping me pay the auditing fee at the last gathering. Audrey did not refuse. She smiled and said, you are a generous gentleman. Emlyn unconsciously raised his chin. Alger said, I am also willing to contribute £500 to join the transaction. You only need to contribute £300 to join, Emlyn said, this is a reward for providing guidance at the last gathering. Alger smiled slightly, as expected of a sanguine, very trustworthy. Emlyn raised his chin even higher. Hobert smiled aside, just keep praising him. Little son Derek also hoped to use 2 sequence 8-level main ingredients to join the transaction. Emlyn said, 3, use 3 to replace £700 to join the transaction. Klein smiled slightly, your double standard is too obvious. But everyone had no objections. Emlyn even thought that the son would withdraw from the transaction, but he didn't expect that even the son had no objections. This was because Emlyn was not clear about the exchange ratio of beyonder ingredients between City of Silver and the outside world. Now the sun had already gathered the main ingredients for Solar High Priest in advance, and only needed to completely digest the potion to advance. For him, there was no burden at all now. 3 pieces and 2 pieces were no different. Furs also joined the transaction with £500. Last week, Hobert gave her another £1,000, saying it was the final payment for the contract couple. Originally, Furs didn't intend to take it. After all, they only worked as a contract couple for less than 2 months. According to their previous agreement, Hobert would only pay this final payment after working as a contract couple for a year. But Hobert said again that this was a sign of the end of the contract couple, and Furs felt it made sense, so she accepted it, and spent it with peace of mind. Spending her boyfriend's money, of course, she felt at ease. Finally, everyone looked at the world again. This was almost a weekly look segment, because the world was not very active every time he joined the transaction. All right. Klein manipulated the world. I'll also contribute £500. After arriving at the sea, his income had increased a lot. Last week, he had just hunted the second mate of Admiral of Blood, and at this week's gathering, he also planned to peddle the stomach pouch and beyonder characteristics he had obtained in the elven ruins where Kvetua died. Audrey considerately said to the new member the Hermit, "Miss Hermit, would you like to join this transaction? If you don't want to pay £500, you can pay £300 to audit." Hobert crossed his arms. "I don't have to go around looking for people myself anymore." Katlia was very interested in this trading method. "Okay, I am willing to pay £300 to audit." Hobert finally said, "Let's count again. In this transaction, Mr. Moon pays £1,000, Little Sun pays 3 beyonder ingredients, Mr. World and Ms. Magician each pay £500, Mr. Hangman and Ms. Hermit each pay £300, and Mr. Moon grants Ms. Justice the right to audit." Seeing that everyone had no objections, Hobert said, "Then let's begin. Because there are new members joining, I will first explain Mr. Moon's question. Last week, we were trading information about the 8 ancient gods. When we talked about sanguine ancestor, Lilith, I said that her fall was due to a betrayal. Mr. Moon was very concerned about this matter, so he wanted to trade relevant information with me at this gathering. Katlia was slightly stunned. "I also know the 8 ancient gods, but I don't know too much detailed information. Why does the Emperor know these? Also, why did I hear that sanguine ancestor did not completely fall? According to the existing information, I once suspected that primordial moon might be sanguine ancestor." Because it was her first time participating in the tarot gathering, she chose to listen more and talk less. To explain this question, I must first talk about the 2 camps formed by the 8 ancient gods in the second epoch. Hobert said, the 8 ancient gods at that time all had crazy and distorted characteristics, so of course they would not coexist peacefully. It was normal to form alliances in battle. In the middle of the second epoch, the 2 camps were basically formed. One side was the humanoid creature camp, composed of Giant King Ormur, Elf King Saniathrim, and Sanguine Ancestor Lilith. One side was the non-human creature camp, composed of Dragon of Imagination, Ankwelt, Ancestor of the Phoenix, Greg Race, and Mutant King Kvaster. The other 2 ancient gods have never formed an alliance, but this does not mean that there is no cooperation between them. Klein behind the grey fog recalled the Roselle diary he had just read. Not only did the gods of the 4th epoch have alliances or stand on teams, but also in the second epoch. Katlia exclaimed, "Who would have thought that the ancient gods would actually be divided into camps? I only know the titles of the 8 ancient gods, and I don't even know a few of their real names, but the Emperor seems to be very familiar with them. This information has far exceeded the value of £300. Could he be in beyonder of the reader pathway? Doesn't seem like it. Then why does he know so much?" Finally, she exclaimed, "The tarot gathering is really an unexpected gathering." The others did not react much. They were basically used to the process of the Emperor sorting out some seemingly complex information clearly and presenting it in his information transactions. Emlyn stared at the Emperor. He knew that the other party was about to get to the point. "Hurry up and say it, was it Giant King or Elf King who betrayed the ancestor?" "As far as I know," Hobert continued, "there is accurate information proving that Elf King once publicly stated that it was Giant King who betrayed Lilith, causing Sanguine Ancestor to fall in a divine war." Little Sun was about to say something when he heard this. Hobert stopped him with a gesture. "There are also messages indicating that Giant King also accused Elf King of betraying Lilith." Emlyn clenched his fists. "Who is it?" "Don't worry," Hobert said with a smile. "I think it was not these 2 ancient gods who betrayed Lilith, but it should be Giant King's queen, goddess of harvest, Omabella, who betrayed Lilith behind Giant King's back." Everyone was slightly stunned, and then one by one stared at the Emperor. Hobert said, "This is my guess, because there is not enough evidence to prove this so far, but this is a reasonable guess." First of all, we all know that the elven race is a very irritable race, partly because of the potions they take, and partly because Elf King is relatively irritable. Such a race, such an ancient god, if it was really him who betrayed Lilith, his most likely reaction would be to admit it generously. Another important piece of evidence is that Goddess of Beauty, Orania, defected to Elf King after Lilith fell, which basically excludes the suspicion of Elf King's forces. Although the giant race also has crazy and brutal nature, they have always valued honor. Without sufficient motivation, they would hardly do anything to betray. The only one who has motivation is Goddess of Harvest. Emlyn followed up and asked, why does she have motivation? Because her pathway and Lilith's pathway are adjacent pathways. Hobert said. Everyone suddenly understood, this is the biggest motivation. The other members were basically used to the Emperor's description method, and only Katlia was surprised. This requires knowing enough ancient god history, and only rich extraordinary knowledge can lead to such a conclusion. It's still that question, why does the Emperor know so much? And why is everyone not surprised at all? Emlyn was still not very clear about the relevant information of adjacent pathways. What do you mean? Audrey briefly explained a few words to Emlyn, and then asked, Mr. Emperor, do you have any detailed information about the betrayal process? Furs also looked over with eager eyes, and Katlia was also obviously a little tempted. Hobert seemed to see three restless, gossip hearts. Relatively speaking, Klein behind the grey fog fell into contemplation. Alger was not very interested in the details after knowing the answer. Little Sun frowned. Although City of Silver had long been freed from the rule of the Giant King Court, most of his companions were beyonders of the warrior pathway. When they heard that Giant King had betrayed other ancient gods, their first thought was disbelief, and the second thought was to refute it. Fortunately, it was not Giant King who betrayed Lilith, but after all, it was Giant King's subsidiary god, Goddess of Harvest, who betrayed, which made Little Sun still feel a little heavy. In addition, the world did not react much, and Emlyn also hoped to hear the details. Hobert said, as for the details, most of them are my guesses. I will just say them, and everyone will just listen. I said before that in the second epic, the first blasphemy slate occasionally appeared. Goddess of Harvest probably saw the first blasphemy slate at that time and learned about the relevant information of adjacent pathways. After Goddess of Harvest made many efforts to become a god in her own pathway but had little hope, she thought of the method of jumping to the adjacent pathway to become a god. This guess is relatively the most reasonable and the most likely to happen. So Lilith had the opportunity to replace the Goddess of Harvest. Otherwise, if the Goddess of Harvest had been staying in the Giant King Court, it would have been difficult for the Evernight Goddess and the Ancient Sun God to complete the next operation without anyone knowing. It is very likely that when the Goddess of Harvest went to pick up the characteristic in Sequence 1b under characteristics of the Moon pathway, her fate was stolen. The Goddess of Harvest, without fate, could not return to the Giant King Court, and eventually could only return to the Silver Kingdom that once believed in her like a lonely ghost, and eventually fell there. Of course, it is also possible that Lilith had been maintaining a half-dead state, waiting for the Ancient Sun God to wake up, and after Amon-Isis became a god, the Ancient Sun God defeated the Giant King Court collapsed, and the Goddess of Harvest fell, before there was a series of operations afterwards. But if this is the case, the Goddess of Harvest would probably fall in the Giant King Court. In short, the Evernight Goddess and the Ancient Sun God helped Lilith target the Goddess of Harvest together. In addition to the fact that they are adjacent pathways, there must be other reasons. Otherwise, the Ancient Sun God could steal the corruption of the Mother Goddess of Depravity in the Moon pathway beyond her characteristics and send the corruption to others, so that Lilith could regain her godhood. Why bother to become a god through adjacent pathways? The Mother pathway, or the Planter pathway, is as easily polluted by the Mother Goddess of Depravity as the Moon pathway. What is the point of Lilith jumping around like this? As for whether the Ancient Sun God, who only possesses the characteristic of the old day, can successfully steal the corruption, Hobert believes that there should be no problem. Klein, as Sequence 6, can steal the spiritual corruption of the true creator at the true god level with the Sequence 6 tinder. The Ancient Sun God, who possesses the characteristic of the error pathway, should be able to steal the corruption at the Great Old One level. But Hobert is not sure about these ideas and guesses, and cannot announce them for the time being, so he can only say it vaguely here. Hobert's explanation made the three female members imagine the game between the two female gods in the second epic. After listening to the Emperor's explanation, Emlyn asked again, what happened later? What happened to our ancestor? Hobert said, Lilith received some help, so she can still occasionally respond to you. Emlyn then asked, what about the Goddess of Harvest? Did the Goddess of Harvest receive the punishment she deserved? If my guess is correct, this is a conspiracy caused by beyonder characteristics, Hobert said. What exactly happened to him? Seeing that he couldn't bluff his way out, Hobert had no choice but to say, it is said that he fell during the end of the second epoch, but no one has ever seen his corpse or the beyonder characteristics he left behind. Emlyn asked anxiously, Mr. Emperor, can you give me a definitive answer? Hobert said helplessly, I can only answer this question to this extent. Emlyn continued, I can pay you more money. This isn't about money. Emlyn opened his mouth, at a loss for how to continue asking. The world suddenly asked the Emperor, in a hoarse voice, I remember you mentioned before that the uniqueness of the moon pathway is with the Evernight goddess. Just now, Klein had fallen into deep thought because he had thought of this. It seemed that the Evernight goddess had also participated in this event, and played an important role, otherwise it would have been impossible to obtain the uniqueness of the moon pathway. Catilia looked at the world in surprise. Uniqueness. Evernight goddess. What level of intelligence were they trading before? Hobert's answer just now had obviously not made her realize how high-end the Tarot Club's intelligence trading was. The others also recalled this point, and realized that there seemed to be many secrets surrounding this matter. Only Emlyn asked in confusion, what does uniqueness mean? The only one among the true gods, Hobert briefly explained to Emlyn, and then said to the world, I can only explain this question to this extent. Even to this point, it's worth 3,000 pounds. I believe Mr. Fool wouldn't allow me to continue explaining. Klein behind the grey fog, what does it have to do with me? I also really want to know the inside story of this matter, okay. But he still had to maintain his composure. He responded to the gazes of the other members with silence and indifference. His silence was his statement. Moreover, Mr. Fool's silence gave everyone enough pressure, and no one had the idea of continuing to ask. At the same time, Klein realized that although the Emperor's answer was a bit of a bluff, everyone understood what he wanted to express. This involved secret transactions between gods. At least the Evernight goddess participated in this transaction, and if these secret transactions were made public, it would not be good for anyone. Klein recalled the handsome woman who smiled at him not long ago. She only glanced at Mr. A, and the sequence 5 disappeared before his eyes. For a moment, Klein felt a chill down his spine. This was the deterrence from a god. Don't think that, the Emperor usually doesn't take blasphemous remarks seriously, but once it involves the interests of the gods, the Emperor's answer stops there, knowing when to shut up. The other members also guessed that this might involve transactions between gods. Catilia even suspected the authenticity of this information. The reason was simple, could a mid-sequence beyonder really know such information? However, she did not immediately express her doubts, and still adhered to the principle of listen more and talk less, preparing to continue observing before speaking. For Emlyn, since it involved transactions between the ancestor and other gods, he couldn't ask any more questions in order to prevent the ancestor's secrets from being revealed. Based on the existing clues, Emlyn sorted out the participants in this transaction between gods. The ancestor was definitely one of the parties in this transaction, and the Evernight goddess also participated. Mr. Fool should also have participated, otherwise the Emperor would not be afraid of Mr. Fool's punishment. Perhaps the creator also participated, at least the creator knew the inside story and told the contents of this transaction to the Emperor, as a blessed. Thinking about it this way, the answer was actually very obvious. Emlyn also thought that he had only spent 1,000 pounds in this transaction and actually learned a secret between the ancestor and other ancient gods. No matter how he looked at it, it was worth more than its price. Next, everyone continued the free trading session. Because a new member had joined, Alger did not continue to seek the Ocean Songster potion formula. Emlyn had just obtained the beyonder characteristics of Potion Professor, Audrey had just advanced, Furs and Derek were digesting potions, and the latter was preparing to advance this week. Everyone did not have urgent trading needs. Only the world spoke, I need the remnant spirituality of an ancient wraith. Everyone still did not have relevant materials or clues. Catilia did have relevant clues, but she did not intend to trade immediately and planned to observe for a while. So this transaction failed, and Hobert said, please help me pay attention to the sap of the Black Mist Lord tree. Catilia, who had rich knowledge of mysticism, had heard of the Black Mist Lord tree, which was a demigod-level beyonder creature. She immediately realized that the Emperor was preparing to advance to a demigod. But Catilia still chose to observe for a while, but Alger said, I have relevant clues, about 1,000 pounds for 10 milliliters. Hobert almost cursed, sequence 4 level auxiliary materials are so expensive. A total of 20 milliliters is needed, so the same auxiliary material will cost 2,000 pounds. Sequence 5 level auxiliary materials only cost 300 to 700 pounds, okay. But since there were clues, although the price was a bit expensive, Hobert decided to stock up in advance, I need 20 milliliters. Alger nodded, I will help you contact him. In fact, the clues he knew were 900 pounds for 10 milliliters, and he only added a price difference of 200 pounds in the middle, and he had not even mentioned the intermediary fee. This was already a considerable discount. With the completion of this transaction, this free trading session ended, and the free exchange session came. Alger said first, a major event has recently occurred in the Rorstad archipelago. Do you remember the sea god Calvetua we talked about before? Audrey and Derek recalled and nodded together. Furs and Emlyn had not yet joined the tarot club at that time, so they were a little dazed. And Catilia certainly knew this sea god, but Calvetua had only died in the past 2 days, and she had not received relevant news. Because it was information at sea, she listened very carefully. Alger continued, Latricia, disguised as an archaeologist, discovered an ancient elven ruin on Simamir Island, and took something from it, indirectly causing Calvetua to approach collapse. This false god wanted to create a tsunami and submerge the island, so that everyone would be buried with him, but was stopped by the Sea King of the Storm Church. Hobert was stunned. Sea King. Ah, okay, I must have thought wrong. As Alger recounted this incident that happened in the Rorstad archipelago, Catilia was slightly stunned. Latricia is dead. The sea god Calvetua is dead, but there is still a sea god responding to the prayers of believers. Suddenly, Catilia recalled a scene. When Mr. Fool pulled her in here, she saw that the other party was holding a milky white scepter. It exuded the aura of divinity, exuding the aura of the sea and storms that was almost tangible. Hobert was thinking of another thing. If the power of the nation of disorder is injected into the sea god scepter, can an order serpent be created? Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 471, Chapter 471 The Hermit Lady Who Doubts Life, Bonus 11. Chapter 471 The Hermit Lady Who Doubts Life. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Danny James for becoming a free member. Audrey was the first to keenly notice that the hermit was subtly looking towards Mr. Fool. Calvetua had fallen, only occasionally responding to believers. The hermit was looking at Mr. Fool. Audrey's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but make a guess. Could it be that Mr. Fool is now responding to believers in place of Calvetua? Does the hermit know something, which is why she's reacting like this? Alger had actually guessed this as well. He brought up this matter mainly to see the hermit's reaction. Because there were rumors that Admiral of Stars had close ties with the Moses Ascetic Order, and Leticia was a member of the Moses Ascetic Order, Alger was taking the opportunity to test the hermit. Unexpectedly, he discovered that the hermit was looking at Mr. Fool. Only then did Alger realize that the hermit probably knew the inside story as well. As for Furs and Emlyn, they were purely listening to the story. Little Son didn't pay much attention to it either. Alger, Audrey, and Hobert, along with a few other members, either had some guesses, wanted to verify something, or were pretending to be ignorant while actually understanding. All looked towards Mr. Fool. Mr. Fool, who was obscured by the grey fog, didn't seem to take it seriously and leisurely said, Calvetua relied on the relic of calamity, Kohainum, to become a demigod. Furs, who noticed that the atmosphere was a bit strange, finally understood, so they were asking Mr. Fool about the sea god. Catilia, Alger, and Audrey had already understood Mr. Fool's implied meaning and could confirm that the sea god currently responding to believers was Mr. Fool. Catilia realized that this might be a game between gods. Alger then began to use his excellent ability to overthink, believing that Mr. Fool was seizing the authority of these wild gods to strengthen himself and escape his predicament faster. At the same time, he recalled that he had just talked about Kohainum with the Emperor last week. Unexpectedly, he encountered further clues this week. Audrey was simply happy that Mr. Fool and the Tarot Club were becoming stronger. Hobert simply said, Congratulations, Mr. Fool. I think that if we encounter disasters at sea in the future, we can pray to Mr. Fool. Klein nodded slightly, without making a specific response. Emlyn was stunned. What's going on? Did Mr. Fool obtain Calvetua's authority? I was clearly listening attentively just now, but why did I seem to miss some important information? Furs had similar thoughts and sighed. How did they guess it? Why didn't I realize this at all? At this moment, the world suddenly said, Respected Mr. Fool, I would like to have a private exchange with the Emperor and the Hermit. Klein pretended to nod and established a space for the three of them to communicate. The world said, I have a stomach sack with Calvetua's spiritual residue for sale. He believed that the target customers for these things were only the Emperor and the Hermit, and issuing this transaction would undoubtedly expose his identity as a servant of Mr. Fool. Klein had been creating this identity for the world for some time, and the Hangman already knew this through the joint hunting of the Admiral of Blood's first mate last week. Since Klein planned to take Admiral of Stars' ship to find the mermaids, he had no intention of hiding it from her. As for the Emperor, Klein estimated that Hobert had already guessed it. Catilia was slightly stunned and then understood the deep meaning behind it. Hobert pretended to be profound and said, So you're saying? The world said in a hoarse voice, That's right, I played a role in seizing Calvetua's authority. Hobert smiled. You remind me of a friend who went to sea. Then he said, I'll offer £2,000. Because I'm not sure how useful it is. Katlia, as if reminding Hobert, was also expressing her own opinion. These things are almost useless except for use in certain evil rituals. Hobert smiled slightly. I know, but I may have some other uses for it. For example, to test whether he could create an order sea serpent, or, if that didn't work, he could create talismans with spiritual imprints as a demigod-level spiritual attack method. The world then said, I also have 3 beyonder characteristics of the sailor pathway, but they have spiritual residue, and they gnawed on Calvetua's corpse before the beyonder characteristics were extracted, so they were affected by Calvetua and have a bluish-green color, making them impossible to consume normally. Hobert was stunned. This is the specialty of the creator. What sequences do they correspond to? 2 sequence 6 and 1 sequence 7. Hobert looked a little embarrassed and said, how about this, I'll first buy that sequence 7 characteristic for £1,500 to see if it's useful. If it's useful, I'll take the other 2. How about £3,500 for each of the other 2? Even if they're useful, they can only be used as one sequence 6 beyonder characteristic, and I have to pay a corresponding price to remove its spiritual residue. Even if the stomach sack and beyonder characteristics I buy are useless, I won't return them to you. The price he had to pay, for example, was 3 minutes of time and 1% of his spirituality. Although this price was a bit lower than Klein's expected price, the beyonder characteristics of the sailor pathway were also quite popular, especially at sea. Selling a sequence 6 for £5,000 was like playing around. However, Klein noticed that the hermit frowned throughout, which made him realize that only the emperor would buy similar items. So, after showing some hesitation, he said, deal. Katlia really wanted to remind the emperor again that even if the spiritual residue was removed, it was likely that it could not be used as an beyonder characteristic. Didn't the emperor even know this knowledge? Or did he really have some method I didn't know that could reuse these beyonder characteristics and spiritual residue? This made her somewhat doubt the authenticity of the second epic intelligence she had just traded for. After all, Katlia was already a very powerful figure in the beyonder world, especially in the field of mysticism, so she habitually suspected the emperor first, rather than questioning herself. It's just that she didn't make a reminder this time, because she had already made a reminder once, but the emperor didn't seem to take it seriously. This transaction ended, and the fool lifted the state of private communication. The world then said to the emperor, I would like to know some of the history of the 4 empires during the 4th epoch, preferably in more depth, such as the attitudes of the 6 gods towards the 4 empires at that time. The reason Klein wanted to understand these things was because in the diary he saw today, Roselle mentioned some secrets of the Solomon Empire, which made him realize that the Solomon Empire at that time was actually a vassal of the true Creator's church. Previously, he always felt that Solomon should be equal in status to the true Creator, which made him realize that the War of the 4 Emperors in the 4th epoch might only be the surface, and behind it contained the game of the gods. Because he had just earned £3,500, and there was a high probability of earning £7,000 later, Klein initiated this transaction to satisfy his curiosity. Moreover, he deliberately mentioned this matter in front of everyone, hoping to have another crowdfunding. He knew that at least Miss Justice would definitely join the transaction. As for the fact that he had just exposed that he was a servant of the fool, it was nothing to trade information with the emperor. The hanged man was still a member of the Storm Church, but he was still trading information with the emperor, wasn't he? The fool was, after all, a god, and it was impossible to ask the fool about every little thing. Hobert pondered for a moment. £5,000. Because some information is interlinked, and mentioning one point may lead to a lot of related information. Also, one empire must be taken as the focus of the transaction, and I will only mention the other 3 empires when necessary. The world nodded. Okay, as the initiator of this transaction, I am willing to pay £1,500. Is there anyone willing to join this transaction? Me. Audrey raised her hand first. I'll pay £1,500. This way, she could get multiple opportunities to ask questions. Alger, who had effortlessly earned more than £1,400 last week by helping Hobert collect the bounty, was willing to pay £500 without pressure. Emlyn, who had saved £2,000 in the previous intelligence transaction, followed up without hesitation. Furs and Derek, as usual, were willing to pay £500 each, and one was willing to add 2 beyonder materials to the transaction. Katlia didn't want to make herself too special, so she also paid £500 to join the transaction. This turned the reward for this transaction into £5,000 plus 2 beyonder materials. Hobert said to the world, as the initiator, please highlight a key point. Klein had already had an idea, and he manipulated the world to say, the Solomon Empire. Okay, let's start with the founding of the Solomon Empire. Hobert said, I have previously announced some information that the state religion of the Solomon Empire was the true Creator's church. Emlyn thought he had misheard. Isn't the true Creator an evil god? Did he ever have a church? But seeing that everyone didn't have surprised expressions, he was too embarrassed to ask. Katlia was also hearing it for the first time that the true creator had a church and had even been a state religion. The emperor's intelligence was always so unbelievable, even absurd, but these intelligences didn't seem to be fabricated, because fabricating this level of intelligence required a lot of high-end knowledge. And if the emperor knew these high-end knowledge, he would probably know the truth of these histories. The other members didn't feel surprised because they already knew this. Hobert continued, in fact, it wasn't made too clear at the time. About 100 years after the Great Cataclysm, Solomon, with the support of the true creator and the Rose Redemption, became the Black Emperor. Please wait a moment. Katlia couldn't help but interrupt, may I ask what the Rose Redemption is? The considerate Audrey said, Miss Hermit, I can answer this question for you, so you can save your opportunity to ask a question and ask a question that you want to get the answer to more. Seeing that, the emperor had no objection, Katlia smiled and said, you are truly a considerate lady, thank you for your answer. Audrey said politely before saying, according to some information announced by Mr. Emperor, the Rose Redemption is an organization loyal to the true creator. Katlia guessed as a matter of course, similar to the Aurora Order. No, much higher end than that. According to Mr. Emperor, at least 2 kings of angels are members of the Rose Redemption. Sorry, what does King of Angels mean? Katlia hadn't felt so ignorant for a long, long time. She even began to seriously doubt whether her knowledge reserves really qualified her to participate in the Tarot Club. Audrey explained patiently, that was the intelligence we obtained in a previous transaction with Mr. Emperor. There are a total of 8 kings of angels. If you are interested in the specific intelligence, you can initiate a transaction with Mr. Emperor. She said with a sense of accomplishment, the members of the Rose Redemption that we know are Angel of Fate, Ouroboros and Red Angel Medici. After Medici fell, Ouroboros is the actual leader of the Rose Redemption. Looking at Katlia, who was still somewhat puzzled and at a loss, Alger smiled and thought, so what if she's a pirate admiral? Isn't she still so ignorant? Ever since the beginning of this gathering, Alger felt as if he had been overshadowed by the hermit. Now he finally breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had regained his confidence. Because Katlia hadn't heard Little Son's stuck in a loop description, she still didn't fully understand the nature of the Rose Redemption, but it didn't affect her understanding of the meaning of the Rose Redemption. She said to the Emperor, please continue. At this time, the world suddenly asked, in other words, the true creator supported Solomon to become the Black Emperor, rather than Solomon supporting the true creator's church to become the state religion, right? Hobert nodded slightly, that's right. Theoretically speaking, the true creator and Solomon have a relatively strong sense of mutual trust and are a relatively solid alliance camp. Alger was the first to understand the meaning of this question and answer, in other words, Solomon is more like the true creator's spokesperson in the secular world. Or is there a not-so-obvious superior-subordinate relationship between them? Katlia's thinking was very clear when it came to her own area of expertise. Similar to the present, secular regimes are largely limited by the power of the church. The others also understood the meaning of the world and the emperor one after another. First thought, this once again subverts my understanding. I have always thought that the protagonist of the 4th epic was the 4 emperors, but it seems that it is not. Little Son was thinking, when the omnipotent and omniscient God is watching this land, I wonder if anyone is helping him manage these secular affairs. Emlyn was thinking, I really want to trade information about the Trunsoist Empire with the Emperor. I wonder what role our vampires played in that empire. Hobert then said, I have also previously announced the angel families who were loyal to Solomon. Even now, those families are still playing a significant role in the Beyonder world. Everyone can't help but ask, why did the Solomon Empire, which had 2 true gods and so many angels supporting it, perish? Katlia struggled to resist the urge to ask questions. She had heard of the term angel family and knew of a few, but whether those families had sworn allegiance to Solomon was beyond her knowledge. Hobert answered his own question, because the enemies of the Solomon Empire were the 6 gods. That's the 6 gods excluding the god of steam and machinery. The 6 gods first disintegrated the Solomon Empire from within, creating conflict between the angel families. Then, they promised benefits to the Tudor and Trunsoist families, first causing Solomon to fall, and then driving the true creator back to the forsaken land of the gods. The surprise in Katlia's heart was beyond words. The 6 gods had once joined forces to deal with the same enemy. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 472, Chapter 472 A Brief History of the First Solomon Empire, Bonus 12. Chapter 472 A Brief History of the First Solomon Empire. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Taichi Kitahara for becoming a free member. Hobert was merely reviewing previously released information, but Katlia and Emlyn felt their money was well spent and were amazed by the details they rarely had the chance to hear. Katlia was slightly better, quickly thinking, please wait a moment. Are you saying that Tudor and Trunsoist also once served Solomon? They were the Tudor and Trunsoist who later became the Blood Emperor and Night Emperor respectively. Hermit Catlia knew the titles and real names of the four emperors through her own channels and research, which was enough to prove that her knowledge accumulation was extensive compared to ordinary beyonders. After all, even professors who specialize in these historical studies do not have such a wealth of knowledge. But even with so much accumulation, Catlia now felt it was not enough. Emlyn felt his mind was a bit overwhelmed, chewing on the information released by Emperor, not even having the energy to ask questions. Although the other members knew this before, it was the first time they had heard the details of the Solomon Empire's demise, so they listened particularly carefully and had their own thoughts. Klein behind the grey fog, as expected, the best way to disintegrate the enemy is to start from within. Alger thought, what benefits did the six gods give Tudor and Trunsoist? Could it be helping them establish their respective empires? Audrey, we should have driven the true creator back long ago. Furs was already certain, the emperor of the Solomon Empire was always one person. Or rather, a god. Little Son was a bit confused again. According to Mr. Emperor and the others, the seven gods, no, the six gods are the orthodox gods, constantly fighting against evil gods and evil organizations. But if this is the case, why would the six gods tolerate the true creator becoming the state religion? This time Audrey was too embarrassed to answer Ms. Hermit's question again, so Hobert replied, they're the Blood Emperor and Night Emperor who came after. Catlia then asked, then what benefits did the six gods promise them? To make them betray Solomon. Klein and Alger couldn't help but shift in their seats, as this was also what they wanted to know. Reminded by Catlia, Audrey realized that Hobert had not released information on this aspect before. Furs immediately understood, this is the focus of the description just now. I almost missed it again. In theory, you only have one chance to ask a question, Hobert said with a smile, but I can answer your question as a welcome to the new member. Emlyn was slightly stunned. Why did this sound so familiar? Catlia smiled and said, thank you. Hobert explained, Tudor and Trunsoist were initially both lawyer pathway beyonders, that is, beyonders of the Black Emperor pathway. The six gods promised that after the fall of Solomon, each of them would receive a sequence 1 beyonder characteristic from the Black Emperor. Klein, so that's how it is. This is indeed a sufficient motivation. But it seems that neither of these two people became true gods of the Black Emperor pathway later. Alger nodded slightly, that's right, becoming sequence 1 is a sufficient temptation. Catlia frowned and thought for a while before saying, sorry, I'm not questioning your information, but according to reliable information I received, the Night Emperor is a true god of the Justiciar pathway. I don't know what pathway the Blood Emperor is a true god of, but it must not be the Black Emperor pathway. The Night Emperor's situation still jumped to an adjacent pathway, but what about the Blood Emperor? Hobert smiled and said, want to know? Catlia nodded reflexively. Detailed information about the Blood Emperor is also worth £5,000. Klein behind the grey fog couldn't help but smile, the same means, the same rhetoric, I just don't know if Ms. Hermit will fall for it. Alger took a deep breath, Hermit knows a lot about the history of the Fourth Epoch. If it weren't for participating in the Tarot Club, my knowledge reserve would not be even a third of hers. Emlyn, this conversation sounds even more familiar. Catlia was experienced after all and more able to remain calm. She did not agree immediately but pondered for a moment before saying, before answering, I must confirm that your source of information is reliable. You can rest assured, it is absolutely reliable. How do you prove it? Hobert smiled, okay, I must admit that your aggressive method has a certain effect. He said seriously, because my last name is Trunsoist, yes, the Trunsoist the Night Emperor. This answer not only stunned Catlia but also surprised everyone else. Klein crossed his arms, this kid hit it deep. Creator, a descendant of the Night Emperor, could it be that he can become a favored one of the Creator because he is a descendant of the Night Emperor? Alger, he really has a good background. Audrey's mood was not very beautiful, how much is Hobert still hiding? Emlyn leaned back in his chair, no wonder I have a feeling of closeness to him. It turns out that during the Fourth Epoch, our ancestors were allies. If calculated by seniority, I might be his grandfather or great-grandfather. Vampires are a race with a long lifespan. Furs sighed in her heart, this is the first time I feel that the history of the Fourth Epoch is so close to me. Little Son was thinking, Mr. Emperor's background is similar to City of Silvers, both are very much like historical remnants. Hobert spread his hands and asked Catlia, are you satisfied with this answer? He had never taken the identity of descendant of Trunsoist too seriously and was not afraid of exposing this layer of identity. There are no members of the Orthodox gods in the Tarot Club, Alger can only be regarded as a peripheral member of the Storm Church, and he has a two-faced heart, so there is no need to worry about them arresting him. Sorry. Catlia apologized generously, I hope I haven't caused you any inconvenience. This time she deeply believed in Hobert's information. She guessed that the reason why Emperor knew so much must be because he had read the family's classics. Hobert smiled and said, Just don't send me to the Orthodox gods, they especially like to arrest the descendants of Trunsoist. Audrey asked curiously, why do they especially like to arrest the descendants of Trunsoist? She thought, if you make me angry again in the future, I will report you to the Evernight Goddess Church. But Audrey was just thinking about it, because if she really did this, it would mean that she would betray the Tarot Club, and she would not do that. This belongs to the secrets of the Trunsoist Empire, Hobert said. Originally, I didn't plan to explain it to everyone, but if everyone wants to ask, it is also worth £5,000. Klein suddenly understood. After Justice cracked the Emperor's group buying sales model with crowdfunding, he is now doing pre-sales. And this trick of playing hard to get is too obvious. Hobert brought the conversation back to the topic. Let us continue with the Solomon Empire's problem. Maybe everyone has doubts, why didn't the six gods deal with the true creator when the true creator and Solomon's wings were not yet full, or simply say when Solomon had not yet become a god and had not gathered so many angel families? Little Son raised his neck. He had thought about this question just now. The others also knew that it was time to get to the point and began to focus on Emperor. What I am about to say next is one of the most important aspects of this question, Hobert said. I only mentioned it simply before, but I said it very vaguely. At the beginning of the fourth epoch, there were considerable conflicts between the six gods, and one of the roots of the conflict was a serious lack of trust between them. As for why there was a serious lack of trust, this belongs to the historical legacy of the third epoch and is not within the scope of this answer. The second root of the conflict is the problem of adjacent pathways. Why are the Lord of Storms, the eternal blazing sun, and the God of knowledge and wisdom still hostile to this day? Because they are adjacent pathways. Similarly, the God of Combat and the Evernight Goddess are still hostile to this day because they are also adjacent pathways. And the Earth Mother and the later God of Steam and Machinery temporarily do not have enemies of adjacent pathways at the God level. Although some countries resist these two beliefs, they have never had a church that is a deadly enemy. Even the Church of the Earth Mother and the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom, which previously accused each other, although their relationship is very bad, have not risen to the level of deadly enemies, precisely because the two gods are not adjacent pathways to other gods. Furs was slightly surprised at first, and then sighed, so that's where the conflicts between churches come from. This is the true appearance of the extraordinary world. Before this, I only saw the appearance of this world. Emlyn also had a similar idea, although he still didn't quite understand what adjacent pathways meant. At this time, World suddenly asked in a hoarse voice, I have a question about adjacent pathways. For example, the Storm Church has conflicts with the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, which is understandable because the pathways of both sides can be exchanged. If you switch to the other party's pathway, it is equivalent to compressing the other party's potion space. But at the level of true gods, they have already become gods. Is there still any meaning in exchanging? Why is there still such a fierce conflict? Or is it that the churches of both sides have accumulated enough hatred to deepen the conflict between the gods, so that they become hostile? Alger, Audrey, and other members who were familiar with the knowledge of pathway exchange were slightly stunned. They had all thought about this question to varying degrees before, but they realized after being reminded by World that this should also be a very critical question. Hobert smiled and said, Mr. World's ability to discover this problem proves that his thinking is very sharp. As everyone thought, this is a very critical issue and the greatest contribution of the ancient sun god to the world. But I can't tell you now. I will tell you if other questions are involved, but I can't say it in detail. I can only say an approximate, because its value is too high. If any member becomes a Sequence 2 angel and still wants to attack the godhood, I can tell him the details for free. Klein's eyes behind the gray fog narrowed, the greatest contribution of the ancient sun god to the world. Little Son also wanted to know, what exactly is this contribution? Then everyone almost simultaneously realized that this question was already at a level that angels below Sequence 2 were not qualified to know. But everyone looked at Emperor, why do you know again? Hobert seemed to see everyone's thoughts and smiled, my situation is special. Let us continue to return to the topic of the six gods just now. I said before that the six gods joined forces because they could not stand the doctrines of the true Creator Church. I must admit that this reason is the most insignificant factor for the six gods, or rather this is just a reason that can become a league slogan and does not explain anything. In fact, the main reason is that the rapid expansion of the power of the true Creator and the Solomon Empire camp made the six gods feel threatened. Especially the angel families who nominally served Solomon and had close ties with the true Creator. For example, there are Adam and Ammon among them, kings of angels who are only one step away from the true God, because they are born with uniqueness, so they are fully capable of fighting a true God. Although they can't win, they are also difficult to be killed by a true God. There are also many angels who have the hope of becoming gods, such as Dor, who is only one ritual away from the godhood, and Medici also has the hope of becoming a god, and even Antigonus seems to have the hope of becoming a god on the surface, but he will always be a little short. If one or two of them become gods, the true Creator camp will have enough strength to hunt any god, and at the same time have the strength to temporarily block the support between the six gods. This was exactly the answer that Klein was very hoping to get. He took a deep breath. As expected, the game behind some seemingly complex problems is not that complicated. Audrey remembered a famous saying from the Hall family: what often unites oneself and the enemy is a more powerful enemy. Catley aside, the records of the Trunsoist family are too detailed. In some documents I read, when encountering similar problems, there would only be one or two ambiguous descriptions, and the rest would rely on my own guesses to supplement. Furs and other members had already entered the storytelling session and would sigh in their hearts, the real history is more exciting than the story. Everyone quietly listened to Hobert continue. The first to feel threatened were the Lord of Storms, the eternal blazing sun, and the God of knowledge and wisdom, because the true creator is also an adjacent pathway to them. Therefore, the three gods with the deepest contradictions temporarily put aside their hatred and aimed their spearheads at the true creator together. Alger suddenly said, "Sorry, Mr. Emperor, to interrupt you. We discussed the ability of shepherd before, so can a shepherd at the true god level, can. He took a deep breath before saying, can he graze other gods? Katlia suddenly felt a chill down her spine. This question is too blasphemous to the gods. Emlyn almost got up. Pour holy water on him. Soak him in a water tank full of holy water. Or pierce his heart with a wooden stake, hang him up. How dare the hanged men have such thoughts? Furs only showed a brief moment of surprise but quickly calmed down. She was almost used to such remarks. Derek looked towards Mr. Emperor, as, with the existence of the shepherd elder, he also wanted to know the answer. Audrey and Klein were already used to it. Even the fool didn't think these were shocking words and was still marveling at the hanged man's novel idea. In fact, some information Klein had seen in Roselle's diary this week had already given him a vague answer. Roselle had mentioned that the members of the Twilight Hermit Order were full of hostility towards the Solomon Empire and the true creator. The reason was that some members suspected that the true creator had the ability to shepherd gods, which was the greatest blasphemy against gods. Now, after listening to Hobert's description, Klein thought that perhaps blaspheming the gods was secondary. The most fundamental reason was that the true creator and those members were of adjacent pathways. Klein remembered that Roselle had described in his previous diary that the main members of the Twilight Hermit Order were of the Sailor, Singer, and Reader pathways. The corresponding true gods of these three pathways were the Lord of Storms, the Eternal Blazing Sun, and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. This perfectly matched the Emperor's description. Thinking of this, Klein immediately focused his attention and looked at the Emperor, waiting for his answer. Hobert pondered for a moment before saying, I'm not familiar with the true creator, so the following are all my guesses. Theoretically, it is possible to graze gods, but there must be many limitations, and it should even have a significant negative impact on oneself. After all, the spiritual imprint of a god is not as easy to remove as that of an ordinary beyonder. Otherwise, the true creator could just kill all his powerful subordinates and then graze them. This way, the true creator would become incredibly powerful and effectively avoid being betrayed by his subordinates. But the true creator hasn't done this, which shows that the negative impact of grazing gods must be very large, so large that the true creator doesn't dare to do it easily. In the future, if you become enemies with some demigods, you will understand how powerful the spiritual imprint of a god is through the spiritual imprint at the demigod level. According to my guess, if you don't break up the uniqueness and beyonder characteristics of a fallen god but choose to graze him, then the grazed god should be easy to revive. And the revived god must be the true creator's mortal enemy. Katlia nodded slightly. This guess is well reasoned. It is a rational analysis made by the Emperor based on the few existing pieces of information and his own knowledge. In this regard, the Emperor's own profound knowledge is beyond my imagination. Alger frowned. In other words, the true creator's motive for attacking other gods is not to graze them. Based on what he had seen in Roselle's diary, Klein already had some guesses. Perhaps there is a way to allow gods to obtain enough benefits or power from gods of adjacent pathways. At the same time, he thought of Calvetua's spiritual imprint. Just as the Emperor said, the spiritual imprint of a demigod is already like this, let alone that of a god. The other members vaguely thought of something, but they couldn't form a coherent idea. They could only clarify one thing for themselves: gods of adjacent pathways are mortal enemies, and they will eliminate each other if they have the opportunity. Hobert said helplessly, I told you, the information about the deeper levels of the four emperors will inevitably draw out a lot of other information, like this question. We have deviated from the topic several times. Let us return to the topic again. The other members all smiled slightly, feeling that the information they had heard before was completely worth the price. I just said that the Lord of Storms, the Eternal Blazing Sun, and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, because they are adjacent pathways to the true creator, they put aside their conflicts and jointly aimed their spearhead at the true creator, Hobert said. And at this time, the Solomon camp made a huge strategic error. In order to contain the Evernight goddess and the god of combat, they allowed the Underworld Emperor to unify the southern continent and establish the Balaam kingdom. The reason why it is said to be a strategic error is because, in my opinion, the Evernight goddess and the god of combat are actually allies that the true creator can win over, and all 6 gods should not be pushed to their opposing camp. Although this is a strategic error, I feel that the true creator's choice cannot be evaluated because he has suffered a profound betrayal and may have lost trust in the Evernight goddess and the god of combat. In addition, the influence of the secret supplicant pathway on the true creator may make his state sometimes not very good, or he may associate other gods with the most depraved and darkest aspects. Before everyone could ask questions, Hobert said first, I can only say this much about this question for the time being, which involves another very valuable piece of information. With the addition of the Evernight goddess and the god of combat, the 6 gods have basically unified their front. The Earth Mother, between the true creator's camp and the other 5 gods' camp, is more inclined to help the god of combat. Thus, the 6-god alliance was formed and began to jointly fight against the true creator. The above are the main reasons for the formation of the 6-god alliance, and there is also a secondary reason, to seize believers from the true creator and the Solomon Empire. As for the role of believers, it is also another question. After Hobert finished speaking, the hall was quiet for a while, and everyone was digesting the information just now. Klein, who had just begun to play the role of the sea god, thought, I had already noticed in the previous acting that there was a subtle connection between believers and gods. The Emperor's last few words were equivalent to proving my feelings from the side. Katlia put her hands on the bronze long table, so the hostility and alliance between the gods are also because of such simple interests. Hee, what am I thinking? Such an idea is too blasphemous to the gods. Alger pinched his chin. In other words, the Orthodox gods' churches develop believers, in addition to constantly obtaining financial and manpower contributions. Are there other reasons? Audrey sighed. As expected, it is a 5,000-pound level intelligence, with very high integrity. Furs sighed. I seem to have heard a brief history of the 4th epoch. No, it is a brief history of the beyonder world of the 4th epoch. Little Sun was a little disappointed, so the gods are not fighting against the evil gods for justice and kindness to the people. After a fierce ideological struggle, Emlyn had to admit, the history of the extraordinary world of the 4th epoch is as tortuous and intriguing as the history of the vampires. Hobert gave everyone enough reaction time and then said to everyone, the Solomon First Empire probably perished like this. Let's talk about the Solomon Second Empire. Everyone looked at the Emperor with excitement or smiles. In fact, the previous information had already satisfied them very much. They did not expect to hear about the Solomon Second Empire. Hobert said, when the Solomon Empire perished, Solomon also fell. But because of the special nature of his pathway, he was resurrected after a period of time, and then established the Solomon Second Empire. Hermit Katlia almost jumped out of her chair. The 2 Solomon Empires were actually established by the same person. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 473, Chapter 473 The Various Parties of the Tarot Club, Bonus 13. Chapter 473 The Various Parties of the Tarot Club. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Power Stone 100. Hobert's words were like a heavy bomb dropped on the bronze table. Alger immediately realized, this is confidential information about the level of the gods, or rather, about the specific abilities of the gods. I have only seen such related descriptions in the confidential version of The Book of Storms, but there are exaggerations and embellishments in it, making it difficult to distinguish which are the true abilities of the gods. The description of Emperor is much more direct, directly stating that the Black Emperor can have at least one resurrection ability. After being surprised, Klein immediately associated it with his own resurrection experience. The ability of the Black Emperor pathway is a bit like the ability of the Seer pathway. No, it's just that the results are a bit similar, but the feeling is completely different. Roselle's diary described Zeridal's description of the miracle invoker of the Seer pathway. Resurrection is a miracle. These 2 pathways feel different. Katlia leaned back in her chair. What kind of gathering have I joined? Why does Emperor have such a deep understanding of the Black Emperor? His code name is Emperor. Could it be that he is a beyonder of the Black Emperor pathway? Even so, it doesn't explain why he knows some secrets of the true god of this pathway. Could it be that even these descriptions are in the classics of the Trunsoist family? That's too messy. Emperor is even more messy, actually announcing this information like this. Then she thought for a while before realizing that Emperor only said the result, but did not mention the details of the resurrection. She also thought of some words and deeds about the Queen Mystic. This makes sense. Yes, many things make sense. It turns out she has been looking for the Great Emperor, because the Great Emperor also has the ability to resurrect. Audrey quickly returned to her audience state. Mr. Emperor, how did Solomon resurrect? Why can he still resurrect? Hobert smiled and said, this involves a big secret about my own pathway and the Creator. Unless it is absolutely necessary, I will not announce the details of this information. Katlia nodded. Sure enough, Emperor will only tell us the result. Wait, Creator. What does this have to do with the Creator? Is it the Creator who severely damaged the Rose School in the southern continent before? She paid attention to the reactions of the other members, and found that, except for herself, the other members did not react much. Emperor has something to do with the Creator. Everyone knows this. If they didn't know about the Creator, someone would definitely ask. Emperor's identity is very complicated. Audrey nodded after hearing this answer. I understand. The others also chose to understand and did not continue to ask, but everyone inevitably had their own associations. Klein and Alger realized that at the level of gods, there must be many incredible abilities. Katlia was still considering the connection between the Creator and the Emperor. Little Sun and Emlyn couldn't help but imagine, I wonder if the omnipotent and omniscient God and the sanguine ancestor have similar abilities. Furs lamented, I am still a sequence 8, and I actually know so much about the abilities of the gods. But such high-end information is like being addictive. The more you listen, the more you want to listen. While everyone had their own thoughts, Hobert said again, after Solomon's resurrection, the North and South continents entered the era of the 4 emperors, but soon, Solomon fell again. I think this should not be difficult to understand. Although the true Creator was driven back to the forsaken land of the gods, he was, after all, once the emperor of the 6 gods opposing camp. The 6 gods will of course support other emperors to make Solomon fall again. As for another reason why the Solomon Empire was the first to perish, I think everyone also noticed when trading information about the angel families that among the angel families loyal to the Solomon Second Empire, only the Zoroast and Zeradal families were left. The high-end combat power of the Second Empire is far inferior to other empires. Hobert spread his hands. This is all the information I know about the Solomon Empire. I also know a lot about the history of the Tudor Empire and the Trunsoist Empire. As for the information about the Underworld Emperor, we have already traded the impact of his fall, but his related information is still worth £5,000, because the detailed information about him involves an important concept again. Audrey was already eager to try, but seeing that everyone was still savoring the information just now, and obviously had no intention of initiating a new transaction, it was difficult to complete the crowdfunding again, so she had to give up for the time being. After this round of transactions, there was a moment of silence in the hall, and Katlia also participated in the free exchange session. I heard a piece of news that the first mate of the Admiral of Blood was hunted in Byam, while the third mate and the captain of the third ship of the Admiral of Blood were hunted on the Flesh Tree ship. It seems that someone is targeting the Admiral of Blood. Alger, who was sitting opposite her, thought to himself, I know this too well. I played a significant role in the Byam operation, and I helped collect the bounty for the third mate Kralin and the captain of the third ship, Bird. Alger suddenly thought, could this be a joint operation between Mr. Fool's attendant and the Creator's attendant? The purpose is to hunt the Admiral of Blood. Why am I only thinking of this now? Hobert and Klein just felt a little proud in their hearts, but they didn't have any other reaction, as if this matter had nothing to do with them. Audrey saw the abnormality of the hanged men. She didn't understand why the other party had such a violent reaction, but she didn't directly ask the hanged men, but turned her head and looked at the Hermit and said, Miss Hermit, why do you have such a guess? This is obviously a premeditated action. Katlia talked about the widespread speculation on the sea now, especially the battle that took place on the Flesh Tree, which is enough to show the other party's targeted nature. And after killing someone on the flagship of a pirate admiral, they can still leave calmly, which is enough to prove that the other party has a deep background. Such a background is fully capable of organizing other members to launch a hunt in Byam the next day. Audrey nodded and looked at the opposite side and asked, Mr. Hangman, have you heard of this? Alger smiled bitterly and was about to look at the Emperor and World at the bottom, but Hobert took the lead and said, I hunted the third mate and the captain of the third ship of the Admiral of Blood. There was nothing to hide, and Hobert also wanted to show off. This surprised Audrey a little. Why? Katlia was also surprised. She originally wanted to use this news to test the hanged men who seemed to be a member of the Storm Church, but she didn't expect to solve the case directly. She realized, Emperor is very strong. I am not sure that I can kill someone on the Flesh Tree and still get away unscathed. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that there are other helpers, but listening to Emperor's tone, it seems that he completed the action alone. Hobert replied, because the Admiral of Blood belongs to the Rose School. Audrey nodded, I see. The others also understood, which made sense. Only Katlia was still guessing, because the Admiral of Blood is a member of the Rose School, a targeted attack was launched. This reminds me again of the Creator who had conflicts with the Rose School. Emperor must have a close connection with the Creator. Audrey asked again, then was the hunt in Byam planned by you? That was a coincidence. Hobert smiled and said, but I can probably guess who did it now. As he spoke, he glanced at World. World also generously admitted, that's right, I did it, and the reason is also because the other party is a force of the Rose School. When Klein heard Emperor say, this reminds me of a friend who went to sea, during the transaction, he knew that the other party should have some guesses about World's identity through some details. And this kind of guess was exactly what Klein wanted to create for other members, so he simply admitted it generously. Alger, are you still saying that you didn't plan it? With your interaction, it is impossible not to have planned it. Katlia asked, then do you have any further actions next? Hobert said, it depends on the situation. Because Klein already had a cooperative agreement with Vice Admiral Iceberg, he didn't express anything at this time. Katlia nodded and said nothing more. At this time, World coughed, pulling everyone's thoughts back. Then, with the help of a fool, World manifested a portrait and showed it to the left and right. Does anyone know her? The portrait is of a beautiful lady with a hint of handsomeness, with striking red hair. Katlia said, red-haired Irene, has the blood of the Intisoran family, a fallen noble lady. She used to be a sea merchant, but later she was said to have been captured by disease maiden Tracy. World thanked her, and Klein had some thoughts. And Hobert had more ideas. Is Klein's cross-dressing show coming? As the discussion of this question ended, Audrey popularized the transaction method unique to the Tarot Club's sacrifices and bestowments to the new members, and this week's tarot gathering also came to an end. Berserk Sea, on the future ship. Returning to reality, Admiral of Stars, Katlia looked at the furnishings on the desk, but her thoughts were reminiscing about what happened at the tarot gathering just now. The Emperor's speech still shocked her. She had never encountered such a situation. A secret history would be so systematically presented in front of her. This made her determined that at the next week's tarot gathering, she would trade information about the Tudor Empire with the Emperor. She has always liked to pursue this kind of secret history. Then Katlia thought of the Emperor's background and the possible connection between him and the Creator, which always made people feel that his identity was very complicated and that he had many secrets. And he seemed to enjoy the process of trading these secret intelligence with everyone, which was a good sign. At the same time, Katlia also realized that the Emperor's strength was not weak, not only because he could get away from the flesh tree ship unscathed, but also from the confidence in his words and actions. Finally, Katlia thought of Mr. Fool who could read Roselle's diary. He was hidden in the depths of the grey fog, difficult to see clearly and difficult to speculate, and she didn't know what he was planning. Katlia was silent for more than 10 seconds, took out paper and pen, and carefully wrote, someone has been consciously collecting the great Emperor's diary recently. She thought for a while and wrote another sentence, I got a very important piece of information, the Black Emperor seems to have the ability to resurrect, I don't know if it's true. After writing and folding it, Katlia took out a delicate golden harmonica that she carried with her and blew a note. In just the blink of an eye, the letter on the desk disappeared strangely. Even if she wasn't wearing glasses, she couldn't detect the arrival of the messenger. Byam, Azure Wind, Hotel. After completing the sacrifice and bestowal, Klein returned to the real world and recalled the hermit's answer at the gathering. Red-haired Irene, whose reward is as high as 1,000 pounds, is actually related to Disease Admiral Tracy. Tracy took over Kalangos' fleet and changed the flagship to the Black Death, and Kalangos captured a wealthy merchant named Jimmy Neck. That wealthy merchant had previously obtained some ancient documents related to death, which came from the royal tombs of Byam. This information comes from the Nightmare Inn, Creeping Hunger, and it should be of some use to Mr. Azek. I originally planned to check it out by the way. Suddenly, Klein thought, I can completely transform myself into red-haired Irene, let Dannett send me to Tracy's subordinates, and collect the bounty by the way, and I can easily wait to see Disease Admiral Tracy. This operation is so coquettish. But when he thought about having to cross-dress, Klein hesitated a little for a while and found it difficult to overcome this psychological barrier. Backlund, Earl Hall's manor. Wearing a long dress that was not very cumbersome, Audrey, who was beautiful and a little casual, looked at the scenery in the manor outside the window and thought to herself, I shouldn't have shown anything wrong in front of him, right? Then Audrey smiled, it shouldn't be, I am the best at restraining my emotions. Oh no, I didn't apply for a separate exchange, congratulations to him. She took a deep breath, Audrey, accept reality, you really don't want to see him marry someone else. But why is this happening? I originally thought that there was no emotion beyond friendship between him and me. Could it be that I misunderstood my own psychology? Audrey shook her head gently, Audrey, you can't be like this, even if there is really an emotion beyond friendship, it is impossible between him and you. You are the daughter of Earl Hall, and he is now a baron of the Fainapotter Kingdom. Audrey, what are you thinking about? This is the first time I have seen you show such a complicated expression. Susie, who was on guard outside, felt that the time was almost up, so she came in to check the situation. Audrey smiled bitterly, what am I thinking about? Why do I think so wildly the closer his wedding date gets? Then she adjusted her mentality and smiled at Susie, I just didn't expect that I am no different from other girls. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 474, Chapter 474 The train arrives at the station, bonus 14. Chapter 474 The train arrives at the station. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Power Stone 200. Potter Kingdom, Jeffrey Territory. Hobert first used the granting ritual to receive what he had gained at the Tarot Gathering. He spent a total of £5,500 at the Tarot Gathering this time, and earned £7,600 in cash from 2 intelligence transactions, as well as 5 Beyonder ingredients. The transaction with Emlyn's Beyonder characteristics earned him £3,000. The Little Sun's materials will still take some time to be paid for, and although Alger paid him the payment for the goods today, it will take a few days to get the sap of the Black Mist Lord tree. However, with Mr. Fool as a guarantor, Hobert is not afraid that Alger will take the money and not do anything. So this time, Hobert received £5,100 in cash, and Beyonder characteristic that emitted a cyan blue light, and a constantly wriggling sea snake face stomach pouch. Approaching the stomach pouch felt like hearing roars, and also feeling discomfort in the mental body and spirit body. Hobert took out £100 from it and put it in his wallet, and sacrificed the remaining £5,000, as well as the Beyonder characteristics and stomach pouch, to the Nation of Disorder. After putting the gold pounds on the stone platform specially used for holding banknotes, Hobert couldn't wait to use Power of Disorder to crush the Beyonder characteristics that emitted cyan blue light. There were indeed many spiritual remnants in the Beyonder characteristics, but for the creator, removing such remnants was a piece of cake. Having rich experience, Hobert separated the Beyonder characteristics and allowed them to re-aggregate. Even with the blessing of the Nation of Disorder, S level, he could only distinguish between Sequence 7, Sequence 8, and Sequence 9. In this case, these Beyonder characteristics still cannot be used as potions. According to Hobert's spiritual sense, these 3 Beyonder characteristics have multiple doses. That is to say, the split Sequence 7 is likely to be a state in which 2 or 3 Sequence 7s are mixed together. If it is taken as a potion during promotion, it is equivalent to drinking 2 potions in one go. This is tantamount to courting death, because at the Sequence 7 level, even in good condition, taking a single potion carries a considerable risk. And if you take 2 potions at once, there is only a very small probability of not losing control. Even a Sequence 2 angel can only do this step. This is exactly what Admiral of Stars, Katlia, has been wanting to remind Hobert, the re-splitting problem of Beyonder characteristics at the same sequence level. Beyonder characteristics in this situation seem to only be used to make magical items. But this is not difficult for the creator. Now Hobert's technique of separating Beyonder characteristics is so skilled that he can completely distinguish by feel what the dose of Sequence 7 is and what the dose of Sequence 8 is. So Hobert started manual operation, splitting the Sequence 7 Beyonder characteristics with multiple doses by feeling, and finally actually split out 2 Sequence 7 Beyonder characteristics. Of course, it wasn't exactly 2 copies. Hobert just felt that 3 copies were not enough, and 2 copies were a little more. The dose of each copy would be a little more than the normal Beyonder characteristics, but not less, because if it was less, the promotion might fail. Just a little more, completely reaching the level of safe to take. Then Hobert split out 3 Sequence 8 and 3 Sequence 9 Beyonder characteristics. Although the entire operation took half an hour, longer than he expected. The harvest was greater than expected. It was equivalent to spending £1,500 to get 2 Sefirah, 3 Raging, and 3 Sailor Beyonder characteristics. It can be said that he made a bloody profit with tears in his eyes. After putting the normal Beyonder characteristics on the stone platform, Hobert took the stomach pouch with the sea snake face. Outside, as long as you get close to the stomach pouch, you can clearly feel the discomfort from the spirit body and the mental body. But in the Nation of Disorder, the sea snake face was very honest, just moving around non-stop, but almost no hissing could be heard. Hobert took a deep breath and did not feel any warning from his spirituality, so he tried to inject the power of the Nation of Disorder into the stomach pouch. Suddenly, the power of the Nation of Disorder became materialized, wrapped the stomach pouch, and frantically extracted power from the surroundings. The materialized power began to shape itself. After a while, a huge, pitch-black sea snake appeared in front of Hobert, occupying about a quarter of the space in the hall. Its head was different from ordinary sea snakes, similar to the Jiao in Hobert's impression. Behind its head were some erected fleshy membranes, covered with mysterious symbols with elven characteristics. The virtual scales also had ancient patterns with elven characteristics, giving the giant beast in front of him a mysterious and solidified feeling. Hobert could feel that Calvetua's spiritual remnants were vying for control of the giant snake, but they were suppressed by the level of the Nation of Disorder, and could only be manipulated by Hobert. Through the level of the Nation of Disorder, Hobert learned the abilities of this giant snake. First of all, it has the abilities of devouring, lightning, storm, and small tsunami, and at the same time, it has the abilities of order, distortion, and chaos given by the Nation of Disorder. In terms of overall strength, Hobert believes that it is stronger than the Bull Devil Monarch, similar to the Black Dog Spirit Beast. If it is on the sea, it can play a greater role than the Black Dog Spirit Beast. It's a pity that this is just a spiritual remnant, like the two horns of the golden horn evil monster. This stomach pouch has usage restrictions. However, it can be used more times than the bull devil monarch, and can be used 12 times. Hobert was very satisfied with this result. He only spent £2,000 and happily obtained a saint-level combat power. Finally, of course, was the naming session. Hobert thought for a while and decided to call it Overturning Sea Great Sage, which is Water Devil Monarch, but Water Devil Monarch is a bit tongue-twisting to say, and Overturning Sea Great Sage sounds more high-end. After completing the series of operations, Hobert withdrew the power of the Nation of Disorder and threw the stomach pouch next to the skull of the golden horn evil monster. He returned to the real world in a good mood and continued to work on the construction site in the villa area. Tuesday morning, central southern continent, in a luxurious villa in the suburbs of Crawlier City. Elliot and 36 other young members of the family arrived at the villa's hall early to listen to Patriarch Lawrence reiterate the importance of their trip to the northern continent to study. Then they waited for the arrival of the favored. Now the Balk family has built Crawlier City into the family's second base. Patriarch Lawrence is almost permanently stationed here, and a large number of family members have come here to reintegrate into human society. In non-existent town, there is still a demigod elder stationed there, but Patriarch Lawrence has repeatedly stated that after the negotiations with General Adrian in the south, he will send a demigod elder and no less than 2 sequence 5s to join the rulers there. At that time, only 1 sequence 5 will be stationed in non-existent town. Saying it is negotiating with General Adrian is actually negotiating with the Feynapotter people, because everyone knows that General Adrian is a puppet supported by the Feynapotter kingdom. After the previous battle with the Rose School, the Feynapotter governor took the initiative to express his willingness to accept the extraordinary power of the Balk family. How could he not accept it? That is a local Beyonder family with angel-level combat power. General Adrian's territory is right next to General Anthony's. Unless they want to be annexed by General Anthony, it is better to quickly contact the Balk family, cede certain power and benefits, and exchange for a compromise to maintain the current situation. The members of the Balk family certainly know that the family can get so many benefits at once thanks to the protection of the Creator, so all the members of the family have basically become believers of the Creator. At 8:58 a.m., the favored, wearing a black crystal mask, dressed in Lone-style clothes, and wearing a windbreaker, arrived as scheduled. Hobert behind the mask appeared carrying a door, and after standing the door aside, he seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, hammering his chest with one hand and his back with the other, with his 2 arms each raised at an angle of about 45 degrees, praise the Creator. From Lawrence to ordinary family members, they also made the same movements and shouted loudly, praise the Creator. Just 40 or so people shouting together was already very imposing, making the atmosphere in the hall become high-spirited. Hobert said, I have entrusted the matters of this study in the northern continent to another blessed of the Creator. You will be arranged by him to study in 5 factories that currently use the most advanced steam engines. During the study period, I require you to hide your extraordinary identity and treat yourself as an ordinary young man who loves that job. You must not only learn modern management methods, but also go to the workshop and operate those machines with your own hands. You are required to master them proficiently and take diligent notes. I don't know if Patriarch Lawrence has such a requirement, but I require you to form no less than 60,000 words of notes after the study is over. Even if you are recording the local customs, you must fill 60,000 words. The notes are uniformly written in loan characters, and submitted to me uniformly after the study is over. I will hand them over to other blessed for inspection. If anyone is found not to cherish this study opportunity, I will take him to an extraordinary war initiated by the blessed in the northern continent. He will have to participate in at least 3 battles before he is allowed to come back. When everyone heard the homework assigned by the favored, they were still worried. But when they heard that the blessed in the northern continent was launching an extraordinary war, they immediately became excited. It turned out that the power of the Creator in the northern continent was also very strong. Lawrence on the side realized that the favored was exerting influence on the family internally on this matter. If it were someone else, he would never allow his power to be delegated, but the favored was different. Even if Lawrence realized this, he didn't say anything. Okay, now line up in groups of 2. Be sure to pay attention when entering the spirit world later, do not look directly into the eyes of those creatures. Hobert stood up the door he carried again, and said in ancient Hermes language, Conant. Opening the door, the space in the middle of the door frame became illusory. The members of the Balk family picked up their luggage and entered the space inside the door in pairs. Elliot was in the first row. When he entered the spirit world, he was a little nervous, but soon his eyes were filled with complex information, and the few remaining nerves quickly disappeared. After traveling in the spirit world for about 3 minutes, another door appeared in front of Elliot. Under the guidance of spirituality, he opened the door and came to a hall with almost no decoration. There was also a young man wearing a blessed mask waiting here. Behind the blessed, there were also several well-dressed young men or women. After all 36 people arrived, upped inside at the power of the Creator in the southern continent. At the same time, he took off his mask and revealed his black eyes and high nose bridge. My name is Upton, and I am a blessed of the Creator. The place you are in now is an apartment in a factory. For the next month, you will live here together. I have prepared Lone-style clothes for you over there. Remember, do not wear Southern Continent-style clothes when you go out. The 8 people behind me are your life teachers. You will receive a set of daily necessities from them later. They will also live here during this time. Feel free to ask them if you don't understand anything. I know that most of you are mid-sequence Beyonders, and there are even a few sequence SIXS, but you must obey my management after coming to Conant. Favored has given me the power to punish you. I hope this power will never be used. Okay, young men and women from the Balk family, welcome to Conant. At this time, Hobert, carrying the door, appeared in a large warehouse in Conant. Here is stored a large horsepower locomotive, as well as 8 passenger carriages and 3 freight carriages. Inside the 8 passenger carriages, there are also 2 sightseeing carriages that have been modified according to Hobert's requirements. Hobert used his own self-sacrifice method to grab the modified train into the Nation of Disorder. The locomotive and carriages cost Hobert a total of £2,900, mainly because the locomotive was expensive. In the early morning, when establishing the Traveller's Door magic circle, Hobert had already replenished the £900 to Upton. When having dinner in the evening, Hobert said to Furs, "Get up early tomorrow, I'll show you something good." Holding a knife and fork, Furs asked curiously, "What good thing?" "You'll know when you get up tomorrow." Hobert smiled mysteriously, "Cut the meat smaller, don't you think it's hard to eat if you cut it so big?" Furs told Hobert the skills she had discovered. This can save several cuts, and it can also save several times of putting it in your mouth. "I'm also convinced by you, come, I'll help you cut it." After Hobert cut it, "Open your mouth, I'll feed you, ah." Donna on the side seemed to shake the goosebumps on her body. "You two are so nauseating." Hobert smiled, "You can't forget to take care of your sister after marrying a wife, come, I'll feed you a piece too." "Don't think I didn't see it, your saliva is on the fork, I don't want it." The next morning, Furs got up early with a yawn, wore a waist-cinching dress that was recently popular in the Fainapotter kingdom, revealing her long legs and good figure in the upper body. She arrived at the restaurant to find that Hobert and Donna had already eaten breakfast. She quickly checked her watch and realized it was already past 8. Furs apologized to them, feeling embarrassed. "Recently, I've been too exhausted." Hobert put down the blueprints in his hand and smiled, "I just love your lazy side. Wake up whenever you want in the future." Donna sighed, "When will I ever live like this?" Hobert pointed to the documents beside her, "You have the nerve to say that. Look at what you wrote in your weekly report. Rewrite it." Donna made a face, "All you know how to do is exploit your little sister." She took back her report as she spoke. Furs smiled, "Revise it tomorrow. Today, let's go see the good stuff your brother mentioned." Donna giggled, "My sister-in-law is the best." "Don't worry, I'll never tell father and mother that you like to sleep in." "If you don't have anything nice to say nothing at all," Hobert said, shaking his head helplessly. "Just praise your sister-in-law a bit in front of our parents. Besides, there's no need to say things like that out loud." Donna made another playful face, "I'll wait for you outside." Furs ate her breakfast and sighed, "You siblings have such a good relationship." Hobert took a sip of tea. "Donna has been mischievous since she was little, and father and mother dote on her. Fortunately, she still listens to me." Furs recalled her fragmented family, and her eating speed unconsciously slowed down. Hobert gently pinched her cheek, "This is your home now." Furs, with a bit of milk still on the corner of her mouth, smiled sweetly, and her gloomy mood vanished. Hobert was about to lean in for a kiss when Donna shouted from outside, "Sister-in-law. Come and see." Hobert smiled helplessly and gave up. The next second, an excited Donna rushed in, grabbing Furs's hand and pulling her outside, "Sister-in-law, come and see." Furs was, after all, a sequence 8. If she didn't want to get up, even 2 Donnas couldn't pull her up. However, Furs put down her food and followed Donna outside, indicating that she was willing to put aside her meal to see what had made Donna so excited. Arriving at the entrance of the Lord's Manor, they could see the entire town of Jeffrey and the location of the pier from there. At the pier, a behemoth was puffing steam. Furs thought she was still dreaming and rubbed her eyes, but she confirmed, "A train." She asked Hobert, who had followed them out, "Wasn't there no train yesterday? Where did it come from?" Hobert looked at the crowded scene on the pier and smiled. "The railway quality inspection was just completed yesterday afternoon, and the train was transported here at night. You also know that time is tight, so I arranged everything tightly." Furs took Donna's hand, "Let's go take a closer look." The 3 of them quickly arrived at the pier, which was already packed. It was the first time the residents of the territory had seen a train. Someone wondered, "I don't see any horses. How will it pull so many carriages later?" Another person dared to explain, "They'll boil the water later and lead the horses out." In this cold weather, the horses and people pulling the carriages need to drink hot water to warm up before they have the strength to work. Everyone thought it made sense and waited for the water to boil together. Then everyone began to guess how many horses it would take to pull so many carriages. At this time, Hobert's male servant, Dennis, shouted, "Make way for the Lord. Pay respects to the Lord." Whoosh! Almost immediately, everyone made way for a wide path and took off their hats, "Pay respects to the Lord." Now, Hobert's status in everyone's mind has already taken on a certain legendary color. In just a few months, their lives have undergone earth-shattering changes, and all of this has been given by the Lord. Hobert also waved to everyone and came closer to the train. He asked Corwin, who had arrived early, "How's the debugging going?" The train driver was recruited by Corwin from other places in advance. Now this train temporarily belongs to the Lord's manor. After there are cultural tourism nights, Hobert plans to transfer it to the town government. Corwin had just asked the train driver, "It can be started at any time." Hobert said as he boarded the train, "Open all the doors and let everyone try the feeling of riding the train. From today on, the train will run around the territory twice a day. Residents of the territory can ride for free for the first 3 months. After 3 months, residents within the territory can enjoy a 30% discount on tickets with their household registration book." "Yes," Corwin said, "I'll find Conrad later and ask him to issue a notice." Hobert nodded and came to the rear of the carriage, where there was a small stand-like structure with a very good view. More than 20 minutes later, Corwin organized everyone to board the train, filling all 8 passenger carriages. Of course, not everyone could get on. Too many people came to the pier to watch the excitement, and only about 1/3 of them got on. Woo! As the whistle sounded, the train slowly started. Many people were very surprised because they really didn't see where the horses pulling the train were. How did the train start? At the rear of the train, Hobert pointed and introduced the current progress of the territory's construction to Furs and Donna. With nearly a month of construction work, the building complex around the train station, that is, around the pier, has been basically completed. Although the internal decoration has not been completed and it cannot be used immediately, the buildings with a strong Fenepotter modern style are still refreshing. Currently, there are more than 2,000 people working on the territory's construction site at most. In addition to the territory residents who have been mobilized to the maximum extent, there are also many young people from the surrounding area who have come to Jeffrey territory to look for opportunities. As the train began to climb the slope, the old town of Jeffrey appeared in front of everyone. The old town has undergone a lot of renovation, with unique small courtyards and inexpensive hotels. At the same time, the residents' houses have also undergone unified and simple renovations, all of which are carried out free of charge, so everyone is more supportive. According to Roy's statistics, the current Jeffrey town can already accommodate thousands of tourists from different levels. The train came to the mountainside, from where you can see the still busy construction site, which is the planned new town area, more than twice the size of the old town area. After completion, Jeffrey town will reach the scale of a small city, and it will be the only city in the South Colson Mountains. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 475, Chapter 475 The Treasure Rex Left for His Children. Chapter 475 The Treasure Rex Left for His Children. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. With one arm lightly around Furz's slender waist, Hobert pointed at the scenery before them, looking every bit like he was surveying his kingdom. Donna also puffed up with pride. This was her brother's territory, so of course, she could share in the glory. Furs had been either writing or busy digesting her potion lately, and she hadn't noticed the significant changes in the territory. The appearance of the train caused the villagers to stop and watch. While marveling at the behemoth, they also discussed where the horses and donkeys pulling the train were. After the train ascended the mountain, the scenery on both sides became rural. The weather was warming up, and everyone was preparing for planting. The fields were filled with a hopeful atmosphere. The full view of Full Moon Lake gradually came into the trio's sight. The shimmering waves of the lake gave the massive mountain lake a unique color. Since the seal on the Fallen Mother's contamination, the area had gradually returned to normal winter conditions, but the area around Full Moon Lake remained lush and green, showing no signs of early spring. From above, it looked like a green jade belt wrapped around Full Moon Lake. When the train reached the front of the highest peak, it arrived at the best viewing point. This peak was probably the highest in the vicinity, with the uppermost part becoming steep, so the railway was built to pass in front of it. Of course, Hobert didn't waste this mountain. In addition to setting up a station here, he also enlisted the help of several planters from the Earth Mother Church to decorate the area. Looking down from here, one could overlook the entire town and Full Moon Lake, creating a magnificent view. In the distance were mountains, rivers, and lakes, in the middle, the hustle and bustle of human life, and closer, scenery with a rich natural character. Below this point, roughly halfway up the mountain, was a busy construction site for a planned hotel and villa area. 5 villas had already been built and were mostly finished with their interior decoration. The architectural style of Hobert, combined with a large amount of grand and imposing wooden decor, formed a beautiful aesthetic that was distinct from the typical Hobert style. A hardened road under construction extended from the port to the villa area. At this time, the road was almost completed, and the newly planted flowers and plants in the villa area were growing at an unconventional speed under the care of the planters and the effect of some potions. These flowers and plants would cover the traces of construction, truly making these 5 villas look like resort buildings. On the other side of the mountain, a solitary building had been erected, which was the planned auction center. Due to the limited time, only a portion of the decoration could be completed for now. As the train began to descend, the journey gradually came to an end. After getting off the train, Furs exclaimed, "It feels like I've already been on a trip." Hobert smiled and said, "In the future, this will be a tourist paradise. Right now, it's all construction sites, which spoils the atmosphere a bit, but in at most 2 months, with the completion of most of the projects, it will look like a scenic area should." The 3 of them discussed the scenery they had just seen as they returned to the Lord's Manor. As soon as they returned to the Lord's Manor, Furs went to try on her dress, and Donna went to rewrite her weekly report. For a moment, Hobert was left alone in the study. He took a sip of tea, planning to rest for a bit before heading to the construction site. Just then, he had a blink of inspiration and saw a messenger arrive from the spirit world, placing a package on the desk. Opening the package, Hobert guessed it was from Jessica, as it contained a rectangular and a square wooden box, as well as 3 weapons tied together. Opening the letter in the package, it was indeed from Jessica. The 2 wooden boxes contained Beyonder weapons made by Carrie based on the Beyonder ingredients provided by Hobert, and the 3 tied-together weapons were unsuccessful attempts. Hobert opened the rectangular wooden box and saw a silver-white, sharp short sword. The square wooden box contained a steel crossbow with a faint red glow. Looking at Jessica's letter, the short sword was made using the main ingredients for the assassin pathway provided by Hobert and had 2 abilities. The first ability is that the wielder's movements will become lighter, and they will become proficient in killing techniques. The second ability is that in battle, there is a 2% chance of causing the enemy to turn against their companions. Hobert marveled, "This is a very good short sword. Even without the probability-based ability, just adding speed and agility would be great." Looking at the description of the crossbow, Jessica first mentioned Carrie's attempts. The Beyonder characteristics of those Beyonder ingredients could be used normally, which meant that Hobert had made the business opportunity even bigger. Previously, Hobert had estimated that about 1 Beyonder weapon could be produced for every 3 Beyonder ingredients, and 1 Beyonder weapon could be exchanged for 15 Beyonder ingredients. Adding the material fee paid to Carrie, it was equivalent to purely earning 3 Beyonder weapons, with a profit margin of 60%. This profit margin was already very considerable, but now, 15 Beyonder ingredients could theoretically produce 15 Beyonder weapons. Apart from murder and profiteering, there were few deals in the world more lucrative than this. It didn't matter if it couldn't be mass-produced. If it could be mass-produced, Hobert would have a headache instead, because with his current abilities, it would be difficult to protect the huge profits brought by such a lucrative business. This crossbow also had 2 abilities. The first ability is that even someone who doesn't know how to use a crossbow can easily hit the enemy after getting this crossbow. Someone who is skilled at using a crossbow can hit the target every time. The second ability is that there is a 3% chance that the arrow shot will hit the enemy's vital point. This weapon was also very good, and Hobert planned to sell it in the near future. The last part of the letter was Jessica's congratulations on Hobert's wedding and an explanation that these 2 weapons did not require any material fees and were considered her and Carrie's wedding gifts to Hobert. That was good too. When they came to attend the wedding, he could discuss the future cooperation norms with them. After all, they would be engaging in long-term cooperation in Beyonder weapons. After putting away the Beyonder weapons, Hobert continued to be busy. 3 days before the wedding, Christian and Mona arrived in Jeffreytown with Tyren. Hobert held a grand welcoming ceremony at the dock. Christian was the first earl to visit this land, and the dock was naturally packed again. To the sound of the band's music, Christian and Mona slowly walked down the ship's ladder. Hobert and Donna stepped forward, father, mother. Furs, wearing a dark dress, said, "Uncle, Aunt." Donna smiled, "Sister-in-law, it's time to prepare to change your address." Furs's face turned slightly red, and under Hobert's encouraging gaze, she whispered, "Father, mother." Christian laughed heartily, and Mona pulled Furs over and gave her an exquisitely crafted necklace inlaid with gems. This necklace was obviously expensive. When it was taken out of the wooden box, it had a golden and radiant feel. Mona smiled and said, "Try it on quickly." She had originally planned to give it to Furs at the ceremony, but when she heard that mother, she was so happy that she gave it early. If Furs and Hobert were still in a contractual marriage, she would not have accepted such an expensive gift. But now it was different. She smiled and thanked them, then wore it outside her clothes. It looked really good. Christian wanted to walk to the Lord's Manor, and Hobert naturally stayed to accompany his father. Mona, Furs, and others took the carriage back, with Furs in charge of entertaining them. Along the way, many people boldly greeted Christian, and Christian responded with a smile. This made many people sigh. The Lord's father, Earl, was as amiable as the Lord. Christian also sighed. The mental outlook of the residents of Jeffreytown is very good. From this point of view alone, you have been very successful as a lord. The two walked and stopped, and Hobert told his father about the changes he had brought to the territory and his plans for the future of Jeffreytown. From the dock to the Lord's manor, the two actually took 2 or 3 hours. During this time, Christian became very talkative and spoke of many of their governing experiences in the southern continent. Of course, Hobert could tell that there was some boasting involved, but it was not without its gains. The biggest gain was that the lone soldiers had never treated the natives of the southern continent as human beings. The accommodation conditions at the Lord's manor were far inferior to the newly built villas, but Christian's family would definitely live in the Lord's manor. After lunch, everyone rested for a while. Christian called Hobert to his study again. "I'll take you to a place." Hobert was slightly stunned. "Do you want to call a carriage?" "No need." Christian took out a pendant with a southern continent style and grabbed Hobert's shoulder. A bronze door appeared in front of them. Christian reached out and pushed the door open, and the two entered the spirit world together. Hobert knew that this was not the ability of travel, but rather like the way that Beyonders of the Death Pathway entered the spirit world. After a dozen seconds of spirit world travel, the surrounding scenery suddenly became rich and colorful and quickly formed the appearance of the real world. Hobert discovered that he and Christian were deep in a mountain, with towering trees as far as the eye could see. Only in front of them was a cliff more than 10 meters high. Christian put the pendant in his hand on the stone wall. Crack! The stone split in the middle, forming an archway-like cave below. Christian threw the pendant into Hobert's hand. "This is the middle section of the Barcus Mountains. No matter where you are in this world, this pendant will bring you here. Of course, it doesn't have the ability of travel after all. After you come, you have to find your own way back." After speaking, Christian took the lead in entering the archway-like cave. The Barcus Mountains are on the east side of Backlund, dividing the Backlund Plain and the Tucker Plain, and are also the last barrier in the west of Backlund. Hobert quickly followed. The depth of the archway cave was only 5 or 6 meters, and it suddenly opened up. On one side, there were messy piles of gold and gems like piles of grain, and on the other side, there were neatly stacked pounds. Hobert was almost blinded by the gold and gems, and for a moment he didn't know how much they were worth. And those neatly stacked pounds, he estimated at least 150,000 to 160,000 pounds. You could really roll around on it. Christian said, "This is the first inheritance your father Rex left you, mostly the wealth he seized in the southern continent, as well as the proceeds from handling spoils of war. There are also a few Beyonder characteristics and sealed artifacts on the stone platform over there, but the level is not high. Your father's will is, if you choose to live your life as an ordinary person, this wealth is enough for you to live like a rich man for the rest of your life. But if you choose to become a Beyonder, this inheritance will be inherited when you get married." Hobert swallowed hard. "These are all mine." In the disorderly country, he now had more than 30,000 pounds in cash, but it was far less shocking than 150,000 to 160,000 pounds stacked together. "It's all yours." Christian smiled. "Oh, right, there are also these 2 documents." Hobert glanced at it. This is actually the transfer contract of Brandon Law Firm and Aslan Barton Law Firm." Christian smiled. "As you can see, these 2 law firms are your father's property. Your family has been accustomed to establishing law firms to digest potions since a long time ago. Generally speaking, barbarians and bribers can also complete digestion through the profession of lawyer. Your father just carried forward this cause. However, before his death, he gave most of the income of the firm to Barton and the others, so he can only get about 8,000 pounds a year from the 2 law firms in total. I have been saving the income for the past 23 years for you, a total of 186,000 pounds. I will give it to you together later." Hobert said, "No, that money." Christian raised his hand to interrupt. "I don't lack money." "Oh," Hobert said, and did not refuse again. He never thought that he could inherit more than 300,000 pounds of property at once. This is equivalent to, it seems equivalent to the property inherited by Audrey. No, even more, Hobert also forgot to count those gold and gems. Judging from this property alone, Hobert can also imagine how moist Rex and Christian lived in those years. But what Hobert never expected was that today's surprise was not over. Christian took out another exquisite small wooden box. "This is the second inheritance Rex left you. According to his will, you will give it to you after you become Sequence 5. I originally thought that you would not be able to use it until at least next year. I didn't expect you to be Sequence 5 now, so I will give it to you together." Hobert opened the wooden box, and inside was a lifelike black crystal. It seemed to be constantly twisting. Just seeing it, Hobert could hear voices full of depravity. He immediately understood, this is an Beyonder characteristic of Earl of the Fallen. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 476, Chapter 476 The Princess Arrives. Chapter 476 The Princess Arrives. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert held the Earl of the Fallen's Beyonder characteristic with mixed feelings. He had once thought that Rex hadn't left his child much at all, and even stopped taking Rex's so-called legacy seriously. But today was different. Rex first stunned him with gold pounds, and then actually passed on an Beyonder characteristic of Sequence 4. Beyonder characteristics at the demigod level are already difficult to measure with money. The reason why Hobert had been hesitant to contact Sharon and the others was because he didn't know what price to set for a demigod level Beyonder characteristic. If a partial potion formula is worth £10,000, then the entire potion formula is worth at least £30,000, and each main ingredient is normally worth £30,000 to £40,000. After all, the extraordinary creatures that provide extraordinary main ingredients are more or less imbued with divinity, and it is difficult to hunt them down with just Sequence 5 without the help of other demigods. So, selling just the Beyonder characteristic for £60,000 would not be a problem at all, and even an inflated price of £80,000 seemed acceptable. But Hobert also seemed to remember that the Temperance faction wasn't doing so well financially, otherwise, they wouldn't have hired Klein as a bodyguard. If it really cost £80,000, the deal probably wouldn't go through. But if he sold it off for £30,000 to £40,000, Hobert would feel like he was losing out. Plus, Hobert's deal with the Sanguine meant that his financial situation was still relatively good, so he wasn't in a hurry to contact the Temperance faction. Thinking about this deal was enough for Hobert to understand how precious a Sequence 4 Beyonder characteristic was. Even in the extraordinary world where money comes quickly, not many people can advance to Sequence 4 by buying their way up. Even if they saved up enough money, they might not encounter the Sequence 4 Beyonder characteristic they needed in their lifetime. The reason is simple: in the Orthodox churches, accumulating enough merits can directly get you the potion. For Beyonder family members like Elliot, Beyonder characteristics are basically inherited. Christian's situation of advancing to Sequence 4 after more than 20 years of effort is an exception, and such exceptions are rare. This is also why there are still many wild Sequence 5s in the extraordinary world, but wild Sequence 4s are very, very rare. Here, wild refers to Beyonders without even an Beyonder family background. Originally, Hobert was planning to shatter 1 to 104 to advance, which actually made him feel a bit heartbroken. After all, a Grade 1 sealed artifact is also very precious, and it felt like both the palm and the back of his hand were flesh. However, if he had the opportunity to advance, Hobert would not hesitate to do so, but he would feel very regretful. Now, suddenly having a Sequence 4 Beyonder characteristic in front of him made him happier than getting those gold pounds. Christian, who was beside him, explained, "This was a military demigod that your father hunted down before he died. He didn't have time to prepare the Sequence 3 Beyonder characteristic for you, so you'll have to find a way yourself. However, your father left you 3 clues. One is that he knows that the Tamara family has a frenzied mage, another clue is that he knows the whereabouts of a 6-eyed abnormality, and the last one is that 5 Seas King Nast is a frenzied mage. If you need it, I can help you hunt down the Tamara family's frenzied mage or the 6-eyed abnormality together. The Nast option is ranked last. If he were so easy to kill, the Angels of Lone or Phaenopotter would have taken him down long ago. The complete brain of a 6-eyed abnormality is one of the main ingredients for a frenzied mage." Speaking of this, Hobert thought that he also had a clue in his hand. The Solomon family actually has 2 raving augurs. The other frenzied mage appeared during the Backlund Smog event and was likely imprisoned in Misttown along with the Blackhound spirit beast. If I need it, I will ask you for help. Hobert then thought, how did Rex advance to Sequence 3? I mean, how did he complete the ritual? Christian smiled. Your question has once again exceeded my expectations. Hobert's question showed that he at least knew the ritual for advancing to Frenzied Mage. And on this point, Hobert didn't intend to hide it from Christian. Christian asked back, have you heard of Attorney Arthur? Of course I've heard of him. He's a legendary figure in the legal profession. He's in our university textbooks. Hobert was stunned. That's Rex's other identity. That's right. Hobert recalled the ritual for advancing to Frenzied Mage, achieve astonishing achievements in a certain field, so that people associate the abstract concept of that field with the actual name of the advancing person. The more people who can associate the two, the greater the probability of successful advancement. So he asked again, is it okay not to use your own name? Yes. Christian replied with certainty. I remember Rex talked about this ritual. Its main function is to neutralize the damage caused by the potion's abstract modification of oneself during advancement. According to Rex's guess, the primary problem for the lawyer pathway at high sequences may be dealing with the relationship between the real world and abstract authority. Hobert nodded slightly, marveling at Rex's genius. Although the authority of each pathway became abstract after Sequence 2, the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway seemed a bit different. For example, the Black Emperor's godhood ritual emphasizes the changes the Black Emperor brings to the rules and culture of the entire world, and it also emphasizes people's recognition of the Black Emperor concept. Both of these are actually emphasizing the issue of abstraction, and Rex was able to guess many of the key issues of high sequences without knowing the godhood ritual of the Black Emperor pathway. Isn't that genius? Christian continued to explain, even if a pseudonym is used, as long as the operations related to the advancement ritual are closely linked to the pseudonym, the ritual can still have its effect. Hobert nodded. I understand. In addition, I want to tell you another piece of information. Rex has reserved a clue for you to become the Duke of Entropy, which is also his important legacy, Christian said. But according to his will, I can only tell you the clue after you become a frenzied mage. Hobert felt the benefits of an Beyonder family for the first time. Before, when he said he was a member of an Beyonder family, no one believed him, let alone himself. But at this moment, he realized that the benefits of an Beyonder family are the clues or advancement methods and experiences of demigod and above Beyonder characteristics. This is completely incomparable to wild Beyonders. After saying these things, Christian gave Hobert a dozen seconds to digest them, and then walked out in front. Hobert glanced at the gold and pounds again and followed closely. By the way, Christian, who was about to leave the cave, seemed to suddenly remember something, so he stopped. In a while, a major event will happen in Fainapotter City. If you plan to continue investing in the territory, you must protect your property. We may have to abandon our current title at any time. Hobert was slightly surprised. Could it be that the current title and status are not what Christian really wants? However, Christian didn't mean to elaborate, so Hobert didn't ask, because he knew that Christian wouldn't say even if he asked. He would just listen to the arrangements. Anyway, he had already planned to get on Christian's boat before, and there was no reason to get off halfway. The two left the cave, and the arched stone door closed on its own. Hobert used travel to take Christian back to the Lord's mansion in Jeffrey territory. Christian took out a leather bag. The income of the law firm over the years is all inside. I also gave you 3 magical items as wedding gifts. The leather bag is also a magical item. It is connected to a space that needs to be reinforced every 2 years. There is still a year and a half before the next reinforcement. If you don't have relevant channels, you can come to me. I have a sealed artifact that can do this. Hobert nodded. Okay. It is estimated that Furs would be close to advancing to magician by then, but of course Hobert wouldn't reveal this. Carrying the leather bag back to his room, Hobert locked the door and opened the leather bag. Looking inside, the leather bag seemed to be leaking, with a bottomless feeling. Then Hobert discovered that although the mouth of the leather bag was not big, his upper body could fit into the leather bag. He stretched in and saw that the leather bag was connected to a space the size of a basement, with a pile of gold pounds neatly stacked on one side and 3 small wooden boxes on the other. As long as Hobert's hand reached into the leather bag, it could appear anywhere in this space. Closing the leather bag, Hobert sat on the chair and calmed down. He originally thought that he should be numb after seeing so many gold pounds in the cave. But that wasn't the case. Hobert smiled, sacrificed the leather bag to the Nation of Disorder, and then neatly piled the gold pounds next to the Iron Throne, lying on it comfortably and rolling around. Awesome. It felt like life had reached its climax. After rolling around on it a few times, Hobert went to see the 3 magical items. The negative effects of the magical items carefully selected by Christian were of course not very high. They were magical items of the Reader, Hunter, and Warrior pathways respectively. Hobert classified and put them away, and then his eyes couldn't help but look at the gold pounds again. Looking at them, Hobert gradually realized that this money should be used as a reserve fund, and the funds for territory construction should still be raised according to the original plan. During this period, ships traveling from Granada Port downstream to Jeffrey Port have continued, completing the acquisition and storage of the second batch of building materials. The acquisition of the third batch of materials has also begun. The new construction project in Jeffrey Town, which started the earliest, has already entered the second phase of construction. The second and third batches of materials used for repairing the railway in the original list have also been acquired and used in advance. Now even the railway has been repaired. Recently, the Lord's mansion has been spending money like water. The gold lire that Hobert had earned before has long been spent. He asked Philip to go to a bank in another port to exchange 10,000 gold pounds for 12,000 gold lire, which was enough for the wages of the workers and the daily expenses of the Lord's mansion during this period. This was still the financial situation of the Lord's mansion when Christian was responsible for all the wedding expenses. Even so, Hobert had to give Philip 10,000 pounds a few days ago and ask him to exchange them for gold lire again. Because now Hobert has gold pounds left in his hand, and the gold pounds he has worked so hard to earn recently are only about £32,000, which may be barely enough for the payment of the third batch of materials. Hobert also plans to visit Miss Sharon after the wedding, and also visit Rear Admiral Dusk and Rear Admiral Blood. For Hobert, there are many ways to make money, so there is no need to spend this deposit. The key is that Christian's last words in the cave today made Hobert feel that he should leave some money to deal with possible changes in the future. As for the protection of property in the territory, Hobert has already had such plans, and can bind interests with the Church of the Earth Mother. But now Hobert feels that he should change his plan. He may not have time to slowly bind interests, but must pay more interests at one time and ask the Church of the Earth Mother to protect his interests. Hobert also has some ideas about this, but now is not the time to do something. After thinking about these issues, Hobert returned to the real world. He still has a lot to do today. The most important thing is to go to Tingen to pick up Selina. Originally, Hobert would have thought that he would see a scene like a life and death farewell, but Selina had already packed her luggage alone and waited in her room. She just put a letter on the desk. Selina didn't cry this time, and smiled. In the letter, I told them that I went to pursue my dream and would come back to see them often. Hobert nodded. The experience in Boklan Manor made Selina grow a lot. Returning to the Lord's mansion in Jeffrey territory, Hobert asked Selina to live in the same room with Freya. Freya was very happy that she finally had a companion. Selina was also relieved. She didn't expect that she would still have classmates, and she also saw the cheerful Donna and the always shy Tyren, two familiar faces. This made Selina, who was already prepared to face a completely unfamiliar environment, feel a lot more at ease. As the wedding date approached, more and more nobles and wealthy people arrived in Jeffrey territory in advance. Hobert greeted them one by one according to the previous rehearsal. Christian's family came 3 days in advance, that is, on the 25th. Some nobles and wealthy people who had a good relationship with Christian, or thought they had a good relationship with Christian, arrived on the 26th. The 27th reached the climax of the arrival of guests, because in addition to most of the nobles and wealthy people arriving on this day, it was also because Princess Ethel's naval fleet arrived at about 10 o'clock in the morning on this day. That's right, this girl actually came to attend Hobert's wedding with 3 warships. If it were in a certain country in the Western continent, doing so would be very rude and would be like showing off their power. But in Feynapotter, everyone felt that the royal family gave Christian enough face. According to common sense, for the wedding of a baron, the royal family would send a court viscount to the wedding to bestow rewards. No one expected that the royal family would send a princess, or Princess Ethel, who held great power in the court. This was even more shocking than the arrival of a prince. Hobert naturally greeted her with the highest etiquette, including music, cannon salutes, and a review of the honor guard, with children from the territory presenting flowers. What kind of honor guard did Jeffrey have? Hobert had to make do with the 50-odd soldiers like Seal dressed up smartly. Ethel wasn't wearing a court dress today but a military uniform. Short hair, neat and tidy. Although her pretty face carried a smile, it made people afraid to meet her eyes. Although the military uniform concealed many of her feminine features, it enhanced her unique feminine charm. Not only the nobles attending the wedding came to the dock to greet her, but also the surrounding nobles, Teuton, Eugene, Felix, and others came to welcome her. Since they came, of course, they would also attend the neighbor's wedding. The Teuton Viscount among them was a little confused at this time, not understanding whether the royal family supported him or Hobert. Ethel spoke a few simple words with Christian and his son, then inspected the honor guard with a serious expression, and accepted the children's flowers with a smile. When getting into the carriage, she made a few remarks, which was equivalent to collectively receiving the nobles who came to greet her, and only Hobert and his father accompanied the princess to the villa area on the hillside. The princess's large number of servants had already arrived yesterday and had cleaned up a villa according to some of Ethel's habits, and even replaced all the furniture and furnishings in the princess's bedroom, dining room, and living room. When entering the door, Ethel glanced at the villa's decoration and frowned slightly. But her eyebrows quickly relaxed, and she warmly received Hobert and his son in the living room. After chatting for a few words, Ethel asked Hobert as if casually, "I heard that there are still a small number of troops in your territory. Are they the ones who were inspected at the port just now?" Hobert smiled gently. "Thank you for your reminder, Your Highness. When I first came to the South Colson area, bandits were rampant here, and the security was very poor. In order to protect myself and the safety of the people, I had to form the Lord's Mansion Guard. They are members of the security team, not an army. Since the royal families of various countries in the northern continent began to centralize power, it has gradually become illegal for nobles with fiefs to have their own private armies. But in order to ensure their own safety, small-scale guards are allowed." The reason why Hobert thanked Ethel for reminding him was because he heard Ethel's implication. "Someone said you formed a private army, give me a reasonable explanation." So after thanking Ethel, Hobert gave a reasonable explanation. Ethel looked at the decoration in the living room. "I have never seen this kind of decoration style before. At first, I felt a little uncomfortable, but after looking at it a few times, I felt it became more and more dignified. What style is this from? These decorations already look very mature and are not temporary works. Hobert said vaguely, this comes from the gift of a great man. Christian also felt that the decoration in the villa was very distinctive, but when he heard Hobert say this, he thought he was fooling Ethel. He didn't plan to ask in detail. This was the way his father and son got along. They each had their own secrets, and they could silently support each other when needed. Ethel immediately thought of the creator, I understand. Then she said as if casually, your huge investment in the South Colson area has made many people jealous. Be careful to protect yourself and your property. Christian looked at Ethel and Hobert with a somewhat strange expression. He didn't know through what channels Hobert had invited Princess Ethel. However, Christian thought that Princess Ethel must have come to attend the wedding for the sake of a certain great man. But Princess Ethel's reminder had exceeded the enthusiasm of attending a wedding as a formality and was more like a friend's reminder. This made Christian wonder when Hobert had a private relationship with Ethel. Hobert thanked Ethel again for her reminder, saying that he would definitely pay attention to this. Then Ethel ended the conversation on the grounds that she was tired. On the way back, Christian invited Hobert to ride in the same carriage with him. After the carriage drove out of the villa area, Christian said, Princess Ethel is a special existence in the royal family. Her mother is the current queen. This queen is not in good health and has only given birth to one son and one daughter for the king. That prince had the first legal right to inherit the throne from birth. Unfortunately, that little prince died at the age of 3. Some say he died in a court conspiracy, and some say he died in an assassination by an enemy country. In short, after the little prince died, Ethel and the sons of several concubines had the legal right to inherit in order. I heard that this battle for the crown prince lasted for more than half a year before the current crown prince was determined. This is because Ethel withdrew from the battle for the crown prince early, and things were resolved so quickly. According to a well-known political compromise, Ethel will inherit the title of her maternal grandfather, Duke Charles. Because, coincidentally, this Duke Charles only has one daughter, the Queen. The royal family originally wanted to annex Duke Charles's territory, wealth, and power by marrying Charles's daughter. As a result, the little prince died, and Ferdinand too had to compromise and let Ethel inherit her maternal grandfather's title and status. But even now, many ministers still hope that Ethel will become the crown prince because of their vested interests. Hobert listened quietly to Christian's explanation. He didn't expect that this was a very special and powerful princess. Christian only stated the facts without making any comments. He believed that Hobert should be able to handle the relationship with Princess Ethel well. Hobert continued to go to the dock to welcome the nobles who came to attend the wedding, or the steward sent by the nobles to offer congratulations. In just one day, Jeffrey Town was already packed. A baron or a wealthy man with assets of less than 300,000 gold reals could only be assigned to a relatively spacious suite with a servant's room, and the large number of servants they brought, except for personal valets or personal maids, could only stay in cheap hotels. But such accommodation conditions had exceeded their expectations. Originally, they thought they would have to live in tents in a remote place like South Colson. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 477, Chapter 477, Cross-dressing Klein. Chapter 477, Cross-dressing Klein. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. To Hobert's surprise, the Tudor family from Christian's branch actually sent a demigod to attend the wedding. This made Hobert couldn't help but sigh inwardly, what a great move of suppressing first and then elevating. The other party's attitude was very enthusiastic, so Hobert greeted them with equal enthusiasm and provided them with accommodation equivalent to the baron's. However, the reaction of this demigod named Darnell once again exceeded Hobert's expectations. We are all family, why stay in a hotel? I'll stay in your lord's manor. Hobert realized that the other party must have come with a mission, so he followed their wishes and asked Dennis to arrange for him and several attendants to stay in the lord's manor. He was busy until the evening, and all the guests were settled. At this time, the town of Jeffrey was brightly lit, and all the restaurants and taverns, wherever there was food, were packed. There were also many people walking through the streets with notebooks, occasionally stopping people on the street and asking a few questions. Those were the reporters Hobert had hired. Originally, these reporters were just treating it as a trip, and would write a small report about the customs and culture of Jeffrey, which would be worth Hobert's sponsorship. But when the princess disembarked, it was different. It completely stimulated their work enthusiasm. After dinner, they took the initiative to start visiting the streets. Back at the lord's manor, only Furs was in the dining room. Seeing Hobert, she smiled and instructed the servant, tell the kitchen to serve the dishes. As she spoke, she pulled out the chair that Hobert often sat in. I think it's getting late, so I asked father and mother to have dinner first. Now only you are still hungry. Hobert grabbed Furs' hand as she pulled out the chair, leaned in and kissed it. our Miss Furs is already showing the appearance of a virtuous wife. Because there were servants present, Furs gently pushed Hobert away. That's because your requirements for a wife are too low. Not low at all. Hobert smiled and glanced at the chopsticks on the table, then said to Alan, just set up knives and forks at the wedding venue tomorrow, don't let the guests feel that I'm too special. Alan nodded, yes. Hobert ate dinner while talking to Furs. Occasionally he would touch her little hand and her beautiful legs, and he ate very comfortably. After dinner, Hobert yawned, you go to sleep first, tomorrow is our big day, maintain good energy. What about you? I'm going to pick up a special guest. Furs smiled and said, I thought you would be like other lone gentlemen, going out to drink with friends, dance, and have fun all night before the wedding. Hobert was slightly stunned, these old gentlemen play hard, isn't this the legendary bachelor party? Then he smiled wryly, after you said that, I suddenly realized that I don't have a single friend to drink with besides you and Zio. He has many capable subordinates, such as Philip, Conrad, Corwin, and Roy. He also has many partners, such as Helen and Bishop Simpson. He even has many believers, such as Upton, Rafter, and Elliot. But there's no way to sit down and drink with them as equals. If he had to call them, they would come, but everyone would feel awkward. Furs generously said, then you can go out and have fun yourself, just don't forget that you are getting married tomorrow. Anyway, she was going to the bar with Zio later. Forget it, I'll go pick up that special friend first. Hobert said to Dennis, have Selina and Freya wait for me in the study, prepare tea, they will help me entertain a guest later. Yes. After Furs left, Hobert returned to his study, and after several transfers using traveling, he arrived in the suburbs of Byam. Then he took out the faceless necklace to navigate himself, and finally found Klein in a fisherman's house by the sea. When their eyes met, they both felt very embarrassed, because at this time Klein was wearing an inner shirt that matched a woman's long skirt, and the key point was that he actually looked quite sexy. At this time, Hobert realized what he had missed, tonight there was a Klein's cross-dressing show. Cough cough. Hobert coughed twice to relieve the embarrassment, nice figure, but too bad there are no breasts. Klein also cleared his throat, you may have misunderstood something. What misunderstanding is there? Hobert laughed, who doesn't have a little hobby? Then you really misunderstood. Hobert smiled, you change your clothes first, I'll wait for you outside. After waiting for a few minutes, a stern man with thin cheeks, distinct edges and corners, and dark brown eyes came out of the fisherman's house. Hobert didn't know if Klein felt too embarrassed to see Hobert. Although Hobert knew that this was Klein's transformed Gehrman Sparrow image, it still stunned him for a moment. Then Hobert laughed, there are a few acquaintances at tomorrow's wedding, you continue to maintain this image. Klein asked, what are you looking for me for so late? I thought it would be difficult for you to rush to the wedding from the Berserk Sea, so I came to pick you up. Hobert smiled, didn't ruin your good time, did I? Klein pretended not to hear Hobert's question, I have already made an appointment with Mr. Azek to go to Fainapotter together tomorrow. In a previous communication, Azek had briefly described the process of his acquaintance with Hobert. Hobert also sent Azek an invitation. Hearing Klein's answer, he was slightly stunned, I'm already here, let's go together, write a letter to Mr. Azek later and let him go by himself. I also have an appointment with Mr. Azek tonight, he will come in a while, you can talk to him directly. Hobert then remembered that they would also go to the Black Death later, okay, I'll send you to your residence. Without Hobert teaching him, Klein, who had rich experience in entering the spirit world, had already begun to imagine the location of the hotel he was staying in his mind. Hobert supported his shoulders, and the two quickly came to a luxurious room in a hotel. Klein changed into his clothes, and the two chatted casually, the content was nothing more than how the preparations were going. And knowingly asked where the bride was from. More than half an hour later, the colors of the space in front of the two suddenly became richer. Mr. Azek, with bronze skin and soft features, came out of the spirit world. He was obviously stunned when he saw Hobert, but he still smiled and said, congratulations. Hobert smiled and said, thank you. Azek sighed, it's been a long time since I attended a wedding, it's very exciting. Klein also stepped forward and said, good evening, Mr. Azek. Good evening. Azek said, sorry, I just saw your letter and came in a hurry, I should have knocked on the door first. Then he asked, what exactly is going on with that batch of death-related documents? Klein did not avoid Hobert, and explained the clues he found by releasing the souls in Creeping Hunger, one by one, and then talked about his assassination of Tracy. He glanced at Hobert while speaking, as if saying, you really misunderstood me. Who knew that Hobert listened to it like a story, and smiled, no wonder Emperor Roselle said that everyone has a second personality, it seems that there is a beautiful lady living in our Mr. Klein's body. Klein twitched the corners of his mouth, you didn't listen to a word of my explanation just now. Azek smiled, put on his top hat, so, should we take action now? Hobert also got up and asked, can I go with you? Azek, of course you can. Hobert took out the mask and put it on, okay, I met a demoness of unaging and a demoness of afflictions on this bachelor night. It sounds very exciting. He smiled. If you add the description, there are 2 other men around, it seems even more exciting. While daydreaming, Klein had already picked up his cane and divined the whereabouts of his relics on the Black Death. Isaac put his hands on Klein and Hobert's shoulders respectively, and took the 2 into the spirit world. Klein's cane flew up in the spirit world, tumbling and jumping in one direction, and Isaac easily followed. Before long, the black hardwood cane stopped, and in front of it was a thick black and overlapping shadows. At this moment, Isaac said with a slightly dignified expression, "The spirit here tells me that there is danger." Klein's expression also became serious, guessing that Vice Admiral Ailment had found helpers. Isaac closed his eyes for a short while, then suddenly opened them and said, "It's not a big problem, let's go in." Klein glanced at Hobert. "You are prescient." Hobert smiled. "No, I'm just afraid of running into acquaintances." Klein changed into Kalango's appearance while thinking, "This is at sea, what acquaintances do you have?" The surrounding scene suddenly had a feeling of rapid fall, and various bright colors faded quickly. In just the blink of an eye, Klein found himself back in Tracy's captain's room. The heroic female pirate was wearing a white shirt, and there were obvious bandage marks on her left shoulder. That was the injury she suffered from Klein's previous assassination. "It's you." Suddenly a figure slowly emerged from Tracy's side. She was wearing a simple and holy white robe. The opening was very high, revealing a pair of flawless legs. She was clear and beautiful, her skin was like snow, as tender as a girl, with an indescribable charm. Mr. Death Consul. While this immortal witch was catching up with Mr. Isaac, Hobert was thinking about a question: who is the adult and who is the daughter? It seems like they grew in reverse. Klein and Tracy were a little surprised. The helpers they each invited knew each other, and seemed to be very familiar. After the 2 big shots finished the process of catching up, Katerina glanced at Klein and asked Isaac with a smile, "I'm very curious, why did he assassinate Tracy? Is it for justice?" Hobert laughed in his heart. "This justice is not that justice. If it is really for Miss Justice, then it is a bloody story." The glance that Katerina had just swept over was full of charm, sweet and playful, like the eyes of a teenage girl. Klein had to use meditation to fight against this casually revealed charm. He took the initiative to look at Tracy. "Do you know the rich businessman Jimmy Neck?" Tracy said blankly, "Who is he?" "You may not know him. He once collected a batch of ancient documents related to death. He died in the hands of Kalangos." Klein said, wearing Kalango's face. Tracy's tone was obviously angry. "You are here for those documents?" "Yes." With big shots present, Tracy didn't dare to express her anger. She took a deep breath and asked, "Where is Irene? What did you do to her?" Klein directly responded, "She has returned to Intis." Tracy's expression sank, and her blue eyes glared at Klein, revealing the aura of a pirate general. But Isaac's casual glance made her suddenly become sober. "Those documents did fall into my hands, but I am not interested in them. I simply flipped through 2 pages and handed them over." She laughed. "Even if you had succeeded in the assassination before, you would not be able to get them." Isaac looked at Katerina. "Can you make a copy of those documents for me?" "This is not a big problem." Katerina turned her head and glanced at Tracy. "What are your requirements?" Tracy stared at Klein. "Tell me Irene's whereabouts." "Heh." Hobert couldn't help but laugh, and as a result, Katerina's flowing eyes and Tracy's glare came to Hobert's side. He quickly explained, "Vice Admiral Ailment is deeply affectionate and righteous, which I admire very much." Tracy almost started fighting. This sentence sounded like a provocation no matter how you listened to it. And Hobert took the opportunity to ask Katerina, "Madam, can I ask you a question?" "You say." That expression and tone, as if very much looking forward to Hobert's question. Hobert averted his eyes impolitely. "May I ask, after the death of the Underworld Emperor, did the primordial demoness get the uniqueness of the Red Priest pathway?" This question stunned everyone present. Tracy obviously didn't understand what this question meant. Klein wondered, why would there be the uniqueness of the Red Priest pathway in the Underworld Emperor's place? Is it a weapon similar to a special sealed item like the uniqueness of the Moon pathway in the goddess's hand? Isaac seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and his expression became more and more solemn. Katerina stared at Hobert for 2 seconds. This question meant that the young man wearing the mask knew a lot about the history and secrets of the 4th epoch. She glanced at Isaac again before saying, "As far as I know, no." "Thank you," Hobert said. Katerina followed up with a girlish and innocent tone and asked, "Your mask is very special. May I ask where you got it from?" The other party's tone made Hobert suddenly want to tell the other party everything, but fortunately his mask was made of order crystal, and after taking a deep breath, he regained his sanity. "Family inheritance." Klein nodded aside. "Sure enough, because he is a descendant of the Trunsoist Empire, he inherited the mask and became the favored one of the creator. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 478, Chapter 478 We are getting married. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Azek led Hobert and Klein back to the hotel's deluxe suite. Azek asked Hobert, "You seem to know a lot about the history of the Fourth Epoch. Because of the corpse of that ancient god of death, I gained access to read some secret knowledge." Hobert lied with a sincere face, "This is also thanks to Mr. Azek's help." Azek smiled and shook his head, "I should thank you for reminding me of many things." He pinched his temples, "Sorry, your question just reminded me of something else. My condition is not very good, I may not be able to attend your wedding." Hobert said with some concern, "Can we help you?" "It will be fine after a period of sleep." Azek said to Hobert again, "Put your hand out." Hobert stretched out his hand, and Azek patted his palm, and a black skull with a phantom crown pattern appeared in Hobert's palm. Before Hobert could take a closer look, the pattern disappeared, as if it had penetrated into his skin. Azek explained, "Just now I gave you the ability to enter the underworld and mobilize a part of the underworld's power. In the southern continent of the Fourth Epoch, this was an unparalleled honor." He shook his head with a self-deprecating smile and said again, "It's a pity that you are not a death pathway beyonder. This mark is not of much help to you. But at certain times, you can also use it to make enemies of some undead creatures surrender, or make undead creatures have enough goodwill towards you, and will not actively attack you. Well, this is my wedding gift to you. I'll go find you after I wake up from my sleep." Hobert looked at his palm and smiled happily, "Mr. Azek, thank you for your gift. This gift is too precious, I like it very much." Azek also smiled, and after giving Klein a few more instructions, he entered the spirit world again and disappeared into the room. Hobert took a deep breath and looked at Klein. "Okay, it's getting late, let's go." The two came to the Jeffrey territory. Hobert's study, Selina, and Freya were already almost asleep waiting. Klein was slightly stunned when he saw the two girls, but then he returned to normal and thanked Freya who poured tea for him. After chatting for a few words, Hobert asked the two girls to help the guests tidy up a guest room, and then went to rest. Only the two of them were left in the study, and Hobert explained, "Freya is one of the two people I rescued from the Great Smog incident. I heard she knows Detective Sherlock." Klein took a sip of tea, "Her mother and sister. I was one step late when I rescued people. Her mother's body had already been exhausted. It was only a few seconds late, and she couldn't be saved." Hobert said, "Her sister is still studying in Backlund." Then Selina. At the beginning of the year, Selina encountered an extraordinary event. Hobert briefly described the encounter at the Backlund Manor, and finally said, "The name of the potion I took at the end of last year was Mentor of Disorder, and I need a few students." Klein nodded. Selina's enthusiasm for the extraordinary world and mysticism is very suitable for being Hobert's student, and it is also reassuring to be with Hobert. Skipping this topic, Hobert said again, "Get up early tomorrow and help me entertain the guests." Klein was slightly stunned. "Am I not a guest?" Hobert picked up the teapot and poured a glass of water for Klein. "Am I not entertaining you? Besides, who stipulates that guests cannot entertain other guests? Help me, there will be surprises tomorrow." Klein smiled, "Lawyer." January 28, Backlund, 1920 Branny Street, Factory District. This is an abandoned factory, but today it suddenly became lively. First, a group of people in strange clothes came out of the factory and cleaned up the weeds in the yard. Then the factory door opened, and two busy girls appeared at the door of the office building. One was Selina with striking red hair, and the other was Freya who didn't talk much but was very capable. Around 9 o'clock, the first carriage drove into the factory. Several men in gorgeous clothes but with obvious temperament that did not match their clothes got off the carriage. They looked at the empty abandoned factory in a daze. Did they go to the wrong place? Selina stepped forward to greet him. "Are you here to attend the wedding?" The leading man nodded. Yes. "Please show your invitation card." Selina glanced at the invitation card. "Hello, Mr. Austin, please come this way. This is my companion Freya, she will take you to the wedding venue." The visitors were Austin and others who had robbed tombs with Hobert. If there were only such experiences, Hobert would not have sent them invitations. Later, the mercenary club sent 3 elite teams to assassinate Hobert, and Austin risked a huge risk to warn Hobert through Jessica. So Hobert also invited them to attend his wedding. Freya took a few deep breaths, trying to make herself look generous when facing strangers. "Please follow me." She led Austin and others to the office building. On one side of the empty hall, there was a closed door. This door was not as dilapidated as other doors, and the door was also very clean. Freya followed the teacher's previous instructions, concentrated all her attention on the doorknob, and said in somewhat rusty ancient Hermes language, "Jeffrey territory." As soon as the door opened, the door frame was a piece of illusory space. "Please come in." Austin and others looked at each other, concealed their surprise, and followed closely behind. After shuttling through the spirit world for a while, another door suddenly appeared in front of them. When this door opened, the outside was completely a different scene. From the architectural style and people's clothing, it had an exotic atmosphere. People were coming and going outside, looking very lively. This was the front yard of the Lord's mansion. On the front yard, Klein, with the face of Gairman Sparrow, coldly directed the servants to do the next reception. Austin and others were still reminiscing about the journey just now, and followed the servants in a daze to the wedding venue. Back in Backlund, the abandoned factory became more and more lively, with carriages coming one after another. Selina greeted them seriously. "Ms. Daly and Mr. Leonard, we meet again, please come this way. That gentleman, are you also here to attend the wedding? Please ask the coachman to park the carriage over there." At this time, Selina saw an acquaintance getting off the taxi. "Melissa, this way, this way." "Mr. Benson, hello." Melissa did not expect to meet her good friend here. "Selina, did you also receive an invitation?" "No, I was arranged by Tutor Hobert to receive guests." Selina smiled. "We'll chat later. This is my companion Freya, please follow her to the wedding venue." "Oh, by the way, I've seen the guest list, Elizabeth will come later." Sure enough, after a while, Elizabeth and her family arrived. Elizabeth was a little surprised. "Selina, your family is worried, why are you here?" After seeing the letter left by Selina, Mr. Wood and Mrs. Wood were still a little worried and went around to inquire about Selina's whereabouts. As Selina's good friend, the Wood couple must ask Elizabeth about it. Selina smiled and said, "I am now studying mysticism with Mr. Hobert. If I have time, I will send a letter to my parents." After chatting a few words, Selina had to hurry to greet the guests. "Mr. Harvey Hayden, please come this way. This gentleman, please show your invitation card. Mr. Dorian, right. Please go to the wedding venue with this Mr. Harvey Hayden." Klein at the Lord's mansion side, his eyes narrowed when he saw Melissa and Benson. After taking a deep breath, Klein was relieved. This is the surprise Hobert was talking about last night. He was about to step forward, but in the end he didn't take that step and continued to direct the servants to receive guests. Back at the abandoned factory in Backlund, around 11 o'clock, Audrey and Gleint got off one after another as two gorgeous noble carriages arrived. Selina's eyes lit up, and she sighed in her heart that this lady was so beautiful, and her clothes and jewelry were so gorgeous. "Beautiful lady, you are here to attend the wedding, please come this way." With the arrival of two members of the Justice League, the welcoming task on the Backlund side came to an end. The last few guests were Captain Thomas and the other two. This morning, they received an urgent case and rushed over in a panic after going to the scene. Selina smiled after looking at the invitation card. "Please come this way, 3. Freya had already gone to the Lord's mansion to help, and Selina led the last 3 guests to the door. Borja said, "I said, the wedding will not be held in an abandoned factory." Thomas also smiled and said, "I didn't expect that attending a wedding would also require passing through a traveler's gate. This reminds me of my experience of going to headquarters to study." Selina heard their conversation and noticed the dark sacred emblem on their 3 carriages, knowing that they were all Beyonders. She also recalled the encounter at Backlund Manor and sighed that the tutor knew so many Beyonders. After passing through the traveler's gate and arriving at the Lord's mansion, Klein stepped forward to take over. "Please follow the servants to the wedding venue, 3. Selina drank a few sips of water that Freya handed over. "The guests on the Backlund side have all arrived." Klein nodded. "In a while, let the servants carry a table of food to the factory in Backlund to entertain the coachman waiting there. Don't send wine." Selina agreed. "Understood. Take a break, you guys go to the wedding too." After saying that, Klein went to the wedding venue. He didn't expect that he, who had never been married, would be in charge of the wedding reception. However, he was only responsible for the Backlund side. The reception work on the Fainapotter side was handled by a steward named Dofus. The wedding venue was held on a lawn not far from the Lord's mansion. The weather was good today, not cold or hot, and it was just right to hold the ceremony outdoors. The scene was already full of people, and the areas where they were sitting were clearly defined, with guests from Backlund and nobles from Fainapotter. Klein also saw a few witches in the audience. He knew witches too well, so he knew at a glance that they were witches. This made Klein believe Hobert's words last night. Maybe he was really afraid of meeting acquaintances. Then Klein thought of the sentence in Roselle's diary, "The taste of a demoness isn't bad." He seriously suspected that the Beyonders of the Black Emperor pathway all had this habit. Of course, even if there were witches, the focus of the audience was basically on Audrey. This gem of Backlund was the most dazzling presence no matter what banquet she attended. Klein almost mistook Miss Justice for a Beyonder who had taken the high-sequence witch potion. Through the information of Backlund's nobles, Hobert's friends, etc., Klein easily connected Audrey to Miss Justice. It was not until the Princess of Fainapotter, whose name was Ethel, arrived that she shared a lot of the focus of the scene. Although her appearance was far inferior to Miss Justice, she was better than her imposing manner. Many nobles from Fainapotter dared not even raise their heads after the princess arrived. In addition, there were many guests wearing the robes of the Earth Mother Church. Klein sighed at the breadth of Hobert's social circle. He actually knew the giant bishop of the Backlund Harvest Church, and the sanguine Emlyn, who was holding a parasol. Finally, there were the seats reserved for local officials and people. Because there were a limited number of people who could sit down, more people watched the excitement in the distance of the venue. After briefly reporting the reception situation on the Backlund side to Dofus, Klein also found a corner to sit down. At 12 o'clock, the wedding officially began, and the music at the scene became solemn. Furs, holding Hobert's arm, appeared in the aisle in the middle of the venue. Today, Furs was wearing a white dress that symbolized purity locally. The veil was draped over her shoulders, and the skirt was decorated with lace and auspicious patterns, giving Furs a sense of sacredness. The bloated skirt gave people a sense of elegance, and there was a long skirt behind it, with 2 7- or 8-year-old children following behind to pull the skirt. Hobert was wearing a Fanepotter-style, somewhat cumbersome traditional noble costume with a cloak. The reason why he liked the Fanepotter-style cloak so much was because it made him look heroic and majestic. When the bridesmaid Zio, who was helping to hold the bouquet, appeared, everyone thought she was the bride's younger sister who was still in school, or the younger generation of the bride's family. According to local customs, Hobert and Furs held a wooden box together. There was a new dress in the wooden box, symbolizing a new beginning. There was also a pocket watch that didn't look very new, symbolizing the past of the two people. A blue flower, symbolizing the sincerity of the two people. A somewhat crude bowl, which was borrowed from the residents of the town, symbolizing the harmony between neighbors. There was also a pair of gemstone earrings given by Montrisa, symbolizing the care of relatives. As soon as she entered the venue, Furs saw her friends from medical school, many writer friends, and her mother's family members in the venue. They were waving to Furs and sending their blessings in advance. After a brief surprise, Furs glanced at her fiancé. Hobert smiled, looking ahead, and said, "I've hypnotized them, they'll forget the process of coming here and going back. But I listened to you and didn't bring your father over. Well, I contacted your uncle through your classmate and learned that they all really wanted to attend your wedding, so I invited them all." Furs saw her grandmother's kind smile and smiled happily. It's enough that they can come. She had long been unwilling to associate with her father's family. Especially at a wedding held in a foreign land, she naturally hoped that her relatives and friends could be present and that she could receive their blessings. Furs took Hobert's arm and couldn't help but squeeze it a little tighter. The two slowly came to the front of the venue, attracting everyone's attention. Christian looked at the newlyweds with relief, feeling that he had lived up to his old friend's trust. Mona also shed tears of joy, and Donna cried even more, as if it were a brother getting married today. Audrey looked at all of this with a sweet smile, and others such as Daly, Leonard, Melissa, Elizabeth, Philip, Conrad, and others all looked at the bride and groom with blessings. As for Ethel and the nobles, although they also seemed very focused, you could tell from their somewhat numb smiles that although they were here, their hearts had long since wandered elsewhere. Bishop Simpson was already in place, and after Hobert and Furs came before him, the music stopped, and the cheers and jeers gradually stopped, and Bishop Simpson began to bless the two newlyweds. The first part of the blessing was for the bishop to talk about the relevant descriptions of marriage in the Holy Bible of Life, as well as exhortations to both men and women to take responsibility for each other after becoming husband and wife. The Earth Mother Church is similar to the Evernight Goddess Church, and they both respect women's rights. Relatively speaking, women's responsibilities will be more demanding than those of the Storm Church or the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. This part was a bit boring. The two children holding the skirt might have been too bored. One dropped the skirt and refused to do it, and the other wanted to find their mother. The guests burst into laughter. The second part of the blessing was the bishop's blessing. "May the Lord of the earth, the loving Mother Goddess, bless you too. From now on, under the witness of the Mother Goddess, be of one heart and one mind, and walk with the Mother Goddess. May you be safe and happy, love each other, share the joys and sorrows, and never be separated." Furs listened with tears in her eyes, feeling that just for this blessing, she would convert to the Earth Mother and often go to church to pray. The blessing ceremony ended here, without the "do you want him to want," and the need to seek everyone's consent. But there was a ring-wearing ceremony. The ring Hobert prepared for Furs didn't have any gems or diamonds. It looked ordinary, but it also looked very unusual. Many people have already noticed that this is an extraordinary ring. That's right, this is the fighting ring that Hobert wore before. He resealed it, and the negative effects are already very small. This ring will make up for Furs's weakness in combat. Furs immediately felt the effect of this ring the moment she put it on, which surprised her a bit, because this ring is much more valuable and practical than a diamond ring. This was the second surprise Hobert gave her today. She originally thought that the wedding, which had been rehearsed twice, was just a formality. After Hobert put on the ring, he gently kissed the back of Furs's hand, which made Furs seem to come back to her senses, and smiled and gently stroked Hobert's face. Hobert leaned over and, amid everyone's cheers, entered the kissing session. Although this session was short, everyone enjoyed watching it, and then everyone could come forward to bless the newlyweds. But with Princess Ethel present, of course she was the first to come forward to offer her blessings. Princess Ethel, who was wearing a court dress today but still had very heroic short hair, got up, took out a roll of parchment that had been prepared from the open wooden box handed over by the adjutant, and raised it over her head. "I bring the king's blessing." The nobles immediately stood up solemnly. The guests from Backlund thought this was a local custom and followed suit. Princess Ethel stepped forward, came to the two newlyweds, and read Ferdinand II's long blessing in a sonorous voice that almost made Hobert yawn. After reading for several minutes, there was finally some substance. Hobert is a model among barons. By his own efforts, he redredged the Taz River and greatly improved the public security level in the South Colson area. The king and the Feyenopotter government are very clear about these achievements, so all the territory of the former Viscount Wright is granted to Baron Hobert, hoping that Hobert will continue to allow more citizens to live a safe and happy life. Bless these newlyweds. 1,000 words here. After the king's blessing was read, there was still warm applause, and many nobles even shouted, "Long live the king." After Hobert asked Ethel to return to her seat to rest, he said loudly to everyone, "My wife is a best-selling author. She has written my experiences and efforts in South Colson into a book, which will be given to every guest as a small gift from us." His Majesty the King said in his letter that I am a model among barons and a model among nobles. After you go back, you can tell the story here to friends who have not come. Carry out His Majesty the King's desire to establish a model. Long live the king's will is our will. Everyone followed and shouted, "Long live the king's will is our will." Fir smiled and shook her head, listening to her husband's distortion of the king's blessing. Ethel, who had been in the army for several years, couldn't help but curse in her heart, "Damn it. When did I say you were a model of the nobility, and a model that the king wanted to establish?" But it was obviously inappropriate to stop it now, so she could only let Hobert lead everyone to the wrong place. After shouting a few slogans, the wedding returned to its normal procedure, and everyone came forward to offer their blessings. The guests from Backlund, with the explanations of Serena and Freya, also understood the meaning of this link, and followed the nobles to offer their blessings. "Congratulations," Audrey said with a smile. "Hobert, you can't bully Furs, we are all her strong backing." Hobert smiled so hard that his face was almost numb. "Furs is so virtuous, how could I bully her?" "Virtuous?" Audrey's eyes dimmed slightly, but she still maintained her smile and completed the blessing process. Zio on the side was wondering what point of Furs's can be related to virtuousness. At this time, the citizens who could not enter the venue shouted, "Blessings to the Lord and Madam." At first, it was just a few people shouting, but later everyone's voices gradually converged, and it was somewhat magnificent. Hobert and Furs also waved to everyone. Ethel looked at Hobert's interaction with his subordinates, with some worries in her eyes. The surrounding people's blessings became louder, and someone said happily, "Look, the Lord waved to me." Bullshit. The Lord is obviously waving to me. After the blessing session, it came to the cake-cutting session, which is more characteristic of Feyenopotter. The 8-story giant cake was pushed up. According to custom, the bride and groom have to compete for the power to cut the cake. Whoever holds the knife to cut the cake will be in charge at home in the future. Of course, this is a custom to make the wedding lively. This result has no legal or moral implications. The way to compete for the power to cut the cake is that whoever takes off the other's shoe first can hold the knife, and both the bride and groom can take off each other's shoes. The best man and bridesmaid can also join the battle, and even the young people present can join in to help the bride or groom grab the shoes. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 479, Chapter 479 Wedding, R18. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. When it came time to cut the cake, usually the liveliest part of the wedding. But because of Hobert and Furs's special identities, the young people in the territory did not dare to be presumptuous, and the nobles were too self-important to participate. In the end, only Zio and Donna rushed over to grab Hobert's shoes. Zio pounced like a hungry tiger, but Hobert held her head down. Her arms were too short, and even with her best efforts, she was still a distance away from Hobert's legs. Donna was also going all out, frog leaping to find an opportunity, completely abandoning her ladylike image, but Hobert easily dodged her. She was so determined because Furs had promised that as long as she grabbed Hobert's shoes, Furs would be the boss at home, and Donna could sleep as late as she wanted. Tyron was caught in a dilemma, not knowing whether to help his older brother or older sister. Seeing that this part wasn't going to be lively, Hobert dodged Donna and Zio's offensive, picked up Furs, and easily took off one of her shoes. Furs didn't resist much, smiling as her husband picked her up. When he put Furs down, Hobert didn't forget to kiss her. Amidst the cheers, Hobert first put the shoe back on Furs, and then cut the cake with a knife. Donna burst into tears, and Zio, dissatisfied with her performance, asked, "Why are you crying so sadly?" "My brother got married," Donna sobbed, gasping for breath. "I won't be able to sleep in anymore." Zio paused slightly. What was the connection between the two? Just then, the cake war broke out, starting simply because Hobert reached out and smeared some cream on Furz's face. Seer, Selina, and others who were cheering on the side rushed up and threw cake at each other. The more they threw, the more enthusiastic they became. The 8-layer cake wasn't wasted at all, but no one got to eat any of it. Susie, who was at the wedding, secretly thought it was a pity. This cake war livened up the wedding atmosphere, and then came the buffet-style wedding banquet, the atmosphere of which was lively due to the influence of the cake war. Hobert suddenly saw a very familiar figure among the guests. It was a beautiful woman in her 30s, wearing a beautiful dress, with more temperament than those noble women. She noticed Hobert's gaze and gave him a comforting smile. But there was a wild look in her eyes, which made people feel uneasy, and didn't match her appearance and smile at all. Hobert had seen this woman once in Backlund, just a fleeting glimpse, but she had left a very deep impression on him. Hobert's heart was ringing alarm bells. Why would she be at his wedding? Just as Hobert was stunned, the other party disappeared. Hobert looked around carefully, but couldn't find her. Furz noticed the abnormality. Who are you looking for? Hobert shook his head. I must have been mistaken. At this time, a Viscount came to talk, and Hobert focused on dealing with the Viscount, putting the matter out of his mind. At the wedding banquet, Daly and others, who dealt with extraordinary cases every day, were also affected by the wedding atmosphere, and their mood became cheerful. Daly looked at Hobert and Furz, who were talking with the guests. They are so well matched. Captain Thomas smiled. Yes, they look like they are very loving. Leonard was about to join the conversation when he suddenly sensed something. Following the reminder of his spirituality, he looked over and saw the person called Gehrman Sparrow hosting the reception. Gehrman raised his glass to Leonard, and Leonard paused slightly, but also raised his glass in response. The two drank a glass of wine from a distance. Leonard wondered why the other party's eyes looked so familiar. Audrey on the other side was also looking at the bride and groom. This is a wedding, it looked so happy. Glaint, who was peeking at the witches, said, Audrey, I didn't expect so many beautiful ladies among the nobles of Feynapotter. Audrey glanced in the direction of Glaint and smiled slightly, wondering if she should tell him that these beautiful ladies might have been men before. In a corner of the banquet, Selina, Elizabeth, and Melissa were discussing how beautiful Furz's exotic dress was, and fantasizing about their respective futures. Harvey Hayden toasted Ulysses and Christian, and the three old comrades couldn't help but recall Rex. Over there, Seal and Corwin were competing in drinking. They jokingly attacked each other while pouring glasses of red wine into their mouths. There were many young people cheering around, clapping their hands and shouting, very lively. In the corner, only Klein was sitting there, looking very lonely. But he had a satisfied smile, watching the lively crowd. At more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the wedding banquet ended, and most of the guests said goodbye or returned to the hotel to rest. The guests from Backlund had basically returned. It was a bit late to leave for the guests from Feynapotter, so they chose to stay overnight in the scenic town and leave tomorrow. After seeing off the guests who were leaving, Hobert and Furz took a train around the territory. The villagers spontaneously went to the railway to bless the Lord and his wife. Hobert responded to their blessings by scattering some candy to them. As soon as the train left, people from the town government rode horses to issue a notice, to celebrate the Lord's wedding. From today until the following week, the Lord will host a banquet at every village entrance. As long as you are willing to come, wine, meat, and vegetables are guaranteed to be enough. This caused another burst of cheers from the villagers. It wasn't that Hobert was so extravagant, but that spring plowing had arrived, and the entire Jeffrey territory would be completely entering a stage of working day and night in the fields. So Hobert simply took this opportunity to provide free food and drink for the villagers. Anyway, Christian promised that all the wedding expenses would be his responsibility, and Hobert also included this expense in the wedding. After dark, Hobert and Furz were a little tired, but their emotions were still high, because the lively dance party began at the wedding scene. This was the last and craziest part of the wedding. Most of those who came to the dance party were young people. They would keep dancing until the bonfire went out, until the band couldn't play any more notes, and some people would even fall asleep on the spot from exhaustion. In this part, young men could kiss the girls they liked, even if they hadn't said a word before. Girls could also invite the young men they liked to dance, and the closer they danced, the closer they got, eventually embracing each other. In this closed mountainous area, it was more like a collective blind date. At the same time, it also implied that the bride and groom were going to rest, and it was time to do what couples should do. Amidst the cheers, Furz and Hobert returned to the Lord's bedroom together. Hobert lay on the bed with his limbs spread out. I'm at least a sequence 5, but I'm so tired from getting married. How do ordinary people survive? Furz, sitting on the edge of the bed, smiled gently. No ordinary groom plays as crazy as you do. Of course, you have to indulge a little when you get married. Hobert saw Furz stand up as if to leave. Where are you going? Of course, I'm going back to my room. We're married, are we still going to live separately? Isn't it love after marriage? Furs said with a little bit of mischief, "We'll live together after we've completed the process of falling in love." Furs under the lights was dignified and beautiful, and her shallow smile seemed to fill her eyes with all kinds of amorous feelings. Hobert was stunned for a moment. Hobert didn't react until Furs reached the door. "Wait a minute." Seeing that he couldn't catch up, Hobert was about to secretly say, "What a pity," but after taking a few steps, he found that Furs couldn't open the door. Furs stomped her feet in anger. "The door is broken." Hobert hugged Furs with one arm and pulled the door with the other. "That's strange, it was fine just now." Furs pulled hard, almost pulling the door down, but it still wouldn't open. Could it be that someone locked the door from the outside? "Who dares to lock my door? What bad luck." Bad luck. Hobert suddenly realized and almost knelt on the ground and shouted, "Praise the lady, the third misfortune came just in time." Furs was about to use her door-opening ability to go out, but Hobert smiled first. "Let's dance one more dance." Seeing Hobert looking at her affectionately, Furs couldn't bear to refuse, so she wrapped one hand around Hobert's waist and put the other on his shoulder, and danced a relatively lyrical dance to the music that was still continuing at the wedding scene. When they were dancing outside just now, Hobert didn't show too much intimacy with Furs in order to maintain the image of the Lord. Now that there were only two of them left, Hobert didn't care about his image. He hugged Furs tightly in his arms. The two of them weren't dancing anymore, they were more like hugging each other and spinning around. Seeing that the time was right, Hobert tilted his head and kissed Furs's soft lips. Furs was slightly stunned, but then enjoyed Hobert's passionate kiss. As a result, Hobert kissed her deeper and deeper, one hand tightly hugging Furs, and the other hand reaching into her clothes from behind. Hobert pushed his tongue past her lips and into her mouth, letting their tongues dance together. Furs was enjoying the feeling of the deep kiss more and more, and enjoying the warmth of Hobert's palm more and more. When Hobert carried Furs horizontally and put her on the bed this time, Furs just smiled shyly and wrapped her arms around Hobert's neck. Hobert leaned down, his lips never leaving hers as he lowered her onto the soft mattress. His body pressed against hers, and she could feel the hardness of his desire through his clothes. Furs' breath hitched, but she didn't pull away. Instead, she arched her back, pressing herself more firmly against him, her shyness giving way to a growing curiosity and arousal. Hobert's hands explored her body, tracing the curves of her waist, her hips, and her thighs. He broke the kiss only to trail his lips down her neck, his tongue flicking out to taste her skin. Furs gasped, her fingers digging into his back, urging him on. Hobert," she whispered, her voice barely audible. He looked up at her, his eyes dark with desire. "Yes, my love," he murmured, his hands finding the laces of her dress, pulling them loose. This is my first time, so," she admitted, her cheeks flushing pink. She had read such acts in books, but was clueless about what to do. A slow smile spread across Hobert's face. He pushed her dress aside, exposing her breasts to the cool air of the room. They were a modest size, no more than a B cup. Furs felt a sense of shame and insecurity, exposing her breasts to Hobert. Her nipples hardened, and Hobert leaned down, taking one into his mouth, sucking gently. Furs cried out, her back arching off the bed as pleasure shot through her. He lavished attention on her breasts, his tongue swirling around her sensitive nipples, his teeth grazing gently. Furs' hands fisted in his hair, holding him to her as she panted and moaned. Hobert's hand trailed down her stomach, his fingers dipping into her navel before continuing their journey south. He pushed her skirt up, his hand tracing her sex through her thin underwear. Panting, Furs bucked her hips, rubbing against his hand, seeking more friction. She felt a burning desire between her legs as clear love fluids dripped down. Hobert chuckled, a low, husky sound. "Eager, aren't we?" he murmured, his fingers hooking into her soaked underwear, pulling them aside. Her dark brown pubic hair was trimmed into a small strip, and Hobert could see the rosy pink color of her virgin hole. The two pink lips beneath the labia majora quivered as a crystal-clear liquid oozed from her vagina, making the entrance wet and slippery. He slipped a finger into her, then another, his thumb finding her clit, rubbing it in slow circles. Furs' moans filled the room, her hips moving in time with his hand. Her arousal pooled onto the bed as viscous fluid dripped down from her cute little pussy. His other hand continued to massage and squeeze her breasts, toying with her nipples occasionally. "Hobert, please," she panted, her body tensing as she neared her climax. He leaned down, capturing her mouth in a passionate kiss, swallowing her cries as she came, her inner muscles clenching around his fingers. He pulled his fingers out of her climaxing pussy and shoved them into her mouth. "Clean it." Furs, in a daze, licked the fingers clean with her pink tongue, coating them in her saliva. Hobert admired the sight of her leaking vagina and hoisted her legs onto his shoulders. "On." Furs whimpered as Hobert started to lick her pussy clean, the scent of her arousal filling his nostrils. He bit at her clit lightly and pushed his tongue into her virgin pussy. She came once more as Hobert's tongue explored her insides, drinking in her taste. As her orgasm subsided, Hobert pulled away, a wicked smile on his face. Now, it's my turn, he said, quickly shedding his clothes. Fur's eyes widened as she took in his naked body, his erect cock standing proud. He crawled back onto the bed, positioning himself between her legs. Fur's heart raced as she imagined the cock penetrating her. See, can it even fit inside? Her cheeks flushed red as she felt the tip of his cock press against her entrance. But as physically weak as an apprentice pathway beyonder may be, their physique still surpassed that of normal humans. He penetrated her swollen vagina slowly, inch by inch, giving her time to adjust to his size. He reached down with hand to tease her clit as he continued to push past her labia. Fur's gasped, her nails digging into his shoulders as he filled her completely. There was a hint of blood flowing from her torn hymen. She grimaced slightly and waited a couple of seconds before giving Hobert the green light. The mix of pain and pleasure was electrifying, unlike anything she had felt before. Hobert began to thrust into her, starting slow at first. But as Furs grew more accommodated to his girthy cock, he sped up, molding her pussy to fit his manhood. You feel amazing, Hobert groaned, his forehead resting against hers. He kissed her again, pushing his tongue into her mouth. His tongue dominated in the dance, swapping saliva and fluids. Her tight walls clenched and contracted around his shaft tightly, begging for his cock to release in her. He couldn't get enough of Fur's slick, tight pussy. He began to move, his hips thrusting against hers, their bodies slapping together in a rhythm. Fur seemed to have lost her strength and could only squeeze out a faint moan from her throat as the huge rod stretched her out and filled her up. Hobert felt Fur's wet pussy continuously tighten and contract around his cock. The pressure of her hot flesh folds around his cock made him more erect. Fur's unconsciously wrapped her legs around his waist, urging him deeper, her body meeting his thrusts with eager movements. Sticky fluids constantly leaked out of her vagina, a white foamy liquid that seemed to contain a trace of pinkish red. He took one of her quivering nipples into his mouth and sucked on it as he massaged her breasts. Hobert, she cried out, her body tensing as another orgasm built within her. She could feel the tip of his cock kiss her cervix, wanting to penetrate her womb. I'm close, she gasped in a strained voice. Go ahead, Furs. Come for me, Hobert panted, his own release close. With a final cry, Furs came, her inner muscles milking his cock as Hobert found his own release, his seed flooding into her. Furs held him tightly, her arms wrapped around his back, her legs still entwined with his. That was incredible, she whispered, a contented smile on her flushed face. She had masturbated before with her fingers, but it had never been as intense as this. Hobert kissed her forehead and looked down at her with a soft smile. You are beautiful, Furs. Every inch of you. He leaned down, capturing her lips in a gentle kiss. Furs melted into it, her body still humming with pleasure. Hobert's cock exited her gaping pussy and the cloudy mixture of their fluids spilled out onto the bed. Furs looked down and saw that Hobert's cock was still hard. As beyonders, their stamina and endurance surpassed normal humans. Suddenly, Furs recalled something she had seen in the past and pursed her lips, as should I try to give a blowjob. She brought her face down and pressed her lips to the tip while maintaining eye contact with Hobert. This was something she had learned from the books she had read in the past when she was still an amateur writer. She teased the head with her tongue and took the length of Hobert's cock into her mouth, cleaning the shaft. Her saliva coated the penis thoroughly, washing away the cloudy white mixture of his cum and her vaginal fluids. Furs reached down and played with her clit as she sucked with a false confidence. She remembered that the female protagonist of the book she had read was careful not to graze the penis with her teeth. Hobert shuddered as Furs sucked intensely, lapping up any precum that leaked from the tip. As an apprentice pathway beyonder, it wasn't too difficult to learn how to give a blowjob. After a few minutes of sucking, she was beginning to learn Hobert's weak spots. Hobert gritted his teeth as Furs milked him with her mouth. Her skill had improved noticeably within just a few minutes. Furs made use of her tongue, swirling over the tip as she took the cock deeper. She tried to suppress her gag reflex, going as far as she could. Hobert's hands grabbed her head and gently coaxed her to go deeper. He managed to push most of his cock into her mouth and down her throat. The sensation of her mouth was very different from her pussy. It was still very warm, but there was a strong suction and the feeling of being massaged by the tongue that was unique to the mouth. Furs, I'm coming again. Hobert came again, filling her stomach with his semen. Furs's cheeks bulged a bit as his thick, viscous seed filled her mouth. He pulled his cock out from her mouth, forming a bridge of silvery saliva. She opened her mouth and showed Hobert the cloudy white seed pooling on her tongue before swallowing it all with an audible gulp. Furs licked her lips clean and showed her now empty mouth to Hobert with a flushed face. The taste was strange, unlike what the books had described. Furs turned over and got into a doggy-style position, spreading her pussy lips with her fingers. I want to try this position next, Hobert. She said with a hint of shyness. Hobert wasted no time and stuck his cock into Furs again, filling her hot and sticky cunt. Her slick fluids ran down her leg and dripped onto the sheets, serving as a perfect natural lubricant. Her pussy quivered slightly, but accepted the full length much more easily this time. I'm not gonna hold back this time, okay? Hobert whispered into her ear. Hobert grabbed her hair and pulled lightly as he pounded her cunt more roughly, filling the room with loud plap-plap sounds. Aunt Furs moaned, slightly surprised by the sudden speed and force. Her cunt walls squeezed and contracted rhythmically, desperate to milk his cum into her womb. Thankfully, Hobert had distorted the room so that no sound would leak out. Furs felt an orgasm building and moaned, MMMPH, Hobert, MMMN, I'm gonna, Hobert massaged and kneaded the pale flesh of her buttocks as he fucked her hard. In between the gap, he could barely make out the anus under the dim lighting. He gave Furs a spanking as he pumped his cock into her until her cheeks were bright pink. The sounds of the slaps overlapped with her moans and the wet noises of her lewd hole being pounded by his cock. NNNNG. Furs bit her lip as the force of the slap spread throughout her body. I'm coming. Furs gasped as a wave of pleasure washed over her. She squirted her juices all over Hobert as he continued to penetrate her deeply, pressing his cock to the entrance of her womb. Hobert was trying not to come from the warm and wet depths of her cunt that was trying to milk him dry. He buried his cock to the hilt, enjoying Furs' insides. The scalding hot folds of flesh massaged his cock with pussy juice as lubrication. Furs moaned in ecstasy as her vaginal walls gripped Hobert's shaft tightly. He felt cum building up, desperate to be released into the depths of her fertile womb. He pushed the cock as far as he could, pressing the tip to the entrance of her hungry womb. The cervix seemed to expand as it met the cock, opening the way for Hobert to fill her up. Furs, I'm gonna fill you up again, he whispered into her ear. Hobert came inside her tight cunt for a second time, painting her insides white. Furs came around his cock at the same time, her cunt convulsing around him. Her sexual fluid splashed onto Hobert as she moaned into the pillow. As he pulled out, Furs turned around and looked at him bashfully. Her pink folds were swollen and gaping from the intense fucking she had just endured. Her puffy and flushed lips gaped open and pulsated, inviting Hobert for more. Furs' cheeks were flushed red as she saw the mess she had made, but Hobert didn't care at all. He smiled and said with one hand wrapped around her waist, I can still continue. Hobert opened his eyes and looked outside. It was already dawn. Tasting the madness of last night, Hobert simply put his arm around Furs' shoulder and let her completely lie on him. Furs took Hobert's hand away, burrowed into his arms again, and wanted to continue sleeping. Hobert didn't continue to disturb her, and waited until she had slept soundly for another half an hour. After Furs woke up, she kissed Hobert's chest. Hobert, what should I do? What should I do? I really want to stop time, or slow down time, and stay in the current warmth forever. Silly girl. Hobert reached out and pinched her nose. If you stop time, wouldn't you miss the more warm and happy moments in the future? Furs smiled. Hobert, you are so good at pleasing girls, you must have deceived many young ladies and ladies, right? So far, I have only deceived a beautiful and lovely young lady named Furs. Furs smiled sweetly and said, liar. The two kissed passionately for a while. It was indeed not early. They got up. After putting on their clothes, Hobert pointed to the oil painting on the wall. This will be our sentinel in the future. It is a sealed artifact. In the activated state, it can issue a death curse to every creature in front of it. Although the strength of the curse is not very strong, it is enough to issue a warning and give us some reaction time. Come, you hold this side of the portrait, and I will let it mark your spirituality, so that you become an object it can ignore. Yes, that's right, from now on, this room will be our safe world at night, and we can dance to our heart's content. When Furs heard the word dance, she immediately blushed a little. Of course, she understood Hobert's implication. The two talked to Christian in the yard for a while, and Hobert began to get busy again. Today he had to continue to entertain those nobles and wealthy people. Originally, these nobles were going to leave, but this morning, they received an invitation and a mask. The invitation said that an extraordinary auction would be held in the back mountain tonight, and listed several items to be auctioned. The nobles were more or less involved in the extraordinary, so everyone planned to stay one more day and go to the auction in the evening to see. The wealthy people also received the same invitation, but many of them didn't know what these auction items were. Those who knew what it meant stayed, and those who didn't know and had things to go back to deal with left in the morning. Those who were not in a hurry prepared to stay and take a look. They guessed that this was Hobert's invitation, so of course they had to give him some face. Since they were going to stay in the territory for another day, Hobert had to entertain them. So he took everyone on a small train to tour the territory. The first two carriages were specially designed for the nobles, with seats as wide as sofas and a very good view. Hobert and Ethel sat in the front. Ethel, who was dressed neatly again today, looked at the busy scene of spring planting in the fields. In the blink of an eye, it's time for spring plowing again. Hobert followed up on this topic. Yes, year after year, again and again, it passes quickly. I've seen many scenes of spring plowing, but the people in your territory seem to be more motivated. Maybe it's because I cancelled the agricultural tax. I read that book last night. Ethel looked at the fields outside and said, "You have a lot of courage." Before this, Ethel knew very little about Hobert and Geoffrey's territory. She thought that Hobert had completely established his rule in South Colson by violence. Only after coming to Geoffrey's territory did she realize that Hobert's governance level was quite high. At least Ethel had never seen such a capable person among the nobles. If most of what the book said was true, then Hobert already had some foundation in Geoffrey's territory, which would bring considerable obstacles to the return of the monarchy. Hobert smiled and said, "My personal ability only accounts for a small part, all thanks to the support of the royal family and the princess." Ethel smiled at Hobert with a meaningful look. Hypocrite. Hobert continued to maintain his smile. "This little girl is really hard to please." The princess continued to look out the window. "You were given the fiefdom of a viscount, but you were not ennobled as a viscount. Do you understand why? I only have achievements, but my loyalty to the king is not enough." Ethel nodded with satisfaction. It's easy to talk to smart people. She glanced at Hobert again. "So." Hobert, however, unexpectedly played his cards differently. "I am absolutely loyal to the king. The princess should be able to see this. I am an honest person and have no ambition. I only want to manage my territory well." Ethel almost blurted out bullshit, but she ultimately maintained the demeanor a princess should have. "I would be more at ease if you showed your ambition." "I plan to retire after I've built up the territory," Hobert said contentedly. "I'll live a life of lying down and counting money in the future." Ethel said nothing. Of course, she wouldn't believe such nonsense. After entertaining the nobles until after 4 in the afternoon and seeing the scenery of the territory, Hobert returned to the Lord's mansion to rest. However, there are benefits to this tour. Many nobles are planning to come to Geoffrey Town for vacation in April and May. Back at the Lord's mansion, the reporters came to say goodbye. Hobert told the reporters about his idea of a youth hostel, which would provide great discounts for young people who want to travel. At the same time, he asked the reporters to be sure to write one point in the report: art students from art schools who come to sketch will have their food and accommodation covered, and if there are works appreciated by the Lord will buy them and print albums in the future. This marketing method is very novel, and even if Hobert doesn't tell them, the reporters plan to write it in the report. After seeing off the reporters, Hobert came to the side hall and asked Dennis to guard the door and not let anyone disturb him. He first set up the altar and completed the transaction with Alger and Little Sunday. The fool reminded him to make the transaction at noon, but he didn't have time then. He got 5 more beyonder ingredients from Little Sun and the juice of the Black Mist Lord tree that Alger bought for 2,000. After completing the ritual, Hobert realized, isn't the fool in the Lord's mansion? From the east courtyard of the Lord's mansion to the front courtyard. He suddenly felt like he had gone the long way around. Hobert smiled and began to prepare for the evening auction. After the family had dinner, they rode in 2 carriages and followed Hobert to the back mountain to watch the excitement. Hobert rode in a carriage with Furs and Donna. Taking advantage of the girls' chattering, Hobert said to Furs, "Observe the auction techniques carefully later. If I don't have time in the future, you will host the auction." Furs was slightly taken aback. I can't." Hobert held her hand and smiled gently. "It's very simple. It's actually using everyone's psychology of rushing to buy and the psychology of, there's only one chance. Although he has never hosted an auction, he has seen a lot of auctions of cultural relics and is very clear about the psychological game involved." "I won't let you work for nothing," Hobert smiled. "Currently, you get 5% of every item you sell." Furs said seriously, "I will study hard." Donna asked, "Hobert, why do you emphasize currently?" "Because after Furs takes over the financial management of the Lord's mansion, she can't use this commission-based accounting model." Donna said enviously, "Brother, sorting out accounts is very tiring. Do you want me to share the burden for my sister-in-law?" "Forget it, I'm afraid the Lord's mansion will go bankrupt." "Humph, stingy." Hobert flicked Donna's head. "Isn't the pocket money I give you enough to spend? You're always thinking about these crooked ideas." The wheels of the carriage rolled slowly, and arrived at the back mountain in the 3 people's chat. Currently, the back mountain is still relatively desolate, especially at night. Only the auction building is lonely with lights, very much like the haunted building in ghost stories. However, this is very in line with the terrifying atmosphere that beyonder gatherings should have. The nobles and wealthy people who came to participate in the auction arrived one after another, and the back mountain became a little more popular. Everyone wore masks, but some people were still easily recognized, such as Princess Ethel. Her powerful aura could not be concealed by a mask. In addition, Klein and Bishop Simpson, as well as Darnell, the demigod of the Tudor family, were also invited to watch the auction. The decoration of the auction hall is very simple, and it has not even had time to put up the ceiling. There are only rows of seats that are higher and higher towards the back, like a theater, and an auction table. The places outside the auction hall have not even had windows installed. However, everyone came for the mystical items, and even the nobles who are more demanding on the environment don't care too much about these. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Hobert came to the auction table. I announced that this auction officially begins. The first lot is a rare beyonder weapon. It has the shape of a crossbow, which is convenient to carry, and has two abilities. The first ability is that even people who have never used a crossbow. The nobles and wealthy merchants under the stage listen very carefully. Those who knew the business knew that beyonder weapons were indeed rare, and those who didn't know the business were also attracted by its ability and the onlookers. While speaking, Hobert showed everyone the beyonder weapon he had just obtained from Carrie. This crossbow is a good self-defense weapon for the family. Even family members who have never touched a weapon can use it to protect themselves in an emergency. The starting price is 1,800 gold lire, with each bid increasing by 100 gold lire. The auction now begins. This gentleman bid 1,900, that one bid 2,000. 2,200. That discerning gentleman directly bid 2,200. 2,300. 2,400. 2,400 for the first time. Is there a higher bid? You can't stay at home every day to protect your family. With this crossbow, your family will have security. Hobert was full of emotion and completely immersed in this auction. 2,600. That gentleman must have a happy and inviolable family. 2,800. This gentleman bid 2,800. 3,000. 3,100. 3,200. 3,200 for the first time. 3,200 for the second time. This kind of weapon that is very easy to use is rare. You may not encounter a similar weapon this year. 3,300. That gentleman bid 3,300. 3,500. This gentleman knows the principle of not missing opportunities. 3,700. That gentleman also understands this principle. Hobert found that those who were still raising the price were basically wealthy people who didn't know much about the business but had a lot of money. So the price of this beyonder weapon directly climbed to a price that Hobert had not expected, 3,800. 3,800 once, 3,800 twice. Is there a higher bid? 3,800 three times. Sold. Hobert knocked on the gavel, and the first transaction was completed. Klein, sitting in the corner, was very envious. In the blink of an eye, Hobert had earned about 3,000 pounds. He didn't expect that Hobert would not only initiate group purchases, but also be so good at auctioneering. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyofstars for more chapters. T/N, version 2, revised R18, China censor, I take matters into my own hands. Chapter 480, Chapter 480 Hobert's Future Economic Pillar, Bonus 1. Chapter 480 Hobert's Future Economic Pillar. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyofstars for more chapters. Thanks to Dylan for becoming a free member. That beyonder weapon was merely an appetizer prepared by Hobert. Its normal value, in regular transactions, was at most 2,000 gold lire. Hobert used it as the first item for auction because of its scarcity. But it was different at the auction, especially with these wealthy individuals who didn't think much of a few thousand gold lire. Once the atmosphere was built up, they seemed to enjoy the bidding process even more. The second item for auction was an beyonder characteristic of Sequence 7, Interrogator. Because there were members of the royal family present, Hobert explained, everyone should know that George III of Loan has a bounty of 10,000 pounds, which is 12,000 gold lire, on my head. Many ignorant people have tried to earn this high reward, but none of them have managed to leave my territory. The second item for auction is a contribution from a mercenary team of the Lone Kingdom, and beyonder characteristic of an interrogator. The nobles mostly couldn't take their eyes off it. The two royal families had extremely strict control over this pathway, beyonder characteristics, and noble families often had only one mid-sequence extraordinary being. If anyone could obtain this beyonder characteristic, the family's strength would be greatly enhanced. There were also some barons who had been Sequence 8 for several generations, constantly seeking an opportunity to advance further. Their gazes became very eager. Seeing that he had fully captured everyone's attention, Hobert immediately started the auction. Starting price is 1,500 gold lire, each bid must increase by 100 gold lire, let the auction begin. A baron calmly said, 1,800 gold lire. Hobert didn't expect it to be so intense right from the start, 1,800. 1,800 once. Before he could finish, a viscount said nonchalantly, 2,500. Hobert smiled and said, this gentleman who understands its value bids 2,500. 2,500 once. A count also said in a calm tone, 3,500. Hobert's hand holding the hammer trembled, the nobles are ruthless. Some less popular Sequence 6 beyonder characteristics, I can only sell for about this price. Of course, Hobert also knew that being able to sell at this price was largely due to choosing the right customer base. If the audience was a group of nobles from the Intis Republic or the Fasak Empire, their bids wouldn't be so crazy. Immediately afterward, Hobert suddenly realized that auctions and beyonder characteristics were a perfect match. Of course, the prerequisite was to find the right customer base. If he were auctioning a werewolf beyonder characteristic, the most likely outcome would be a failed auction. While Hobert was distracted, the nobles had already bid up to 5,000 gold lire. 5,000 for the first time. 5,000 for the second time. Any higher bids? 5,000 for the third time. Just as Hobert was about to bring down the hammer, Ethel, sitting in the front row, also said in a calm tone, 8,000. Everyone exclaimed in unison. They all knew that 5,000 gold lire had already exceeded the value of the item. Even if they needed it very much, the wealthy nobles were unwilling to continue bidding after reaching 5,000 gold lire. Ethel's bid was more like a deterrent. The beyonder characteristics of this pathway belong to the royal family. Only by being loyal to the royal family will you have the opportunity to advance. Hobert on the stage was dumbfounded by Ethel's operation. Was this malicious price inflation? But Hobert liked such tycoons. After asking 3 times in a row, there was of course no higher bid, so this item was sold for a high price of 8,000 gold lire. Klein pondered, I wonder if an auction can be held in the Tarot Club. How annoying. It actually sold for 8,000 gold lire, which is about £6,500. And the faceless beyonder characteristic that Hobert bought from me before wasn't that expensive. Hobert certainly didn't know what Klein was thinking. He was still concentrating on the auction. The next few items didn't cause much of a stir. There was an beyonder characteristic of barbarian, many spiritual materials seized from Gunboat Island, and 2 beyonder ingredients carefully selected by Hobert. Divided into a total of 5 auctions, the total transaction amount was only 2,000 gold lire. Finally, the highly anticipated finale item arrived, a level 2 sealed artifact. Whether it was nobles, extraordinary forces, or the royal family, they all valued the collection of sealed artifacts. Hobert also had such a hobby. Now, just looking at the level 2 sealed artifacts in his hand, he should be close to matching an beyonder family with thousands of years of accumulation. This item also had sufficient scarcity. This level of transaction rarely occurred in ordinary beyonder gatherings. Hobert showed everyone the colorful bracelet in the wooden box. This is a very practical magical item. Its ability is, it can use spiritual materials to create scrolls with freezing, paralysis, and other effects. There is a 10% chance of creating scrolls with beyonder abilities through corresponding materials. The wearer's spirituality will be greatly increased. The key negative effect is not significant, it will only be very eager to obtain knowledge of mysticism, and unless the wearer prays for power from the hidden sage, all ritual magic will end in failure. This was Hobert's loot from the mercenary team that assassinated him. It was a magical item of the mystery prior pathway. Everyone should know the scarcity of items at this level. Today, I am using it as the finale item, Hobert said. Starting price is 6,000 gold lire. Each bid must increase by 500 gold lire. Let the auction begin. 7,000. 8,000. 9,000. The price soared extremely quickly. Only now did Hobert have a chance to interject. 9,000. This discerning gentleman bids 9,000. 9,000 once. 9,000 twice. Darnell, sitting in the back row, bid 12,000. Boo. Everyone exclaimed and turned to see who had made the bid. 14,000. Bishop Simpson followed closely. This bid once again caused everyone to exclaim. This was a fortune that could allow someone to join the ranks of the wealthy in Fainapotter. 16,000. Jonathan of the Theosophy Order bid. After Darnell's bid, the nobles and wealthy people were silent, leaving only a few extraordinary organizations bidding and making the price terrifying. At this time, Ethel took action again, 20,000. For her, money was really just paper. 21,000. Only Bishop Simpson followed, but he seemed to be running out of steam. Ethel directly bid without giving others a chance, 23,000. Even Bishop Simpson was unwilling to follow. Klein and Furs in the corner were stunned. They both suspected that they had misremembered. Was the exchange rate between pounds and gold lire 1 to 5? Or 1 to 6? In the end, the bracelet was sold for the terrifying price of 23,000 gold lire. Some wealthy people who lacked mystical knowledge were also very surprised. They couldn't imagine what kind of bracelet was worth so much. Was this what nobles like to play with? Hobert on the stage realized that building the auction house was the right move. The reason why the price of the auction item was so high, an important concept, is its scarcity, which is the core of the auction. As for the psychology of rare opportunity that Hobert said before, it is based on this core. And beyonder characteristics and extraordinary items are inherently scarce. Those who hope to monopolize these extraordinary resources are also organizations such as the royal family and the church that don't really care about money. Beyonder auctions are rare because it is difficult to solve the problem of legality. Some Beyonder gatherings, such as the gathering initiated by Mr. A of the Aurora Order, if they dare to hold auctions, it is estimated that official Beyonders will come to check 3 times a day, and it will not be dark yet. Hobert is definitely an exception. First of all, this is an auction in his own territory, and official Beyonders cannot control it here. Secondly, he himself is a Sequence 5, which is already a very powerful Beyonder, and can provide enough auction items in the early stage of the auction house. This exception is difficult to replicate. Hobert had already realized this, so he hurriedly built the auction center. The effect achieved by this auction made Hobert very satisfied. This evening, the auction alone created a revenue of 36,600 gold lire for him. Of course, this is inseparable from the fact that there are tycoons like Ethel in this auction. The profit of future auctions may not be so considerable, but the auction will definitely attract many other transactions. For example, Hobert noticed that Darnell was a little restless. And this is Hobert's own channel for selling stolen goods. In the future, if there are any spoils of war, he will have his own sales channel, and there is no need for other forces to earn the price difference. This will be an important economic pillar for Hobert in the future. Hobert smiled and said, "Friends who didn't bid on their favorite items, don't be discouraged. A large auction like tonight will be held on the 29th of every month. Small auctions will be held on the 5th, 15th, and 25th of each month. If you need anything, you can leave your address when you leave tomorrow, and I will send the main auction item information to your residences in advance. Also, did everyone see that room? There are people on duty there 24 hours a day. If you need anything, you can enter that room and make your request, and we will help you pay attention." Finally, there is a second part of the auction, free trading. Another important source of income for the auction house is to use the popularity attracted by the auction to conduct transactions other than auctions. Hobert certainly wouldn't miss this good opportunity and prepared to hold an Beyonder gathering after the auction. He began to explain the rules. If you have any needs, you can ask the waiter to come over and write down the needs on the paper and pen we provide. If I can help solve it, I will ask you to stay after the gathering, and we will trade separately. If I can't help solve the need, I will read it out loud on the stage to see if other participants can reach a transaction with you. If you need confidentiality, I still suggest finding an opportunity to go to the room on the side of the hall to state your needs, or mark the word confidential on the back of the note, and I will help you pay attention. Okay, now the gathering begins. Dennis went on stage to remove the auction table and brought Hobert a chair. Most nobles have participated in some Beyonder gatherings, so they are no strangers to the rules of this kind of gathering. Generally speaking, the notaries of this kind of gathering are powerful Beyonders. The second auction item barely proved Hobert's strength. At least he is a Sequence 6, otherwise it would be impossible to kill a Sequence 7 so easily. However, because it was the first gathering, everyone was still a little worried about Hobert's strength, so after more than half a minute, a noble tentatively wrote down a need that he didn't urgently need. The lights in the audience were relatively dim, and Hobert could only see that the other party was wearing an expensive suit, and he couldn't tell what level of noble he was. The waiter handed the note to Hobert, opened it and saw, "Need a complete 5-color leaf grass." Hobert smiled and said, "This gentleman needs an ingredient at the Sequence 9 level, and I can help solve it. Please stay after the gathering, and I will trade with you separately. Mr. 1. This is your code name for trading later. Complete 5-color leaf grass is one of the main ingredients of Mystery Prior. A long time ago, when Hobert accidentally glimpsed that knowledge more, he obtained some knowledge itself, at the cost of his head being blown open, and also obtained the potion formulas from Sequence 9 to Sequence 7 of the Mystery Prior pathway. And among the spoils of war from the shipyard island before, there was a complete 5-color leaf grass. Seeing that Hobert easily solved the first need, someone handed over a note. May I ask what exactly is an Beyonder characteristic? Why are there Beyonder characteristics? Hobert smiled and said, "This gentleman is asking an extraordinary question. Similarly, I can answer it. If you just simply talk about the appearance of this question, it costs 100 gold lire. If you want me to explain the principle behind it clearly, it costs 1,000 gold lire. Believe me, my asking price is very fair, because the answers to some questions cannot be bought with money." Klein and Furs in the audience felt inexplicably familiar when they heard this sentence. Hobert continued, "Mr. 2. This is your code name. If you want to trade, please stay after this gathering." Next, the atmosphere of the transaction gradually became enthusiastic, and 12 transactions were initiated one after another, including 3 transactions asking for extraordinary questions. There were 7 transactions seeking Beyonder ingredients, and 2 transactions seeking low-sequence potion formulas. Hobert himself solved 4 of the 7 Beyonder ingredients needed, and Hobert also had those 2 potion formulas. Originally, Hobert thought that the first gathering transaction might be cold, but he himself did not expect that his accumulation of potion formulas, knowledge reserves, and beyonder material accumulation could completely cope with such a gathering. Of course, there will not be two large transactions at this kind of gathering, but this can accumulate a large number of potential customers. Today, a baron bought a sequence 7 potion formula, so tomorrow he might buy sequence 7 characteristics, or perhaps sell some beyonder materials. In short, they are the key players in the active beyonder market. After the gathering ended and most of the onlookers left, private beyonder transactions were conducted one by one. At this time, only Furs and Donna were left in the auction building, waiting for Hobert. Donna greeted him with a smile. "Hobert, when father left, he said you have a better business mind than him and Rex." Hobert smiled and said, "That's because I spend more than they do. All right, we should go back and rest. Look, the night outside is so charming. I still want to dance with Furs." Furs glared at Hobert angrily. Now, dancing has become a code word between the two. Donna, who was beside them, felt a little strange. It's just dancing, why are these two so happy? However, today's business was not finished yet. As soon as he returned to the Lord's mansion, Hobert saw Klein. So Hobert asked Furs to go back first, and he invited Klein to the study. As soon as he entered the study, Klein stated his purpose: "I should go back." Hobert nodded. "Thank you for your help these past 2 days. Have a cup of tea, and I'll send you back." Klein sat opposite Hobert. "I was really enlightened tonight. I didn't expect a sequence 7 characteristics to sell for such a high price. I just found the right customer." Hobert smiled. "If I sell the same characteristics to you, don't even mention £1,800, you have to think twice about £1,200, because you don't need it." Klein felt a little better. His grumbling just now wasn't because he was stingy, but because Hobert had just used £1,500 to buy a sequence 7 characteristics from him at the Tarot Club this week. Compared to £6,500, roughly equivalent to 8,000 gold coins, the difference was too great, so it was inevitable that he felt a little unbalanced. Hobert sighed and looked out the window. "Our development methods are different. When I open my eyes every day, there are more than 2,000 mouths waiting to eat, waiting to get paid to support their families. What do you think these 8,000 gold coins are enough for?" Klein didn't echo his words, but just felt fortunate that he had built an beyonder organization that served him so quickly. The Tarot Club was just a gathering, and he, the fool, didn't have to pay any remuneration. On the contrary, he could get a lot of benefits from the Tarot Club. "All right, I'll send you back. Keep in touch in the future." After Hobert finished venting his grievances, he took Klein back to Byam to continue Gehrman Sparrow's adventure. Then, Hobert used travel to return and said to Dennis outside the study, "Go and change the tea. You should go back and rest too." Before Dennis could return with the tea, Darnell, Hobert's expected guest, arrived. This demigod of the Tudor family still looked so amiable and easy to talk to. The two drank some tea and chatted for a while, and Darnell got to the point. "I apologize for Bonnell's previous recklessness." Bonnell was the Tudor family member who claimed to be Hobert's grandfather. Hobert smiled. "It's okay, I forgave him a long time ago." Darnell was stunned. Hobert's words proved that he was really angry at the time, otherwise he could have said something like, "We are all family," to make the atmosphere of the conversation more harmonious. This made Darnell secretly scold Bonnell in his heart for being a fool. The patriarch asked him to come and demonstrate first, but he almost completely offended Hobert. However, Darnell would only say so much. As a demigod, he couldn't continue to apologize. "I still hope we can facilitate that transaction." Hobert was a little embarrassed. "You also saw how popular the characteristics of the Arbiter Beyonder pathway is." This was the reason why Hobert invited Darnell to the auction, to let him see what price his channels could buy the Arbiter pathway characteristics for. Darnell smiled. "If we can facilitate this transaction, the family's resources and power will definitely be more inclined towards your territory. In fact, even if this transaction was not reached, there would be such an inclination." After Darnell came to the site and saw it, he found that there were too many investment opportunities and living space for beyonder powers here, and the family should increase its investment in Jeffrey's territory. Hobert said with some difficulty, "Well, I am still happy to do business with a gentleman like Mr. Darnell. But the price of the beyonder characteristics cannot be lowered anymore. You also saw that the territory needs money everywhere now. If the price is too low, my capital chain will have problems." In fact, Hobert also hoped to reach this transaction, because this is the way to make money in the auction house: create scarcity. Raise the price. Only when an item is very scarce will everyone's bids go crazy, which is why Hobert only auctioned 2 beyonder characteristics tonight. At the subsequent small auction, he only planned to sell 2 low-sequence beyonder characteristics, once again to whet the customer's appetite. Even by the 29th of next month, Hobert didn't plan to buy another interrogator B under characteristic, but planned to auction a briber B under characteristic. Just to create scarcity. Then, since everyone didn't buy what they wanted at the auction, they would of course ask the auction house to help them pay attention to their needs in the room specially prepared by Hobert in the auction hall. At this time, business will come to your door, because with the auction price as the bottom line, the price of this private transaction will not be low. Because this is a private transaction, the auction house will never disclose the transaction information to the outside world on the grounds of protecting customer information. And the other party in the transaction feels that the goods they get are cheaper than the auction items, so of course they will not disclose the transaction with the auction house to the outside world. As a result, the scarcity of the market still exists. Public auctions are the signboard of the auction house, while private transactions with customers are the real long-term and profitable transactions. Before Darnell came, he had already thought that this transaction would cost more gold coins, but he had to do it, because without Hobert's creation, the scarcity of B under characteristics also generally exists. It's just that after Hobert raised the price too high with the auction price, Darnell couldn't bargain with the market price. Darnell took a deep breath and once again regretted that he had not reached a deal last time. Name your price. Hobert smiled. Although I have my difficulties, I still have to take care of Mr. Darnell. How about this? Basically the same as the last quote. Arbiter, 400 gold coins, Sheriff, 1,000 gold coins, Interrogator, 3,500 gold coins, Judge, 8,000 gold coins, Disciplinary Knight, 15,000 gold coins. Hobert raised the price of the mid-sequence B under characteristic slightly. Darnell breathed a slight sigh of relief. Fortunately, it didn't grow too outrageously. Although the premium was a lot, it was barely acceptable. If a interrogator B under characteristic cost 8,000 gold coins, Darnell would definitely go back and kill Darnell immediately. Darnell asked again, is the transaction volume still the same as last time? Hobert shook his head, it would be too disadvantageous for me to trade all the B under characteristics to you. I will only give you 12 copies of Arbiter, 10 copies of Sheriff, 2 copies of Interrogator, 2 copies of Judge, and 1 copy of Disciplinary Knight. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 481 Princess's Warning, Bonus 2. Chapter 481 Princess's Warning. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to CU for becoming a free member. Actually, Hobert was still creating scarcity. He later obtained some B under characteristics of the Arbiter pathway from the spoils of the Judgment Group. He had more than 20 B under characteristics of Sequence 9 Arbiter, but if he sold them all, the scarcity would disappear, and Darnell would start haggling. Moreover, the price Hobert was asking was indeed partly due to his dislike for members of the Tudor family. Hobert's consistent belief was that for people he didn't like, he would make more money off them, which would improve his mood a lot. He would never refuse to do business with someone just because he didn't like them. When Darnell heard this, the amount was a third less than last time, especially with one less Judge B under characteristic. He could even imagine the grand scene of Hobert auctioning off a Judge B under characteristic. Deal, Darnell said after a moment of consideration. Hobert took out paper and pen and listed an inventory: 12 Arbiter B under characteristics, 4,800 gold lire. 10 Sheriff B under characteristics, 10,000 gold lire. 2 Interrogator B under characteristics, 7,000 gold lire. 2 Judge B under characteristics, 16,000 gold lire. 1 Disciplinary Knight B under characteristic, 15,000 gold lire. Total value, 52,800 gold lire. Darnell took the list. I'll bring the money tomorrow morning. Hobert said, I'll have the B under characteristics ready. The fourth batch of payment was secured. After seeing Darnell off, Hobert returned to the room. Furs was already asleep. He quietly slipped into bed, and Furs quickly woke up. All done. All done. After some passion, the two cuddled and chatted. They first talked about the auction house and then about the tourism industry in the territory. The tourism industry in the territory will take at least several months or even a year or two to develop, Hobert said with one hand on Furz's body. Even if it develops, the profits won't be as much as the auction house. But the tourism industry is our facade and needs to be carefully managed. Furz held Hobert's hand. This was different from what she had imagined. Given Hobert's investment in the tourism industry, she thought it would also create huge benefits. Then Furz realized that Hobert was telling her his inner thoughts. Furz estimated that if Hobert didn't say these plans, no one could guess his thoughts. This reminded Furz of her childhood when her father and mother sometimes had seemingly casual chats in the restaurant, which were actually moments of true heart-to-heart. Those were some of her few warm memories, and a sense of happiness filled her heart, making her snuggle closer into Hobert's arms. Hobert continued, with the Beyonder auction house, nobles and wealthy people will definitely visit here often in the future. This can greatly boost the tourism industry in Jeffreytown, promote local economic prosperity, and make some rumors disappear without being refuted. I only found out a few days ago that the bastards along the Yohan River have been slandering the Taz River's waterway. The reports of our marriage can just give them a slap in the face. When the economy here gradually prospers, the main income of the territory will consist of three parts: the auction house, taxes, and tourism. There is also a part of the income, which is the operating revenue of the lord's mansions directly run hotels and restaurants, etc. This part of the income cannot be included in the territory's income and is considered our private stash. Furs also began to imagine the future. It seems like we can become very rich. Of course, Hobert laughed. Conservatively estimated, the entire territory can earn 50 to 60,000 gold lire a month. In fact, Hobert earned nearly 93,000 gold lire just tonight, but such opportunities will rarely occur in the future. Furs smiled. I never thought that one day I wouldn't have to worry about money. After you said that, I want to stay in bed all day and not go anywhere. Hobert laughed. Then we'll dance every day and do nothing. Dream on. While chatting, the two fell asleep in each other's arms. The next day, Hobert had to get up early. Furs patted Hobert while half asleep, as if sending him off to work. Hobert looked at Furs, who turned over and continued to sleep, and laughed. People usually have a goodbye kiss or hug, but our procedure is simple. As he spoke, he put on his cloak, came to the study, entered the nation of disorder, took out all the Beyonder characteristics, put them into small wooden boxes, and then put them all into a large box. Soon, Darnell came over with a leather suitcase. One counted the money, and the other checked the goods. Hobert didn't have time to count the money one by one today, so he could only roughly look at the thickness of the money. Finally, the money and goods were cleared, and the transaction was completed. After chatting for a while, Hobert invited Darnell to have breakfast together, and Darnell gladly accepted. The atmosphere in the restaurant was always harmonious. After breakfast, Darnell politely said goodbye. Hobert went to the side hall and handed the box of money to Philip, asking him to prepare to purchase the fourth batch of materials while acquiring the third batch of building materials. Most of the transactions at the auction house last night were done with checks, and Hobert also asked Philip to send someone to the bank to exchange them for cash as soon as possible. For a time, Philip's funds became very abundant again. Without even having time to drink a cup of tea, Hobert hurried to the dock to see the guests off. Because there were only 6 or 7 days left until the next small auction, Hobert simply gave them the main auction items for the next auction while seeing the guests off. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, Princess Ethel's convoy arrived at the dock, and the nobles who were about to leave gave way to the princess. Hobert and Christian also stepped forward to see her off very politely. When Ethel was about to board the warship, she suddenly stopped and said to Hobert, "I don't care whether your auction house's business is good or bad, but you are not allowed to auction Beyonder characteristics of the arbiter pathway, mid-sequence, or above. As compensation, the royal family will buy the Beyonder characteristics in your hand at a high price." Hobert immediately asked, "How high? I really have an Beyonder characteristic of judge in my hand." Ethel frowned. Wouldn't ordinary people be frightened and anxious after hearing her warning? But seeing Hobert take the initiative to confess the Beyonder characteristics in his hand, Ethel patiently said, "Judge, 5,000 gold lire." "Oh my, look at my memory, how could I have an Beyonder characteristic of judge in my hand? I do have a lawyer, I don't know if the royal family accepts it." Ethel glared at Hobert, burning with anger. "Be careful I tear down your auction mansion." "Princess, please calm down," Hobert said with a smile. "Are you satisfied with the sealed item you auctioned yesterday?" "Actually, if I had a level 2 sealed item myself, I wouldn't sell it no matter what." Ethel sneered. Of course, she also suspected that the auction house was a place for the devotees of the Creator to dispose of stolen goods. Seeing Hobert soften, her expression eased slightly. "How many gold lire will it take for you to recall that Beyonder characteristic of a judge?" 8,000. Ethel glared at Hobert. "Prepare yourself, there will be someone to trade with you." After speaking, she boarded the gangway. Hobert smiled. "Princess, have a safe journey, come and play often." Ethel waved her hand without turning her head. "I'll never come again, I'm afraid of being angered to death by you." The adjutant behind her almost missed a step. In public, Princess Ethel rarely expressed her negative emotions so clearly. This made the adjutant look back and take a deep look at Hobert, the Baron, who seemed to have a sincere smile. Until the afternoon, all the guests left, and the entire Jeffreytown and port became deserted for a while. Hobert believed that with the release of the relevant reports on the wedding, Jeffrey territory would definitely gain huge popularity, and then it would depend on Jeffreytown's reception work. As long as people can be kept for a few nights, the label of a tourist town will gradually form. In the afternoon, Hobert had time to invite his parents and younger brother Tyran to take a train to tour the scenery of the territory. On the train, Hobert described the territory's plan to his father, told his mother about the hope of spring plowing, and talked to Tyron about Donna's current job. In the evening, the family had a happy dinner again. Christian proposed that he would leave with Mona and Tyron tomorrow. Although a little reluctant, Christian still had a career to be busy with, Tyron had to continue his studies, and Mona had to continue her diplomatic efforts to win more support for her husband. Fortunately, shipping to Jeffrey territory has opened. Taking a train and then changing to a passenger ship will take about 3 days and 2 nights to get here. For this era, this is not too long a journey. Back in the bedroom, Hobert looked at his watch and it was only around 7 o'clock in the evening. He hadn't returned so early for several days. There's still time today, we'll dance later. Furs looked at Hobert affectionately. All you know is dancing. Hobert put his arm around Furs's waist. I'll take you to see something fun. As he spoke, he took out the bracelet with the relevant abilities of the Sleepless, and entered the dream in the oil painting with Furs. Furs was briefly surprised by the process of entering the oil painting, and then she saw a large tree full of green leaves not far away. The green leaves were brushed by the wind, making a rustling sound. It seemed that this warm summer breeze was blowing on her, making her feel infinitely comfortable and peaceful. Watching the knee-high green grass being blown into waves, Furs sighed, if possible, I would like to spend all my time in such a landscape. Hobert smiled, this place is indeed beautiful, but it is not suitable for human habitation. Let's go, let's enter that hall. Seeing the distinct layers of flower sea in the hall, Furs sighed again, I would like to lie in this sea of flowers until the end of time. If I have the ability in the future, I will plant such a sea of flowers for you, Hobert said with a mischievous smile, I will also lie here with you and dance until the end of time. Furs smiled and pinched Hobert's waist, where is there such an absurd baron? Hobert hit himself and Furs with the ability of the bracelet, and smiled, if I'm not absurd, how am I like a nobleman? Soon, the two came to a place with several wooden statues standing. Without exception, these statues looked like they had lost their moisture and had obvious cracks. Furs was strange, why is there a wooden statue of Helen over there? Because when I first met Helen, her spirituality was marked by the oil painting, Hobert said, the oil painting will continue to invade the dreams of the marked person until it kills them. Helen's boss cut off her connection with the spirituality, so the oil painting failed to invade her dream, and her wooden statue here became cracked because it did not have new spirituality to nourish it. Furs seemed to think of something, this oil painting has been hanging in your bedroom, how could it mark Helen? Hobert twitched the corner of his mouth, don't you think such extraordinary struggles are magical? I'm more concerned, why did the oil painting mark Helen? Okay, she did come to my bedroom, but my will was strong enough to drive her away. Furs nodded with a faint smile, Hobert asked knowingly, you don't believe it? I believe it. Does your expression look like you believe it? Get ready to pay the price. As he spoke, Hobert hugged Furs and tickled her. I believe it, I really believe it. Furs dodged while laughing, I know, if you really had something to do with Helen, you wouldn't have asked me for help. Hobert nodded, that's more like it. He looked at the wooden statues in front of him and said, today our goal is this magic wolf. The two looked together at the magic wolf, which was about the size of a rhino. Furs asked, this should be a beyonder creature, right? Hobert nodded, yes, finally have time to clean it up. He manifested the spirit wine glass in the dream, and used the related abilities of the corpse collector pathway to the spirit body. He grabbed a part of the wooden statue that was essentially spirituality. When performing this operation, Hobert found that with Mr. Azek's wedding gift, the operation of the spirit wine glass became more convenient, almost at will. Hobert looked at his palm and guessed that the wedding gift should have some other effects waiting for him to discover. The wooden statue immediately lost a leg, and Hobert had a wisp of mist in his hand. He took out the glass bottle he had prepared long ago, let the mist flow into the glass bottle, and then sealed the glass bottle with spirituality. Okay. Hobert said, we'll come in again to enjoy the scenery when we have time. As he spoke, the two exited the dream, and Hobert said to Furs, the next battle is very dangerous for you, you go to rest first. Furs kissed him lightly on tiptoe, be careful. Hobert smiled and pinched her nose, and came to the study alone. In fact, he sent Furs away mainly to avoid exposing the Nation of Disorder. Currently, the secrets of the Nation of Disorder and the identity of the Creator cannot be told to anyone, including his bed partner. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 482, Chapter 482 The Fearful Demonic Wolf, Bonus 3. Chapter 482 The Fearful Demonic Wolf. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Michael Urban for becoming a free member. If Hobert had directly used the Faceless Necklace to divine the whereabouts of the demonic wolf of fog, it definitely wouldn't have succeeded. Moreover, the Nation of Disorder didn't have the Sefirah Castle divination bonus, making it nearly impossible to find that demonic wolf of fog. But having the demonic wolf of fog spirituality was different. He could bypass the demonic wolf of fog, and use the spirituality in his hand as a medium to divine the location of another spirituality. After silently reciting the divination statement 7 times, Hobert watched his cane, and as expected, it slowly tilted in one direction. Hobert immediately used the traveler's knife to enter the spirit world, traversing rapidly through the dim and obscure realm. When Hobert's intuition sensed that he was not far from the demonic wolf of fog, he left the spirit world and found himself in a desolate mountainous area. This was good, to avoid accidental injury. It would have been somewhat troublesome if the demonic wolf of fog was hiding in a city. Hobert estimated that the demonic wolf of fog's spirituality already had a corresponding warning. He seized the time to pray to himself, then entered the nation of disorder. After hesitating for about half a second, he reached out and summoned the stomach pouch with mental residue, shaping the great sage, and then threw the black, illusory sea serpent into his own star. Then, Hobert quickly returned to the real world. Not sitting on the high, iron throne, Hobert realized how shockingly large the great sage was. It looked as tall as a building, its body coiled like a small mountain. Without time to examine it closely, Hobert immediately supported the black serpent's body with his hand and entered the spirit world again. Fortunately, although the great sage was large, it had no weight at all. If he really had to cooperate with such a large sea serpent, Hobert doubted whether he could use travel to bring it to the spirit world. Perhaps because he was carrying the great sage, Hobert felt many restless gazes when he entered the spirit world again. Fortunately, the subsequent journey was very short. As soon as Hobert left the spirit world, he immediately ordered the great sage, kill those people. Hobert's original order was, kill that demonic wolf of fog, but Hobert saw a group of people desperately fleeing in the forest ahead. Their running speed far exceeded that of ordinary people. They should be the demonic wolf of fog and its marionettes, so he simply changed the order. At the same time, Hobert hid inside the great sage and followed the great sage in pursuit. To guard against the cunning demonic wolf of fog's escape, Hobert prayed to himself again, then came to the nation of disorder to cover his star with spirituality, so that the creator could intercept at any time. The great sage crawled extremely fast. By the time he entered the nation of disorder, he had almost caught up with the group. Hobert noticed that these people were all contaminated, and it was clear that the uncertain mist's contamination had spread again on the demonic wolf of fog. The contamination of the old days, how could it be completely eliminated by a single transfer? Suddenly, someone in the crowd turned around and shouted, "I am willing to pledge allegiance to you. Please." Before the other party could finish speaking, the great sage directly crushed them with the power of order. The other party broke away from the marionette state and turned into a dead wild boar. Hobert smiled on the iron throne. This wolf was quite flexible. However, the beyonder creatures of this pathway were too cunning. Hobert would rather turn it into beyonder ingredients and valuable spiritual materials than accept such allegiance. Looking at the running crowd, Hobert seemed to see a pile of gold pounds running away. Immediately afterward, another person in the fleeing crowd turned around and shouted, "I can find a 6-legged imp." Hobert was slightly stunned. Obviously, the demonic wolf of fog felt the power of order from the behemoth behind it, so it shouted this. The complete brain of the 6-legged imp was one of the main ingredients for the Earl of the Fallen, but Hobert was only stunned for a moment, because he already had the beyonder characteristics of the Earl of the Fallen. The great sage chased up and crushed this marionette again. At the same time, a series of torrential and huge lightning bolts fell, and the running crowd immediately fell to the ground, leaving only 3 people still fleeing. Even if the lightning just now hit the demonic wolf of fog, it could continue to escape by swapping with a marionette. And the demonic wolf of fog's marionettes were obviously not as strong and all-powerful as the previous batch. Otherwise, the demonic wolf of fog would not have escaped so desperately without even resisting. At this time, one of the 3 people turned around and shouted, "I know the location of the Solomon First Empire's holy land, Yadro City." Sitting on the iron throne, Hobert thought to himself, this guy knows quite a lot. He pondered for a moment before ordering the great sage to stop chasing. He used his star to project power into the real world, saying, "Come over here, I have something to ask you." At this time, in the real world, the image of the creator appeared again. It was a solid figure like a giant. He seemed to be sitting on a throne in a jungle of swords, exuding a holy light, as if he could end all chaos, or bring about complete disorder. He exuded an aura of majesty, causing people to unconsciously lower their heads and want to submit. His majesty could be felt in a large area around him, and within the range covered by his majesty, his words seemed to be an unquestionable command. The demonic wolf of fog may have been trying to show his sincerity. The 2 people running in front stopped together and quickly returned. The 3 of them knelt on the ground together, with the person in the middle saying, "Great God, please accept my allegiance. I am willing to serve you wholeheartedly." The creator, Hobert, didn't seem interested in this. "You said just now that you know the location of Yadro City." The demonic wolf of fog kneeling on the ground breathed a sigh of relief. He had guessed right. This was indeed a god of the Black Emperor or Justiciar pathway, who was not interested in the beyonder characteristics of the demigod level at all. The location of ancient ruins like Holy Land Yadro City could attract his attention. Yes, the demonic wolf of fog said, I accidentally discovered it while chasing a Earl of the Fallen and hoping to turn him into a marionette. But there seemed to be a barrier there, isolating the city from the outside world. I spent a lot of effort to enter the city. The city was filled with terrifying power, inhabited by all kinds of monsters with beyonder abilities. I found a few people living there. They were actually descendants of the Trunsoist. Through communicating with them, I learned that they were guarding the Night Emperor's ultimate secret, which was said to be able to obtain power greater than that of the gods. So I found the place where they said the ultimate secret was kept. At that time, I still had a few marionettes with good attack power. After eliminating a few guards, I searched for a long time but only found a bottle containing white mist. My intuition told me that the mist was unusual, so I took it away. Who knew that the bottle contained a very high level of contamination? Only then did I realize that I might have been deceived. The Earl of the Fallen saw that he was no match for me, so he used this contamination to replace their so-called ultimate secret. As a result, I took away this swapped so-called ultimate secret and suffered serious contamination. Hearing this description, Hobert nodded. The demonic wolf of fog was relatively clever, telling his experience all at once, without deliberately blurring anything. Then he thought, that so-called ultimate secret may not have been swapped, but was itself this bottle of white mist contaminated with uncertain mist. Could it be that this bottle of white mist was obtained in the Trunsoist era and contaminated by uncertain mist, which is why it was killed by the 6 gods? At this time, the demonic wolf of fog said again, as long as you help me eliminate the contamination on my body, I am willing to take you to Yadro City. Suddenly, he felt a huge force coming. It turned out that the huge tail of the illusory serpent was whipping towards him. The demonic wolf of fog's eyes were full of fear. He didn't have time to dodge and was hit by the tail, flying out. The last 2 marionettes also broke away from the demonic wolf of fog's control and turned into the corpses of wild beasts. Although the demonic wolf of fog had the strength of half of sequence 3, his pathway's body was relatively weak. Of course, his physique was much better than that of an ordinary wolf, but when he encountered a monster of power like the Great Sage, he was no match at all. This sweep and fall caused the demonic wolf of fog to return to the appearance of a wolf and spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood. It was a white giant wolf the size of a rhino. It had different mystical patterns on its 2 front legs and chest. These patterns were composed of gray fluff, and it had them at birth. Only the majestic voice in the air asked, "Are you negotiating with me?" The demonic wolf of fog glanced at the giant serpent that had instantly become docile and quickly struggled to lie on the ground. "Great existence, please forgive my rashness. I am willing to take you to Holy Land Yadro City." Under the enormous pressure, the demonic wolf of fog lived like a year, and could only let the god in front of him slaughter him. He didn't know whether it was a few seconds or a few minutes before he heard the voice in the air say, "My believer will examine your loyalty." Hobert reached out on the iron throne and sucked away most of the contamination on the demonic wolf of fog's body. "Pray to me once every 3 days. Immediately afterward, the enormous pressure disappeared. The demonic wolf of fog understood that he meant that he should pray to him once every 3 days, and he would help him reduce the contamination. As for whether he would completely eliminate the contamination for him, it would depend on his performance. However, the demonic wolf of fog was stunned. "I don't even know what god he is. How should I pray to him?" At this moment, a young man wearing a Feyenopotter-style cloak crawled out of the belly of the giant black serpent. The other party bowed slightly to the giant black serpent. "Please go back." The mountain-like black serpent spat out its tongue, as if responding to Hobert, and then disappeared into the air. At this time, the demonic wolf of fog had determined through divination that the young man in front of him was the young man carrying the oil painting that he had encountered at the Baklan Manor before. He sighed in his heart that his adventure was worthwhile. What Hobert didn't know was that their current location was in a mountainous area not far from the Baklan Manor. Not long after the demonic wolf of fog escaped from there, he realized that the contamination on his body was still there, and he had no way to completely remove the contamination on his own. He naturally thought of the power that had eliminated the contamination of Baklan Manor. After thinking about it for 2 whole days, the demonic wolf of fog's condition was getting worse and worse, forcing him to make a choice. The demonic wolf of fog first repeatedly divined the power that could eliminate the contamination, but did not obtain any useful enlightenment. He had to change the direction of divination and divined where his hope of removing the contamination lay. Because it involved himself, he easily received the revelation: the hope of removing the contamination lies near Baklan Manor. So the demonic wolf of fog returned here to wait for the so-called hope. Just when his condition was so bad that he was about to lose control, his intuition sensed a huge danger. When he saw the giant black serpent, he realized that there was also a huge opportunity for him in the face of the giant danger. After that, there was the scene where he fled while explaining his value. The demonic wolf of fog, whose mood was indescribable as happy or confused, smiled at Hobert and said, "You are the God's believer, right?" Hobert said, "You can call me favored of the Lord." "Yes, favored of the Lord," the demonic wolf of fog said, "My name is Archibald." Hobert was slightly stunned, another animal with a name. He said, "Tell me about your abilities." Archibald changed back into a gentle middle-aged man again. "I am born with the ability to create and control marionettes by controlling spiritual threads. There are also divination and anti-divination, as well as the ability to change my appearance and size. I can also use damage transfer, manipulate flames, and other abilities. These abilities are probably equivalent to Sequence 3, Scholar of Human Beyonders." Hobert asked, "Do you have any abilities related to historical voids?" Archibald shook his head. "I seem to be able to sense the existence of historical voids, but I can't enter them, nor can I borrow power from the past." Hobert nodded. This should be the lack of Beyonder characteristics, so he doesn't have these abilities. So Hobert said, "The great Creator has issued a divine decree, asking me to examine your character and loyalty. For the next period of time, you will stay by my side as my servant. I will let you create marionettes, and you can only create marionettes. Without my order, you cannot have new marionettes, nor can you attack anyone around you." Archibald nodded again quickly, "Yes." The power shown by the Creator and the giant black serpent just now made him dare not disobey the young men in front of him who seemed to only be Sequence 5. Hobert asked, "Are you still carrying the bottle containing the mist that you obtained from Holy Land Yadro City?" After realizing that it was contamination, I immediately threw it away, Archibald said a little embarrassedly. "I went back to look for it. The bottle should be a magical item. It is northwest longer in the place where I discarded it. And maybe the things in the bottle are too high level. I have tried it, and I can no longer divine its location." Hobert said, "Oh," and did not continue to talk about this topic. He simply explained a few words and took Archibald back to his territory. He planned to observe Archibald for a period of time before letting him take himself to find Holy Land Yadro City to see if there was any relevant information about the Trunsoist Empire. As for those descendants of Trunsoist in the city of St. Eudaro, Hobert believed they were likely the group that the messenger had mentioned earlier, who had fled north. If they still possessed the bottles containing the uncertain mist, contamination, Hobert strongly suspected that they had become followers of the uncertain mist. Therefore, Hobert planned to make ample preparations before exploring the city, hoping to save them if possible, but if not, to turn them into Beyonder characteristics. After Dennis arranged Archibald's accommodation, Hobert returned to his room. Because Archibald still carried contamination and sought help from the Creator, from himself, Hobert was certain that with its intelligence, it wouldn't cause trouble in his territory. Furs was wearing pajamas, leaning lazily against the bed reading a magazine. After Hobert entered, she put down the magazine and asked, "Successful hunt?" "Sort of, I guess." Hobert thought as he took off his cloak, "The prey became a servant, does that count as success?" "As long as you're not hurt," Furs said, without even a hint of getting up or moving. Hobert pinched Furs's cheek. "Little lazybones, shouldn't you be taking my cloak and coat and offering me a cup of hot tea at this moment?" Furs said seriously, "But I don't feel like I have any strength at all, not even enough to lift my hand." "Do you think I'm sick?" "Based on your description and usual symptoms, I know what's wrong." Furs was a little nervous. "What is it?" "Late-stage laseitis, incurable." The next morning, Hobert, Donna, and the rarely early Furs saw Christian and the others off. They watched the steamboat leave the lake entrance before Hobert, and the other two, rode back in the carriage. On the way back, Hobert had Dennis invite Bishop Simpson, Helen, and Angus. Now that the wedding was over, it was time to get down to business. Archibald had clearly lived in the human world, and understood the profession of a servant very well, almost immediately entering servant mode, bowing slightly and following respectfully behind the carriage. It would also open doors for Hobert, pull out chairs, etc., showing even more professionalism than Dennis. Hobert and the four others met in the side hall to discuss launching an attack on the demons across the lake. They would prepare for a day and then launch a full-scale attack tomorrow morning. Of course, it would be a full-scale attack because a sneak attack would be pointless. The demons would probably notice their intention to sneak attack as soon as it arose. It was better to just launch a full-scale attack. And Hobert and the four others believed that even if those demons noticed their malice, they wouldn't run away. Because they had a demigod and 5 Sequence 5s, making them stronger than Hobert and his group in terms of strength. They would only prepare for battle in advance, waiting for Hobert and the others to come to their doorstep. Therefore, Hobert formally sent a letter of challenge, roughly meaning that the demons should get out of the South Colson area, or tomorrow he would lead people to the other side and kill them all. Hobert sent someone to deliver this letter of challenge to Viscount Teuton, asking Viscount Teuton to pass it on to the demons. The meaning of the letter of challenge was actually to notify Viscount Teuton that they were about to take action, and to tell Viscount Teuton not to get in the way. It would be best if he could provoke those demons and make them take the initiative to attack, but the other side were all high IQ criminals, and Hobert estimated it would be difficult to provoke them. Bishop Simpson and the others returned to their respective preparations. This cooperation had long been confirmed, and they had each been looking forward to this battle for their own purposes. After the pre-war mobilization, Hobert spoke with Seal in the main hall. "What have you learned from regularly working as a hunter during this period?" "I understand the use of some of my abilities." Dressed in a military uniform, looking neat and tidy, Seal stood smiling in front of Hobert. "I also understand why you asked me to be a hunter, sir. When I fully devoted myself to hunting and achieved certain results, I felt signs of the potion dissolving in my body. That feeling is very comfortable, and my abilities have become stronger. Until a few days ago, I realized that although hunters have a good physique and prearranged traps, they can't be careless and can't underestimate any prey. Especially those fierce prey, one might accidentally become its prey. Also, hunters must be patient and know when to stop. After understanding these issues, I suddenly realized that I am a real hunter. This feeling is wonderful, but also very real." Hobert allowed His Majesty to permeate the main hall, causing his aura to soar suddenly, putting a strain on Seal's spirit, body and mind. Observing Seal's reaction, Hobert nodded in satisfaction. Seal had spent more than a month digesting the hunter potion. Retracting his suffocating majesty, Hobert said, "Go back and calm down. Come back at 5 in the afternoon, and I will give you the next sequences potion. But you must be clear that, based on the merits you have accumulated, you theoretically shouldn't receive the sequence 8 potion yet. This is because you have digested the potion in your body, and I don't want you to waste time, so I'm giving you the next sequences potion in advance. In 2 or 3 days, I will take you to suppress bandits. Fight hard at that time, and that will be considered repayment for the current reward." Seal gave a military salute. "Yes, sir. You have another task." Hobert said, "Pay attention to the performance of the soldiers in battle. After the battle, recommend 3 to 5 soldiers who are brave in combat or quick-witted, and who are sufficiently loyal to the Lord's manor. After you become Sequence 8, there must be several Sequence 9s in the Guard. You will be the captain of the Guard at that time, and those Sequence 9s will be the backbone of the Guard." Seal said seriously, "Don't worry, you know what kind of people those brats are. I will definitely recommend the people you need." Hobert nodded in satisfaction. After Seal left, Hobert had Dennis call Corwin over, "Go around the territory and help me take a look at the spring plowing situation. By the way, when everyone is resting, issue a notice, after the spring plowing is over, find 10 people who want to be doctors to come to the Lord's manor. After I assess them, I will arrange for 3 people to go to the big city to study medicine. In the future, after the hospital is built, they will be stationed there." The so-called opportunity to study in a big city was actually an opportunity to take the apothecary potion. Hobert was busy handling official business all morning. After lunch, Hobert first went to Backlund to buy auxiliary materials for Seal. When he returned, Furs was indeed not in the bedroom. Hobert waited patiently until 3 o'clock. His vision was obscured by the grey fog, and this week's tarot gathering began. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 483, Chapter 483 The Unchanging Tarot Time, Bonus 4. Chapter 483 The Unchanging Tarot Time. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to D_J for becoming a free member. The sudden busyness after the wedding made Hobert somewhat unaccustomed, but the weekly tarot gathering immediately gave Hobert the feeling of returning to his original life track. While Justice Audrey greeted everyone, Hobert looked at Furs across from him, feeling that it was better not to reveal to her for the time being that he was the Emperor. That would lead to many inconveniences, such as making it difficult to explain to Furs why the Emperor was so knowledgeable, and the issue of being a blessed of the Creator. Moreover, some things would be difficult to say at the tarot gathering because, before speaking, he would have to consider how to explain things to Furs after the meeting. However, to prevent Furs from recognizing his identity as the Emperor later, Hobert decided to give Furs some psychological preparation in life first. For example, he could slowly reveal his identity as a blessed of the Creator to her, and then find an opportunity to reveal that he was a descendant of the Tudor family, instead of revealing that he was a descendant of the Trunsoist family right away. With these psychological preparations, if necessary, or if Furs noticed something, Hobert could say with a surprised face, "You're also a member of the tarot gathering. You're Miss Magician, right? I thought such a gentle and lovely lady looked so much like my beautiful and charming wife." Furs across from him thought, the Emperor's gaze is a bit strange. What is he smiling at? Is there something dirty on my clothes? Hobert quickly withdrew his gaze and glanced at Emlyn beside him. This guy should have successfully advanced, looking full of, no, completely smug. He can't wait to show off right now. Looking at little son again, he also advanced. Maybe he can't control his overflowing spirituality yet. Just looking at him gives people a very sunny feeling. Then Hobert suddenly realized that almost all the members present had just attended his wedding. First of all, the fool, Klein, sitting at the head of the table, not only attended but also helped greet the guests. Justice, Audrey, and the Moon, Emlyn, also appeared at the wedding. During the blessing session, Hobert could tell that although Emlyn looked like he was saying, "I didn't want to come, someone forced me to come," it was easy to see from his eyes and some details that he actually wanted to make friends. Miss Magician across from him is the bride, and the Emperor is the groom. Out of 8 members, 5 appeared at the wedding. Speaking of which, this wedding was a bit like a tarot gathering, offline event. While he was lost in thought, Audrey had already greeted everyone. At this gathering, none of the members had collected any Roselle's diary entries, so they skipped directly to the free trade session. Hobert opened his mouth and said, "Help me look out for the bone marrow of a 6-legged imp and the powder of an Atlanta flower." This time, the hermit, Catlia, chose to intervene in a transaction. "I know where to find Atlanta flowers. You can buy them, dry them, and grind them into powder yourself. Based on my experience, one Atlanta flower can be ground into about 20 grams of powder. I don't know if that's enough for you." Enough. Hobert only needed 15 grams. 800 pounds for one. "But I can only give it to you next week." Hobert smiled and said, "Okay, deal." Catlia added, "As for the bone marrow of a 6-legged imp, I heard about it at an Beyonder gathering once, but that was a long time ago. I can help you contact the seller, but don't have too high hopes." Hobert nodded, "Thank you." No one else had heard of this material in their respective circles, not even the hanged man Alger, who had a wide circle of contacts, which made him feel a sense of crisis again, as if his position was insecure. After cleanly finishing a transaction, Little Son said again, seeking the notary potion formula, "But I can only pay the related reward with Beyonder ingredients." At last week's gathering, Catlia had noticed this, is the place where the sun is located using Beyonder ingredients as currency. Is there such a place? Everyone was not surprised by this, indicating that everyone knew the sun's special nature and could accept the method of paying with Beyonder ingredients. At this time, the world said in a hoarse voice, "I can provide you with the notary potion formula, but you have to wait a little while. When he releases the soul of the priest of light inside the creeping hunger, he will get the corresponding formula." Little Son nodded, "I can wait, but it's best not to wait too long." He was confident that he could digest the solar high priest potion in 3 or 4 months. Before completely digesting the potion, it would be best to know the potion formula and start collecting materials in advance. The world nodded, "Within a month." After reaching this transaction intention, the world added, "I need the residual spirituality of an ancient wraith. I can help you buy it." Catlia did not choose to watch this time, 600 pounds. Okay. Klein immediately manipulated the world to agree. He had already traded for the other 2 auxiliary ingredients, water from the golden spring of Sonia Island, at the Bayham Beyonder gathering. The last item, bark of the dragon mark tree, was not urgent for the time being, so he planned to buy it at the next tarot gathering, or the one after that. Anyway, there was still some time before he completely digested the potion. The other members did not have any potion needs for the time being. After a brief silence, Audrey initiated a transaction again. "I hope to obtain a magical item that can change appearance. Please help me keep an eye out." At the previous tarot gathering, when she heard the world and the Emperor trading for the faceless Beyonder characteristic, she felt it was a pity that it was not a magical item. If there was a magical item that could change appearance, she could boldly participate in some events with another face. Everyone did not have this type of magical item on hand or in their respective circles, so they all said they would help her keep an eye out. Audrey was about to initiate a new transaction with the Emperor, but before she could speak, she noticed that the hermit seemed to have something to say. So Audrey chose to wait and see, letting the hermit speak first. Catlia said to the Emperor, "I hope to trade with you for detailed information about the Tudor Empire." Hobert nodded, as said last time, 5,000 pounds, wait, there's a problem here. Do you know the United Empire? Everyone shook their heads blankly, except for Catlia, who said, "I've seen related descriptions, but I don't know the nature of this empire or the specific time it appeared." In that case, this transaction will be 6,000 pounds. Hobert said, "I have to start with the United Empire. This is a very important stage that is easily overlooked." "No problem." Then Catlia learned from Audrey's crowdfunding method at the last gathering, "As the initiator, I'll contribute 2,000 pounds. Who else wants to join the transaction?" Audrey immediately said, "Me." 1,500 pounds. Originally, she wanted to trade with Hobert for information about the Trunsoist Empire, but information about the Tudor Empire was also fine, as this was exactly what she wanted to know. The initiators, the Hermit and Justice, had already raised 3,500 pounds, and others joined the transaction one after another. Alger had just eliminated a small pirate group last week and was in good financial condition. As for Furs, needless to say, her savings had reached more than £2,000, and she shouldn't have to spend money on beyonder ingredients, potion formulas, or magical items in the future. The potion formula and some beyonder ingredients were provided by her teacher, Dorian, and the magical items and beyonder ingredients that Dorian couldn't provide were provided by Hobert. A model of lying down and winning. Emlyn still had the money he saved last week, so he would not hesitate to join in such transactions. This time, even the world did not hesitate. Also through the last gathering, Klein discovered that £5,000 level transactions had very high integrity, and the money was well spent. Soon, everyone completed the crowdfunding, totaling £5,500 plus 2 beyonder ingredients. Speaking of the Tudor Empire, we have to start with the Solomon Empire. Hobert began to narrate. As we said during the last transaction, Emperor Alista Tudor of the Tudor Empire was also a noble of the Solomon Empire. But he was bewitched by the six gods, moved by the six gods, and became an internal agent of the six gods, directly leading to the fall of Black Emperor Solomon. After destroying the Solomon Empire and severely hitting the true creator, the six gods supported Tudor and Trunsoist, who had each become Sequence 1, to establish the United Empire and rule the entire northern continent. Everyone then understood that this was the so-called United Empire era. Audrey carefully recalled, I have never heard of any records of this era in the history classes I took. This period of history should be buried in the mists of history. Klein, however, thought of a term mentioned by Roselle in his diary, dual consul era. Roselle expressed his doubts in the diary, and Klein did not quite understand what it meant when he read it at the time. Now he finally knew what it represented. Then he thought of another thing. The emperor's description reminded me of the ruins found in Backlund. I remember that there were two thrones on the high platform at the same time. At that time, Miss Sharon and I didn't understand why there was such a structure. Could those be the thrones of these two rulers? Alger, however, realized, two sequence ones of the same pathway were actually twisted together by the six gods to establish a common empire. Such cooperation always felt coercive, and such an empire should be full of contradictions, right? Emlyn was surprised. As a Sanguine, I have never heard of the United Empire era. Perhaps I should consult the elders in the Sanguine clan who study history and make up for my lessons so that they don't see that I am unaware and lower the status of a learned Sanguine in their hearts. Catlia simply exclaimed, so that's how it is. Many previously seemingly contradictory clues suddenly came together. Furs listened carefully, almost taking out her notebook to record these little-known histories. Only Little Son did not have much feeling, purely listening to it as a story. Seeing everyone looking thoughtful, Hobert thoughtfully paused for a few seconds before continuing. According to some documents I have read, Tudor and Trunsoist had a relatively harmonious relationship during the Solomon Empire. But after each established their own empire, they quickly broke up. I think they should have had irreconcilable contradictions from the United Empire era. There are probably two reasons. The first is the issue of power. Since it is dual rule, and it is not clear which is the head of state, which is the ruler, then there will inevitably be a situation of power checks and balances, which is also what the six gods want to see most. It's just that Tudor and Trunsoist are two ambitious people. How could they be willing to share power with others? The second reason is naturally that both of them are high-sequence beyonders of the same pathway. If they want to become gods, then they are the strongest competitors between them. The reason why this reason is placed second is because since they have each accepted the arrangements of the United Empire, it means that in the early days of the United Empire, their rationality made them choose to compromise with the six gods. At this time, some of the influences of the beyonder characteristics have not occupied all of their sanity. Everyone listened carefully, with the Emperor telling these secret histories like a legendary story. Hobert continued, the honeymoon period of the United Empire should only be a short time. There is evidence that there are some ruins left by Tudor around Backlund. Those are the tombs. Audrey immediately asked, Backlund? Yes. Hobert replied, the capital of the United Empire is the current Backlund. He continued, those ruins are enough to prove that Tudor had been preparing to advance to Black Emperor during the United Empire era. And if he wants to become the Black Emperor, he must kill Trunsoist and take away that Sequence 1 beyonder characteristic. This sentence contained a lot of information for Klein, Alger, and Catlia. Alger had speculated about the process of becoming a god countless times before. Since knowing the related information about uniqueness, he once thought that accommodating uniqueness could become a god. But now, according to the Emperor, becoming a god seems to require multiple Sequence 1 beyonder characteristics. Catlia had similar guesses early on. Is becoming a god also a process of accumulating beyonder characteristics? The most gain from this was Klein. I had previously seen from Roselle's diary his speculation about the beyonder characteristics required to become a god. The history of the United Empire, combined with the current lone royal family and the Castilla royal family, shows that the number of Sequence 1 beyonder characteristics is very small. After a true god appears in a pathway, all the Sequence 1 beyonder characteristics may be with the true god, and the number of sequence 2s will also become extremely limited. Because of their lack of knowledge reserves, the other members, although they understood what the Emperor meant, failed to think about the rules that might be contained behind it. I don't know what impression everyone has of Tudor, but my impression is that he is cunning, treacherous, and very cautious. Hobert said, as far as I know, even now, the 7 gods are not very clear about the specific locations of those ruins. These ruins were built during the United Empire period. Back then, not only were the 6 gods supporters of Tudor, but Trunsoist was also his partner. If he had been given more time, he might have become the second Black Emperor. Perhaps Solomon, after his previous fall, sensed a great threat and decided to revive ahead of schedule. Of course, this is just my speculation. The commonly accepted reason is that Solomon's revival put immense pressure on Tudor and Trunsoist, forcing them to take risks and make their respective arrangements. The cause and effect between the two are almost reversed, but the commonly accepted reason is difficult to explain. The ruins left by Tudor, after all, those couldn't be built in just a year or two. It's also difficult to explain why Solomon had to revive at such a terrible time. Hobert deliberately expressed himself vaguely at this point, but everyone understood what he meant. Only Klein found it strange. That's not right. With 2 sequence 1s in a pathway, can the true god of that pathway still revive? Is what revived really the true god? Or is there something wrong with my guess? The others didn't have the relevant concepts and assumed that a true god is a true god, and a sequence 1 is a sequence 1, and the two don't affect each other. This also makes sense. Tudor and Trunsoist had betrayed Solomon before, so of course they were afraid of Solomon's revenge after his revival. Seeing that everyone didn't ask questions at this point, Hobert quickly continued, the above is the relevant information about the United Empire. We will mainly talk about the arrangements Tudor made to deal with Solomon's revival. Because the true god of the adjacent pathway has been occupied by Trunsoist, he can only take a risk and jump to a non-adjacent pathway to become a god. This information once again surprised all the members. Audrey was the first to ask, Emperor, as a Beyonder, can the process of advancing to a true god jump to a non-adjacent pathway? Why were those ancient gods of the second epoch all crazy? Hobert asked rhetorically, isn't it because they didn't have a very intuitive concept of sequences and pathways? Could it be that a lot of madness accumulated because of jumping between non-adjacent pathways? Of course, the 8 ancient gods were very lucky, or they already had a rough concept of Beyonder pathways. In short, their jumps weren't too outrageous. With everyone's knowledge, you should also understand that jumping to a non-adjacent pathway, going mad or dying directly is the best outcome. The greater probability is becoming a monster and completely losing oneself. The Hanged Man then asked, at the level of a true god, performing this kind of non-adjacent pathway advancement. What was the Blood Emperor's state at the time? He became very crazy and bloodthirsty, but he still retained some rationality, Hobert replied. Because of the Queen Mystic, Katlia knew a little about the answer to this question, but she didn't expect that the Blood Emperor had also performed such an operation. She was more concerned, is there any possibility of recovering from such madness? Hobert glanced at Katlia. As far as I know, the true gods of some pathways can use some characteristics of their own pathways to wash away the madness. But most pathways can't do this. Audrey asked again, which pathway did the Blood Emperor jump to? Which pathway's true god did he become? Red Priest. That is, the Hunter pathway that everyone is familiar with, Hobert replied. Everyone immediately thought of the Fasak Empire's royal family, and the Intis royal family overthrown by Emperor Roselle. Klein manipulated the world and asked in a hoarse voice, this reminds me of the Red Angel. Is there any connection between them? Except for Katlia, everyone recalled the relevant content of the Angel of Kings. This is exactly what I'm going to talk about next, Hobert said with a smile. At the end of the United Empire, Red Angel Medici designed a trap for Sauron and Einhorn. I think you should be familiar with these 2 names. That's right, Sauron is the ancestor of the Sauron family of the overthrown Intis royal family, and Einhorn is the ancestor of the current Einhorn family of the Fasak Empire's royal family. Medici needed their Beyonder characteristics to advance. While Medici succeeded, Tudor, along with Adam and Amon, killed Medici, and then snatched their uniqueness and Beyonder characteristics, advancing to become a true god. Without exception, everyone showed shocked expressions. They never expected that there would be such a shocking murder in the 4th epoch. Klein behind the grey fog, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This is the first time I've heard that even the opportunity to become a god can be snatched. If Hobert knew what Klein was thinking at this moment, he would definitely say, you will encounter people who specialize in snatching other people's godhood in the future. After being surprised, Alger was extremely excited, there can still be such an operation, so can I. Hee, what am I thinking? Before participating in the Tarot Club, my goal was to become a Sequence 5, and then leave the church to establish my own power. Later, I imagined becoming a demigod, becoming an angel, and now I'm even planning to become a god. What a blasphemous and presumptuous idea. But it's still nice to just think about it. Catly aside, if it weren't for the Emperor's narration, I probably wouldn't have known this secret in my life. Who would have thought that the Blood Emperor became the Emperor in this way? After a brief surprise, Audrey returned to the state of spectator. This is the true face of this world, filled with madness and plunder. First thought, this is very similar to a palace coup. What we see and hear are just the results of the coup, and this process is actually full of killing and moral decay. Little son, the North and South continents are really chaotic. Emlyn, no, I have to catch up on history lessons after the gathering. I didn't even know such important information. Hobert waited a few seconds before continuing. Not long after, Solomon did revive. As Tudor became the Blood Emperor, Trunsoist became the Night Emperor. In addition to the Underworld Emperor of the Southern Continent, the era of the Four Emperors arrived. After a period of confrontation, and after a certain amount of accumulation and brewing, the War of the Four Emperors finally broke out. This battle seemed to last for a while. At the beginning of the battle, Mr. Dor, the strongest in the Tudor Empire, was exiled, and Zeradal, the nobleman of the Solomon Empire, was killed by Antigonus and others. As if it was a premonition, the first to fall was Solomon, the revived Black Emperor, and the second to fall was Tudor, the Blood Emperor. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 484, Chapter 484 A Brief History of the Medici Family, Bonus 5. Chapter 484 A Brief History of the Medici Family. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Leonardo Cabrera for becoming a free member. Everyone held their breath and listened attentively to Emperor's account of the real events of the War of the Four Emperors during the Fourth Epoch. Before this, they had all thought that the battle was a contest of military strength and overall national power between the four empires. They thought it was a series of epic battles that eventually formed a moving and magnificent history. Now, everyone realized that the War of the Four Emperors was actually an extraordinary battle of a very high level, and this battle, which most people were unaware of, determined the course of Fourth Epoch history. The specific process of the Blood Emperor's fall has been buried deep in history, Hobert said. However, I have some guesses about the process of his fall. It should be that the Night Emperor and the Underworld Emperor joined forces to cause the Blood Emperor to fall. They may have reached some kind of agreement, or it may be that the two emperors tacitly eliminated the most uncertain one among the four emperors. The indirect evidence of their alliance is that the Underworld Emperor obtained the uniqueness of the Red Priest pathway, while Trunsoist obtained at least one Sequence 1 characteristic. That Sequence 1 was given to the Einhorn family among the imperial nobles, which is now the royal family of the Faesac Empire. I don't know about the original Intis royal family, the Sauron family, but the royal family of the Faesac Empire must have a Sequence 1, otherwise it would be impossible to fight with the Lone Kingdom for so many years without showing obvious signs of decline. If the original Intis royal family, the Sauron family, also had a Sequence 1, or had a Sequence 1 in the past, then the Night Emperor must have received two Sequence 1 of the Red Priest pathway in this battle. The other members slowly nodded, feeling that Emperor's guess was reasonable. Klein behind the grey fog, so, Emperor knew the outcome of the division of spoils in this battle, so he knew that the Underworld Emperor had the uniqueness of the Red Priest pathway. But the question remains, what does the Underworld Emperor want the uniqueness of the Red Priest for? Catlia looked ahead. The result of the War of the Four Emperors still affects us today, or rather, the result of their division of the spoils of victory still affects us today. Audrey couldn't help but imagine, how intense would the War of the Four Emperors, or rather, the War of the Gods, be? Furs held her chin. I really want to write a biography novel about this. It's a pity that this information cannot be made public. Emlyn was still in deep self-doubt. Is this really the history of the War of the Four Emperors? Why is the ending the only thing that is the same as the historical knowledge I know? As a sanguine known for his erudition and long life, am I really qualified? Finally, let's briefly talk about the descendants of the Tudor family, Hobert said with a smile. The reason for providing this information is because I know them relatively well. According to my observation, the descendants of the Blood Emperor are relatively special. Perhaps due to the influence of being half-mad, the Blood Emperor doesn't seem to have prepared any way out for himself. This has led to the current descendants of the family not doing very well. Well, at least the two branches of descendants I know of seem to be in dire straits. Although the members of the Trunsoist family are not very numerous due to special reasons, they have inherited high-level sealed artifacts and B-under characteristics. The Balk family at least inherited 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts, while Rafter's family pitifully only had 1 Grade 1 sealed artifact. The situation of Christian's Tudor family may be a little better, but Hobert believes that they probably don't have any Grade 0 sealed artifacts either. Klein immediately thought, do the chosen of the Creator have a large number of descendants of the 3 emperors? Did Emperor come to this conclusion after seeing the descendants of those families among the chosen? He manipulated the world and asked, what about the descendants of Black Emperor Solomon, whom we discussed at the last gathering? As far as I know, there are mainly two branches, in addition to some descendants who have changed their names and are unwilling to live the life of an beyonder family anymore. Hobert did not hide this information. One branch is in the northern continent, with a sequence 3. One branch is in the Berserk Sea, which is the king of the 5 seas that we all know. Klein suddenly recalled, I saw a description of the current king of the 5 seas in Roselle's diary. The Black Emperor ship was bestowed upon Nast by Roselle. Alger almost stood up, not knowing whether it was a question or a self-question. The 5 seas. King of the 5 seas is a descendant of the Solomon Empire. Then he seemed to have thought of something. I should have thought of it long ago. After all, his flagship is the Black Emperor ship. Katlia had already known this, but she still couldn't help but sigh. Emperor knows too much. I don't believe that there would be such records in the Trunsoist family's books. Audrey and Furs and others all had a feeling that history and the present were connected, as if they had constructed a perfect historical logic, or a historical closed loop, in their minds. Hobert leaned back in his chair. The above is all the information about the Tudor Empire. I personally feel that although the Blood Emperor did not achieve the final victory, he was the most unrestrained one. I was world-renowned, and I left. Everyone seemed to see the Blood Emperor, full of madness, laughing and leaving when he fell. They didn't know whether it was the beyonder characteristics that made him so crazy, or whether he was so crazy himself. After savoring it for a while, everyone came back to their senses from the previous transaction and entered the next free exchange session. The world first smiled gloomily. I received news that the Storm Church has taken action, and the matter of Bansi Harbor has been initially resolved. Alger, who had been floating at sea for the past week and had no contact with the church, immediately asked, what was the final result? Klein manipulated the world and said, for a period of time, there will be no more Bansi Harbor. It was not until this time that Audrey and others understood what they were discussing. Bansi Harbor was the place where the descendants of Medici, suspected to be Red Angel, lived. Did Mr. World mean that the Storm Church had flattened Bansi Harbor? That's really their style. I just don't know if Medici's descendants escaped. Did the Pope of the Storm Church come to the scene in person? Did they use any Grade 0 sealed artifacts? While these questions popped up in Audrey's mind, she asked, Mr. Emperor, did Medici's descendants flee to Bansi Harbor after their ancestor was murdered? Perhaps that's the case, but perhaps they didn't escape much, just hid their tracks, Hobert analyzed. At that time, the enemy of the United Empire was the underworld emperor of the southern continent. Red Angel and his people would generally appear at the forefront of the war. Perhaps the descendants of Red Angel were fighting in the Berserk Sea at that time. After learning that Medici was killed, they withdrew from the battlefield, but they didn't completely side with Trunsoist like the Sauron and Einhorn families. Audrey then asked curiously, why didn't they do this? Is there any unknown secret in this? Hobert pondered for a moment. The following is my guess, and I'm not sure if it's true. First of all, Medici set up a trap to deceive Sauron and Einhorn. The two sides were mortal enemies, and Trunsoist could only accept one of them, so of course he would accept two beyonder families and abandon the Medici family. Because Tudor finally obtained Medici's spoils of victory, the Medici family regarded the Tudor Empire as a mortal enemy and would not go to join the Blood Emperor. And in the previous battles, the three extraordinary families of the Red Priest pathway must have been at the forefront, and it would be difficult for the Underworld Emperor to accept the Medici family. Even if the Underworld Emperor was willing to accept them, they probably wouldn't dare to go, because from a very early time, the Underworld Emperor had been cooperating with the Demonist sect, and it cannot be ruled out that they would be tricked into becoming beyonder characteristics. Everyone was stunned. Klein was the first to react. He manipulated the world and asked, are assassin and hunter adjacent pathways? That's right. Because this was just Hobert's guess, he didn't intend to charge for this information. As for the information that witch and hunter are adjacent pathways, just consider it a free broadcast on this tarot gathering. Katlia also realized the value of this conversation. Originally, she didn't quite understand what these people were talking about regarding Bansi Harbor and Red Angel. But the following conversation was very informative. There was actually information about the recent situation of the descendants of the King of Angels, and those descendants seemed to be hiding in Bansi Harbor. As a pirate admiral, Katlia certainly knew about Bansi Harbor, so she listened very carefully. She planned to carefully record these conversations and review them when she had time. The second reason, Hobert said, it's not difficult to hear from the world's previous description that the so-called God of Weather sounds like an evil god. I seriously suspect that the state of Medici's descendants should not be very good. As for why they are not very good, of course, it is unknown. Perhaps they have been affected by something. Perhaps there is some corruption in Bansi Harbor. Perhaps they were injured in battle. In short, a sequence 2 in a not-so-good state is best to hide their tracks, otherwise they will be very dangerous. Hobert remembered that Klein later seemed to have discovered an entrance to the suspected City of Calamity in Bansi Harbor. It is possible that this entrance was infiltrated from the western continent. After the passage of time, some Sefirah seems to have infiltrated the north and south continents. For example, the River of Eternal Darkness should be the earliest Sefirah to infiltrate, or rather, the earliest to be used by gods outside the seal. But of course, this information cannot be made public yet. Audrey then asked the World, who was at the lower end of the bronze table, Mr. World, do you know the specific process? World shook his head slightly. No, no one can understand, except for the higher-ups of the Storm Church. Alger fell silent. I must become a higher-up in the church. He emphasized to himself once. Katlia said to Emperor, I hope to trade information about the King of Angels with you. Of course, no problem. Hobert smiled and said, I'll give you a discount, just consider it as you joining the previous gatherings transaction, so I'll give you the crowdfunding price, £1,000. Katlia didn't even think about it, no problem. Klein sighed, our pirate general so rich. Next, Katlia once again experienced the joy of pursuing knowledge, and at the same time, it surprised her many times, that King of Angels actually involves the ancient sun god. So he also needs some subordinates. This third epic god is becoming so concrete in my mind for the first time. What? Wisdom Angel, Wind Angel, Pure White Angel, are respectively the current god of knowledge and wisdom, Lord of Storms, and Eternal Blazing Sun. This is really blasphemous. I actually know the origins of the three true gods, or rather, the three true gods also have origins. What kind of tarot gathering is this? This is simply a gathering to blaspheme the gods. What? Adam and Ammon are also kings of angels. I have seen descriptions of these two angel families in some ancient documents, but I didn't expect their history to be traced back to the third epoch. His Dark Angel is very mysterious. I remember seeing a partial description of the Dark Angel's honorific name, Deputy of Heaven. He seems to be the leader of the Kings of Angels. Among these Kings of Angels, he also seems to be more special. Emperor's simple description cannot help but remind people of the true creator. Emperor's explanation makes the identity of Dark Angel even more confusing, so this is Red Angel. He was already a big shot in the third epoch. The other members also listened very carefully. Even listening to this information again made their hearts uncontrollably excited. After all, this is top-level knowledge in the extraordinary world. After completing the transaction, Katlia was silent for a few seconds and then asked, Mr. Emperor, you seem to be very clear about the experiences of the Kings of Angels after the third epoch. At least I'm more clear about Medici's later experiences. Hobert thought to himself, I also know that he has become Red Oil Hot Pot now. Then he sighed, sure enough, the nickname wasn't wrong. Using hot pot to describe the state of Medici and the others is just too appropriate. Whether it's meat, vegetables, or soup, they're all mixed together. Katlia smiled and said, can I trade more detailed information about the King of Angels with you? She realized that there must be huge secrets hidden in this information. Hobert considered it for a moment. Apart from Dark Angel, the information on the other Kings of Angels can be said in more detail. If you still want to get detailed information about Dark Angel, the price will be at least £18,000. Because there are too many hidden information involved here, and this information may even subvert everyone's perception. If it doesn't involve Dark Angel, but only talks about Angel of Imagination, Angel of Time, and Red Angel, this information is worth £2,000. If you add the other three Kings of Angels, this information is worth at least £5,000. Katlia took a deep breath. Let's conduct the £2,000 transaction. She still couldn't accept sitting here and talking about the gods as if they were chatting. Audrey on the side discovered, at this gathering, Hermit's attitude is very active. Well, she should be as curious as I am about these histories hidden in the mist. Klein realized, this pathway is not only about knowledge pursuing them, but they are also pursuing knowledge. So Katlia launched another transaction. Does anyone want to join? Me. Audrey raised her hand first and said, I am willing to pay £500. Furs also said without any pressure, I am also willing to join the transaction. For her, joining the information transaction with Emperor has become like an instinct. As long as her financial resources permit, she will definitely join in and listen. Little Son also said, me too. He really wanted to know more detailed information about Ammon. The other members were a little hesitant. Hangman was saving money to buy the Sequence 5 potion formula, and he gave himself a limit of £500 for each tarot gathering. Emlyn was wavering between this knowledge and the beloved puppet, not knowing what to choose. As for World, this time he shamelessly prepared to freeload. So the crowdfunding was quickly completed. The reward was £1,800 and a Beyonder ingredient. The £1,800 came from Hermit's £1,000, Audrey's £500, and Furz's £300. The last ingredient, of course, came from Little Son. After requesting Mr. Fool to block the senses of the others, Hobert smiled and said, then, let's begin. He didn't really care about Fool Klein's freeloading, just treat it as a reward for helping at the wedding before. Let me first talk about Red Angel, Hobert said. It is now very difficult to trace his origins. What is certain is that he was already sequence 2 in the late second epoch, and some people even speculate that he was sequence 2 at birth. Audrey immediately asked, Mr. Emperor, is he perhaps the child of a certain god? Furs also thought of Adam and Ammon, born as angels. That's great. Hobert explained, theoretically speaking, it is indeed possible for the child of a true god level to be sequence 2 at birth. But in the second epoch, not only were the ancient gods non-adjacent dual pathways, but there were also many sequence 1 level ancient beasts or king of angels level ancient beasts whose situations were similar to the ancient gods. Many times, a half-mad sequence 1 with multiple pathway beyonder characteristics who gives birth to a child will have the level of sequence 2. The process of giving birth is the process of them expelling the beyonder characteristics of another pathway. Audrey nodded. I understand. Furs suddenly thought, if I have a child with Hobert. She didn't continue to think about it, because just thinking about it made her face flush red. Fortunately, everyone didn't notice Furs's strangeness, but looked at Emperor together, waiting for him to continue. Hobert continued, there is nothing to say about Medici's history in the third epoch. Throughout the early and mid-third epoch, he doesn't seem to have done anything memorable. Of course, it is also possible that some of the things he did were drowned out by the era when the gods and kings of angels walked on the earth. After all, there were still many strong people at that time. And the entire third epoch, except for the last few years, can be considered a peaceful era without large-scale wars between gods. Only at the end of the third epoch did a sudden change occur. Medici joined the Rose Redemption. Before everyone could ask questions, Hobert quickly added, as for that great change, it is not included in this transaction. Audrey secretly said it was a pity. Cattleya realized that great change might be the reason for the value of £18,000. After many transactions, Furs finally realized that the history of the third epoch might be as exciting as the history of the fourth epoch. Little son could be sure, this great change may be the truth I have been pursuing. Hobert continued, Medici's history in the fourth epoch, everyone knows just now. He successively became a noble of the Solomon First Empire and the United Empire. He formed a legion called Red of War, which is said to be extremely powerful. This is why I said that he always rushes to the forefront of the war. Many times the beyonders of this pathway are not only fighting, but also acting. Klein behind the grey fog, Emperor seems to know the beyonders of the Red Priest pathway relatively well, and even knows that they need to use war to act. Cattleya, these are some historical details, some very lovely details. Audrey recalled, I seem to remember my brother mentioning that the Fasak Empire also has a very powerful legion. Now that I think about it, it should be a legion composed of beyonders, a legion similar to the Red of War, except he couldn't tell me too clearly at the time because I wasn't a beyonder yet. Hobert suddenly smiled and said, key information about Medici is here. I dare say this is my exclusive information because I also participated in that event. Everyone was slightly stunned. Wasn't Medici already fallen? Medici was killed in a ruin in Backlund, Hobert said. Although he fell and the beyonder characteristic was taken away, his remaining spirit turned into a powerful evil spirit. What's even more surprising is that the remaining spirits of Sauron and Einhorn were mixed with the remaining spirit of Medici. In other words, there are 3 consciousnesses in one evil spirit. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 485, Chapter 485, Adam and Ammon again, Bonus 6. Chapter 485, Adam and Ammon again. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Sarah Bauer for becoming a Sequence 9 reader. Sitting at the head of the bronze long table, Klein first thought of the ruins he and Miss Sharon had explored together. At that time, they were behind the door with bloodstains and discovered a powerful evil spirit. Was that Medici? No, it was an evil spirit composed of the spiritual remnants of 3 angels. More than 1,000 years, no, 2,000 years had passed, and they still remained in the place where they were harmed. Cattleya probably understood what was going on. Evil spirits generally can only appear within a certain range, and there should be a certain force supporting the existence of the evil spirit there. I didn't expect that the evil spirit formed by the Angel of Kings would also follow the rules regarding evil spirits. Since the Angel of Kings can also form evil spirits, then the spiritual imprint of a god. This idea is truly blasphemous. It must be because I was influenced by Emperor that I had such thoughts. Furs exclaimed, it really is a magical and wonderful world. There would actually be an evil spirit with 3 consciousnesses. Then, would they usually chat? This gives me a lot of inspiration, a protagonist with multiple consciousnesses, he lives every day with different consciousnesses, I don't know if such a life is wonderful or tragic. Little son then thought of the curse of City of Silver. Why do we have to kill our own blood relatives? Theoretically speaking, doing so would easily lead to the appearance of evil spirits, but why is City of Silver the exact opposite? Audrey simply asked, Mr. Emperor, is that evil spirit still in Backlund? What kind of operation did you encounter this evil spirit in? Hobert recalled for a moment, he should still be in Backlund now, but he may not be in that ruin anymore. I don't know exactly where he is. Just kidding, it would be too magical if I said I knew. As for that operation, I only played a very limited role in it, Hobert said. I can't reveal the specific details, I can only tell you that it was an operation arranged by the Creator. In addition, this operation is related to Adam, who we will talk about next. Klein behind the grey fog immediately understood, that should be a game at the level of gods. I remember that Hobert said before that after the Backlund smog, Adam once went to the Creator for a negotiation. It is possible that before that, the Creator had already confronted Adam, and this level of confrontation would often disintegrate the other party's intentions from some inadvertent places. Katlia was already certain, Emperor must have a close relationship with the Creator, and is likely to be a follower of the Creator. This can be seen from his clothes. Last time at the gathering, he was wearing Feinapotter-style clothes, but this time he is wearing Lone-style clothes. He should be running around the entire northern continent, handling some small matters for the Creator. In fact, Hobert has recently been changing his style of dressing frequently, and before entering the Tarot Club, he resolutely refused to wear a Feinapotter-style cloak, just to avoid being seen by Furs. Furs and the other 3 members simply guessed the Creator's intentions, but because there was not much useful information, they could only guess randomly. Audrey thought, but what is certain is that the Creator did not eliminate the evil spirit of the Red Angel. Could it be that the Creator has some other use for it? Next, let's talk about Adam again. Hobert smiled and said, in the previous gathering, a lot of his information has been announced. I even announced Adam's recent idea of wanting to become a god. And his roots are actually quite easy to trace. He is the child of the ancient sun god. Since the 4th epoch, he has always hoped to revive the ancient sun god. It is said that his idea was once a bit extreme. Adam is preparing to become a god. Katlia, who did not obtain relevant information in the transaction just now, showed enough shock. Apart from the great emperor, it seems that no one has successfully ascended to the throne of God in the 5th epoch. Little Sun was a little gratified. There are still people who remember the omnipotent and omniscient God. But then Hobert changed the subject, but some people also believe that Adam is using the resurrection of his father as an excuse to cover up some of his purposes. I am inclined to the latter. He must be hiding something. But there is no evidence to prove this point, it's just my feeling. Hobert thought to himself, I can't tell you that I've seen the script, can I? Son Derek asked after a slight daze, Mr. Emperor, can gods be resurrected? I mean, is there any way to resurrect a god? He may have felt that the answer to this question was too valuable. I can pay you some more remuneration. No need, this answer does have a very high value, but I don't have a clear answer here, I can only give you a relatively vague answer. Hobert thought for a moment before saying, in fact, not only gods, but even at the level of angels, as long as you leave enough preparations, it is not impossible to resurrect. At the level of true God, it is actually very difficult to be completely killed. He may fall in the war of gods, but it does not mean that there is no possibility of resurrection. Just like what I said before, Black Emperor Solomon, as long as he becomes a god, after meeting certain conditions, he has the ability to return, or rather, resurrect. There are also some gods, such as the ancient death god I know. Although she is in a half-crazy state, he still made some preparations for his future resurrection. As far as I know, the ancient sun god has also made similar preparations, but it is difficult to say whether the process of resurrection can be completed. Derek's eyes lit up again. Although the truth may be difficult for you to accept, I still have to tell you. Hobert said to Derek, even if the ancient sun god is resurrected, he is no longer your omnipotent and omniscient god. He is more like another god with most of the beyonder characteristics and memories of the omnipotent and omniscient god. Do you understand what I mean? Little Sun's eyes were a little dim. I understand. Klein then launched into another association. Just as I guessed before, at the level of gods, life and death can no longer be used to describe them. Or rather, they have jumped out of the limitations of life and death on life. Audrey sighed, the resurrection of a god is really a magical process. Katlia then issued another question, where did Emperor get such high-level knowledge and information? This has completely exceeded the intelligence reserves of a beyonder family. Let us continue to talk about Adam. Hobert said, in the 4th epoch, Adam supported the Tudor Empire, and he joined forces with Amon and Antigonus to make the great nobleman Zeradal of the Solomon Empire fall in the War of the Four Emperors in order to support Antigonus in becoming a god. And helped Antigonus complete the ritual. He was just a little bit short, Antigonus would have become a god, but he would ultimately be impossible to become a god. Their actions are purely because the Tudor Empire's strength is actually relatively weak. If a second true god were to appear in their camp, it would greatly alleviate the Empire's pressure. But as Mr. Door was sealed, and Antigonus later fell into slumber, Adam's efforts ultimately didn't have much effect. Audrey felt, this is a more detailed, brief history of the Tudor Empire. To achieve victory in the War of the Four Emperors, not only did the Tudors work hard, but the nobles who supported the Tudor Empire also worked hard. Cattleya exclaimed, this has long exceeded the value of £2,000. Hey, these pieces of information are even difficult to price. If we were to summarize, the Emperor's pricing isn't without rules. Information about true gods is priced around £1,000, and slightly more detailed information is priced around £2,000. Information about the Solomon Empire and the Tudor Empire, at the true god level and very complete or systematic, is priced at £5,000. Information below the true god level, even about King of Angels, is only priced around £700. For example, this transaction, involving 3 Kings of Angels, is priced at £2,000. Later, Adam formed the Twilight Hermit Order, Hobert said. Until now, Adam has finally found an opportunity to become a god. Audrey and the others fell into silence. Adam's experience is actually quite rich. Born as a king of angels with a uniqueness, after going through the 4th epoch and the 5th epoch until now, he finally has the opportunity to become a god. Little Sun asked, if Adam becomes a god, will he continue to revive the ancient sun god? How could I possibly know the future? Hobert smiled and said, when we have the chance, we'll discuss this issue in detail. To avoid other members asking questions, Hobert simply said, let's talk about Amon again. I think everyone should be most interested in him, after all, Amon's avatar once attacked Little Sunday. Cattleya was stunned. Sun looks young, and has already had such an experience. He has just advanced to sequence 7. Before this, a low sequence beyonder encountered Amon's avatar. How did he survive? The members of the Tarot Club are all very mysterious. However, he didn't have time to continue thinking, because, the Emperor continued, Amon has the same origin as Adam, both are descendants of the ancient sun god, and was born with the uniqueness of the marauder pathway. His experiences in the 4th epoch were richer than Adam's. I strongly suspect that the idea of murdering Medici was his idea, possibly because he wanted to play a prank on Medici. This King of Angels is also known as the God of Mischief, taking pleasure in deception and pranks, and his pranks are unprovoked. For example, as far as I know, Amon and Medici also had a good relationship. Perhaps it was because they were familiar that Amon played such a huge joke on Medici. I think his unusual way of thinking is probably related to the fact that he was born with divinity, but didn't have enough humanity. According to some information I've seen, after becoming a demigod, one can feel their own divinity. After becoming an angel and a king of angels, divinity is a growing trend. Because I'm not a demigod yet, I can't directly describe divinity, but the most intuitive manifestation seems to be the gradual loss of intense human emotions, such as crying, laughing, sadness, and grief, etc. Klein couldn't help but want to knock on the long bronze table with his fingers. What information are you reading? Can you lend it to me too? Cattleya silently summarized in her heart, some seemingly unimportant descriptions from the Emperor often contain huge amounts of information. I need to pay more attention to these descriptions in the future. Audrey put her hands on the long bronze table. Amon's pranks, doesn't it sound like something a very disobedient child would do? I can almost imagine that when facing Amon, warning him not to drop the vase in his hand, the more you say it, the more he will smash the vase to pieces with a triumphant smile. Furs also had similar thoughts, and further thought, if my child is so naughty in the future, I must beat them severely. Hobert continued, for Amon, the War of the Four Emperors is more like a game, and he enjoys it immensely. After the fall of the Tudor, he didn't have any psychological burden. On the contrary, he devoured the ancestor of the Jacob family. Well, I mentioned this family in the information about the angel families. This family was once one of the 5 major nobles of the Tudor Empire, the sequence 1 of the marauder pathway. Jacob's biggest mistake in his life was probably choosing to work with Amon. Amon not only devoured the sequence 1 in Jacob's body, but also stole Jacob's fate, so for a long time, Jacob was actually Amon. This caused a devastating blow to the Jacob family, because Amon has the habit of collecting all marauder beyonder characteristics. Klein sighed, what a damn king of angels, I hope I never meet him. Cattleya was considering, I wonder if the authority that this king of angels possesses is a bit strange. Or is his personality just that strange? Audrey was thinking about other things. Every time I hear about Amon's abilities, it makes people feel so terrifying, but also so magical. Little Sun was more concerned, Mr. Emperor, what happened later? After the War of the Four Emperors ended, what other news is there about Amon? Yes, as far as I know, there are many high-level avatars of Amon in the North and South continents, Hobert warned. In a moment, I will ask Miss Justice to hypnotize us, so that after we leave here, we will forget everything about Amon. Because if you encounter Amon, and you happen to have memories about him, he will immediately realize that you know him, and be able to steal your relevant memories and find the source of the related information. At that time, the entire Tarot Club's information may be known by him. Audrey said bluntly, what a terrifying ability. Klein behind the gray fog became a little uneasy. You guys are being hypnotized by Miss Justice, what should I do? Is this the punishment for eavesdropping? Then he thought, the Emperor has a sealed artifact from the spectator pathway, I'll ask him to rent it for a while. Alas, you can't be greedy for small gains. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 486, Chapter 486, The Talent of Being an Evil God, Bonus 7. Chapter 486, The Talent of Being an Evil God. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Oluwadabaloba Alatalua for becoming a free member. Katlia was the first time to hear about Amon's so detailed description. She recalled some of the information she had seen before, only had strange, very amazing, and other descriptions. This made her not only sigh. Hearing the information of the Emperor, Amon's image immediately became specific, just like the Emperor had seen Amon steal other people's fate. Furs once again sighed, it's hard to imagine, what kind of experience is it for a person to be stolen their fate, or for Amon to replace someone else's fate? I wonder if Amon would be embarrassed when facing other people's wives and children. Oh, right, the Emperor just said that Amon doesn't have too much emotional fluctuations like ordinary people, he may not even know what embarrassment is. Audrey asked again, Mr. Emperor, what should we do if we encounter Amon? Little Son also stared at the Emperor, which was also the question he wanted to ask, but just now, he had used up his chance to ask questions. Or rather, Justice Audrey saw that Son wanted to ask a similar question, so she asked this question. Of course, she herself was also very curious about the answer to this question. Of course, pray to the fool immediately. Hobert said, besides that, I really can't think of any other way. Klein behind the gray fog, don't talk nonsense. Why not pray to the Creator? What are you praying to me for? Let me watch the live broadcast of Amon taking the fate of the Tarot Club members. But in order to maintain the image of the fool, when facing the gazes of Justice and others, he just remained silent, neither admitting nor opposing. This made Audrey and other members recall the fool's previous dealing with Amon's clone, and they all thought that should be the best way. Of course, it is also possible that you will forget to pray, or Amon will pray for you instead. Hobert spread his hands and said, actually, encountering enemies at the level of King of Angels is quite desperate, and there is almost no ability to resist below Sequence 2. The only thing we can do is to pray for the other party's mercy, or pray that our luck is good enough so that the other party won't discover our abnormality. After all, even a King of Angels cannot use his abilities to deal with everyone he encounters. It's just that Amon is indeed a special case. Perhaps the more you pray for his mercy, the more you pray that you are lucky enough, the more he will deal with you. After all, he is the god of pranks. Hobert thought for a while and then said, if you are unlucky enough to encounter Amon's main body, then prepare for the funeral. But if you only encounter his clone, you can try to ask for angel-level power to deal with it. Theoretically speaking, his avatars should range from Sequence 4 to Sequence 2. If you want to kill his Sequence 2 clone, you need at least 2 or more angels. Because the speed must be fast, otherwise it will definitely attract other avatars. He paused and then said, as far as I know, his high-level avatars are only at the Sequence 2 level, without the position of Sequence 2. Because when you reach Sequence 2, you will have more divinity, and his avatars may have the idea of breaking away from the main body. So this is an opportunity for us, an opportunity to deal with his avatars. Klein immediately realized, the Amon clone encountered in City of Silver before should only be at the Sequence 3 or Sequence 4 level, most likely Sequence 4, otherwise the angel I materialized could not have easily killed the clone. This can also be regarded as good luck for Little Son and me. It would be troublesome if we encountered a Sequence 2 level clone. Even Mr. Fool might fail. Katlia smiled wryly. This reminds me of a fable. In ancient times, a person discovered that the sun was originally a big fireball, and then naively thought that he could put out the sun with water. Audrey followed with a smile. Yes, even if we know how to deal with Amon's avatars, first we have to become angels, and we also need an angel to help. They are not enemies of the same level at all, and it is not something we should care about. While speaking, she glanced intentionally or unintentionally at the top seat, which was something Mr. Fool should care about. Little Son fell into deep thought. What if I encounter Amon's clone again? City of Silver has no angels, only god-level sealed items. Alas, I'm so stupid, I can ask Mr. Fool for help. I said before, according to the information I have, Amon's main body is in the forsaken land of the gods. Hobert said, except for, Son, the probability of the rest of us encountering his main body is extremely small. Klein secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. Katlia looked at Son in surprise. He is from the forsaken land of the gods. It's actually the legendary forsaken land of the gods. The members of the Tarot Club are more than just mysterious, they are completely unexpected. There are devotees of the Creator, people from the forsaken land of the gods, and people from the Storm Church, and sanguine servants of the Earth Mother Church. Currently, only Justice and Magician are unclear about their details, but their backgrounds should not be simple either. Miss Justice's emotional self-control is very strong, and it is difficult to get too many useful clues. As for Miss Magician, it is precisely because she rarely speaks and expresses her opinions that it is easy to ignore her, and I have to pay more attention to her in the future. Audrey asked again for little son, Mr. Emperor, what is Amon doing in the forsaken land of the gods? Or rather, why does he have to be in the forsaken land of the gods? Some people say that he is looking for something there, Hobert said vaguely. I suggest not to guess his purpose, and don't care about his purpose, because that is likely to be his trap. Another reason is because he has successively supported the Solomon Empire and the Tudor Empire, and also supported the true creator. This may not be the main reason may be that the 7 gods don't like him very much. So as long as Amon's main body appears in the north and south continent, it will trigger a divine descent, and then drive him back to the forsaken land of the gods. Audrey and Katlia and Furs all felt a lot more at ease. Fool Klein breathed a sigh of relief again, and silently said in his heart, praise the goddess. Derek sighed, it's good to have the protection of gods. Then Derek asked, Mr. Emperor, how does Amon contact his avatars? For this question, I can pay more remuneration. Hobert thought for a while, pay another beyonder ingredient, this answer does involve some other information. No problem. Derek believed that Amon's method of entering and exiting the forsaken land of the gods would be an important reference. As far as I know, Amon built a mausoleum for himself near Backlund, and his avatars seem to be able to use some of the arrangements in that mausoleum to travel back and forth to the forsaken land of the gods. Klein immediately thought of Amon's mausoleum that he learned about through Miss Sharon. Later, the Erode's magic mirror reported to him the exploration process, and at that time he guessed that Amon's mausoleum seemed to be connected to the abyss. In short, there were many secrets. And at that time, Klein had a guess, could Amon be traveling back and forth to the forsaken land of the gods, through the abyss? Derek secretly said it was a pity, because City of Silver obviously had no way to replicate this method. Hobert added, as far as I know, there is another way to enter the forsaken land of the gods through the projection of the giant king's court in the dreamland deep in the eastern part of the Sonia Sea. But this method has considerable risks, and I don't know the specific method either. Derek repeatedly chewed on the phrase, giant king's court. Little boy Jack and the others also entered the forsaken land of the gods from the giant king's court, but Jack was ignorant and couldn't explain how he got in. The Emperor's answer once again confirmed the key information they obtained, and the external exit must be hidden there. Little son became more and more happy, Mr. Emperor, thank you for your answer. Hobert smiled, okay, the transaction about the King of Angels ends here. Audrey and the others fell into a brief state of aftertaste, and then Audrey came back to her senses and gave everyone psychological cues. After releasing Alger's and Emlyn's sensory blockade, the free exchange session continued. There was silence in the hall for a few seconds before Emlyn cleared his throat and said, thank you for the Emperor's help, I am already a Baron. I have a question, as a Sanguine, after being promoted to Baron, do I need to use the so-called acting method to promote digestion and better grasp the beyonder characteristics, like you humans? While speaking, he raised his chin slightly and straightened his back. Seeing that the Emperor didn't mean to answer, Katlia answered, acting is necessary, because only sequence 7 is called vampire on that pathway, and you are born that way, so you don't need to act, all the others do. The reason why Emperor Hobert didn't mean to answer was actually because he was too lazy to answer. He estimated that Emlyn had already found the answer to this question. The focus of his words was, I am already a Baron. Audrey blinked her beautiful eyes and asked with a curious tone, Ms. Hermit, I remember Mr. Emperor said that vampires are sequence 7 of the apothecary pathway, I am very curious what sequence 8 of this pathway is called. Sanguine, it's sanguine. Emlyn corrected. Katlia and Audrey responded with a smile, and Audrey pursed her lips, Mr. Moon is already sequence 6, why does it feel like he is not as mature as Sun? The Hermit simply ignored the Moon's correction and began to answer Justice's question, as long as you are familiar with the people of the Earth Mother Church, you can learn about the situation in this area. Vampire belongs to the Moon pathway, the corresponding sequence 9 is Apothecary, sequence 8 is Beast Tamer. Sequence 4 is Shaman King, and above that, I don't know. Cough, Emlyn coughed again, Ms. Hermit, I must emphasize again, it's sanguine, not vampire. Katlia smiled, using vampire is just for convenience of description. At the same time, she carefully observed everyone's reaction, the Emperor was indeed calm, he already knew this. The Hanged Man seemed to only know a part of it. Well, probably from the sequence 5, Scarlet Scholar, he obviously began to pretend not to be interested. He didn't know the information above the Scarlet Scholar, so it can be inferred that he is still in the middle and lower levels of the Storm Church. Justice and Magician listened with great interest. They are also at the bottom of their respective organizations, but they should have some support, so they are not worried and completely listen to it as a story. Sun is really not interested. Doesn't the forsaken land of the gods have this pathway? The reason why Katlia generously announced some sequence names of the apothecary pathway is first to strengthen her favorability in everyone's minds, and second, this is another test of other members. And the effect of this test made her very satisfied. Audrey thought seriously, and raised her hand slightly like she was in a tutoring class. Ms. Hermit, why is there no necessary connection between the various sequences of the moon pathway? According to her observation, there is a certain connection between the sequences of many pathways, such as the spectator pathway, sequence 8 is telepathist, sequence 7 is psychiatrist, and above that, sequence 6 is hypnotist. She also knew that Zio's pathway sequence 9 was arbiter, and sequence 8 was sheriff. However, the potion names of each sequence of the moon pathway do not seem to be related. Katlia glanced at Miss Justice, noticing that her dresses and jewelry were completely different from the last time, with no repetition. In a trance, she seemed to see the portrait of that queen when she was young, and the clothes on each one were different. A piece of clothing would never be worn a second time on formal occasions. Katlia was silent for a second or two before saying, different sequences within a pathway do not necessarily have to be related, or have a superficial connection. Their common feature is that they are all within the domain of the god corresponding to this pathway. For example, moon represents spirituality, plants, beauty, part of life and part of darkness, so this pathway has apothecaries in the field of plants, vampire in the field of life, and beast tamers who cross life and spirituality. Sanguine. Emlyn emphasized, then raised his chin slightly, this should be the reason for the handsomeness and beauty of our sanguine. Derek retorted in his heart in a low voice, it's not like this, the sanguine I've seen are all disgusting and hideous. The one who felt the most was Klein, because the various sequences of the seer pathway did not seem to have any obvious connection. The exchange continued, and then Audrey said, I recently went to a place with a custom of worshipping dragons. That place was of course Earl Hall's territory. After attending Hobert's wedding, Audrey returned to Earl Hall's territory with her family. This is a tradition of the nobles of the Lone Kingdom. Audrey began to mention the ancient poem about dragons, and clarified that she was inspired by it, and maintained a clear psychological activity in the dream through psychological cues. Through the messy dreams, she came to the edge of her own consciousness, and then, according to the materialization method learned from Mr. Fool, created a downward staircase, and gradually deepened into her subconscious field. Of course, she did not describe the subconscious light spots she saw, because each light spot represented a secret that she was unwilling or ashamed to tell others. For example, the subconscious thought of walking intimately with Hobert's arm in the territory. For example, the idea that the bride at the wedding she just attended was herself. She focused on that feeling of loneliness, of endlessness, of being unable to find a goal, of being surrounded by a grayness that seemed to conceal all sorts of monsters, that extreme sense of oppression. She mentioned that her emotions had been on the verge of collapse several times, and that she had barely managed to hold on with her own beyond her abilities, finally arriving at the illusory ocean formed by the collective consciousness of living beings. There were memory imprints from the early ancestors of humanity, and there were reflections and extensions of the various consciousnesses of the surrounding creatures. Then she mentioned the giant dragon with gray, rock-like scales that flew through the sea of collective consciousness. Beside her, Fur suddenly had a book title pop into her head, Miss Justice's Dream Travelogue. Then she sighed, to think there's a dragon living in the ocean of collective consciousness. Although Miss Justice didn't encounter any enemies or dangers, her experience still gives me a sense of illusion. After recounting her experience, Audrey asked, ladies and gentlemen, what advice do you have? Do you think that miracle of sincerity, live seed, of the legendary dragons is also hidden in this sea of collective consciousness? If I want to continue exploring, what should I pay attention to? What preparations do I need to make in advance? Hangman Alger said in a deep voice, I don't think you should continue exploring. This is a very dangerous act. According to records, most dragons are creatures of flesh and blood, including the mind dragon. The fact that it can exist in and roam the sea of collective consciousness of living beings indicates that the dragon you saw possesses a sufficiently high sequence, perhaps even reaching the level of a demigod. Before you reach sequence 5, don't consider this issue. Katlia nodded and followed. In the sea of collective subconsciousness, there are many dangerous things, the accumulated evil thoughts of humanity, various desires that erode the spirit body, terrifying memories from ancient times, etc. They are like storms and waves on the ocean, which can cause you serious psychological trauma, and even make you unable to wake up. Moreover, that is the sea of collective consciousness of all living beings, not just humans. Perhaps some evil spirits, some evil gods, some terrible presences are also lurking there. Do not rashly conduct in-depth exploration. Audrey, who had been full of expectations, was disappointed, but had to admit that Hangman and Hermit were right. At this moment, Mr. Fool suddenly said, in dreams, you can chant my name. This was something Klein had inadvertently discovered. In dreams, chanting the name of the Fool allowed him to receive it above the gray fog and respond. Audrey was first surprised, then delighted, thank you, Mr. Fool. Of course, she understood what Mr. Fool meant. Hanged men and hermit are right, but if you encounter danger in your dream, or if the mind dragon comes looking for you, chant the name of the Fool. Alger was also somewhat surprised, and he immediately thought, Mr. Fool's power has further recovered, and he can even project his power into dreams. Katlia was surprised, Mr. Fool actually possesses authority over dreams. Hobert was sighing, before I knew it, you showed off again. So being an evil god requires talent. I don't have that talent, and I still can't put on an act so casually. Hobert did not offer any advice on this matter, because he noticed that Hangman Alger seemed to be subtly comparing his life experience and knowledge reserves with Hermit Katlia, and Katlia didn't seem to be showing any weakness. It wouldn't be appropriate to show off his own knowledge reserves at this time. As the discussion of Audrey's question ended, the world appropriately rented the psychological spoon from Hobert, and then Klein announced the end of this tarot gathering. Above the grey fog, after disconnecting from the members, Klein first completed the process of the members' sacrifices and bestowals, and then used the Sea God Scepter to respond to the prayers and requests of the believers. Returning to the real world, Klein rested for a while and came to the Smelting Leaf Bar with Fair Judge Erlen, the captain of the White Magnolia, who had an appointment in advance. Today, Erlen was going to introduce Klein to the local military contact in Byam. Erlen walked ahead and found a man in a coffee-colored jacket in the corner of the bar. Why aren't you drinking Lerouche? The man, who was in his 30s, glanced at Erlen and Klein with somewhat cloudy eyes. I've already had it. I'll have a glass of Zahar to sober up. Zahar was a local specialty malt beer, cheap and with a low alcohol content. Erlen smiled and pointed to Klein, Gehrman Sparrow. Then, he introduced to Klein, us Kent, just call him Kent. You guys chat, I have to go back and prepare. I'm leaving port tomorrow morning. He waved his hand and turned to leave without hesitation. Klein pulled up a chair and sat down, not ordering any wine, just looking at us Kent with a blank expression. Kent felt extremely uncomfortable under his gaze, took a gulp of Zahar and said, you can come to me directly if you have anything in the future, as long as you can provide valuable information or help us do something. Okay. Actually, Klein really wanted to ask if the costume expenses for impersonating Eileen to assassinate Rear Admiral of Disease could be reimbursed. Although that was Dannett's money. But in order to maintain Gehrman Sparrow's persona, he just thought about it. Kent smiled, seemingly drunk. I've heard Erlen mention some things about you, but I still have to remind you, don't be so crazy when doing things on the sea. Pirates won't talk to you about chivalry, and they won't abide by the laws and rules of the kingdom. If you settle down in a port city or island colony, they can definitely do things like attack your family. Family. Klein was silent for a second or two, and said plainly, I have no family. Us Kent almost didn't know how to respond, so he changed the subject and said, they will also attack your friends. Then he heard Gehrman Sparrow say in a tone without any fluctuations, I have no friends. Kent coughed twice before recovering, they will also ambush you. Klein said quite calmly, I won't refuse anyone who gives me money, it's polite. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 487, Chapter 487 Miss Sharon, Bonus 8. Chapter 487 Miss Sharon. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Donnie for becoming a free member. Kingdom of Fainapotter, Jeffrey Territory. Hobert, through a grant, received the income from this tarot gathering. From the intelligence trades at this gathering, he earned a total of £8,300, and 4 beyonder ingredients. Plus £100 for the rental of the psychological spoon. This income set a record for the most income ever earned at a tarot gathering. Of course, this achievement was largely due to Katlia, who spent money without batting an eye. After deducting the £800 paid in advance to Hermit Katlia, Hobert received £7,600. Little Son's payment was, as usual, delayed. However, the income from the pounds was already very satisfying for Hobert, and he had gathered most of the funds for the 5th batch of building materials. Hobert decided to continue his efforts and contact Miss Sharon tonight to see how wealthy the Temperance faction was and how many beyonder characteristics they could purchase. Based on this, he would then decide whether to take a trip to the sea. In the afternoon, under Hobert's care, Seal successfully advanced to Sequence 8, Provoker, entering a rather self-destructive phase of this pathway. However, Seal certainly didn't dare to provoke Hobert. While restraining his spirituality, he asked Dennis, who was beside him, are you still fetching water for the Earl to wash his feet? Do you still secretly cry when you think of your father? Dennis's face immediately flushed red, and he rushed over to fight Seal. Seal laughed twice and quickly said goodbye to Hobert before leaving. After a while, Dennis explained to Hobert in a aggrieved tone that he didn't secretly cry, he just couldn't understand why his father suddenly abandoned him and his 2 brothers. Hobert took a sip of tea. Provokers really know how to poke at people's sore spots. After dinner, Hobert said hello to Furs and went to the side hall to change into ruin-style clothes. Now that Freya was practicing vocabulary in the study and Furs was in the bedroom, Hobert had to carry out any secret operations in the side hall. After changing his clothes, Hobert changed his appearance into a face with a prominent ruin-style bridge of the nose and high cheekbones. After a transfer, he arrived at a corner not far from the Bravehearts bar. A quick observation revealed that it looked like an ordinary bar. Hobert tightened his trench coat and pushed open the door of the bar with a hand holding a cane. It was lively and chaotic inside, but the Bravehearts bar seemed a little better than the bars in the East Borough. At least the customers here didn't have patches on their clothes, they all wore shoes, and some even had canes. Hobert squeezed to the bar, but it was the busiest time at the bar, so he naturally had no intention of waiting like this. So, he stepped forward and squeezed a drunkard off his seat, then placed 8 copper pennies on the bar. "Give me a beer." "What are your requirements?" "Something mellow." Hobert rarely came to bars and didn't know much about what kind of beer was available in this era. So the bartender poured Hobert a glass of priest's beer worth 6 pence, which was considered a mid-range product among beers, but it was rarely sold at the Bravehearts bar. It was said that this beer was initially brewed by a missionary from the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom to help believers. Because of its mellow taste and unique characteristics, it provided a fixed source of income for a poor town. Later, the brewing method of this beer spread widely in various countries of the northern continent. In order to commemorate the missionary, everyone called it priest's beer. As for the remaining 2 pennies, the bartender naturally assumed it was a tip, because he could tell at a glance that this gentleman was not here to drink. Hobert didn't hide this, after all, he was here to find someone, not to act in a play. There was no need to hide his purpose so deeply. He took a sip of beer and said, "I was introduced by Sherlock the detective, looking for Mr. Merrick." The bartender was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, "Sorry, Mr. Merrick hasn't been here for a long time." Hobert sighed, "Well, I'll come back in a few days." With that, he drank the beer in one gulp and left the noisy bar with his cane. Following the method Klein mentioned, Hobert found a rental carriage on the street. Go to the dock. For a moment, he felt like he didn't know where to go. It had been a long time since he had returned, and he was already a little unfamiliar with Backlund. The carriage had been driving for a few minutes when Hobert felt the atmosphere in the carriage suddenly change, as if it suddenly made people heavy and never happy again. A lady with pale golden hair, a rather delicate appearance, but an abnormally pale complexion, wearing a Gothic court dress, appeared opposite him. Hobert thought to himself, Miss Sharon has a kind of ascetic feeling. Emlyn, that kind of otaku, should fall immediately when they see her, right? Are you a friend of Sherlock's? A beautiful, somewhat cold, and somewhat distant voice asked. Yes, I have experienced several adventures with him, Hobert said truthfully. Miss Sharon simply glanced at Hobert a few times. What do you want from me? I have a batch of Beyonder characteristics to sell, I don't know if you are interested. Hobert recalled the conversation with Dofus. There was no need to lay the groundwork when chatting with this kind of person, so he directly cut to the chase. Miss Sharon, who seemed to have no emotional fluctuations, calmly asked, what sequence are they? How many copies are there? This conversation skipped the links of mutual probing and trying to get information from each other. The reason why she asked this directly was because she determined that the other party must be selling the Beyonder characteristics of the prisoner pathway, otherwise there was no need to find her whereabouts through Sherlock. In Sharon's view, with Sherlock's endorsement, the man in front of her was at least not her enemy, so she simply went straight to the topic. This made Hobert, who often dealt with Bishop Simpson, Jonathan, and a group of old foxes, suddenly feel like he didn't know how to continue the conversation. He cleared his throat unnaturally and said, 41 copies of the Beyonder characteristics of prisoner, 36 copies of the Beyonder characteristics of lunatic. Hobert didn't mean to sell all the Beyonder characteristics in his hands in one go. That would be too alarming, and it would be seriously inconsistent with the number of enemy deaths that occurred in the southern continent. But after all, Beyonder characteristics are not bred. Even if Hobert was reserved, selling dozens of copies together still sounded amazing. Hobert deliberately paused here, preparing to admire Miss Sharon's surprised expression. But to his disappointment, Miss Sharon still did not show any extra emotions. Are you kidding me? Hobert spread his hands. What's the point of me coming to you late at night to make this kind of joke? Miss Sharon looked at Hobert for a long time with delicate eyes that had no emotional color. Are you a believer of the Creator? This was not difficult to guess, because only the War of the Creator organization could obtain so many Beyonder characteristics at once recently. Hobert didn't intend to hide this either. That's right, in some respects, we can actually become allies. The question now is, I don't know how many Beyonder characteristics the Temperance faction can eat. I think you should need them very much. He thought to himself, if you tell me that the Temperance faction currently has only 2 members, then sorry, I'm bothering you. Oh, right, we can still talk about the transaction of demigod Beyonder characteristics. Miss Sharon looked ahead, seemingly considering for a while before saying, I can't give you an immediate answer, you can first say how many Beyonder characteristics you have in your hand. Okay, Hobert said, in addition to the Beyonder characteristics of the 2 sequences I just mentioned, there are also 28 copies of werewolf, 18 copies of zombie, 7 copies of wraith, and 1 copy of puppet. This time Hobert saw that Miss Sharon's eyes suddenly lit up when she heard puppet. He, finally a little reaction. Hobert felt that after Sharon advanced to puppet, the potion was likely to be digested for the most part immediately. Her current state felt like she was acting in advance. But soon, Miss Sharon returned to calm and said in a seemingly distant voice, how much are you going to sell each of them for? Hobert had already thought about the price: prisoner, £280, lunatic, £580, werewolf, £1,300, zombie, £3,200, wraith, £6,000, puppet, £50,000. Miss Sharon calmly bargained, the price is too high. I can buy the corresponding Beyonder characteristics at the Backlund Beyonder gathering for less money than that. Hobert smiled, werewolf and below can accept bargaining. I know that the Beyonder characteristics of the prisoner pathway are indeed not in great demand, but I have corresponding pathways of the Righteous God churches, and they offer prices that are slightly higher than my previous quote. However, I still prefer to sell to the Temperance faction because we have a common enemy. Hobert finally felt the atmosphere of talking to normal people. Business, of course, requires bargaining with each other. After a few seconds of silence in the carriage, Sharon said, I am sure I want to buy the Beyonder characteristic of puppet, but you have to give me 2 weeks to raise funds. As for the Beyonder characteristics of other sequences, 3 days later, come to the Bravehearts bar again, we will still meet in this form, and I will give you an answer. Hobert nodded, okay, then. Hey, I haven't finished talking yet. Why are you leaving? He looked at the empty opposite side. I originally wanted to say, if you are tight on money, you can pay in installments. Also, selling the Beyonder characteristics of a demigod for £50,000 was a huge discount. Originally, Hobert also wanted to talk to Sharon and agree that if she sold her Beyonder characteristics at this price, she would participate in a battle between the Balk family and the Rose School after she became a demigod. Hobert smiled, forget it, I'll talk about it when we meet next time. The carriage drove out again for a while, and Hobert asked the coachman to stop. After paying the fare, Hobert came to the corner and used travel to return to his territory. When changing clothes in the side hall, Hobert thought, since Sharon intends to purchase Beyonder characteristics of other sequences, it means that the Temperance faction has more than just her and Marek. It's just that Backlund should only have these 2 members of the Temperance faction. Maybe they, like the resident Backlund representatives of other forces, are responsible for conducting some Beyonder transactions in this metropolis. Back in the bedroom, Furs hadn't fallen asleep yet. She put down the magazine in her hand. I heard that you are going to go to war with the other side tomorrow. Hobert said, and took off his trench coat and said, I have been tolerating those demons for a long time. After the declaration of war was sent out, this matter was no longer a secret, but many people thought that the Lord was going to go to war with Viscount Teuton. Only a few people such as Furs and Seal knew the inside story. I'll join the war too. Furs played with the ring in her hand and said, I'll just try the ring you gave me. Hobert shook his head, it's too dangerous. Furs pushed Hobert's pajamas to him, I don't have any other skills, but few people can compare to me in the ability to escape. Hobert hung the clothes he took off on the hanger and smiled, it's not impossible. I'll find someone to protect you tomorrow, give you a pistol, and give you a sealed artifact that is very useful below the demigod level, so there shouldn't be much danger. He simply got into the quilt without wearing pajamas. Furs pushed him, we're talking about serious business. I haven't heard a comparison of the strength between the enemy and us yet. Hobert pretended to be serious and said, do what you should do at what time. At night, you should do something you should do at night. As for this battle, that's tomorrow's business. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Hey, the buttons on your pajamas are still so difficult to undo. 487.5 No one under 18. In fact, the strength of the 2 sides is somewhat disparate. On the west bank of Full Moon Lake, the known opponents on the demon side include 1 demigod, 5 sequence 5s, and the number of sequence SIXS should reach more than 10. On Hobert's side, although Jonathan is a demigod, the sequence 5 combat power is only Hobert and Simpson, and there are only 5 sequence SIXS. These include Helen, and 2 people from the Tudor family, who belong to the Special Operations Department established by Hobert. The other 2 people are the captain of the Druid, under the command of Bishop Simpson. In order to reduce the gap between the enemy and us, and to ensure the victory of this battle, Hobert also went to great lengths to issue a level 2 sealed artifact to every mid-sequence member of the Special Operations Department. He also lent Simpson 3 level 2 sealed artifacts. The 5 level 3 sealed artifacts, and the 3 level 3 sealed artifacts that Hobert had just inherited from Rex, were also distributed. However, the gap still exists. The demons have been operating on the opposite side of the lake for 30 or 40 years, and there are countless sequence 7 and low sequence beyonders. They can only rely on tactics and a reinforcements Hobert found to narrow the gap. The next morning, Hobert made a final pre-war mobilization in front of all the participating members, and then under the command of Bishop Simpson, all combatants had breakfast and launched an offensive towards the opposite bank by boat. Furs was also among them. She didn't expect that Hobert would send Archibald, the new male servant who had been following him these 2 days, to protect her. This male servant looked weak and didn't seem very powerful. However, Furs quickly put the male servant's affairs behind her. She, who already had quite a bit of combat experience, looked at the opposite side of the lake and was somewhat excited about the upcoming battle. Archibald was even more excited, because Hobert allowed him to turn the Beyonders on the enemy's side into his marionettes in this battle. A demonic wolf of fog without a marionette is at its most vulnerable. If Archibald hadn't known enough, it would already be an ingredient. If he had 1 or 2 durable marionettes to take the hits in front, Archibald's strength would receive a huge boost. A total of 38 Beyonders launched a frontal assault, representing all the power currently in the Jeffrey territory. This force would be quite terrifying elsewhere, but it's different in the South Colson area. This is a region where evil forces like the Church of Blood can exist openly. Moreover, they don't take official Beyonders seriously at all. Unlike the cat and mouse games in other places, this is a fight between 2 tigers. Bishop Simpson was the overall commander of the frontal assault. He stood at the bow of the ship, quietly watching the opposite shore. There was no one on the dock, or rather, no one within sight. The entire Teuton town was as silent as the realm of the dead. Simpson took a deep breath. Just as he and Hobert had predicted, the demons had set up a trap, waiting for the official Beyonders to walk into it. Actually, Bishop Simpson was also a little nervous, because the enemy was strong and they were weak, and he didn't know if Hobert's tactics would be effective. Soon, the ship completed the docking process. While everyone disembarked, Bishop Simpson shouted, "Quickly pass through Teuton town. Our target is on the other side of the town. The time has come to rescue the people and demonstrate the power of the official Beyonders. First squad, take the lead. Cole, you bring up the rear. Pay attention, pass through Teuton town quickly." First squad was led by Angus, Hobert's cousin. Helen's squad was naturally the second squad, along with the Earth Mother Church's Cole squad and Domie's squad. In terms of strength, Angus's squad was the strongest. Under Simpson's constant urging, the official Beyonders quickly entered Teuton town. A map of the town immediately appeared in everyone's minds. Starting a few days ago, everyone had been forced to look at the map of Teuton town for half an hour every day. Now, the previous preparation came into play, and everyone knew which direction to go. Suddenly, several members walking in the front fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth and convulsing. This was a curse that the demons had set up on the streets long ago. Simpson cast a healing spell, and one person's symptoms immediately eased. Helen, at the back, grabbed at another person, taking away the curse on their body. Helen carried a sealed artifact that the Balk family had seized from the Rose School. The main means of attack of this sealed artifact was curses, and it also had the ability to remove some simple curses. In terms of cursing ability, the prisoner pathway was more skilled. Carry these 2 people and pass through quickly. Seeing the enemy's sneak attack, Simpson breathed a sigh of relief instead. A member of the first squad said, "The sealed artifact on my body allows me to sense the enemy's location." Everyone follow. That was also a sealed artifact seized from the Rose School, which could give the wearer extremely high spirituality and could transform into a werewolf state for 5 minutes, while maintaining a certain degree of rationality. But after more than 5 minutes, they would lose their minds, and after more than 6 minutes, they would completely turn into a werewolf without reason, never able to return to human form. Pass through quickly. Simpson shouted, "Hobert gave me the power to cancel your qualifications to divide the spoils of war. Whoever doesn't listen to my command, hurry back before the ship is too far away." Although the people in the first squad were very unconvinced, they could only endure it for the time being. Attention! Helen, in the middle of the team, reminded loudly, and a series of pale blue fireballs emitting a sulfurous smell smashed towards the entire team. Everyone immediately reacted, and Angus, at the front of the team, shouted, "Burning flames are prohibited here." As a result, after the fireballs entered a certain range, the flames immediately became smaller, almost extinguished, revealing the magma-like core in the center of the fireballs. The 2 druid squads cooperated skillfully, and 4 members stepped forward, took out runes, and threw them in front of everyone. Life. 4 fiery red trees immediately appeared in front of everyone, blocking most of the fireballs. The remaining few fireballs were also frozen by Helen's frost. A group of people looked at each other and smiled. Although the entire team was like 3 piles of loose sand, and Bishop Simpson could only simply restrain them, after fighting together once, the opposition between them seemed less obvious. Simpson's new order was not as rigid as before, This morning, Lord Hobert gave the captains of the 4 squads a detailed account of the tactics for this operation. I think it is very feasible. Each captain must restrain his subordinates and pass through the town quickly. Yes, the 4 captains shouted together. Next, they encountered several more sneak attacks, but their purpose did not waver. They carried the wounded and quickly passed through the town. The physicians among the druid squads would immediately step forward to restore their teammates' combat power as soon as possible. After more than 10 minutes of jogging, with 5 people injured, they finally passed through Tooten Town and arrived at their destination, the big tree hanging many corpses. Bishop Simpson immediately ordered, "Helen, you protect the doctors and astrologers. Melee-oriented members to the outermost perimeter. Angus, you are responsible for the left flank. Cole, you are responsible for the right flank. Domies, you are responsible for the front." After simply setting up the formation, the demons ambushing in the town poked their heads out to check. They had a very bad premonition. Some demons had already guessed Simpson's intentions and were therefore a little anxious. Simpson pulled out the knife that had been hanging on his waist. The knife was orange-red and looked extremely sharp. He swung the knife towards the big tree full of corpses, and a fireball shot out from the tip of the knife, hitting the tree. Whoosh! The tree immediately burst into flames. The demons ambushing in the town rushed out, "Protect the sacred tree." Simpson breathed another sigh of relief. The situation was once again developing according to Hobert's predicted trajectory. He loudly ordered, "Hold your ground and wait for them to come to us." Many people laughed and made their final combat preparations. Although Hobert had not yet taken action, his tactics were very successful so far. The key to this battle was actually breaking the situation. The power of the Jeffrey territory was already at a disadvantage, but they still needed to be the attacking side, which would be very disadvantageous. If they just killed their way to the other side, there would be no chance of victory. The last time Hobert came to the Tooten territory, he noticed that the demons' believers were very respectful to this tree, and they had to dismount and kneel to pay their respects when they came here. Since it was a sacrifice to high-level demons, this tree was also very important to the demons, so Hobert's tactic was to quickly pass through Tooten Town, which must have a small-scale ambush, and come directly to the big tree to burn the tree. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 488, Chapter 488 Hobert's Tactics, Bonus 9. Chapter 488 Hobert's Tactics. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Paragon for becoming a free member. Before Hobert revealed his tactics, what troubled Bishop Simpson the most was figuring out where the enemy was lying in ambush. Only by knowing the enemy's ambush location could they formulate an effective plan and make the most correct choices. However, Hobert's tactics directly skipped over the most troublesome aspect for their side, turning it into a headache for the enemy instead. Additionally, before departing, Hobert had instructed Bishop Simpson that if burning the tree didn't work, they should go to the town and smash the devil statues, destroying the symbols of the devils. In short, they were not to pay attention to the enemy's small-scale ambushes, and even if they still couldn't lure out the devils, they could simply burn the tree, smash the statues, and then return by boat. Originally, Simpson was somewhat disgruntled about having to follow Hobert's command and also disliked being in the first wave, as it greatly implied that he would become bait. But after hearing Hobert's plan, Bishop Simpson realized that extraordinary combat could actually be fought this way. They had habitually used the thinking of official beyonders to consider problems, and the thinking of official beyonders was simple and crude: concentrate forces, surround, and annihilate. Moreover, Hobert had also placed his wife in the first echelon, which indicated that he would never abandon the people in the first echelon, so Bishop Simpson agreed to be the commander of the first echelon. Simpson watched the devils rushing towards them, and the first step of the plan had already been achieved. However, those devils stopped halfway because they realized their strength was insufficient to defeat Bishop Simpson and his men, and they couldn't extinguish the increasingly large fire, so they ultimately chose to wait for reinforcements from afar. The tree in front of them was indeed important to them, but no matter how important it was, their rationality would not allow them to risk their lives for a tree. This was the nature of criminals; regardless of what problems they faced, they could maintain calmness and rationality. On Simpson's side, some members were a little impatient, and Angus also said, "Bishop, should we take advantage of the enemy's main force not arriving yet and eliminate this group of enemies first?" "No." Simpson raised his voice and said, "This battle is different from the battles you've encountered before. Have you forgotten what Hobert said before departure? This is a team battle, relying on discipline and tactics. Now that our tactics have achieved initial success, whoever attacks first at this time will lose the advantage." The members were reassured again and seriously confronted the dozen or so devils. Bishop Simpson sighed, "Why are the words of that donkey Hobert so persuasive? I'm unknowingly quoting his words." Then he comforted himself, maybe this is the effect of Hobert's beyonder characteristics. When he was Sequence 9 lawyer, beyonders of this pathway were eloquent. After several sequences of accumulation, some of Hobert's unintentional words might become extremely persuasive. I have to be careful when dealing with Hobert in the future and carefully examine whether it's my true thoughts or whether I've been persuaded by Hobert. At this time, many enemies rushed over from the surroundings, which made Simpson sneer in his heart. Fortunately, I didn't listen to that idiot Angus just now, otherwise we would definitely be held back by the enemy's small forces and gradually lose our advantage. The Beyonders in Jeffrey's territory included multiple pathways. Some Beyonders of the door pathway were not suitable to be at the forefront at all, but their tripping techniques, electric shocks, and so on were much more useful than curses, making them very suitable for launching sneak attacks from behind. If they were entangled by the enemy's small forces bit by bit, there would be no way to construct protection for the Beyonders of the door pathway, and they would definitely be eliminated by the enemy first. As more and more enemies gathered, everyone felt psychological pressure again, because the number of enemies had obviously exceeded their own, reaching about 50 people. When Yarling, with a wicked smile, appeared, 3 Desire Apostles, the dull Sandy and the handsome Whites, had already gathered on the outskirts of the town. The Archbishop ordered us to kill this group of people who are destroying the holy tree. Yarling said with a sneer as he began to devilize himself. Of course, they knew that Hobert had not yet appeared. They could all feel the threat from the enemy, which proved that Hobert still had a backup plan, but they had not used their full strength either. The Sequence 6 and Sequence 5 individuals laughed hee-hee and transformed into a demonized state one after another. With Yarling's roar, the devils launched their charge, rushing towards the square formation that Bishop Simpson had simply arranged. Yarling and the other 3 Sequence 5 individuals charged at the forefront, intending to completely break the enemy's formation, and then the 3 Desire Apostles would join forces to capture Simpson. Yes, they only intended to capture Simpson. As for the enemies wearing the robes of the Earth Mother Church, they would try to make them lose their combat power. It wouldn't matter if a few members of the Druid team died, but if Simpson and his men all died here, it would definitely invite a counterattack from the Earth Mother Church. These devils had become accustomed to living a life of flaunting their power here. If they were to hide in the shadows again, they would really be unaccustomed to it. Therefore, their plan was to leave enough room for reconciliation with the Earth Mother Church. As for Beyonders of other pathways, they would all be killed. However, Hobert's wife had to be kept alive to humiliate Hobert. Simpson held his sword and came to the outermost perimeter of the team. He raised his head and roared angrily, and his body suddenly grew larger, tearing his clothes, transforming into a giant bear covered in brown fur, more than 2 meters tall. His hands were different from bear paws, similar to human hands, and he could still hold the sword in his hand. The 2 sides, one defending and one attacking, quickly closed the distance, finally reaching the range for using ranged skills. Simpson stomped his foot, and the weeds on the roadside grew at an extremely fast speed, turning into ink-green vines with barbs. These vines, like tentacles, went to entangle the enemies who were charging over. The demonized individuals rushing at the front summoned fireballs to burn the vines. A batch of vines was immediately burned by the blue flames, but another batch entangled several devils and some Beyonders of other sequences. The barbs on these vines were poisonous. The entangled devils were only limited in their movements because they could create poisonous mist in their demonized state, and they also had some resistance to poison. However, the entangled lower sequence Beyonders, such as unwinged angels, immediately showed symptoms of poisoning, such as fatigue and vomiting. As the distance between the 2 sides closed further, extraordinary skills began to fly. The devils used curses and sulfur fireballs, the interrogators used mental whips, the judges used exile, the biologists used poison attacks, the demonesses of pleasure used frost attacks, the astrologers used tumble, and so on, dazzling the eyes. When the devils approached and the 2 sides began melee combat, the battlefield completely fell into chaos. Yarling wielded a magma greatsword like a war blade and clashed with Simpson. The planter pathway also had excellent strength, and Simpson, who was also in a transformed state, was not inferior to Yarling in terms of strength. The others also found their respective opponents and began to fight. They didn't have much experience in team battles, and Simpson didn't have experience in commanding team battles, so in the end, they still had to start one-on-one fights. The first to notice something was wrong was the dull Sandy, who realized that the opponent's Sequence 6 seemed too powerful. Sandy's opponent was Angus, who had used exile to exile a devil who had rushed close back into the thorny vines. Logically speaking, he was a Beyonder of the Arbiter pathway, but when Sandy used the ability of corruption to sneak attack Angus, Angus became like a phantom, dodging Sandy's attack. At the same time, Angus opened his mouth and let out a sharp scream, which had a certain impact on Sandy's spiritual body, who had no defense against it. Then Angus used Psychic Pierce. The Sequence 6 level Psychic Pierce immediately made Sandy's face full of pain, as if someone was hammering his brain. After Angus succeeded with one strike, he immediately launched a series of offensives, death. He delivered a punch that Sandy could not dodge, knocking Sandy away, fracturing his skull. Taking advantage of this gap, Angus immediately said, "Devilization is forbidden here. The sequence 6 level prohibition can only be used once and cannot accumulate effects. Moreover, the prohibition below the demigod level, after prohibiting a certain ability or creating a certain order that is beneficial to oneself, does not mean that this ability cannot be used or that this order cannot be broken. Just like Angus prohibiting devilization, the enemy who is devilizing will feel a certain burden and will be weakened to a certain extent, while Angus's power will become stronger because the opponent has violated Angus's law. At the sequence 5 level, the degree of this weakening and strengthening will increase, and for enemies who violate the law, the disciplinary knight's strikes can more effectively damage the enemy. Facing such attacks, the enemy cannot dodge or avoid them, they can only withstand them. This is the so-called retribution process. Therefore, Hobert, who has become a mentor of disorder, no longer cares much about the judge's prohibition, but he still has to take the disciplinary knight's prohibition seriously. At this time, Angus in the battle is increasing in all aspects of power. A fractured skull is not fatal to an desire apostle. Sandy got up from the ground and summoned the magma sword again. At the same time, another judge of sequence 6 in the first team replaced Angus and launched a further attack, imprisonment. One of the most difficult aspects of Beyonders of the Arbiter pathway and the Lawyer pathway is that many of their abilities cannot be avoided. Sandy, as an desire apostle, still could not avoid the judge's imprisonment, but before being imprisoned, Sandy used a very evil tone to form a word, die. This was his ability of filth language. At the same time as he was imprisoned, the judge felt as if his heart was being tightly gripped by an invisible hand, and blue flames were burning in his chest. The judge fell to the ground, clutching his heart in pain. Fortunately, the judge remembered the sealed artifact on his body during his death throes. When he injected his spirituality into the sealed artifact, the blue flames were quickly covered by white frost, and the judge's heart struggled to resume beating. This was the ability of the zombie to control frost and make his body strong, making his body as hard as steel. The frost extinguished the blue flames, and the strong body restored vitality to the heart. In addition, the judge at this time was already a zombie, already wandering on the edge of death, so Sandy's filth language was resolved. Whether it was the sealed artifact on this judge or the sealed artifact on Angus, they were very restrained against the abilities of the Desire Apostles, because Sandy did not feel much emotional fluctuation from the enemy, which would greatly limit the Desire Apostles' ability to manipulate desire. In essence, both wraiths and zombies do not have much emotional fluctuation, but because the sealed artifacts were seized from the Rose School, they all have negative effects such as the amplification of desire. However, after being sealed by the Nation of Disorder, these negative effects will only appear after being used for a period of time. At that time, the sealed artifacts must be replaced or put away quickly. Sandy had already broken free from the imprisonment state, and Angus had already taken his place, continuing to fight Sandy. Sandy did not expect that in such a crucial battle, he would be suppressed by two Sequence 6 individuals. As the Sequence 6 judge rejoined the battle, Angus's eyes suddenly turned completely white. With him as the center, the surrounding ground suddenly turned black, and thorny vines with teeth and eyes grew out of it. These vines greedily devoured the spirituality of the surrounding enemies, and they were like phantoms, making it difficult for Sandy's fireballs to cause damage to them. Slow. Sandy used filth language again to slow down the vines that were entangling him. Not far away, a Sequence 7 serial killer was unfortunately entangled by the vines, and the teeth immediately gnawed at his spiritual body. In the serial killer's painful screams, his spirituality was being rapidly drained. If no one saved him, his spiritual body would be directly sucked dry, turning into a corpse. This was just a corner of the battlefield, and Sandy's situation was not an exception. Another Desire Apostle, Whites, was also entangled by a Sequence 6 and a Sequence 7 from the Druid team. The sword in Bishop Simpson's hand was a magical item of the Hunter pathway, with excellent armor-breaking ability, and Yarling had already been injured. This made their previous 3-on-1 tactics completely ineffective. The battles at the Sequence 6 level were similar to the situations encountered by the three Desire Apostles, being entangled or besieged by mid-sequence Beyonders wielding sealed artifacts. Yarling, who was in the first wave of attack as a devil, was also strange. Where did the enemy get so many sealed artifacts? This was one aspect of Hobert's wealth. In the previous battle in the southern continent, he directly obtained 13 Grade 2 sealed artifacts, and the three mercenary teams also transported 4 Grade 2 sealed artifacts to him. However, Hobert auctioned off one of them earlier in order to gather popularity. Also, when he helped Rafter recover the Beyonder characteristics of the Pond family, he obtained 4 Grade 2 sealed artifacts. A few days ago, Hobert also inherited 1 Grade 2 sealed artifact, and Christian gave him 3 Grade 2 sealed artifacts. These sealed artifacts were all ones that he did not often use or carry with him. There were also some sealed artifacts he didn't use much anymore, such as the teleportation statue. Hobert gave the statue to Furs along with the pistol. Adding everything up, Hobert now had more than 20 Grade 2 sealed artifacts, which is why he was so generous in equipping each mid-sequence Beyonder in the Special Operations Division with one Grade 2 sealed artifact. He also generously lent Simpson 3. Equipping over a dozen Grade 2 sealed artifacts significantly boosted the combat power of the official Beyonders. Without these sealed artifacts, Yarling's side, with 3 Sequence 5s and several Sequence SIXS, would have been enough to control the situation, but now they were locked in a bitter struggle. Additionally, for Beyonders of the Abyss pathway, the first qualitative change only occurred at Sequence 6, Devil. Before that, Criminal, Unwinged Angel, and Serial Killer had decent fighting abilities but lacked sufficient offensive power. Therefore, the combat at the low sequence level wasn't showing much progress either, and Yarling felt that his side's advantage had been completely lost. At this moment, a shrill scream caught Yarling's attention. A devil had somehow broken through the crude defense set up by Bishop Simpson and entered the rear of the opponent's formation. However, he was immediately swarmed, shot at close range by Furs, and his condition became very strange. Helen's ice spear also pierced the devil's chest, covering it with frost. Logically, these attacks shouldn't have been too serious for a demonized devil, but his movements became very slow, and he couldn't dodge the attacks of the surrounding Beyonders' cold weapons. The scream just now was the devil realizing that his life was about to end, and it was also a warning to his companions. Yarling also noticed that there were already 7 or 8 corpses lying on the ground, most of them serial killers. Even more surprisingly, Yarling saw 2 of his subordinates actually helping the enemy attack the slow-moving devil. This devil was, of course, moved to the rear by Furs using the teleportation statue. Previously, she and Helen had tried to cooperate and had already killed several serial killers, saving their companions from perilous situations multiple times. After everyone was prepared, Furs simply moved a devil over. Under Archibald's control with spiritual threads, the devil was quickly killed by the surrounding people. As for the 2 subordinates who were helping the enemy, they were 2 serial killers who had been turned into puppets by Archibald. Archibald wasn't very satisfied with these 2 puppets because they only had some killing skills and the ability to hide their tracks, as well as the ability to become cold-blooded and hide all emotions and auras for a certain period. They needed to go through some rituals to obtain some Beyonder abilities from high-level devils. They themselves only possessed the Beyonder power of poison fire, and severely lacked extraordinary offensive capabilities. As for the ability to interfere with divination, Archibald certainly didn't need it. With the first devil killed, there was soon a second. The excellent sealed artifact in Furz's hand successfully changed the course of the battle. In fact, if Archibald used its full power, it would become the key to changing the battle. But it lacked sufficient motivation and didn't plan to participate too much in this battle. Hobert also knew this, so he only assigned it the task of protecting Furs. The reason was simple: Hobert understood the concept of vested interests too well. Simpson and the others all had their own purposes in this battle, so they would fight with all their might. But Hobert had already divided up the benefits of this battle, and there was no way to give anything more to the demonic Wolf of Fog. Only giving it cold commands to fight would only result in it slacking off. This attitude could easily ruin things at a crucial moment. So Hobert simply didn't count on the demonic Wolf of Fog. Until Furs moved the 3rd devil from the chaotic battle area to the rear, surrounded and killed it, the devil side, due to the lack of high-level combat power, finally couldn't hold on and began to show signs of collapse. At this moment, the space behind them became illusory, and Hobert, holding a black knife, stepped out from the spirit world. Hobert wore a cold smile, weaken. Several fleeing enemies were immediately weakened. Hobert rushed up and began to massacre almost like chopping vegetables. Hobert's appearance completely shattered the psychological defenses of Yarling and the others. Even a Desire Apostle wasn't Hobert's opponent, and now Yarling and the others were all entangled and couldn't spare any hands to deal with Hobert. This allowed Hobert to enter the enemy ranks like a tiger among sheep, causing the enemy's low-sequence Beyonders to turn around and run. The fleeing enemies returned to the battlefield. Their Beyonder abilities allowed them to remain calm, but calmness and reason couldn't overcome the gap brought by power. Hobert noticed that Angus and his companions, in the most intense part of the battle, were going to pursue Sandy. Hobert quickly shouted, "Maintain formation. The enemy hasn't used their full strength yet." Hobert's orders were very effective for the Beyonders of the 1st and 2nd squads. Angus and the others immediately gave up the idea of pursuing and went to prepare to kill the devil who was struggling nearby. Just as Hobert said, the enemy hadn't used their full strength yet. Sandy withdrew from the battle at Yarling's signal because Yarling had received a reminder from Archbishop Bowen that reinforcements were about to arrive. And Bowen didn't intend to take action for the time being because he sensed the threat from the enemy's demigod. He was preparing to wait for the other side to strike first, and he had prepared a surprise for the enemy's demigod. Sandy's retreat was just to lure some of the enemies away from their crude formation so that they could eliminate these pursuing enemies first when reinforcements arrived. Before long, led by the voluptuous female devil Gloria and the cold-faced Wordsworth, 2 Desire Apostles, more than 30 reinforcements arrived on the battlefield. Not only Simpson but the devils were also experiencing this large-scale group battle for the first time. Hobert had watched this kind of battle several times. Two of them were the 100-person and 200-person group battles initiated by the Balk family, and one was the ambush of the Fasak Empire's Beyonders by the lone mercenaries in the southern continent. At that time, Hobert took the opportunity to summarize a lot of experience in Beyonder group battles, and maintaining formation was the most useful and most critical point. With the addition of the enemy reinforcements, Hobert took out 1-102, the sealed artifact that looked like a puppet. Da-da-da-da. Before Gloria and the others could rush close, the puppet in Hobert's hand quickly shook its head, and then it raised its first hand. A puddle of water in a nearby field lost all its color and reflection, turning into an opaque gray. Behind the gray was another world, the most unknown and terrifying side of the world in the mirror. Suddenly, a hazy skull appeared in the gray. Wordsworth, who was closer to the puddle, suddenly collapsed on the ground as if he had lost all his bones. Before the reinforcements could reach the battlefield, they had already lost a Sequence 5 combatant. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 489, Demigod War, Bonus 10. Chapter 489, Demigod War. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks for becoming a free member. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. After the Desire Apostle, Wordsworth fell to the ground, two black arms covered in short, stiff down stretched out from the grey puddle. They seemed to be able to extend infinitely, reaching from the field to grab Wordsworth. Wordsworth tried several times but couldn't sit up. He quickly summoned more than 20 fireballs with blue flames and smashed them towards the two arms and the grey puddle. The arms, seemingly devoid of any life, nimbly dodged the fireballs. The fireballs that hit the puddle didn't make any sound of water splashing. Instead, they entered another world, transforming into fireballs burning with a grey, hazy flame. The surrounding people were seeing grey flames for the first time. They didn't look like flames at all, rather, it was as if the fireballs were emitting grey dust. These fireballs had completely escaped Wordsworth's control. Slow. He used the power of devil language to stop the fireballs from crashing into him. One of Wordsworth's devil subordinates summoned a magma sword to chop at the two arms. However, as soon as he summoned the magma sword, he seemed to be controlled by an invisible force, rolling over in an abnormal way, ending up upside down. At some point, the second hand of 1-102 had already been raised. In the unblinking eyes of a corpse on the ground, all color suddenly vanished, turning gray. Within this layer of gray film, there was a shadow resembling a jellyfish. It was a jellyfish toxin that made the devil feel upside down, a toxin that made the devil feel that being upside down was normal. Then, the devil swung his large fist, pounding his chest forcefully, thump, thump. This was another type of jellyfish toxin that made the devil's chest feel very heavy, only feeling comfortable when struck hard. 1-102 effectively stopped the reinforcements' offensive. They weren't sure how many monsters the sealed artifact in Hobert's hand could summon. A Desire Apostle and a devil had already been hit. The Sequence 7 and low Sequence Beyonders in the reinforcements were too frightened to rush forward. However, Gloria knew that she should eliminate Hobert as soon as possible. Only by eliminating Hobert could her companions be saved, and only by eliminating Hobert could they join up with Yarling and the others who were struggling to hold on, completely reversing the unfavorable situation. Die. Gloria uttered several evil syllables, forming an evil concept. Night. As if in response, Hobert recited an ancient Hermes incantation. Hunter, with eyeballs hanging on his cheeks, appeared in front of Hobert, taking the brunt of Gloria's devil language for Hobert. But Hunter was already dead. The invisible hand groped around his heart, but it was useless. As for those blue flames, they were quickly covered by the ghastly white light on Hunter's body, extinguishing rapidly like flames that had lost all fuel. At this moment, one leg of 1-102 in Hobert's hand lifted up. A shiny metal button on a nearby corpse lost its luster, turning a hazy gray. This time, there was no shadow, but a skeletal hand reached out, grabbing the edge of the gray button. Immediately afterward, a complete skeleton crawled out. The button was only the size of a normal button, but it gave people the feeling that the skeleton was crawling out of a well. The skeleton held a bone sword emitting a ghastly white light. After it came out of the metal button completely, it was about the same build as a normal person, except for being a bit taller. To Hobert's surprise, the skeleton, holding the bone sword, rushed towards him. This was a monster that felt that the enemy's face was not very good, and instead took a liking to Hobert's face. Just as Hobert was about to block with his knife, Hunter suddenly deflected the bone sword, so my bones were in the mirror world, no wonder I couldn't find them no matter how hard I looked. He said to Hobert, "Leave him to me. If we're talking about swordsmanship, you're no match for him." As Hunter spoke, he and the skeleton had already exchanged several sword strikes back and forth. Because they had already understood each other's moves and countermeasures, it was meaningless to continue attacking. Hobert couldn't have asked for more, he's all yours. At this time, Gloria had already rushed to the front, and Hobert fought with this female demon who had a very good figure and was not wearing much. Hobert complained in his heart, is this what is called a devil figure? Gloria at this time demonized, while using the magma greatsword to chop, while summoning blue fireballs, surrounding Hobert and smashing. What made it difficult for her to understand was that she couldn't feel any emotional fluctuations in Hobert, which greatly reduced the attack power of the Desire Apostle. The other 4 devils also joined the battle with magma swords. Hobert was no match for 4 fists with 2 hands, and rolled and crawled to avoid their attacks. At this time, the second leg of 1 to 102 finally lifted up. A sword flashing with cold light on the battlefield suddenly turned gray. In the gray film, a shadow of a crown appeared. A sequence 6 devil suddenly seemed to have lost his soul, staring blankly at the blurry crown. What a beautiful crown, put it on, and I will be the king, ha 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 ha. As he spoke, he walked step by step towards the crown. After taking 2 steps, the devil seemed to realize something, and his face began to struggle. The leg that had stepped out hesitated to fall. Holy light. Hobert endured a magma sword on his chest, and summoned holy light with the light priest ring at the right time. The reason why it was said to be the right time was because the laughter from the devil, who was just attracted by the crown, made the other devils unconsciously try to stay away from him, resulting in them gathering together. 1 holy light went down, encompassing Gloria and 1 devil, and another devil was on the edge of the holy light. He quickly dodged, but still had his entire shoulder encompassed by the holy light. Hobert endured the excruciating pain of a hole being burned in his chest, disorder. The devil who was closest to Hobert and stabbed Hobert fell into a state of disorder. Hobert slashed from his left shoulder to his right waist. The devil who had recovered from the disorder state was filled with horror. In his unbelievable expression, his upper body slid to the ground. Distortion. Hobert distorted the concept between himself and Gloria. This female demon, who had suffered considerable damage from the holy light, also had wounds on her chest and was bleeding, sharing Hobert's injuries. This made her even weaker. Hobert used a healing spell on himself, and the wound on his chest was mostly healed. Not having time to wait for the injury to fully recover, Hobert rushed forward to attack the 3 devils who had been hit by the holy light and were now weak. Perhaps seeing that the sealed artifact in Hobert's hand was no longer summoning any monsters, those serial killers and unwinged angels were preparing to bypass the battlefield of Hobert and others from the fields to support Yarling and others who were obviously somewhat overwhelmed. Corrosion. Just as they were about to pass Hobert, Hobert's long-brewing corrosion erupted. Although the beyonders of the criminal pathway are known for their calmness and rationality, their minds are usually too dark. Corrosion can easily detonate the dark side of their hearts, causing the grievances they have accumulated to erupt at this moment, causing infighting. Or make stupid moves like going to the corner of the battlefield to go to the toilet, or sitting on the ridge of the field watching the battle in front of them like watching a play. Even Hobert's 3 opponents were affected to varying degrees. Hobert took the opportunity to stab a devil, and was about to backhand and kill the opponent, but Gloria, who had recovered first, deflected Hobert's knife, saving the life of that devil companion. Hobert was not in a hurry, slowly grinding down Gloria and the 2 devils. He had already used 1 to 102 to block the enemy's reinforcements, completing his first mission. This is the power of a Grade 1 sealed artifact, allowing Hobert to face enemies several times his number. With multiple Sequence 5 and Sequence 6 on the enemy side, 1 to 102 is easier to use than 1 to 103, because the monsters summoned by 1 to 102 will first attack the enemy's high-level combat power. Now the problem is thrown back to Bowen. Bishop Simpson's side is gaining more and more advantages. If it weren't for Yarling constantly amplifying Simpson and others' carelessness, anger, and other emotions, causing them to always miss the chance for the final blow, there would be no suspense in the battle situation over there at this time. If that archbishop named Bowen doesn't care, most of his subordinates will have to explain it here. And if Bowen makes a move first, then he will completely lose the initiative. Hobert can win without summoning reinforcements, but he will not be able to hunt the other party's demigod. At this time, Hobert also thought that it would be a bit wrong if Bowen made a move in advance. He should be able to feel the malice from Jonathan. If he makes a move, will it mean that he has other means? Just as Hobert was thinking about these things, his spirituality sensed something and looked at the burning tree. Suddenly, the flames in one area turned blue, and 10 demonized figures jumped out from inside. Hobert was somewhat surprised, and quickly injected his spirituality into a piece of metal in his pocket, which was Jonathan's communicator. As long as he injected spiritual power here, Jonathan would be able to sense it as long as he was not out of the South Coelson area. The appearance of these 10 enemies was unexpected for Hobert. Judging by their size, there were 3 desire apostles and 6 devils among them. Generally, devils in their demonized state are over 2 meters tall, while desire apostles in their demonized state are nearly 3 meters tall, making them easy to distinguish. They were likely a batch of forces recently recruited from other places, hidden by Bowen until now. In short, they were not within Hobert's calculations. Moreover, this group of devils appeared near the second squad of the Special Operations Team. Their position on the battlefield seemed carefully chosen, targeting the weakest point in Jeffrey's Beyonder force, where Furs was also located within the second squad. Helen immediately led the second squad to move closer to the first squad, hoping Angus and the others could spare some energy to block these demons. However, the devils attacked with extreme speed, closing within meters of Helen and the others in the blink of an eye. Just as they were preparing to unleash a massacre, a tall and wide door filled with illusory colors suddenly appeared before them. The space behind the door seemed to become extremely distant, as if it were another dimension. The demons quickly halted their advance, all sensing the immense threat emanating from the door. Ah! Just as they were awaiting further orders from their leader, a devil suddenly let out a miserable scream. Without them noticing, a man in his 30s, clean-shaven and with meticulously combed hair, had appeared beside them. This was Jonathan, whom Hobert had called for assistance. He could conceal his spirituality and aura, entering a state of concealment. Even devil with danger perception couldn't anticipate from which direction Jonathan would appear. The state of concealment, combined with a sudden attack, meant that even a sequence 6, let alone a demigod, could fall victim to his ambush. Fortunately, this pathway didn't have overly strong offensive Beyonder abilities. Therefore, the silver-white, frost-glowing, beautiful short sword in Jonathan's hand was a carefully selected sealed artifact, possessing extreme attack power and a significant chance of critical hits. Charm. Just as the other 9 were launching attacks on Jonathan, he unleashed a skill he had recorded. The attacks of the Desire Apostles and others struck Jonathan, but the instant they hit, Jonathan's figure became illusory. It was just a phantom. Simultaneously, the effect of charm caused all 9 to stop in their tracks. The more they looked at Jonathan, the more they found him handsome and charming, inspiring genuine affection from the bottom of their hearts. When Jonathan reappeared, none of the devils showed any intention of attacking. Thus, Jonathan easily eliminated an Desire Apostle. As Jonathan continued his assault, his spirituality stirred with a premonition, and he vanished once more behind an illusory door. Almost simultaneously with his disappearance, a shadowy figure carrying malice emerged. This shadowy figure seemed to be the embodiment of evil thoughts. The remaining 8 devils immediately felt the growth of their own evil thoughts, which snapped them out of the charm state. Just as the shadowy figure was about to transform into a human shape, a holy light descended from the sky. Jonathan had unknowingly reappeared in a corner, using holy light, which was effective against evil creatures, to attack the enemy. The shadowy figure abruptly turned, dodging the holy light, and charged towards Jonathan, wrath. The holy light struck a devil, causing it to lose a significant portion of its combat power. Another door materialized in front of Jonathan. In that instant, he and the shadowy figure on the ground seemed to exist in separate worlds. The shadowy figure's wrath attack also missed its mark. Hiding behind the illusory door, Jonathan extended his weapon-wielding hand, which turned ethereal, suddenly appearing directly above the shadowy figure. With a forceful thrust, the hand pierced towards the shadowy figure. Suddenly, Jonathan seemed to snap back to his senses. Wouldn't it be better to use banishment? Why risk directly stabbing it? This attack method was indeed seized upon by the shadowy figure. While taking a sword strike, the shadowy figure entangled Jonathan. Come out. In fact, this wasn't a tactical error on Jonathan's part, it was the devil's signature skill, corruption, which would slowly and gradually degrade the enemy's rationality and thinking ability, eventually rendering them dull-witted. Jonathan was also a demigod level Beyonder, and although he wouldn't become a fool in combat, he was still affected by corruption, becoming careless and making the wrong choices. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 490, Chapter 490 Summoning the Bloody Archduke. Bonus 11. Chapter 490 Summoning the Bloody Archduke. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks for becoming a free member. The devil's power was immense. The shadow directly yanked Jonathan out from behind the door. At that moment, it transformed back into a human form, saying, "Grief." Without waiting for emotional fluctuations, the devil could directly trigger the enemy's emotions. This time, Jonathan couldn't evade it and immediately recalled his most sorrowful memories. He looked around, realizing so many vibrant lives had perished just like that. He felt that so many had already died in this battle. Was there any need to continue fighting? Not only was Jonathan affected, but the 8 devils who had just left were also overwhelmed with grief. 2 of them even knelt on the ground and began to weep loudly. The earlier rage had also influenced those around them, and now it was replaced by grief, making everyone feel their emotional defenses collapsing, alternating between crying and displaying angry expressions. This gave the already precarious Yarling and the other 3 Desire Apostles an opportunity. They ignited and amplified their opponent's emotions, finally gaining a chance to breathe. Helen, Furs, and the others knew their emotions were highly abnormal and tried to stay away from the battlefield. Among them, only Archibald's emotions were normal, but the puppets beside him were one filled with rage and the other wailing. Just then, Archibald found a suitable target, a wounded and grief-stricken demon. Suddenly, the devil's movements became sluggish. Everyone was in a bad mood and didn't notice the devil's abnormality at all. After a few seconds, the devil stood motionless. By then, it was too late to rescue him. 5 seconds later, the wounded devil expressionlessly stood up and summoned the magma sword once more, killing a serial killer. Archibald then nodded, quite satisfied with this puppet. "Lady, please move another devil over here." He wanted to test the attack power of his new puppet. Ideally, he would use an Desire Apostle, but the teleportation idol would experience some delay when moving targets at sequence 5, making it difficult to achieve his desired effect. At this point, those on the team battlefield had finally escaped the range of the 2 demigods and would no longer be accidentally injured by their area of effect attacks. And in the dozen or so seconds that had just passed, the battle between the 2 demigods seemed to have reached a conclusion. Earlier, Jonathan's emotions had been triggered by the devil Bowen, and the shadow had first formed his claws, grabbing towards Jonathan. But the moment he grabbed Jonathan, a phantom door appeared on Jonathan's body, causing Bowen to grab at empty air. Although Jonathan's face was still filled with grief, a faint smile couldn't help but appear at the corner of his mouth. Although his emotions were triggered and ignited by Bowen, it didn't mean that he, also a demigod, had no room for resistance. At the level of demigod, Jonathan could turn a part of himself into a phantom door, thereby avoiding damage to himself. "Holy light!" Jonathan cried out, covering Bowen with a massive pillar of light. Having just demonized, Bowen wasn't too afraid of the sequence 5 level attack. Even against abilities that heavily countered him, he had ways to deal with them. Eruption. The ground within a dozen meters suddenly turned crimson, then liquefied, and magma spewed out, covering Jonathan and Bowen, while also blocking the falling holy light. The intense light disappeared, and the magma fell. Bowen was covered in magma, seemingly enjoying the fiery bath. Meanwhile, phantom doors appeared around Jonathan, and the magma hadn't harmed him in the slightest. Standing before Jonathan was now a devil with rough, dark red skin, pointed ears, fangs, a pair of yak horns, a pair of wings, and a long tail. Devilification was an advanced form of demonification, possessing greater power and defensive capabilities, the ability to fly, and a significant boost to mental attacks. Moreover, after devilification, he could use the transaction ability, though this ability required some time to prepare. At this moment, Bowen was grabbing Jonathan's weapon-wielding arm, trying to press Jonathan into the magma, but suddenly discovered that the entire arm holding Jonathan's hand was covered in a layer of white frost. Jonathan had been using the ice power he had recorded since earlier, and this ice attack was at the demigod level. The magma droplets on Bowen's arm were all frozen. Jonathan stepped on appearing and disappearing phantom doors to avoid falling into the magma, seemingly regaining his senses after his brief carelessness. The weapon in his hand, controlled by Bowen, suddenly turned illusory and appeared directly in front of him. He grabbed the weapon with his other hand and stabbed it into Bowen's chest. Bowen glared at Jonathan as he unleashed a mental attack, while quickly releasing Jonathan's arm and retreating. Jonathan immediately felt a tightening all over his body, his entire being tensed up, and then an invisible torrent seemed to impact his spirit body, causing him to pause in place. The emotions he had just calmed down once again became sorrowful. Bowen opened up a distance from Jonathan. This devil actually clutched his wound and turned to run. It turned out that Jonathan's ice attack had caused a layer of white frost to appear on the 2 wounds on his body. Jonathan's sealed artifact came from a Demoness of Despair. The earlier ice attack was also recorded from the Demoness of Despair. The 2 triggered a connection, making Bowen's injuries extremely serious, forcing him to flee. Jonathan endured the emotional fluctuations and immediately chased after him. On the other battlefield, the 8 Devil finally joined the fight. This fresh force made it difficult for Bishop Simpson and the others, who had been fighting for some time, to resist. Their crude defense line was finally breached. One of the Desire Apostles led 3 Devil into the second team. Furs fired several shots in a row, all dodged by the Devil in front of her, and the teleportation idol had reached its maximum usage time and had just been put away. Just as she was facing a sequence 6 attack and feeling flustered, a hand pulled her behind him. Hobert's familiar figure appeared before her, drawing his blade to block the Devil's magma sword. Hobert's battle took a dramatic turn. Hant had been sparring with his skeleton for quite some time, finally knocking the sword out of the skeleton's hand. The skeleton turned and ran towards where it had appeared, towards the gray button. Hant chased after it and collided with the skeleton, as if forcing the skeleton to put on clothes, gradually covering himself with the skeleton. The skeleton struggled fiercely, and after the two pulled at each other for a minute or two, Hant finally merged his skeleton into his body. After this process was completed, Hant underwent a noticeable change. The pale white light on his body turned silvery white, appearing more solid, and even had a sense of holiness. Hant took a deep breath. When he swung his sword again, he actually unleashed a silvery white sword light. He slowly pressed his eyeballs back into their sockets, but the eyeballs still couldn't move normally, making him look strange. But Hobert and the others didn't dare say anything, because his sword light had just torn 5 enemies apart. Everyone around felt a huge sense of oppression. Hant smiled at Hobert and said, "I'll hold them back for you." The enemies who had been affected by corruption had gradually recovered their state, and Hobert's pressure suddenly increased. He had already seen out of the corner of his eye that the battle situation had once again become unfavorable for Simpson and the others after the demigods took action, so he couldn't allow the two enemy forces to converge. Hant, who had merged with his skeleton, had obviously greatly improved his strength and was more than capable of stopping Gloria and the others. So Hobert left the battlefield here to Hant and went to support Simpson and the others. He happened to come over and help Furs resist the devil's attack. As for why Archibald didn't protect Furs. In fact, Archibald was right next to Furs, but he saw Hobert coming over, so of course he wouldn't join in the fun. After Hobert arrived on the battlefield, Archibald thoughtfully manipulated the devil's spirituality threads in front of Hobert, slowing down the devil's movements by half a beat, resulting in Hobert killing the devil with a single strike, allowing Hobert to show off in front of Furs. Furs breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a surge of security. "It's a good thing you're here." Hobert smiled at Furs, nodded approvingly at Archibald, and then pointed to the Desire Apostle, who was charging over. Archibald was stunned at first, then immediately nodded repeatedly. Having a devil puppet, Archibald actually wanted to find an opportunity to turn an Desire Apostle into a puppet. After all, it was rare to encounter devils, and he didn't know when he would have such an opportunity again. Hobert charged towards the Desire Apostle, Distortion. Almost at the same time, the Desire Apostle also identified Hobert as his target, Slow. Hobert anticipated that the opponent's attack would either be slow or death, so his earlier distortion distorted the concept between himself and the enemy. The two of them simultaneously fell into a state of slow. The Desire Apostle's companions immediately rushed over to attack Hobert. But because that slow state was divided in two, Hobert quickly recovered disorder. He stretched out his blade to block the magma swords of the two demons, putting the Desire Apostle into a state of disorder, but because the Desire Apostle was launching a mental attack on Hobert at the time, the disorder state only lasted for a little over a second. Adding the previous slow state, it was just over 2 seconds. When the Desire Apostle recovered from the disorder state, he immediately felt his head go numb, his body stiff, and every movement became sluggish. Hobert parried the two devil magma swords, took another step forward, and continued to launch attacks on the Desire Apostle. In fact, Archibald wanted to stop Hobert at this time, because attacking the initially controlled Desire Apostle at this time would instead increase the possibility of the Desire Apostle breaking free. But Archibald didn't expect that the beyonder power Hobert used was connection. In that instant, it deepened the Desire Apostle's connection with Archibald, shortening the process of completely controlling the Desire Apostle by 3 seconds. In addition to being happy, Archibald also saw Hobert kick away an enemy who was flying over, about to hit the Desire Apostle. This demonic wolf of fog immediately realized that Hobert was very familiar with his abilities. Perhaps this is why the Creator asked him to investigate me, or because he has the task of investigating me, the Creator told him this knowledge. Thinking of this, Archibald breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't try to probe Hobert, otherwise he would definitely be discovered, and the Creator might have murderous intentions again. The rolling thoughts did not hinder Archibald's speed in controlling the Desire Apostle. Under Hobert's protection, after 10 seconds, the Desire Apostle stopped struggling. After another 5 seconds, this Desire Apostle spat out an evil word at a devil next to him, "Die." The devil immediately knelt on the ground in pain, and Hobert cut off his head with a single strike. Archibald was about to attack the other enemies when Hobert ordered, "Protect Furs." Archibald nodded and gathered the 4 puppets to protect Furs. At this time, Furs was holding a gun in one hand and a short sword in the other, fighting back and forth with a serial killer, and didn't pay much attention to Hobert and Archibald's cooperation. The fighting ring greatly increased Furs's combat power, and with that gun, ordinary sequence 8s were no match for her. And the serial killer, who had not undergone qualitative changes, was also forced to retreat by Furs. In fact, Furs didn't know that even if she fought an Desire Apostle at this time, she might not be defeated. Hobert, who was about to help Bishop Simpson, suddenly felt the metal piece in his pocket heat up. This was Jonathan's signal. Hobert immediately took out a whistle and blew it sharply. 10 beyonders wearing Lone-style clothing rushed out of the town. They were holding weapons, and their steps were steady. At a glance, they were beyonders with combat experience. These 10 people were wearing masks. The leader's mask was more special, the material seemed to be black crystal, giving people a sense of weight. Yarling noticed that their eyes could not suppress their excitement. This was the reinforcement Hobert had found from Conan City, Elliot and 10 other members of the Balk family. In addition to their rich combat experience, Hobert also gave 1 to 104 to Elliot, and each of the others received a level 2 sealed artifact. The sealed artifacts given to them were all spoils of war other than those from the battle in the southern continent, so as not to make them feel that the Creator's devotees had no goods. With the addition of this fresh force, the battle situation changed again. First, the enemy's advantage quickly disappeared, and then they began to show signs of collapse. Once such signs appeared, it was difficult to stop. Finally, the enemy's rout began, and Bishop Simpson immediately ordered a full-line pursuit. Hobert left the battlefield just as Elliot and the others appeared. He had already discussed with Jonathan that as soon as he stepped into Bowen's prepared trap, he would signal Hobert when the opponent was most proud or when he had the conditions to hunt him down. Hobert would immediately bring his helper and kill Bowen cleanly. Hobert left the battlefield first, using his self-prayer method to project the Great Sage into the real world. Last time, he planned to test the Great Sage's combat power, but the demonic wolf of fog directly kneeled. This time, he must test its combat power. Hobert dared to bring the Great Sage to the battlefield so openly, all thanks to the ring with the demon head on his hand. This ring came from the demon lord Farbody and could isolate his thoughts, preventing the demon from perceiving the threat from Hobert. So Bowen always thought his biggest threat came from Jonathan, but it was actually from Hobert, or rather, the helper Hobert brought. After briefly entering the spirit world with the Great Sage and arriving at the demigod battlefield, Hobert was dumbfounded. Because that was not a signal to hunt Bowen at all, but more like a distress signal. Jonathan, who always cared about his image, was now covered in dirt and desperately dodging Bowen's claws. The reason Jonathan didn't use a blink to dodge was because there was a layer of mucus on the illusory door he summoned, making it impossible for him to enter the spirit world. This was a carefully arranged trap by a Sequence 3 blatherer. This blatherer heard Bowen report that the South Kerr village altar had received instructions from the Abyss. He personally came here to inquire about the situation, just as this extraordinary battle was about to break out. So the blatherer set up this trap with Bowen. And Jonathan's attack did injure Bowen before, but for the demonized Bowen, that little injury was nothing. He just wanted to lure Jonathan into this trap. Throughout the valley, there was a gray, viscous liquid symbolizing corruption. All the creatures in the valley had rust-like spots all over their bodies. They struggled hard, but their lives were still falling into the abyss bit by bit. On the top of the mountain stood a middle-aged man in his 40s with bloodshot eyes and hair and beard standing on end. This was the blatherer. He was watching the battle in the valley with a playful smile. When the Great Sage appeared, the middle-aged man looked over in surprise. His surprise was normal because, before this, he had not been aware of it at all. And Hobert, because he didn't understand the situation just now, stepped into the black mucus. The mucus seemed to have a life of its own, slowly covering Hobert's feet, and he immediately felt a huge force pulling him down. The Great Sage may have sensed Hobert's predicament. It opened its huge mouth, forming a huge vortex, sucking most of the mucus in the valley into the vortex. Hobert didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Big brother, you can't eat everything. You will. You're okay." Then he immediately came back to his senses and, taking advantage of the fact that the other party's blatherer had not yet figured out the situation, he immediately ordered in his heart, "Kill him." The probability of the Great Sage killing the blatherer was certainly not high, but as long as there was such an order, the Great Sage would attack the blatherer with all its strength. Hobert was afraid that the blatherer would see the clue, so he quickly used Blink to get away from the battlefield. But he felt that this was not fast enough, and the ability to travel had not yet recovered, so he quickly chanted the spell, Skinny Horse. The skeleton horse named Maximilian appeared. Hobert jumped on the horse's back, and let Maximilian fly away with him. But it was still a little late. When the blatherer saw the Great Sage rushing towards him, he opened his mouth and made some indescribable but extremely evil sounds. Jonathan in the valley was affected by the blathering, and his pace began to slow down. Fortunately, he could now use abilities such as Blink, and could hide behind the illusory door. And Hobert, who was about to fly out of the valley, immediately lost consciousness after hearing these babbling sounds from afar. His whole body twitched, and he was covered by a layer of black shadow. This layer of black shadow seemed to have a life of its own, tearing at Hobert's spirit body. This in turn caused Hobert's body to undergo strange changes, sometimes growing black bark-like skin, and sometimes his arms becoming like tentacles. If Hobert didn't have items with Order Crystal on him, he would have lost control at this time. Hobert's mind was still there, but it seemed to be covered by a layer of black shadow, making him unable to see anything. Only the sound of rumbling remained in his head, making it difficult for him to organize effective thoughts. He almost instinctively entered a state of meditation. Finally, the sound in his head became smaller and smaller, and the black mist in front of him became lighter and lighter. Hobert did not dare to relax and began to recover control of his body. By the time he basically returned to normal, a minute had passed. He lay on the ground panting heavily. He hadn't suffered such serious injuries in a long time. At this time, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and a series of thunderclaps kept falling. The battle in the valley had reached its most intense point. The blatherer had already been demonized. He flew in the air, dodging the lightning, outbreak. Rumble. The ground trembled violently and cracked open, and magma immediately spewed out from it, turning half of the valley into a volcano. The entire sky was reflected orange-red by the volcano. The Great Sage raised its neck, and the river water in the Taz River not far away suddenly left the riverbed and rushed towards here, extinguishing some of the spewing magma. The riverbed, which was more than 10 meters wide, suddenly appeared to have a break in the flow. The entire valley was covered by violent water vapor, and this water vapor became viscous, turning into a gray liquid symbolizing corruption. This liquid squeezed, trying to trap the Great Sage. Whoosh! A gust of wind that seemed to be able to blow away people, towering trees, and boulders poured into the valley, and this liquid was immediately blown out of the valley. The steam dissipated. In the air, Hobert, who was watching the battle from afar on Maximilian's back, saw that the Great Sage's huge body had finally taken the opportunity to entangle the blatherer. The blatherer was unable to move, but still tried hard to open his mouth and spit out evil words one by one. Suddenly, Hobert looked towards the sky with a sense of foreboding. The dark clouds in the sky rolled, reflecting an abstract symbol representing a demon. At the same time, the magma became turbulent, and the entire valley turned into a volcano. The magma began to change color, becoming as red as blood plasma, and a red giant hand with sharp claws stretched out from it. Hobert's spirituality made him keep staring at the sky. He couldn't look down, or he would die. Jonathan, who had already left the valley and was still fighting with Bowen, shouted, "Run for your lives." He summoned the bloody Archduke. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 491, Chapter 491, An Angel-Level Battle Erupts, Bonus 12. Chapter 491, An Angel-Level Battle Erupts. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Leonardo Cabrera for becoming a Sequence 9, reader. In Fanapotter City, within a simple hall of the Alhambra Palace, Philip I of Castile, dressed in classical attire, was contemplating the bronze book before him. Suddenly, he became alert and looked towards the southeast. He seemed to see a brilliant fiery cloud, sensing an extremely evil power descending upon his territory. That is, towards South Colson. But Philip I quickly withdrew his gaze, as he had more important matters to attend to. Let the people of the Earth Mother Church worry about it. Southwestern part of the kingdom of Fanapotter, the headquarters of the Earth Mother Church, source of life. As far as the eye could see, there were flowers, plants, and trees covered with colorful but not gaudy blossoms. These flowers were not particularly beautiful, but they gave people a very comfortable and reassuring feeling. Many huge trees formed a massive cathedral-like structure, surrounded by green leaves, full of vibrant life, appearing like a hanging garden from a distance. Around the cathedral were many smaller plant-based buildings, each with its own purpose. Some were residences for bishops and priests, some were living areas, and others were filled with plants that bore fruits with meat or even plants that directly produced bread. Many bishops and priests passed through the forest paths, shuttling among those buildings, busy as usual. The Pope, wearing a green, luxurious but not extravagant, wide-sleeved robe, an oval crown, and holding a yellow staff, suddenly arrived at the communication magic circle hall set up in the giant, garden cathedral. This was a gentle middle-aged woman who looked kind but gave off a sense of withering and decay. After the staff here bowed, the bishop in charge of the magic circle stepped forward and asked, "Your Holiness, what are your instructions?" Even if there were any instructions, a bishop or priest would be sent to deliver the message. Since the Pope had suddenly come here, it must be something urgent. However, the Pope did not seem anxious at all. Contact Gabriel. Gabriel was the bishop of the Fanapotter region, Simpson's superior. The bishop in charge of the communication magic circle signaled to his subordinates, and the other priests understood, immediately beginning to act, either locating the target or injecting spirituality into the surrounding crystals to activate the magic circle. Soon, Gabriel's somewhat illusory figure appeared in the center of the magic circle, which was the archbishop's spiritual body and mental body. Without Gabriel actively praying, the Pope could directly contact him in this way. Gabriel was about to salute the Pope, but the Pope spoke first. "What is happening in the South Colson area?" The Pope had read the relevant reports. At this time, it was Gabriel's subordinate who had just arrived in the South Colson area to preach. Gabriel was slightly stunned. Today, a large-scale battle against the Blood Sanctify sect broke out there, cracking down on the evil organization. Gabriel was also a little strange. He, an archbishop, had the right to make decisions on such matters and had already submitted a report in advance, so there was no problem procedurally. The Earth Mother Church has reports of cracking down on such evil organizations every day. The bishops in the Holy See would handle it. If a small victory was achieved, they would at most give the Pope a routine report after the operation was over. The Pope paused slightly. A high-level battle broke out there. Simpson once reported that a demigod-level battle might break out. Gabriel thought, but a demigod-level battle would not alarm the Pope. Do you need me to go and support them? The Pope looked to the east. Wait a moment. He paused and said, even if there is support, I will go. Gabriel was dumbfounded, which meant that an angel-level battle was breaking out in South Colson. South Colson, west bank of Full Moon Lake. Time returned to 3 minutes ago. The sky over most of the South Colson area had turned blood red, as if blood-red raindrops could fall at any time. Archibald, who was protecting Furs and chasing the enemy, looked at the sky, wondering if he should protect Furs and leave immediately. Other Beyonders also felt the strong malice over there, but the fleeing enemies became excited again, as if they had been encouraged by something, stopped running, and turned back to continue fighting. So, a new battle broke out between the two sides, and Simpson and others did not have the energy to care why the sky suddenly turned red. Ordinary people suffered. The expanded volcano was already Baron Eugene's territory. A violent earthquake occurred within dozens of miles around the volcano. After many ground fissures opened, orange-red lava gushed out. Amid people's screams, the earthquake destroyed their houses and even caused landslides, burying a large number of lives. Lava appeared in the farmland and in the town, setting off raging fires. But many ordinary people did not panic and run away, but knelt on the ground and worshipped in the direction of the small volcano. They could feel that that was the demon they usually worshipped. Now this demon with great power had descended, and they had to show their piety at the first moment. Whoosh! The raging fire burned, and the thick smoke floated, but it could not affect their piety. The lava in the small volcano was bubbling and boiling. At this time, the lava had turned into thick blood. With the force of the huge hand, a head with a pair of curved horns emerged from the blood. The head had no skin, only red muscles and white bones could be seen. He had a very uneasy smile, or rather, a very fake smile, or described as a forced smile, except that he was muscle smiling without skin. Even if Hobert tried hard to close his eyes, he could still feel the fear emerging from the depths of his soul. Such fear was engraved in his genes. The ancients had such fear and powerlessness when they were hunted by those powerful ancient Beyonder beasts. Even Jonathan dared not look over there. He was about to open a door of illusion to escape, but he heard Hobert shouting in midair, "Wait a minute, keep an eye on Bowen." "It won't work." Jonathan shouted, "The helper I asked you to invite is not his opponent at all. I will pray to my Lord now." Jonathan had vaguely guessed before that Hobert seemed to have a similar faith to himself. It's too late. This was his experience. When he prayed to the primordial Demonis, it would take several days to receive a divine revelation, but most of the time, there was no divine revelation at all. Even praying to the 7 gods might not immediately receive a response. Jonathan saw that Hobert was only focused on praying and did not give him an answer, alas. He gave himself a limit of 15 seconds. After 15 seconds, he had to leave, otherwise he would not be able to leave. But only 3 or 4 seconds passed, and Jonathan suddenly looked into the air, where a surge of surging power appeared. Then he saw a huge ball appearing in the sky. Half of the ball was pink flesh, and half was a transparent film like a soap bubble. Inside the film, there was a light yellow liquid, and a completely dark baby was curled up in the center of the light yellow liquid. It looked like a pregnant uterus, with an umbilical cord connecting the baby and the flesh. This was the Holy Infant King that Hobert had created using the Nation of Disorder and the umbilical cord of the evil god's offspring he had obtained in Tingen City. Originally, Hobert wouldn't have dared to do this, because he had no way to control the Holy Infant King like he ordered the Great Sage. This guy attacked indiscriminately, and Hobert himself could easily be devoured by the degeneration and other elements exhibited by the Holy Infant King. However, Hobert, lie on horseback, just had an inspiration. He could have Maximilian fly him along the edge of the dangerous area. He would release the Holy Infant King and run away immediately. In theory, he could escape the influence of the Holy Infant King this way. After a little weighing, Hobert decided to take a gamble, because now he had to do his best. If he couldn't stop the bloody Archduke here, it wouldn't just be a simple failure to hunt Bowen. Simpson, Angus, and the others would definitely not be able to escape. Hobert's investment and foundation in Geoffrey's territory would also be completely reduced to nothing. However, desperately fighting was still desperately fighting, and he still had to try his best to protect himself. While releasing the Holy Infant King, he also did not forget to provide a layer of barrier for himself and Maximilian as protection. However, this layer of barrier could only last for 3 seconds without the continuous power support of the Nation of Disorder. After doing all this, Hobert returned to the real world. Run. Run as fast as you can. Maximilian also knew the danger and fled like a gust of wind. They were already quite far away from the bloody Archduke and the Holy Infant King, and with such a vigorous flight, they soon left the two angels far behind. 3 seconds later, the barrier disappeared, and Hobert immediately felt an unprecedented sense of fear. His heart was about to jump out of his chest. This was not a description but a direct observation. Hobert could see his chest heaving. He felt that his heart was really about to break through the obstacles of ribs and muscles and jump out of his chest. It was because he had reached the level of sequence 5. If he were an ordinary person, he would have been scared to death long ago, and even after death, he would not know what had scared him to death. Even a sequence 6 would faint from such a violent reaction in the body. At the same time, whether it was on Hobert's skin or on Maximilian's bones, thick black mucus was oozing out. Those were the elements of degradation appearing in their bodies, and the elements of degradation had actually reached a visible level. But they all knew that the most important thing at this time was to run for their lives. Maximilian flew desperately for another 10 seconds, and the sense of fear suddenly disappeared, and the elements of degradation on their body surface no longer secreted too much. Maximilian fell to the ground as if he had lost his strength, and he couldn't get up even after trying several times. At this time, Hobert, who felt that he had lost half his life, sighed, "This is the price of desperate fighting." But for him, this price was worth it. It could not only protect his base, but also protect the existing fruits of victory. He used a healing spell on himself, but it had little effect, so he came to the nation of disorder again and covered himself and Maximilian with the surging power of order. Although this would not restore the negative effects on them, it would not cause them to lose control because of it. Then, Hobert used true sight to look at the distant battlefield. Because of the connection between the Holy Infant King and the Great Sage with the nation of disorder, Hobert's true sight could extend to the vicinity of the battlefield. Then Hobert saw the Holy Infant King beating up the Great Sage. Hobert sighed, "This little brat really doesn't distinguish between friend and foe." Logically speaking, the Great Sage has no emotions, which is why it gained the advantage in the previous battle. In fact, the Blatherer was also quite aggrieved in his defeat. At this level, using the enemy's emotions to attack is still an important means for the Blatherer. But the Great Sage has no emotions. Isn't that annoying? Theoretically, the Great Sage should not have any emotions, but at this moment, Hobert clearly saw a look of fear on that illusory snake face. He saw the Holy Infant King raise his hand slightly, and the huge body of the Great Sage was lifted up by an invisible force. After being swung around in the air, it was slammed hard on the bloody Archduke, who had just crawled out. It was quite like a naughty child playing with a snake. Through true sight, Hobert finally saw clearly that the bloody Archduke had no skin all over his body, and the red muscles were exposed to the air. Even if he didn't have any fierce expressions, he looked very hideous. Of course, his expression was indeed not fierce, but a very uncomfortable smile, like sneering, like mocking, and like smiling sinisterly. This bloody Archduke is the only remaining leader of the Blood Sanctify sect, Duke Rhys. And at this time, it is Rhys' mythical creature state. He casually flicked away the flying Great Sage, and then he grabbed at the Holy Infant King, and the liquid in the spherical structure like a uterus quickly decreased. This is why Hobert was so relieved to send the Holy Infant King to the southern Colson area. Even if he attacks indiscriminately, but in the situation where there is only one opponent of the same level, while fighting, he will also fight with the enemy's angels. And even if the enemy's angels find that the Holy Infant King is also attacking his own people, he would not dare to ignore this enemy. Unless he ends the summoning or leaves this area, he will have to fight with the Holy Infant King. Wah! The cry of the Holy Infant King shook the surrounding mountains, and Rhys, the main target of the attack, had his bloody head directly explode. But soon, a huge amount of blood gushed out of his neck, and a new head was washed out. The excess blood flowed into the small lake formed by the earthquake just now like a stream. In the uterus, the illusory and dark child suddenly opened his eyes and spat out unspeakable filthy words at Rhys. Rhys also opened his mouth, as if no sound was made, but as if extremely depraved and evil sounds were made. Hobert in the nation of disorder said in his heart, "Their battle is quite like a dumb person scolding the street." On the battlefield, the Holy Infant King was immediately pinched by an invisible and huge force, and he was originally round, but was actually pinched into an oval. And Rhys' chest and abdomen exploded directly. Whoosh! Some thick brown liquid with a pungent fishy smell flowed out from inside. After this liquid flowed out, and a large amount of blood spewed out, Rhys' chest and abdomen automatically merged and returned to their original state. Taking advantage of the fact that the Holy Infant King had not completely escaped Rhys' whispers, Rhys' huge body absorbed a large amount of blood from the volcano like a sponge, but his body did not expand. Rhys opened his mouth, and a torrent of blood flow sprayed towards the Holy Infant King, covering the Holy Infant King, who had just solved the whispers. A larger blood orb formed outside the Holy Infant King, with a tremendous force struggling inside, as if trying to break free from the constraints of the blood orb. However, this blood orb was like extremely resilient rubber, and the tremendous force couldn't break through it no matter what. After struggling a few times, the tremendous force seemed to realize that struggling like this was futile. But the color of the blood orb quickly changed. Initially, streaks of black appeared, as if some ink had been mixed into the thick blood. As the black areas grew larger and larger, becoming entire patches, suddenly, the blood orb was torn open from one side, and the Holy Infant King seized the opportunity to escape from within. The mass of red and black mixed thick liquid did not lose control. Instead, under the manipulation of two tremendous forces, they rubbed against each other, mixed together, and attacked each other. At this time, Hobert, who was observing the battle in the Nation of Disorder, had regained some of his mental strength. He realized that the strengths of both sides in this battle were evenly matched. Unless he also brought in the 100-eyed demon lord, the battle could not be resolved within the Holy Infant King's summoning time. Hobert was about to summon the black eye that could be shaped into the 100-eyed demon lord, when he seemed to suddenly think, perhaps that Blatherer was also a breakthrough point. After pondering for a moment, Hobert decided to first deploy the Bold Devil Monarch to the battlefield. Because if he deployed the 100-eyed demon lord to the battlefield again, it was very likely to attract angels from other forces. After all, this was the Northern Continent, a northern continent with the dual stable rule of the royal family and the church. So, in a corner of the battlefield, next to the Great Sage, who had become much more illusory than when he first appeared, the Bold Devil Monarch, with a bull's head and deer antlers suddenly appeared. Although the Great Sage was losing power severely, it had been clinging tightly to that Blatherer. The Blatherer was now in a very bad state, because after the Great Sage suffered the attacks of two angels, it would only accelerate the dissipation of its own power. The power that composed it was very high level, and the two angels had no way to weaken the Great Sage, in essence. But the Blatherer was different. From the moment Duke Rees began to descend, he had been suffering the attacks of angel-level negative influences. Although the attacks from Duke Rees of the same pathway would not be too serious for him, the depravity exhibited by the Holy Infant King had been tormenting the Blatherer. Even if the Blatherer also had abilities related to depravity, the depravity of the two was different. The depravity of the Blatherer was the depravity of desire in the flesh, while the Holy Infant King was the depravity of the spiritual body. Moreover, the language of foulness, created by the Holy Infant King, made the Blatherer feel worse than death. If it were a sequence 3 of another pathway, he would have already lost control. Because the Blatherer had a powerful mental strength, he was still putting up a final struggle at this time. After the Bold Devil Monarch appeared, he immediately uttered a hoarse syllable, depravity. Its depravity was similar to the depravity of the Holy Infant King, the only difference being that the Bold Devil Monarch's level of depravity was lower. But this still immediately made the Blatherer suffer unbearable pain. After all, before, the depravity of the Holy Infant King was only the negative effect that he exhibited, or rather, his influence on the surrounding environment. Wherever he went, he would affect it. And this Bold Devil Monarch belonged to a targeted special care. Disorder. The Bold Devil Monarch used his second beyonder power. The Blatherer gasped, uttered a very vicious curse, and then his spirit completely collapsed, his body rapidly swelled, and he completely lost control. The Great Sage turned his head and swallowed the Blatherer, who was out of control, into his stomach in one gulp. And the curse of the Blatherer before his death had no effect on the Bold Devil Monarch. Only a small area of the Bold Devil Monarch's abdomen turned slightly paler. After solving the Blatherer, the Bold Devil Monarch and the Great Sage immediately went to support Jonathan according to Hobert's orders. At this time, Jonathan and Bowen were both exhausted. Originally, these two demigods, who were the main force in each other's plans, were now like little transparents on the very edge of the battlefield. Distortion. Very far away from the two demigods, the Bold Devil Monarch distorted Bowen's idea of escaping into the idea of making a final blow, and escaping whether he can defeat Jonathan or not. Nonsense, how could he not escape? Seeing that the other party's two sequence 3 level helpers had arrived, what was he waiting for if he didn't run? Of course, Bowen's final blow had no strength, but it bought time for the Great Sage and the Bold Devil Monarch. Crack! Successive giant thunders swept towards Bowen, sweeping away the surrounding trees, rocks, and finally a layer of the mountain's surface. Jonathan, who was not far from Bowen, quickly hid in the illusory door, while Bowen had just recovered from the effect of distortion. Although he immediately opened his wings and turned into grey hard stone to block the lightning. However, streaks of lightning thicker than buckets fell and swept across, ruthlessly shattering these hard stones, and plowing through Bowen's demonized body again and again. After the intense lightning, most of Bowen's body had been charred, only a small piece of his wings remained, and he had no idea where his tail had gone. But he still struggled to get up, wanting to summon magma to speed up his self-healing, wanting to escape here immediately. But at this time, the bull devil monarch had come close. It tore open the devil's back and pulled out the heart that was still beating violently. Bowen wanted to use his only remaining arm to grab his back, hoping to smooth the wound. But his struggle now was futile. After grabbing several times, he finally fell to the ground without moving. The bull devil monarch held the demon's heart in one hand and grabbed the demon's corpse, heading towards Hobert. Seeing that the goal had been achieved, Jonathan took a deep breath and completely disappeared behind the illusory door. His current state was not very good, and he couldn't help much even if he continued to stay here. The battle at the angel level was still continuing. Duke Ree's shadow had betrayed him at this time and was joining forces with the Holy Infant King to launch an offensive. And the liquid in the Holy Infant King's womb was getting less and less, and the head of the black illusory infant had been exposed. He frowned, looking as if he was very uncomfortable. Suddenly, Duke Rees seemed to sense something and glanced at the abdomen of the great sage over there. The aura of the blatherer had completely disappeared. The blatherer was the summoner, and his death meant that there was no point for Duke Rees to continue fighting. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 492, Chapter 492 It Rained Blood, Bonus 13. Chapter 492 It Rained Blood. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Power Stone 100. In the volcano, which had only a shallow layer of blood left, a full amount of bright red blood suddenly gushed out as if from a spring. Archduke Rees returned to the blood while fighting. Archduke Rees' figure disappeared into the thick blood, and the huge blood pit rolled like boiling water. Just as the Holy Infant King was about to enter the blood pit to continue the pursuit, Hobert withdrew the power of the Holy Infant King. Archduke Rees' shadow was no longer controlled by any power and jumped into the blood pit. This angel-level battle finally came to an end. However, this battlefield completely changed the surrounding terrain. The entire territory of Baron Eugene was basically unrecognizable, and the territories of Viscount Teuton and Baron Felix also suffered huge losses. On the other side, Hobert also withdrew the power of the Great Sage and the Bull Devil Monarch, which had sent the spoils to his side. Only 2 corpses, a devil's heart, and a ball of slime were left where they disappeared. Back in the real world, Bowen's Beyonder characteristics were already condensing, and the Beyonder characteristics of the Blatherer were converging towards one of his hands because he had shown signs of going out of control before his death. This was about to form a sealed artifact. After waiting for a few minutes, the hand condensing the Beyonder characteristics gradually lengthened and turned into an orange-red short blade. This short blade seemed to be spreading maddening whispers to the surroundings at all times. Hobert only glanced at it and felt a stabbing pain in his head. Judging from the looks of it, the negative effects of this sealed artifact should be significant. Hobert, who was in very bad condition, did not pick it up, but simply set up an altar, preparing to sacrifice it along with the devil's heart and the slime ball to the nation of disorder. While Hobert was setting up the altar, Maximilian limped over, tugged at Hobert's clothes with his horse's mouth, and then raised his mouth towards the devil's heart and the slime ball. Hobert immediately understood. "You want them?" Maximilian nodded. "Take them," Hobert said generously. "Consider it a reward for your help this time, but don't return to the underworld yet. I'll think of a way to remove the slime from your body later." Both Hobert and Maximilian had slime symbolizing corruption on their bodies, which could not be shaken off and probably could not be washed off with ordinary water. As for that slime ball, Hobert guessed that it was the slime representing corruption that the Great Sage had inhaled in the valley before. For Hobert, the devil's heart could only be used to make talismans or as a sacrifice. Since Maximilian wanted it, he would let it take it. Maximilian held both spoils in its mouth, and at the same time, Hobert had already sacrificed the short blade to the nation of disorder, but there was no time to check it now. He had to return to the real world and take Bowen's body back to the battlefield just now. The corpse of the Whisperer, without the support of the short blade, turned into grey sand and quickly turned into powder, which was scattered on the surrounding land by a gust of wind. Just as he was about to leave using travel, Hobert suddenly felt something and saw a young woman wearing a priest's robe and a hood on the mountain peak. She was looking towards the angel battlefield. Although the 2 angels had left, they left behind a blood pool the size of a volcano, surrounded by a lot of black and grey slime representing corruption. Seeming to notice Hobert's gaze, the young woman looked at Hobert and smiled slightly. Because she was wearing a hood, Hobert couldn't see her face clearly, but he noticed that there were symbols of the true creator on her priest's robe. "It's someone from the Aurora Order." She didn't stay long. After taking a few glances at the battlefield, she left. At this time, Hobert didn't want to cause any more trouble. He quickly rode on Maximilian and left using travel. Back at the original battlefield, the holy tree in the devil's eyes was still burning, and corpses with severed ropes often fell to the ground. Only a pile of corpses and 10 masked men with uniform lone-style clothing and defensive formations remained on the most intense battlefield just now. They were Elliot and others. They were only considered a support force in this battle and had no intention of participating in the pursuit, so they did not participate in the pursuit operation. Compared to Bishop Simpson and others, Elliot and other members of the Balk family had more team battle experience. They consciously stayed behind to finish off the enemies, helped the doctor to rescue the wounded, and collected their spoils. Hobert, riding Maximilian, stepped forward and said, "As I said before, the reward for your help this time is 2 copies of the lawyer B under characteristics and 2 copies of the barbarian B under characteristics." Although the value of these 4 B under characteristics was not very high, they were what the Balk family needed most. The key was that Hobert provided each of them with a sealed artifact. This allowed their Sequence 7 to exert the effect of Sequence 6, and Sequence 6 to exert most of the effect of Sequence 5. Elliot, holding 1 to 104, could even exert the effect of a Sequence 5. It was because of these sealed artifacts that no one died in this battle, only some were injured, but they achieved considerable results. Hobert checked their spoils and said, "It's useless for you to take these B under characteristics back. Let me think about it. After paying you the reward, I still have 4 lawyer B under characteristics and 1 briber B under characteristic. How about I exchange these 5 B under characteristics for your spoils?" Elliot could make the decision on such a deal, no problem. The Balk family really couldn't use this batch of B under characteristics obtained in the battle. The key was that it was difficult to dispose of them in the southern continent, so it was better to exchange them for some B under characteristics that they could use. So Hobert exchanged 5 B under characteristics of the lawyer pathway for 1 desire apostle, 1 devil, 4 serial killers, and 4 unwinged angel B under characteristics. Hobert had previously asked Leonard, and the Church of the Evernight Goddess also purchased B under characteristics of the abyss pathway at the base price. All 7 Orthodox churches actually purchased them. They would take them to try to make magical items or do some experiments. In short, even if they were piled up there to gather dust, these B under characteristics could not be allowed to recirculate into the hands of the Blood Sanctify sect. "Put the sealed artifacts in your place first," Hobert said. "I will ask the Creator to bestow upon you the B under characteristics we just discussed. When the time comes, you can sacrifice the sealed artifacts to the Creator." "Okay," Elliot asked, "did the Creator send an angel to help again just now?" Although he didn't see the Holy Infant King, he could still feel his aura from such a distance. He had felt that aura before when he fought against the Rose School in the southern continent. "That's right," Hobert smiled weakly. "Actually, we didn't have such a plan at the beginning. At most, we only planned to invite 2 saints to participate in the battle." Then he said seriously, "However, it is our duty to combat this evil force. This time, we severely taught the Blood Sanctify sect a lesson and ended their evil rule in this land. The Creator also strongly supports such a cause." Elliot and others were filled with enthusiasm. Although the Balk family never claimed to be righteous, who wouldn't want to stand on the side of justice? After chatting for a few simple words, Elliot led his men away. They came through the Traveler's Gate, which Hobert had set up on a ship near the pier. Before Hobert joined the battle, he had used the Nation of Disorder to notify them of the Creator's identity and told them to prepare for action. So they came from Conant City using the Traveler's Gate, ambushed in Teuton Town, and waited for Hobert's whistle to rush to support him. They were all willing to participate in this battle. This was an extraordinary battle initiated by the Northern Continent's Creator's follower. Being able to participate in the battle here would give them bragging rights when they returned. Moreover, they were all happy to be able to help the Northern Continent's followers, as if they had value in being valued by the favorite of the Lord. Of course, they were even happier to get spoils. After sending Elliot and others away, Hobert shouted to the villagers who were poking their heads out in Teuton Town, "Bring me a wooden tub for bathing." The villagers shrank their necks in fright, but they didn't dare to disobey and quickly found a large wooden tub and brought it over. Hobert had them fill it with water, and then put the hand wearing the light priest ring into the wooden tub. The water in the tub gradually became clearer. Although it was originally clear water, it was now clearer than clear water, and it looked like it reflected colorful colors under the sunlight. A large bucket of holy water was made in a few minutes. Hobert took a bucket, drew a bucket of water, and said to Maximilian, "Bear with it." Holy water could wash away the slime on Maximilian's bones, but it was, after all, an undead creature, and holy water was also very harmful to it. However, for Maximilian, the damage caused by holy water could be recovered, but if the slime symbolizing corruption was not removed quickly, Hobert was likely to summon a completely corrupted skeleton horse that would attack indiscriminately and be as evil as a wraith the next time he summoned it. No need for such trouble. Hant, who was on the side, stopped Hobert's actions. He said to Maximilian, "Let me try it first." If there was another way, Maximilian certainly didn't want to take a holy water bath, so it obediently let Hant put his hand on its skeleton. Hant's silver-white light became brighter. If you ignored those eyes, he looked somewhat holy. The slime on Maximilian's body gradually turned into a foul-smelling black liquid. The liquid dripped on the ground, staining the ground several meters around black. After a minute or two, the slime on Maximilian's body disappeared. It raised its head, as if to express its gratitude. After nodding to Hobert, Maximilian ended the summons. Hant's silver-white light only worked on undead creatures. He was powerless against the slime on Hobert's body, so he also prepared to end the summons. Hobert said, "The spoils you need this time." Hant opened his arms. "This is the best spoil." As he spoke, he disappeared on the spot. The surrounding villagers were terrified, but they didn't dare to leave. Hobert took off his cloak, wrapped the Beyonder characteristics he had just exchanged from Elliot, and jumped into the bucket. After 2 or 3 minutes, the water in the bucket turned black. After pouring out the water, Hobert made another large bucket of holy water and went in for another bath. It wasn't until the third time that the water was completely clear. Coming out of the wooden tub, the tight and wrinkled feeling on his body disappeared. Although he still felt a little weak, the negative effects on his body were gone. Finding a place to sit down, Hobert waited for Bishop Simpson and the others to return. This time, Simpson was determined to hunt down this group of devils. However, Simpson and the others had been fighting for a long time, and the first and second teams were not very cooperative, so they withdrew after chasing for more than an hour. In the end, 2 Desire Apostles, 5 or 6 devils, and more than 20 Beyonders of other sequences ran away. These people all ran in separate directions. Because Simpson and the others had no plans to pursue before the battle, they did not form an effective blockade during the pursuit, which is why so many enemies escaped. After everyone returned, they began to take care of the wounded and count the spoils. Because this battle was essentially a cooperative effort, Hobert had to divide the spoils on the spot. According to the previous agreement, he gave Bowen's body and Beyonder characteristics to Simpson. In return, the Church of the Earth Mother, which had contributed the most people to this battle, made concessions in the division of other spoils. Hobert reiterated the rules for dividing the spoils of the Special Operations Department. Because Hobert provided a large number of sealed artifacts, blocked the first wave of enemy reinforcements on his own, and provided assistance in hunting boar, he alone divided nearly 1/3 of the spoils. As for his contribution to the angel-level battle, Hobert did not mention it, because he did not intend to take out the sealed artifact formed by the Whisperer to participate in the division. After dividing the spoils, Hobert said to the members of the first and second teams, "If the Beyonder characteristics you obtained are useless, you can exchange them for merit points." He briefly explained the rules for the exchange, and several members were pleasantly surprised to find that they could use the spoils to exchange for the Beyonder characteristics they needed. Angus calculated that the spoils in his hand could also be exchanged for about 2/5 of the Beyonder characteristics of the Disciplinary Knight. Everyone had decided to exchange the spoils in their hands for merit points. Just as Hobert was about to talk about how to deal with the fallen personnel on his side, it suddenly started to rain. Everyone glanced at the sky. The dark clouds were not thick, and it shouldn't rain much, so everyone didn't plan to avoid the rain. Just as he was about to continue speaking, Hobert suddenly saw a drop of red rain fall on Angus's face in front of him. He quickly stretched out his hand. It really was red rain. He smelled it in front of his nose. It was both fishy and smelly. Quick! Hobert finally realized something. Quick! Avoid the rain. Find a place to avoid the rain. Cough, cough, cough. Everyone also realized that something was wrong and went to the trees to avoid the rain. Go to the houses in the town. Hobert suddenly felt a little dizzy because he was so anxious. It wasn't that his body had become so weak after being baptized by the angel battlefield, but rather, under the influence of the bloody Archduke, his emotions were easily overstimulated. Of course, as long as he wore Forebodi's ring, his emotional fluctuations couldn't be exploited by the Desire Apostle, but he would experience severe discomfort. Simpson and the others, who had fought the Desire Apostle for some time, would also experience similar phenomena in the next day or two due to having their emotions manipulated multiple times, but it wouldn't be as severe as Hobert's case. Hobert realized that this blood rain was caused by the bloody Archduke's descent just now. Beyonders below the demigod level would be in extremely poor condition if they were rained on, and might even suffer permanent trauma, leading to loss of control. And if ordinary people were rained on, they would most likely turn into extremely aggressive lunatics. There was a small chance they would directly turn into mindless monsters. In short, no ordinary person could survive this blood rain. The blood rain grew heavier and heavier. Supported by Furs and Archibald's marionette, Hobert ran towards the town. After running a few steps, Hobert felt much better. Just as he was about to use travel to take Furs away, suddenly, the rainwater that fell on the ground sprouted rapidly and actually grew into a small red grass. And the rainwater that fell on everyone's bodies turned into red moss. The blood rain stopped. Bishop Simpson and the others knelt on the ground in worship, loudly praising, "Your Excellence." Only then did Hobert understand that the Pope of the Church of the Earth Mother had taken action. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 493, Chapter 493 Seizing Power in the Name of Disaster Relief. Chapter 493 Seizing Power in the Name of Disaster Relief. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. As far as the eye could see, the ground was covered with blood-red grass. A gentle breeze blew, and the grass swayed with the wind, creating an almost seductive feeling. Hobert wiped the red moss from his clothes, and once the moss was removed, the clothes returned to their original color. This made Hobert exclaim, "This is the power of angels." At the battlefield of the two angels, the huge blood pool was still bubbling and boiling, surrounded by black, viscous liquid filled with corruption and filth. In a low-lying area, there was also a small blood lake. Suddenly, black, gray, and red grasses began to grow in these places. These grasses not only grew extremely quickly but also rapidly became dense and thick. The process was about as fast as pouring a layer of water onto the ground. When this layer of water splashed onto the ground, it was as if springs immediately burst forth. The speed of growth was that rapid. Soon, this grass covered the entire land at a speed visible to the naked eye. The blood pool and blood-colored lake were quickly sucked dry by these grasses, revealing the hard rock at the bottom. However, the grass continued to grow and thrive on the rock without any difficulty, and the blood pool was quickly replaced by red grass. These grasses still swayed in the wind like liquid, but their essence had changed. The original plants on this land were also quickly drained of all their moisture by these knee-high colored grasses, withering at a visible rate. In the end, only one type of grass remained on this land, the only difference being their colors. A few minutes later, as these grasses rapidly withered, the entire land became desolate, and no plants would grow here for 10 years. Outside Teuton Town, Hobert also devoutly thanked the Earth Mother and the Pope. He had been worried about how to deal with the blood pool, but the Pope had solved it. Feeling the Pope's departure, Bishop Simpson and other members of the Earth Mother Church raised their heads with excitement. The Pope's arrival meant that the Pope knew everything they had done, and there was no better reward than that. Bishop Simpson got up from the ground and immediately ordered everyone to mobilize all available people to pull up these grasses and hand them over to the Earth Mother Church. Because these grasses contained a large amount of toxins, prolonged contact would cause illness in ordinary people, and in severe cases, they would turn into madmen. After the church collected them, they could be processed into materials for preparing poisons. Hobert asked first to go back and convey the order, have Seal bring people over immediately, and also conscript 300 young and strong men from across the river, along with the civil servants who are already prepared, to come and help with the disaster relief. Hobert, of course, wouldn't just simply drive away the demons. More than half a month ago, he had Corwin start drawing a batch of grassroots civil servants and professionally skilled cadres from the government and training them. After driving away the demons, Hobert would take over the governance of this area. However, the previous plan did not anticipate the appearance of an angelic battle, but this also provided a good reason to take over the governance, disaster relief. That's right, the Angel War was a natural disaster for the South Colson area on the west side of Full Moon Lake. Hobert was on the edge of the battlefield at the time. In his mind, the moment that Bloody Archduke turned a small volcano into a neutral volcano, there was definitely an earthquake of nearly magnitude 7. It's just that the range of the earthquake was limited, and there were no aftershocks. But for ordinary people, it was still a huge disaster. While Hobert asked first to convey the order, he also took the wounded and the remains of the sacrificed members back first, and there would be a notice about the aftermath at the latest tomorrow. He also said to Angus and others, the members of the 1st and 2nd squads who are still in good condition should also participate in the next disaster relief operation. Watching Furs and others leave, while waiting for Seal and others, Archibald said to Hobert, "My lord, I suggest hanging the bodies of these demons in various villages and towns so that everyone knows that the demons have been driven away by us." Hobert was slightly stunned and glanced at Archibald. Angus, who was resting nearby, said, "Devils also like to hang corpses in trees. If we do the same, wouldn't we be the same as them?" While Hobert was thinking about this issue, he glanced at the people of Teuton Town, who were being driven by the Druid squad to pull up grass, their faces numb. He adopted Archibald's suggestion, the most important issue at the moment is to establish effective rule. He suddenly realized that the people here had been enslaved by the demons for decades, and there was no point in reasoning with them for the time being. Seal and the others hadn't arrived yet, but Grove came with a team of people first. He greeted Hobert and Simpson warmly and sent food and wine. Then, Grove read out the decree that the king had sealed the nearby area to Baron Teuton a long time ago, clarifying Baron Teuton's legal right to rule this area. And claimed that Teuton territory had begun to organize manpower for disaster relief, and did not need the help of any forces. Hobert sneered in response, turned his face against Grove in front of everyone, and quarreled a few words. However, he obviously didn't dare to disobey the king's decree now. After scolding a few words, he asked Seal and others who had just arrived to bring all the corpses of the enemies to the dock. On the Jeffrey territory ship, Angus whispered, "My lord, I can come again at night and kill that grove." Hobert was about to interrupt Angus, but Archibald smiled and said, "Captain Angus, with my lord's magnanimity, how could he be angry with such a person?" Angus thought to himself, "Isn't this servant blind? My lord was obviously so angry just now. He had been staring at Hobert just now. As long as his lord gave him a look, he would immediately rush up and kill the arrogant knight." Hobert took another deep look at Archibald. "This dog is quite smart. Did I help it turn a desire apostle into a mystic puppet, and it immediately became proactive?" Archibald gave Hobert a smile in return. Of course, the mystic puppet didn't have such a big effect. Archibald felt the angelic battle that had just taken place and realized that the Creator could provide angelic combat power support to its dependents at any time. For Archibald, this was an opportunity to transform from a beast into someone with the background of such a powerful evil god. Now, for it, Hobert is the key to this opportunity, so it suddenly became so active. Leaving the dock of Teuton Town, the Jeffrey territory fleet landed at the port of Baron Felix's territory upstream. Baron Felix's reaction was obviously not as fast as Baron Teuton's. When he learned that Hobert was bringing manpower and supplies to help with the disaster relief, he didn't think of refusing immediately. So Hobert unceremoniously turned his baronial mansion into the disaster relief headquarters. Baron Felix then realized that when the demons had just left, he had finally become the actual ruler of this territory, and now he wasn't anymore. When the first batch of supplies arrived, there were also 300 young and strong men who had gathered directly from the construction site, as well as more than 50 civil servants. Town Mayor Conrad and Human Resources Knight Corwin came to direct the rescue work. Hobert asked Seal and Corwin to take people to take over the governance of the two surrounding territories respectively. Previously, the demons ruled a total of 5 noble territories. Now that the richest Teuton territory could not be taken over, then the other territories should be taken over immediately. One of the barons' territories was not affected by the disaster. Hobert's reason for disaster relief was not applicable to the territory, but fortunately, the baron had never been to his fiefdom, so taking over was effortless. Hobert then led Angus, Helen, and other Beyonders to the Eugene territory, which was the most severely affected by the disaster. Along the way, they saw many figures of refugees. They were skinny, dressed in rags, and some were injured. Hobert had a deeper understanding of the previous demon rule. Those demons did not have any effective rule at all. Under their bloodlust and violence, ordinary people had no way to resist, so the people here had no hope, and only knew to kneel and pray to the demons. No one actively engaged in agricultural production, and no one actively worked. The harvest was always bad, so they had to eat less. Over time, they became so thin. The manpower organized by Conrad would arrive later, settle these refugees first, and then repatriate them to rebuild their homes. Hobert and others rode their horses forward, inquiring about the situation of Eugene territory along the way. After several inquiries, Hobert obtained a general intelligence: Baron Eugene was dead, and almost no one there had escaped. When they first entered Eugene territory, they could still see some figures of refugees, but as they went further, only traces of fire and huge cracks in the ground, traces of lava that had once gushed out, remained. Angus and Helen gradually realized that something was wrong. A demigod battle didn't seem to have such great power. After walking a little further, everyone saw the colorful, boundless wilderness. Even though the ground was covered with thick withered grass, it still couldn't hide the desolation here. Hobert and others had never farmed, but their spirituality made it very clear to them that this wilderness was not suitable for cultivation in a short period of time, nor was it suitable for any human habitation. Hobert jumped off his horse, and everyone dismounted and followed Hobert's footsteps closely. Hobert used his cane to pull open the grass, and inside were 2 black figures, one large and one small, worshipping devoutly. When they were burned to death, they were still worshipping in the direction of the blood pool. The surrounding grass absorbed the remaining nutrients from these 2 people, and eventually, these 2 people became fragile mummies, as if they would shatter with a touch. Hobert noticed that the small figure was only 7 or 8 years old. For some reason, Hobert didn't feel any guilt this time. If it had been before, he would have felt guilty for his poorly planned plan, which accidentally triggered an angelic battle and killed so many people. The reason for this idea was because he had been educated from a young age to be people-oriented. No matter what, life is the most precious thing. But now it's different. He figured out a problem in the smog of Backlund. In this world full of madness, the lives of ordinary people are so fragile, and Hobert is also very fragile. A fragile Beyonder is not qualified to blame himself. Only after becoming strong enough will his self-blame not seem so ridiculous and humble. After a dozen seconds of silence, Hobert suddenly said, "I bear some responsibility for the destruction of Eugene territory." Of course, he wasn't really blaming himself when he said this, it was just a tactic. He continued, it was my lack of consideration that the enemy actually summoned an angel. Angus, Helen, and the others behind him showed surprised expressions. They had felt the immense pressure coming from that direction before, but at the time, they had no idea that an angelic battle had taken place there. The two of them had similar thoughts, I knew it. How could a battle at the saint level cause such a disaster? Then, the Beyonders present realized another problem. How was the enemy's angel repelled? Just as everyone had this question, Archibald very cooperatively asked, Sir, how did you resolve this catastrophe in the South Colson area? Hobert nodded with satisfaction. This hound knows how to talk. Of course, I also summoned an angel. Angus and Helen behind him immediately felt like their brains couldn't keep up. Angus first thought, I've never heard of Beyonders of the lawyer pathway being good at summoning. He immediately realized that his thinking was wrong. Could it be that Hobert has a close relationship with an angel? I have heard that a member of the Tudor family survived as an angel. Could it be that Hobert and his son have contacted other Tudor families? Then, he realized again that this idea was wrong, because if that were the case, Hobert could have said it openly, but Hobert spoke vaguely. Moreover, having a close relationship with an angel is one thing, but being able to summon the other party to fight for you at any time is another. Finally, Angus realized, perhaps that angel was sent by a mysterious being. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Angus was even more shocked. Looking at Hobert's back again, he seemed taller and more mysterious. Helen, on the other hand, realized, I underestimated Hobert before. I always thought he was just relying on having a good father to become a baron at such a young age. The more I interact with him, the more I realize that his strength and methods far exceed my imagination. He is not as useless as those nobles in Fainapotter City. Miss Monica's guess is correct. There is an organization behind Hobert, and within this organization, there is at least one angel. Those 10 masked reinforcements should be from the organization behind Hobert. As Hobert expected, no one cared about his self-blame, they would only focus all their attention on the angelic combat power. Hobert added, everyone, take a look around to see if there is any possibility of finding survivors. These words awakened everyone, and they went around to search according to Hobert's orders. However, everyone knew that there could be no survivors, that was a battle at the angel level. But they felt that they really needed to do something now to alleviate the shocking emotions just now. The reason why Hobert brought this group of Beyonders was to make them feel shocked and to make them feel the power of Baron Hobert, so as to pave the way for some possible operations in the future. Angus. Hobert called out to the captain of the first team. Angus, who had just taken 2 steps, immediately came back, waiting for Hobert's instructions. Hobert, however, strolled through the thick weeds and came to a small hill. Angus followed closely behind. He realized that the Baron had something to say to him. What are your thoughts? After reaching the top of the hill, Hobert looked at the wilderness in front of him and asked. Angus also looked at the wilderness in front of him and said, this is simply like a miracle. Hobert smiled. In ancient times, angels were also called gods. Then he changed the subject. I'm asking what you thought when you saw the 2 corpses in the grass. Without waiting for Angus to answer, Hobert asked and answered himself, just now, I suddenly realized that life is so fragile and humble. Yes, Angus said, following Hobert's words, under the majesty of the gods, all life is fragile. Hobert glanced at Angus and continued to look at the wilderness. There are some things you should make a choice about. Believe me, I don't need to repeat why my father left the Tudor family. Through this battle, I have seen your talent. That family, whose atmosphere has long been rotten to the core, will bury you for the rest of your life. In fact, Angus's performance can only be said to be not bad, far from reaching the level of excellence. However, this is a good breakthrough to pry open the Tudor family, so he is currently very likely to get Hobert's high evaluation. Hobert's words made Angus first happy, then worried. He also knew that with his background, he had no hope of becoming a demigod in this life. So, when faced with the task of being dispatched to monitor Christian, which even the direct descendants of the family were not interested in, he behaved very actively. After learning that Hobert could summon the help of an angel, Angus did have some other thoughts. Hobert continued, did you notice the 10 reinforcements who appeared at the end? I noticed. Angus was also very strange. Where did Hobert find those reinforcements? Many of them were once marginalized figures in the family, Hobert said very purposefully. In less than half a year, one of them has been promoted from Sequence 8 to Sequence 6. I think at his current speed, he should have the opportunity to be promoted to Sequence 5 at the latest next year. He didn't get such a good opportunity as you at the time. He has such a fast promotion speed only because he made a very correct choice. This is the truth. At that time, Eliot's choice was more straightforward than Angus's. Of course, it also had a lot to do with the fact that Hobert was facing Eliot as the creator at the time. Hobert pointed to the front, look at this wilderness, I have the opportunity to become a person with this level of power, because at the most critical juncture in my life, I also made the right choice. Angus no longer hesitated and knelt behind Hobert. "Sir, please accept my allegiance." Hobert quickly turned around and helped Angus up. "Being able to get your sincere help has also given me a great boost." Archibald and his marionettes watched the whole drama of Hobert's wooing of his subordinates, which made it sigh at Hobert's skills and use of language. After helping Angus up, Hobert said again, "I already have some ideas about how to deal with the aftermath of the 4 fallen members, and I will leave it to you next. First of all, the spoils of war from the first team must be given to them, and secondly, of course, the Beyonder characteristics must be returned to them. I can make a promise that in addition to returning the Beyonder characteristics to their family, I will also give them Beyonder characteristics of a lower sequence. For example, if the martyr is a sheriff, in addition to giving the sheriff Beyonder characteristic to his family, he will also give a copy of the arbiter Beyonder characteristic." Angus was very surprised at first, then happy. Their families will definitely be grateful. In this way, Angus will be able to give an explanation to the families of the martyrs, and when he returns to the family to recruit people, it is estimated that more people will want to join the Special Operations Department than before. However, 2 conditions must be met, Hobert said. The point that you must verify is to give his Beyonder characteristics to their family, not the family. The second condition is that before giving it to their family, the Beyonder characteristics should be kept in my custody. This is to protect you, so as not to be targeted by the family. If they have any anger, they can push it all to me." Angus said gratefully, "Thank you, sir, for thinking so much for me." Archibald on the side felt that there must be a problem here, but it was not clear what the problem was. "The last point is the issue of compensation for them," Hobert said. "You have been in the territory for a while and know my current difficulties. In terms of compensation, I can't temporarily match the official Beyonders. The martyrs of Sequence 9 can only be given £1,300, or 1,500 gold lire. Sequence 8 is doubled, and Sequence 7 is doubled again." Angus smiled and said, "It's good to have compensation." This is true. For wild Beyonders, they have never thought about the issue of martyrdom and compensation. That's why Hobert proposed this compensation standard, which is less than half of that of the Orthodox churches, and will continue to use this standard for a period of time. Hobert nodded and said again, "I plan to expand the size of the first team. After handling the aftermath, it should be expanded to at least 18 members. You have given such good compensation conditions, I don't think there should be any problems," Angus said with a smile. Hobert smiled with satisfaction. "This is the focus of your next work." "Yes." After ending this conversation, Hobert's main purpose of this, personal disaster relief, was completed, so that he could more happily dig the corners of the Tudor family in the future. When the group returned to Baron Felix's manor, it was already dusk. The initial resettlement of the refugees has been completed. Conrad, according to Hobert's instructions, is preparing to use work as a form of relief to rebuild their homes. Moreover, Conrad found that the spring planting on the west bank of the entire Full Moon Lake was very sloppy. He planned to organize people to replant the spring first to ensure this year's harvest, and then take time to redistribute the land. It can be foreseen that Conrad will be very busy in the future and will have no time to stay in Baron Felix's manor to coordinate the resources of all parties. Hobert had no choice but to stay and personally sit in the new territory on the west bank of Full Moon Lake. After eating dinner and solving the work problems, Hobert returned to his room. After telling anyone not to disturb his rest, he came to the Nation of Disorder and looked at the spoils he had obtained today again. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 494, Chapter 494 Goodbye Miss Sharon. Chapter 494 Goodbye Miss Sharon. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The most surprising spoil of today's battle was the sealed artifact from that blatherer. A sealed artifact formed by a Beyonder of this level is definitely a grade 1 sealed artifact. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert waved his hand, and the short blade flew into his grasp. It was an orange-red short sword, looking like raw iron just taken out of a furnace, with a distinct burning sensation in his hand. Using the level of the Nation of Disorder, Hobert quickly learned the abilities of this sealed artifact. It can launch mental attacks against enemies, triggering and detonating their emotions, causing them to fall into mental chaos. It can emit whispers that are very easy to lose control of. Even demigod-level enemies must concentrate on resisting the erosion of the whispers. It can use words of filth, including death, slowness, and corruption. The weapon itself can transform into a giant magma sword, releasing steam with violent toxins. Because the blatherer had just begun to lose control when he was swallowed by the Great Sage, the abilities of this weapon were not so bizarre. But the negative effects were not small either. There is a very high probability of indiscriminately detonating the emotions of everyone around, causing mental confusion, and such mental confusion is permanent damage and cannot be recovered. Each use requires continuously killing 9 people and feeding the short sword with their internal organs and souls. If not enough internal organs and souls are obtained, the short sword will devour the holder. There is a considerable probability of receiving the gaze of the bloody Archduke, and such a gaze is enough to turn beyonders below the demigod level into a pool of blood, and there is also a certain probability of gaining some abilities or benefits from it. Each use is equivalent to being eroded by the abyss once. With such negative effects, he didn't dare take it outside to use at all, especially the gaze of the bloody Archduke, who could bear that. And before becoming a demigod, Hobert had no way to form an effective seal on a grade 1 sealed artifact, which meant that this sealed artifact's abilities looked good, but he couldn't use it for the time being. This made Hobert deeply realize what a sealed artifact was. This thing could only be used after an effective seal was made. Hobert somewhat disappointedly wanted to put the short sword back, but then suddenly seemed to think of something. He picked up the Black Emperor card on the armrest with one hand, which made Hobert's figure become much more majestic, much more solid, and full of dignity. With the other hand holding the short sword, he projected his power into his star. The short sword followed Hobert's power and entered the star together, arriving in the real world. Because of the suppression of the Black Emperor card, even if it left the Nation of Disorder, the negative effects of the short sword would not affect Hobert for the time being. In other words, this short sword could be used by the creator. This gave the creator many sequence 3 level abilities. Withdrawing his power, Hobert returned to the Nation of Disorder. In fact, the creator had better not use these powers, it was too degrading. It could be used when he was sure he could kill the other party, to silence them. Or it could be used as an auxiliary means, such as the short sword's mental attack, which from the surface looked a bit like the judge's mental attack. However, the process of use and the effects caused were completely different, but who had the ability to go back and subdivide the gods? Hobert looked at the short sword again, named it 1 to 105, and then placed it on the stone platform for holding grade 1 sealed artifacts. Then Hobert considered a question: why couldn't the previous 4 grade 1 sealed artifacts have such an operation? In fact, starting from grade 2 sealed artifacts, Hobert could use the power of the sealed artifacts in the Nation of Disorder. For example, Hobert could use the Healing Fork to heal Elliot through the Nation of Disorder. But without exception, these sealed artifacts could only be used in the Nation of Disorder. For example, when Hobert projected the creator's power into the real world to prevent the descent of the abomination, he could not bring any sealed artifacts out. 1 to 105 could be brought out. If someone slashed at the creator with a sword, Hobert could completely use 1 to 105 to conjure a giant magma sword to block the enemy's attack. They were all grade 1 sealed artifacts. Why was there such a difference? After thinking for a while, Hobert roughly understood what was going on. Although they were all grade 1 sealed artifacts, 1 to 101 to 1 to 104 were sealed artifacts formed by sequence 4, while 1 to 105 was a sealed artifact formed by sequence 3. At the sequence 3 level, one could respond to prayers within a certain range, and divinity was much stronger than sequence 4. Correspondingly, it was equivalent to having the ability to project power to a distance, so it could enter the real world through the Nation of Disorder. In addition, the special nature of the Nation of Disorder and the rank suppression of the Black Emperor card were also very important. The special nature of the Nation of Disorder was that it could bypass many rules. For example, also projecting power into the real world, Klein, who had the Sefirah castle, needed a secret right to project a large amount of power. But the Nation of Disorder completely skipped the implicit ritual. Hobert could easily project the power of the Nation of Disorder into the real world. The rank suppression of the Black Emperor card was also very important. Klein had the operation of summoning himself, but even in this state, he did not dare to bring out the Sea God Scepter. If Klein had the Fool card to suppress it, perhaps when he summoned himself, he could also temporarily suppress the negative effects of the Sea God Scepter. Having figured out the matter of 1 to 105, Hobert looked at the umbilical cord of the evil god's offspring again. It could still be used twice, and the Black Eyes could still be used once. In other words, the angel-level combat power could still be used 3 times in total. The Bull Devil Monarch had been used once and could still be used 6 more times. The Great Sage could still be used 10 times. The demigod-level combat power was still relatively abundant. Returning to the real world, Hobert was about to rest when Baron Felix sent 2 maids. Hobert was already very tired today. He sent the 2 maids back and asked them to tell Baron Felix, let him do his barony well. This was telling Baron Felix that he only wanted the rule of the West Bank, not the title. As long as Felix was as honest as before, his barony could continue, and his descendants could continue to do it generation after generation. Because Hobert had stayed on the edge of the angel-level battlefield during the day, he had nightmares all night. But overall, the effect of the rest was still very good. The next morning, he began to get busy. First, he talked to Helen about the compensation for the fallen members of the second team. 3 Beyonders from the second team died, plus 4 from the first team. A total of 7 people died in yesterday's battle, which was equivalent to 1/3 of the members of the Special Operations Department. Fortunately, there was cooperation with the Church of the Earth Mother, and many members who were seriously injured were rescued in time. Otherwise, the death toll might have reached about 3/5. In that case, this Special Operations Department might have disbanded due to the huge casualties. After all, this group of people was pieced together by Hobert and had no cohesion or centripetal force to speak of. But that was before. With the distribution of spoils and the handling of the aftermath of the fallen, the loyalty of the two teams, especially the first team, to Hobert had increased a lot. As for the handling of the aftermath of the fallen members of the second team, Hobert basically handed it over to Helen and handled it according to some of the Theosophy Order's usual practices. At the same time, Hobert would also issue a pension of 1,500 gold lire as a base. Just 1,500 gold lire was enough to buy a small manor in the countryside and live the life of a farmer from then on. Similarly, the Theosophy Order did not have the habit of issuing pensions to the families of the fallen, so Hobert's move was also affirmed by the members of the second team. These members of the Theosophy Order were relatively moderate, and they had basically started families in the South Colson area, or their families were here. So these pensions were still quite useful to them. At this moment, they finally had the feeling of being official Beyonders. As for the Beyonder characteristics of the fallen, Hobert fully respected the opinions of the Theosophy Order and did not interfere too much. After the aftermath of the second team was handled well, the members of the two teams came to Hobert one after another with spoils to exchange for merits, and then used the merits to exchange for the Beyonder characteristics they needed. The merits of 4 members were exchanged for the Beyonder characteristics used for their advancement. Therefore, Hobert paid a sheriff and an interrogator Beyonder characteristic, as well as a trickmaster and an astrologer Beyonder characteristic. Other people had also accumulated a lot of merits. If another such battle was launched, many more people could advance. Seeing that someone had indeed exchanged for the required Beyonder characteristics and advanced, the members were already very supportive of Hobert. In the end, about 2/3 of the spoils of this battle came into Hobert's hands. Compared to the payout, Hobert made a bloody profit. Because the exchange standard was set by him. For example, the Beyonder characteristic of serial killer could be exchanged for 600 merits, which meant that an interrogator had to kill 4 serial killers to exchange for a judge Beyonder characteristic. The interrogator had no objection to this because serial killers were indeed easier to kill. But it was also very difficult to kill 4 enemies of the same sequence in one battle. For the sheriff, it was easier for them to advance. They only needed to kill 2 unwinged angel and 1 prisoner to exchange for the corresponding Beyonder characteristics. In the afternoon, there was nothing to do, but Hobert, who had to temporarily sit in the West Bank, went to the Nation of Disorder again to give Elliot the 9 Beyonder characteristics he had promised before. Looking at it this way, it was immediately clear who was the direct line and who was the collateral line. Finally, Hobert sacrificed all the spoils to the Nation of Disorder. He made a statistics. There were a total of 3 Desire Apostles, 10 demons, 14 serial killers, 16 unwinged angel, and 8 criminals Beyonder characteristics. Another big harvest. In addition, Hobert also obtained a grade 2 sealed artifact of the door pathway. There were very few sealed artifacts obtained in this battle, only 3, and Hobert was assigned one of them. Hobert had thought about this question before. The reason why Beyonders of the Abyss pathway rarely used sealed artifacts may be because they were relatively versatile. For example, they had physical attack abilities such as the Magma Sword, as well as mental and desire-related attack abilities, as well as Words of Filth, Poison Gas, and remote attacks such as Sulfur Fireballs. The most annoying thing was that they also had the ability of Malice Perception. As soon as the enemy had an idea, they would disappear. What sealed artifact was needed? The Fabuti's Ring made a great contribution to achieving such great results in yesterday's battle. If the Blatherer felt the threat from Hobert, or rather from the Great Sage, and turned around and ran, then this battle would not be able to continue halfway through. If the Blatherer ran, Bowen would definitely have to run too. At most, only Yarling and the others could be harvested. But killing 3 Desire Apostles was not as impactful as killing a demigod. For the next 2 days, Hobert stayed in the West Bank and recovered from the negative state he had been in on the demigod battlefield before. On Thursday night, Hobert had dinner and returned to his room early. Then he changed his clothes, transformed into the face with the tall nose and high cheekbones that he had used to go to Backlund last time, and used to travel to come to the Bravehearts bar again. He ordered a glass of beer as a matter of course, drank it all, left the bar, and hailed a rental carriage. After the carriage had driven for 7 or 8 minutes, Miss Sharon with her delicate features and light golden hair appeared in the carriage. Hobert smiled slightly and said, "Good evening." "Good." Miss Sharon responded perfunctorily, and then immediately got to the point. "There are too many Beyonder characteristics you mentioned last time. We only want a part of them." "Which part specifically?" 30 sequence 9s, 25 sequence 8s, 15 sequence 7s, 10 sequence SIXS, 5 sequence 5s, and also the puppet beyonder characteristic. Hobert was about to speak, but Miss Sharon spoke first again. We want them in such large quantities, you must give us a certain discount. You should know that the price I gave is not very high, Hobert said with a slight smile. Especially the beyonder characteristics of sequence 7 and above, it is difficult to buy them at this price elsewhere. Hobert was very curious, how would Miss Sharon, who seemed to have very few emotional changes, bargain? You must make it cheaper, otherwise we will not consider allying with you, Sharon said in a flat tone. Hobert smiled and thought to himself, sure enough, she was a ruthless person who didn't talk much. What Sharon had just said was indeed something Hobert was more concerned about. Before coming to Sharon, he had already decided that he could give the Temperance faction some discounts as sincerity for forming an alliance. Immediately, Hobert took out paper and pen from his bag and said, okay, let's calculate the total amount first, and then I'll give you a discount. Sharon nodded, looking quite satisfied with this proposal. So Hobert listed another list. According to the previous quotation, sequence 9, prisoner beyonder characteristics are £280 each, 30 copies are £8,400. Sequence 8, lunatic beyonder characteristics are £580 each, 25 copies are £14,500. Sequence 7, werewolf beyonder characteristics are £1,300 each, 15 copies are £19,500. Sequence 6, zombie beyonder characteristics are £3,200 each, so 10 copies would be £32,000. Sequence 5, wraith beyonder characteristics are £6,000 each, so 5 copies would be £30,000. One sequence 4, puppet beyonder characteristic is worth £50,000. The total value of all beyonder characteristics is £154,400. Hobert suddenly felt like he was shipping goods. If this transaction was completed, all the payments for the buildings in the territory would be covered, and there would still be enough left over to buy decoration materials. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 495, Chapter 495, Creating a Body for Captain Dunn. Chapter 495, Creating a Body for Captain Dunn. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. First, we should clarify a concept. Hobert said, the beyonder characteristics of that puppet are already discounted. Hobert spread his hands, any beyonder characteristic at sequence 4 is already difficult to measure with money. I think I don't need to say more. Sharon quietly looked at Hobert. Cough, cough. Hobert cleared his throat somewhat unnaturally and said, so, the £50,000 and it cannot be discounted any further. What can be discounted are the beyonder characteristics of other sequences. Sharon still quietly looked at Hobert. Hobert suddenly felt that, outside of combat, the Temperance faction of the prisoner pathway was quite restrained towards lawyers. Even if Hobert's logic was clear and his eloquence was good, Hobert was somewhat helpless when the other party didn't give any feedback. However, Hobert's words were not completely useless. When it came to dealing with the Rose School next time, he reached a verbal agreement with Sharon that the Temperance faction would also send a certain amount of force to participate in the battle. As for the price of those beyonder characteristics, the final transaction was completed at a price of £150,000, and the transaction would be completed uniformly in about 10 days. Taking advantage of the fact that Sharon hadn't left yet, Hobert quickly said, if you have any new demands for beyonder characteristics, the payment can be made in installments, or paid with a loan from me. No need. Sharon said, we have ways to raise money, provided you give us enough time. Hobert smiled. So, the Temperance faction is very wealthy. Sharon added, you should have more than one beyonder characteristic of the puppet, right? Yes, there are 2 more. Hobert said. Actually, there were 3 more, but Hobert couldn't shatter the beyonder characteristic of the disciple of silence yet, so he temporarily said there were 2 more. Sharon nodded slightly, if there is still a need in this regard, how should I contact you? Hobert thought for a while before saying, I probably go to the Bravehearts bar every 2 weeks at night. If you need anything, you can wait for me at the bar for a few days. Hobert planned to tell Sharon how to summon his messenger after the first batch of transactions was completed. It wasn't that Hobert didn't trust Sharon, but it seemed like there would be a problem if he revealed his identity now. After watching Sharon disappear, Hobert began to imagine how to spend the £150,000. No matter how he spent it, he now had relatively abundant money in his hands. Hobert planned to go back and have Roy draw up a budget for the later stage of the renovation. Now that he had a new territory and more population, he could plan to speed up the construction progress. After imagining for a while in the carriage, Hobert asked the coachman to stop, because he had just made a big deal, so Hobert specially gave the coachman a 1 sucre tip. The coachman happily praised Hobert's generosity, and Hobert smiled and walked into the shadows of the street corner. Friday morning, Feynapotter Kingdom, west bank of Full Moon Lake. The disaster relief mission is progressing steadily. The tents and food purchased by Jeffrey have arrived one after another, and the refugees' food and accommodation problems have been basically solved. Conrad organized the refugees to replant once, and began to build the collapsed houses before, for which a lot of building materials were transferred from Jeffrey. Hobert approved these expenses very generously, and the budget was sufficient. The reason why he was so generous was that Hobert had just completed a transaction of hundreds of thousands of pounds and indeed had money. On the other hand, the new territory made Hobert's potion digest very significantly, probably more than a third. Hobert believed that such significant digestion was largely due to his driving away the previous rulers. The rulers who had been entrenched here for decades were suddenly hanged at the entrance of the village or town in the form of corpses. The people's confusion, daze, fear, and other emotions can be imagined. For a time, they must have fallen into a completely different new rule, bringing chaos in order, life, and spirit. The key is that Hobert has become the actual controller of Felix and other 4 territories, so the emotions and reactions of the people here can be fed back to Hobert. That's why so much potion was digested at once. Hobert estimated that when the land revolution is completed, the reconstruction of homes in the disaster area is completed, and an effective rule is established, he will obviously digest the potion again. This made Hobert feel great, so he was particularly generous when approving the funds. Hobert also sent people to bring Dennis, Freya, and Serena to the West Bank to participate in this rescue to hone their temperament. By the way, he called Philip and Roy to discuss the next construction budget in the territory. Regarding the later budget for decoration, their father and son had already roughly calculated it before. With most of the wood being self-sufficient, about 180,000 gold lire was still needed. Hobert was stunned, it cost so much money. The main reason is that the decoration required for the villas where the nobles live is expensive. Roy said, the decoration costs for institutions such as hospitals and post offices are not high. And this also includes office supplies, medical equipment, etc. These don't cost much money, but the supplies prepared for the nobles are not cheap. Philip said, a set of tableware costs more than 300 gold lire. Hobert smacked his tongue, tableware made of gold. These 2 confidants knew that the Earl, who was also a nobleman, was very simple. Philip smiled, it really has to be inlaid with beautiful golden carvings, and some are inlaid with gems. Aren't you afraid of scratching your hands? Hobert muttered, then buy it openly, money is not a problem. After discussing some details, Hobert gave Philip a batch of gold worth about 6,000 gold lire, and more than 30,000 pounds. This batch of gold was obtained from the transaction with the Balk family before and has not been used because it has to be exchanged before it can be used, so it is better to exchange it in advance. As for the more than 30,000 pounds, it is mainly the payment for the goods traded with the Sanguine. This is the budget for the 4th batch of goods, but because of the income from the auction house, Hobert did not immediately give this budget to Philip. This time, nearly 20,000 gold lire were compensated to the martyrs, and there were also expenses for disaster relief. The money in Philip's hands was reduced at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Temperance faction's payment will have to wait about 10 days before it can be received. In order to prevent problems with the capital chain, Hobert gave all his belongings to Philip. Of course, there is a premise that the inherited property cannot be used. After dealing with official business, Hobert became bored again. Fortunately, in the afternoon, Furs, wearing a light yellow casual dress and a playful fedora, came to Baron Felix's manor with a stove of freshly made donuts. Baron Hobert's hobby of eating donuts has long been widely spread. Furs certainly knew that Hobert's donuts were for the messenger, but the current butler of the manor, Alan, and the chefs all hoped that the lady of the manor would bring the donuts that the lord liked to visit him. It was difficult to refuse, so Furs had to come to the West Bank with donuts. These are the donuts you like to eat. She smiled and said, everyone in the entire manor knows you love to eat this. Hobert hugged Furs, nonsense, I obviously like to eat you the most. Archibald tactfully took the puppet away, and did not forget to close the door when leaving. Furs pushed Hobert, I'm here to find you for something serious. What I'm doing now is serious. Hobert said while acting with his hands, the weather is so warm, you don't need to wear so much. Furs smiled helplessly. Her matter was not very urgent, and she also missed Hobert a little, so she half pushed and half accepted Hobert's intimacy, and the two embraced each other before talking about serious matters. During the days when Hobert was not in the territory, a noblewoman named April came to Jeffrey Town and gave Furs a stone of life as soon as she took action. Furs usually doesn't care about the external affairs of the manor, but this gift was too precious. In order to express her gratitude, she invited the noblewoman to dinner. The two chatted happily and had already made 2 appointments to travel together. Furs felt that the other party should be in beyonder, but she didn't know the other party's purpose, so she came to tell Hobert about this. Hobert thought for a while before saying, let's go back together tomorrow and invite her to have lunch. Maybe she will be willing to tell her purpose. The stone of life is a strategic material of the Church of the Earth Mother. Simpson only has one. He was reluctant to use it in such a fierce battle a few days ago. Someone once described that with the stone of life, he has one more life. The use of the stone of life is far from simply making one's own life become vigorous again. It can also give life to other creatures. The effect is better than the healing art, and the use is more extensive than the healing art. Since there is such a large, early investment, the other party's request must be not small, but the other party should have some request to Hobert, which is equivalent to taking the lady's route and asking Furs to help introduce him. Furs nodded, okay. Then she talked about the recent situation of the auction house. During the period when Hobert was not in the territory, Furs helped sort out the auction house's demand list. After the nobles and wealthy people left, they sent people to inform the auction house of their needs. Hobert glanced at it and found that there were many that he could solve, and he could gradually solve these people's needs in the next 1 or 2 months. Some needs, such as wanting a level 2 sealed artifact, will have to be postponed or even indefinitely. Since there were donuts, Hobert embraced Furs for a while, then put on his clothes and came to the study alone, writing letters to Leonard and Jessica respectively. The letter to Leonard contained several beyonder characteristics of the criminal pathway and told Leonard that he had found a devil den and would kill a large number of demons in the near future. It was to prepare for his future sale of related beyonder characteristics. As for the letter to Jessica, it was to communicate with her about the distribution of magical items later. After Carrie creates a magical item, Hobert will pay £450 for materials and labor. He said in the letter, although there is a way to recondense the beyonder characteristics in the beyonder ingredients, it also takes a certain amount of time and pays a certain price. Here, Hobert only used exaggeration. If he told Jessica the truth, it would sound terrifying. Seeing that there were still donuts, Hobert also wrote a letter to Vice Admiral Iceberg, Edwina, asking her about the names and approximate uses of several beyonder ingredients, and asking her if she wanted the beyonder characteristics of the criminal pathway. Hobert had seized several beyonder ingredients from the demonic wolf of fog, and he still didn't know what they were called. Which pathway did they belong to? It would be more convenient to get the answer directly by asking the demonic wolf of fog, but that would make the creator's believer too ignorant. It's been almost a month since those beyonder ingredients were seized, and he still doesn't know what they are called. So, it's better to simply abandon the near and seek the far, and ask Vice Admiral Iceberg. He soon received a reply from Jessica. She first agreed to Hobert's long-term cooperation plan, and then asked Hobert to prepare a potion formula and beyonder characteristics of a briber. The process of revising the labor law allowed her to digest the potion well, and she planned to advance in the next few days. In the evening, out of courtesy, Hobert and Furs hosted Baron Felix together. At the same time, at the banquet, Hobert explained the next work focus to Conrad and others, telling everyone that he would return to the East Bank tomorrow morning. Speaking of which, Hobert was quite helpless. The straight-line distance from here to Jeffreytown is not far, but if you start from here and take a boat to Jeffreytown, it will take at least 2 or 3 hours. If any news is conveyed to Hobert's manor, there will be a half-day delay. While a large river plays a huge role in the waterway, it severely hinders local traffic. So, when Hobert embarked on his return journey the next day, he had the idea of building a bridge, and after returning to the territory, he asked Scholar, who was preparing to leave, to investigate whether there was a suitable place to build a bridge in the South Colson River Basin. At noon, when Hobert saw Mrs. April in the manor's restaurant, his eyes narrowed. She turned out to be the beautiful lady in her 30s, wearing gorgeous clothes and with arrogance in her eyes, who had appeared at the wedding before. Hobert had also seen this lady in a carriage in Backlund. This made Hobert immediately vigilant, guessing April's identity and purpose. April seemed to not notice Hobert's vigilance at all, and looked at Hobert and Furs sitting together with a gentle and even kind smile. That's great. Hobert was a little confused by this compliment, so he smiled and entered the topic. Thank you for the gift you gave to my wife before, it was too precious. That's what should be. April smiled. Hobert was stunned, feeling that he and the other party were not on the same channel. What do you mean by what should be? April said to Hobert again, when you fought those demons a few days ago, I was also on the West Bank. Don't work so hard in the future. Hobert was horrified. How did he not notice April at all? Before Hobert could ask this question, April added, okay, let's talk about business. I hope to sell some extraordinary items through your auction house. I have prepared 3 extraordinary commodities here. If you offer a suitable price, we can establish a long-term cooperative relationship. April gestured for a servant to push over a trolley, placing the 3 prepared boxes on it. The servant pushed it towards Hobert. Hobert opened the boxes and glanced inside. They contained, respectively, a mystical material, a mystical characteristic, and a magical item shaped like a metal plate. Hobert picked up the plate and asked, may I ask where this metal plate came from? This inevitably reminded Hobert of the cutlery-shaped magical items he had equipped. The plate seemed to be made by the same person. April smiled. I'm selling this magical item on behalf of a friend. He's not entirely satisfied with it, but I think it's quite valuable. Hobert strongly suspected that April's so-called friend was the artisan friend Christian knew. Of course, he was probably not just an artisan but more likely an astronomer or even an alchemist. This made Hobert wonder if April was a friend Christian had invited to the wedding. As for the mystical characteristic, Hobert could tell at a glance that it was a judge characteristic. He definitely wanted both of these items. The only uncertain one was the mystical material. So Hobert said, "Please keep Furs company while I appraise these 3 items." Seeing the cutlery-like magical item reassured Hobert somewhat. He believed Furs would be safe alone with April. Hobert remembered that Christian had many strange friends, and April might be one of them. He quickly went to the side hall and sacrificed the 3 items to the Nation of Disorder. Using the Nation of Disorder's authority, Hobert learned the magical item's ability and negative effects. The ability was to freely change its shape, even turning its flesh into liquid to squeeze into extremely small spaces, or to increase its speed, it can detonate its flesh to create an explosion comparable to a bomb. The negative effect was, each use requires feeding the plate with a small amount of the user's own flesh. It cannot be replaced with the flesh of others, otherwise the plate will devour the holder. Hobert nodded to himself, thinking, no wonder that Master Craftsman was dissatisfied. This negative effect is quite a pain. Unless it's a mystical being whose body can regenerate, how much flesh can be used to feed this plate? Then Hobert thought of a solution. After using it, he could first feed the plate with his own flesh, and the next time he used it, he could use its ability to change its shape to replenish the flesh he had previously fed it. This plate was probably made with a Rose Bishop characteristic, making this operation entirely possible. In that case, the plate's negative effect isn't that serious, only that the user has to cut off a piece of their own flesh between uses, a small amount of flesh, it shouldn't be too much. Also, cutting off one's own flesh requires great courage, which should be the biggest negative effect, but one could ask someone else to help. As far as magical items go, such a negative effect is completely acceptable. After all, mystical beings generally have good physiques, and the wound will heal quickly after feeding the plate, without affecting their normal life too much. Hobert then looked at the mystical material, which was a sequence 6 material, but Hobert couldn't determine the specific pathway. Just as he was about to leave the Nation of Disorder, Hobert suddenly thought of the wedding gift Christian had given him. He rummaged through the pile of Grade 2 sealed artifacts and found the Reader Pathway magical item. He infused it with spirituality and looked at the mystical material again. Although Hobert didn't have any relevant knowledge, he knew that it was a Planter Pathway material. Combining the 2 pieces of information, Hobert concluded, one of the main ingredients for the Planter Sequence 6 biologist. Although he didn't know the name of this mystical material, he knew enough about it. Leaving the Nation of Disorder, Hobert returned to the dining room. "Madam, I want all 3 items." "Name your price." "The mystical material is 2,000 gold, April said. "The mystical characteristic is 4,500, and the magical item is 7,000. "The price is a little high," Hobert said with a smile. "Since this is our first cooperation, I won't haggle. But I hope you can show enough sincerity next time we cooperate." April smiled. "You're a good businessman." Hobert didn't continue the topic, but asked the servant to call Philip to prepare the gold loomis. He changed the subject. "Did you refine that stone of life yourself?" "Yes." "In that case, you're a classical alchemist." "That's right." Although he had guessed it, Hobert was still a little surprised. "I know a bishop from the Church of the Earth Mother, but I heard him say that the demigods of the Church of the Earth Mother are very busy." April took a sip of wine. "Young man, your probing is too obvious." She spread her hands. "I'm not from the Church of the Earth Mother." Hobert smiled. "In that case, I have a task that is very suitable for a classical alchemist who is not from the Church of the Earth Mother to complete." April gestured for him to speak. "I want you to help me refine a body that can highly integrate a certain spirit and mental body with this body." April nodded. "I have quite a bit of research on this. But isn't the Church of the Earth Mother more professional? Given your relationship with the Church of the Earth Mother, why didn't you ask them for help?" Hobert leaned back in his chair and smiled. "I asked them first, but they declined, saying it was an act of disrespect for life." "Ha!" April laughed sarcastically. "I once stole research data from the Church of the Earth Mother. They have plenty of research that disrespects life. Their response only means that the price you offered wasn't high enough." Hobert was stunned. Wasn't a sequence 5 main material enough? Then he suddenly realized, I think I asked the wrong person. Bishop Utravsky is so devout, or rather, he basically doesn't beat around the bush on such issues. If I had asked Bishop Simpson, the problem might have been solved already. But since the matter had already been brought up, Hobert decided to continue talking with April. If she charged an exorbitant price, he would go to Simpson. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 496, For Body's Fantastic Operation. Chapter 496, For Body's Fantastic Operation. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. April explained, if you want to create a specific puppet, you must have a part of that person's body, hair or blood will do. There are two key points in the whole process. First, you need his complete astral projection and spirit body. If they are not complete, you will only fuse a puppet with that person's memory. Second, you need a medium to integrate the astral body and spiritual body into the puppet. This medium is best if it's an beyonder item, so that it can provide enough power to support the integration process. Hobert asked, can the other party's beyonder characteristics before death be used as a medium? That's the best medium. April said, this will greatly increase the probability of success. Hobert breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had made thorough preparations beforehand, and he possessed all the elements April mentioned. What reward do you want? No reward is needed. April smiled kindly again. I have also been trying to resurrect someone who is very important in my life, but unfortunately I have not yet found his spirit. Seeing your friend resurrected in the way I researched, I will also be very happy. Speaking of this, April's left hand suddenly trembled violently. She quickly pressed her left hand with her right hand, as if her left hand was suddenly out of her control. After 7 or 8 seconds, the violent shaking subsided. April took a deep breath and said to Hobert, who was on guard, pretending to be relaxed, this is the price I pay for practicing some secret techniques. Hobert did not relax his vigilance, but a smile reappeared on his face. He followed the other party's words and said, sometimes, obtaining power requires a price. What else could he do but follow her words? After all, she was a demigod. Could he directly point out that this was a sign of loss of control? April nodded in agreement, that's right. Hobert smiled and said, I will consider it and give you an answer tomorrow as to whether I will ask you for help. Okay. The wildness shown in April's eyes, as well as her reaction just now, made Hobert a little uneasy. So after seeing April off, Hobert simply used traveling to come to Fainapotter City, and under Dofus's guidance, met Christian in the military office. After a few simple chats, Hobert talked about the main purpose of his trip. Do you know a lady named April? Christian's face changed drastically, and he stood up abruptly. She went to you. His father's reaction exceeded Hobert's expectations. Yes, do you know her? Christian sat back in her seat, his face still not very good. I warned her, told her not to approach you, because her condition is very bad, and she has joined an evil organization. Hobert nodded. Christian knew April, and she was very likely to know his biological parents as well. This made Hobert trust April a lot more. Christian glanced at Hobert. I believe you are fully capable of making your own judgments about some things. Ah, in the blink of an eye, you are already married. This sentence made Hobert feel a little confused. He noticed that Christian didn't have much interest in chatting, so he got up to say goodbye and used traveling to return to the Lord's mansion. This afternoon, Hobert rarely had some free time, but for some reason, he always felt a little restless. Soon he realized that this was a hint from his spirituality. Today, he had missed something very important. This made Hobert lose the mood to even rest while drinking tea, and he kept pacing back and forth in the study. Because he couldn't find any inspiration, Hobert returned to the bedroom, wanting to chat with Furs a little. When he saw the comb and 2 skincare products placed on the dressing table, Hobert remembered that Furs had gone to the circus to play the Magic Master again this afternoon. Hobert smiled. Furs never used cosmetics because she was too lazy to put on makeup. At most, she would use a little skincare product in the dry winter. And Furs rarely put the comb and skincare products back in their original place because she was too lazy to clean up. Hobert came to the dressing table, wanting to see what the skincare products of this era were like. When he approached the dressing table, Hobert glanced at the mirror. Suddenly, Hobert finally understood the hint from his spirituality, and many clues were connected together. I see. Hobert sat in the chair for a long time without saying a word, not knowing how to face April for a while. After thinking for a long time, Hobert decided, don't reveal it for now, otherwise everyone will feel very uncomfortable together. In the evening, Hobert received replies from Leonard and Edwina one after another. There was a small package in Leonard's letter, which contained a bundle of gold pounds. Hobert counted them. No more, no less, exactly 5,500 pounds. In the previous letter, Hobert had put 1 devil, 1 serial killer, 2 unwinged angel, and 2 criminal beyonder characteristics. According to the base price, the total price of these 5 beyonder characteristics is indeed 5,500 pounds. In the package, there was also a note written by Leonard. How much you have, I want how much. Hobert smiled. You dare to write that, you don't know how much there is specifically. If all the prisoner beyonder characteristics were given to Leonard, it is estimated that this guy would have to doubt his life, so Hobert thought of this way of selling them slowly. Putting away the gold pounds, Hobert opened Edwina's letter, and neat handwriting came into view. Edwina first expressed her apology, saying that she was a little busy today and only now replied to Hobert. Then Edwina said that the beyonder ingredients Hobert inquired about this time were more advanced than the previous ones. She didn't know the specific names, only knew that they belonged to that pathway and the level of the main ingredients. This reminded Hobert of the reader pathway sealed artifact he used at noon. He guessed that at sequence 5 of this pathway, there might be the ability to distinguish between beyonder characteristics and the materials for pathways. Hobert realized that although Edwina was knowledgeable, it was impossible for her to know all beyonder ingredients. If he encountered similar problems again, he could try to use that sealed artifact to solve them. And when hosting the beyonder gathering at the auction center, he could also wear this sealed artifact to make many judgments on the spot. Continuing to read the Vice Admiral Iceberg's reply, Hobert knew the level of the beyonder ingredients, all at sequence 5. He mainly looked at which pathway they belonged to. To Hobert's surprise, among the 3 sequence 5 beyonder ingredients, there was actually a main material for the demoness of afflictions. Hobert smiled. This could be used to draw a big cake for Helen. In addition, Edwina also said that she would purchase the criminal pathway beyonder characteristics at the same price as Leonard, purchasing them at the base price. For Hobert, this was another channel for selling beyonder characteristics. At night, Hobert was sleeping soundly when suddenly, he felt some power invading his dream. Hobert unconsciously tightened his grip on the order crystal. He knew someone would visit tonight. When Hobert regained consciousness, he had already appeared in the painting, in front of the extremely oppressive hall. Hobert stepped inside and saw Farbody, in the form of a thin middle-aged man, sitting on the throne of flowers. Very good. Farbody said in a hoarse voice, "You have completed our transaction very well. I need to say it again." Hobert said, "My purpose is actually to seize control of the West Bank. You don't need to be so wary of me." Farbody leaned against the high back of the chair and said, "If I wanted to make a deal with you, as soon as you opened your mouth, or had a little emotional fluctuation, you would have already sold your body and soul to me." Hobert twitched the corner of his mouth. "I really felt your deterrence." Farbody did not continue to discuss this issue. "According to our previous agreement, that ring is yours, but its ability has changed, and there are not too many negative effects." Hobert simply skipped this topic. When did the Mother Tree of Desire obtain part of the Moon Authority? Farbody did not hide information about the Mother Tree of Desire. After Lilith fell, someone sacrificed a sequence 1 beyonder characteristic of the Moon pathway to the Mother Tree of Desire. Who? Tolsna. The Chained God. Yes, Tolsna was present when Lilith perished together with Kvastor, Mutant King, and Flegria, Annihilation Demonic Wolf. Farbody said, he not only obtained the uniqueness and 2 sequence 1 beyonder characteristics of the Chained pathway, but also picked up a sequence 1 beyonder characteristic of the Moon pathway by the way. At that time, the death of the 3 ancient gods gave the several attendant gods present great benefits. Hobert nodded. Tolsna was the attendant god of the Mutant King, the god of spiritual creatures of the Second Epoch, and later the Chained God. He has now been completely polluted by the Mother Tree of Desire, and his whereabouts are unknown. But Hobert remembered that the Mother Tree of Desire tore a sequence 1 beyonder characteristic from him and gave birth to the god spawn Sua. Hobert asked again, in theory, there should still be the uniqueness of the Chained pathway and a sequence 1 beyonder characteristic at the Chained God's place. There is also a sequence 1 beyonder characteristic at the god spawn Sua's place. Where is the other sequence 1 beyonder characteristic? Farbody was slightly stunned, probably not expecting him to know so much about the Chained pathway. That sequence 1 was originally taken by Salinger, god of the undead, later the Underworld Emperor, and later I snatched it. Hobert nodded. So you knew about the ancient things very early on? No, I didn't know at that time. Farbody gave a strange smile. I sacrificed it to the Mother Goddess of Depravity. Hobert opened his mouth. This. What kind of coquettish operation is this? Hobert continued to ask, why would the Mother Goddess of Depravity need the Chained beyonder characteristics? So the Chained God was ultimately only at the level of an King of Angels, and never became a true god of the Chained pathway. The Mother Goddess of Depravity may not need it. Farbody said, but I know that the Mother Tree of Desire least wants this beyonder characteristic to fall into the hands of the Mother Goddess of Depravity. Just like the Mother Goddess of Depravity doesn't want a sequence 1 of the Moon pathway to fall into the hands of the Mother Tree of Desire. Hobert nodded. There is also antagonism between the outer gods. That's right, the conflict between the Mother Goddess of Depravity and the Mother Tree of Desire seems to be particularly large. Farbody showed a smug smile. For a long time, the Mother Tree of Desire didn't have time to bother me. Hobert sighed. What a good hand at checks and balances. He asked again, but your operation has also indirectly allowed the Chained God to be polluted by the Mother Tree of Desire, right? After all, if he becomes a god, he can also have a tug-of-war with the Mother Tree of Desire, similar to yours. Farbody asked in return, why do you think Lilith would find Kvastor to perish together? Why would Phlegria, who didn't join any camp, be there? Hobert pondered for a moment. The opponent was chosen for Lilith by the mother goddess of depravity. But why would Phlegria appear there? Because Tolzna told Phlegria that the sequence 1 beyonder characteristic of the chained can strengthen the affinity between itself and the spirit world. Farbody said. And at that time, Phlegria had entered the spirit world and was said to have seen a strange castle at the top of the spirit world, but could not enter it no matter what. Hobert was stunned. Phlegria had seen the Sefirah castle. That's right, he had the uniqueness of the full pathway at the time, and may have been attracted to it. Hobert continued to ask, why did Tolzna do this? Farbody said expressionlessly, because during the second epoch, the mother tree of desire wanted to corrupt me and Kvaster, but her power was not as powerful as the mother goddess of depravity, and her corruption was unsuccessful. So she aimed the corruption at Tolzna, using the temptation of helping Tolzna become a god to make Tolzna betray Kvaster. Hobert took a deep breath, another betrayal from an attendant god. Unexpectedly, Tolzna was influenced by the mother tree of desire so early. Then Hobert smiled and said to himself, I've gained some strange knowledge again. He said to Farbody, thank you for your answer. Then, the transaction is complete. Farbody disappeared on the throne as he spoke. And Hobert woke up from his dream, and he was immediately a little angry. When did I have a transaction with you? But Hobert thought that Farbody knew that he had the Evernight goddess as his backer and would not dare to do anything to him. Then he realized, Farbody might be doing it on purpose, just wanting to scare me, and also to satirize me for being so careful before. Hobert muttered softly, do demons also like to play pranks? Next time I see Farbody, I have to pay attention to whether he is wearing a monocle. Then he raised his hand and looked at it. The ring with the demons had unexpectedly appeared on his ring finger again. Furs in his arms was still sleeping soundly, unaware of Hobert's dream just now. Hobert gently pulled out the arm Furs was pillowing on, then put on a piece of clothing and came to the study alone. This time the ring on his hand was easily removed. Only after Hobert sacrificed it to the nation of disorder, and sat on the Iron Throne did he finally feel relieved. He didn't notice anything wrong with his spiritual body, which meant that Farbody's previous statement, the deal is done, was just to scare him, and also to mock him. This made Hobert sigh, demons really do like to deceive people. Then Hobert used the power of order to disinfect the ring. This time, there were no arrangements left by Farbody on the ring. Borrowing the authority of the nation of disorder, Hobert discovered that the ring's abilities had indeed changed. Without transforming into a devil, one can use the ability of transaction. The holder can clearly sense the target's desires and satisfy some of them in unexpected ways, causing significant damage to the target's soul or body, or obtaining some abilities or permissions that the target possesses. One can subtly influence the target, making them careless and always making wrong choices. One can use the ability of malicious perception. One can create volcanic eruptions within a range of a dozen meters and manipulate magma to protect oneself. The negative effect was indeed small. After wearing it, it will show sufficient friendliness to the devil monarch, Farbody. Hobert thought to himself, the negative effect isn't significant, but it's a bit disgusting. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 497, Chapter 497, Riot in the New Territory. Chapter 497, Riot in the New Territory. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert named the Farbody's ring as 1-106 and placed it on the stone platform for Grade 1 sealed artifacts. Compared to the ring given by Farbody, Hobert now preferred to keep 1-102 with him. As for Grade 2 sealed artifacts, except for a few frequently used ones, they were basically all placed in the Nation of Disorder. Then, Hobert reminisced about his conversation with Farbody. During the Lilith's Fall incident, the Mother Goddess of Depravity and the Mother Tree of Desire each obtained a portion of Sequence 1 beyonder characteristics. However, neither of them obtained the beyonder characteristics they wanted. Instead, they ultimately allowed their opponent to obtain the beyonder characteristics they desired. This made Hobert exclaim, Farbody is indeed a devil monarch, specializing in being a pain in the ass. Hobert also thought, so, the Lilith's Fall incident wasn't a collaboration between two outer gods, but rather the Mother Tree of Desire discovered an opportunity while stalking its enemy and then used the Mother Goddess of Depravity's conspiracy to obtain some benefits. The entire Lilith's Fall incident was a major event of the Second Epoch. If further explored, more inside stories might be uncovered. And the chained god Tolzna didn't deserve his current fate at all. It turned out that he had already betrayed his own side early on because he failed to withstand the test. After sealing the relevant memories, Hobert returned to the real world and continued to rest. The next day, Hobert invited April again and gave her some of Captain Dunn's hair and blood that he had collected in Tingen, asking her to help him refine a puppet. There were only 5 or 6 strands of hair because Captain Dunn didn't have much hair to begin with. April carefully put away the blood and hair, telling Hobert that it would take about half a month to refine the puppet. She then chatted with Furs a little before leaving. In the next 2 or 3 days, Hobert noticed that ships gradually began to use the Taz River Channel. Because only Jeffrey territory in the entire southern Colson area could provide supplies and docking, it had almost become a must-stop station for cargo ships. Hobert asked Alan to inquire about it, and sure enough, the previous wedding report had played a role. Princess Ethel had even passed through the Taz River to Jeffrey territory and highly praised it, which was enough to prove that some previous reports slandering the Taz River were rumors. In addition, it was said that Furs's new book had sold out in major bookstores. After reading the book, many people showed enough curiosity about this place and planned to take time to vacation in Jeffrey territory. Unfortunately, the transportation here was not very convenient, with only a few passenger ships per week. Hobert was wondering whether to take the initiative to contact the shipping passenger company when the passenger company took the initiative to send someone to him, hoping to set up a station at Jeffrey Port. Hobert put forward 2 requirements. The first was to give Jeffrey territory-related ship entry permits, and the second was the revenue sharing of passenger and freight transport. The operation of the Nepode Kingdom's railways and shipping was not a direct unit of the kingdom, but some large passenger or shipping companies. According to custom, if a station was to be set up in Jeffrey territory, Hobert, as the ruler of this territory, had the right to demand a share from the other party. After making the request, Hobert handed over this negotiation to Philip. As the Lord, he didn't need to spend too much energy on such trivial matters. What Lord Hobert was more concerned about was a report submitted by Conrad. During the post-disaster reconstruction and land reform, Conrad discovered that the people of the new territory, in addition to being excessively thin, also seemed to have some problems with their mental state. They were still worshipping those ugly demons. Conrad had tried to destroy those statues, but was met with resistance and opposition from the locals. After learning about this, Bishop Simpson organized people to destroy the statues and some symbolic symbols, and recited the glory of the Mother Goddess. However, Conrad found that this didn't seem to work very well. The villagers would still worship the broken statues or the original locations of the statues. Instead, it deepened the contradiction between the town government and the villagers, causing a confrontation between the two sides. After reading the report, Hobert frowned. This was a bit strange. Compared to those demons, the villagers should be more willing to believe in the Earth Mother. Then Hobert realized that this was the situation in Jeffrey territory, or rather, the east bank of the Taz River. This side was basically the territory of the Theosophy Order. Although the Theosophy Order's exploitation of the people was also very severe, at least they didn't like to kill people at will. Hobert thought that the people on the West Bank might have been in a bloody rule for a long time and had become accustomed to that bloody and brutal environment. Suddenly, they came to a normal environment, but they were not used to it. He thought, no wonder they digested so many potions at once. It turned out that the people on the West Bank fell into unprecedented panic and confusion after being rescued. This reaction made the hearts of the people on the West Bank extremely chaotic, so they digested the potions so obviously. At this time, only the power of religion can give people some comfort. Hobert asked Alan to invite Bishop Simpson. He planned to renovate several churches on the West Bank and let Bishop Simpson send priests there. Hobert met Simpson in the side hall. This was the first meeting between the two after the battle with the demon. After each briefly talked about their recent situation, Hobert smiled and said, I suddenly remembered that our transaction regarding the ancient Azure Dragon Beast Liver Crystal has not yet been completed. The smile on Simpson's face grew stronger. I was just about to talk to you about this. The previous battle was highly affirmed by the Pope, and Bowen's Beyonder characteristics are also a trophy that the Holy See values very much. If I get the ancient Azure Dragon Beast Liver Crystal again, I will definitely have the opportunity to become a classical alchemist. Hobert held his teacup. That's great. There should be a demigod sitting in the southern Colson area. If Bishop Simpson could become a demigod, it would mean that the binding of the two people's interests would become very strong. After taking a sip of tea, Hobert said with some embarrassment, in theory, I should directly give you that main material, but you also know that Jeffrey territory is spending so much money now. Of course I know. Bishop Simpson cooperated and said, don't worry, just name a price. 30,000 gold lire. Bishop Simpson agreed without hesitation, no problem. Anyway, he didn't have to spend his own money, and Hobert didn't ask for an exorbitant price, which had already given him a lot of face. Then Hobert talked about the mental state of the people on the West Bank. Before he even mentioned the renovation of the church, Simpson shook his head and said, they are beyond help. Hobert was stunned. What do you mean? I went to the scene to see it. Bishop Simpson said with a look of regret, their spirit bodies have been affected by the demons for a long time and have been somewhat polluted. According to the church's experience, this kind of corruption cannot be eliminated at all. Hobert was a little surprised. Is there any solution? Bishop Simpson shook his head again. The corruption of the spirit body is the most difficult to treat. At most, you can only use some sedative drugs to prevent them from having the energy to hurt others. I suggest that the administrative staff you send should do nothing, because according to my observation, most of them will heal themselves after a few months without contact with the demons, statues and symbols. During this period, their emotions are very easy to get excited, and it is easy to offend them no matter what you do. And about 30% of the people have no possibility of recovery. They will worship demons for the rest of their lives and will affect the people around them. I suggest that after a while, check and move all these incurable people together to live, so as not to let them affect others. Hobert frowned. He was not satisfied with this solution. Demons are really harmful. Yes. Simpson echoed, I have read some classics. It is said that a long time ago, there was a kingdom of demons. It's hard to imagine how miserable the lives of the people in that kingdom were. Hobert asked again, is there no other solution? This is the only solution I can give you. Bishop Simpson's words seemed to have some deep meaning. Hobert also thought of other solutions, which were nothing more than, kill. But Hobert was even less satisfied with this solution. When Bishop Simpson got up to leave, he seemed to say casually, Archbishop Gabriel is very interested in your faith. I am a believer of the Earth Mother. Hobert smiled and said, I accepted the baptism in front of the life saint emblem, and the goddess's favored one performed the baptism for me. Bishop Simpson nodded meaningfully, which was similar to his guess. Hobert's baptism was successfully completed, which meant that the goddess recognized having two faiths at the same time. If Hobert had malicious intentions at the time, the baptism would not have been completed smoothly. As a favored one, Yutravsky would definitely be able to feel the goddess's intentions and terminate the baptism. Perhaps there was also cooperation between the gods, but that was not something a bishop should consider. Simpson believed that as long as he maintained a good relationship with Hobert and provided enough support, he would definitely gain some benefits in the future. After seeing Simpson off, Hobert asked Alan to recall Freya and the other two. He wanted to hear a detailed description of the mental state of the people on the West Bank from the three of them. Hobert's order went back and forth, and it wasn't until the next day, which was Monday morning, that Hobert saw his two students and a male servant. After they had breakfast, Hobert immediately called them to the study and asked, I heard that the mental state of the people on the West Bank is not very good. It's not just not very good, it's very strange. Selina, with her red hair, was the first to answer, sometimes they just sit there all day, not eating or drinking. At first, I thought they were so sad because they lost their loved ones. Later I found out that it wasn't. This seems to be their habit or custom, doing nothing and eating nothing. I brought food and water to them and asked them to eat their fill and then go to work with me, but after they finished eating and drinking, they didn't listen to me at all. Two soldiers were holding guns and forcing them to work. They seemed to have suddenly changed into a different person, kneeling and smiling flatteringly, and then following them happily. Hobert was stunned. Although he was not a mental doctor, he could still make a judgment. This was a serious mental illness. Dennis, who was much more stable but still occasionally showed his dazed side, added, they believe in evil gods. Bishop Simpson's preaching was so wonderful, deepening the faith of the believers present in the goddess. But they couldn't listen to it. After smashing their statues, they showed angry expressions, and some even sat on the ground crying, looking very desperate. Hobert nodded almost imperceptibly and looked at Freya. Freya, whose face looked a little rosy and whose shiny hair was combed into a ponytail, was the last to say, there are a total of 59 households in the village I went to, none of which are complete families. At least 2 people in each household were killed by the previous rulers. There are many reasons for being killed, because of breathing, because of walking with feet, because of passing by the river, because of being forced. When forced to do that kind of thing, they don't resist, looking like a dead person, because... Freya's eyes turned red and she couldn't go on. Selina and Dennis were dumbfounded. Only now did they realize that they seemed to have missed the point. Hobert patted her on the shoulder and comforted her, we are here, they will no longer have such encounters. Freya nodded, took a deep breath and continued, I learned that their ancestors used to live a rich life, and that village used to have more than 100 households. Since those demons came, they gradually realized that they must devoutly worship those demons. Only in this way, when they encounter those demons, they can be like a stray dog kicked away, being kicked away by the demons with a smile, so as to avoid being killed. But after worshipping the demons many times, their emotions became more and more easily agitated, or simply lost any emotions. As for having angry or desperate reactions after smashing the statues, it is because they are afraid that if that group of demons comes back, they will vent their anger on them. The bishop can leave, and our people can also leave, but they can't leave. I think the act of smashing the statues is too extreme and should take some softer measures to gradually change their habits. Hobert nodded seriously, if this is an assessment, only Freya among you 3 is excellent. Because she found the root of the problem, and you only saw the surface. Selina was a little ashamed, feeling that she had lost an opportunity. Dennis did not expect that he would also have this opportunity. After spending this time with the Duke's 2 students, he had learned some information about Beyonders and knew how rare such an opportunity was. Don't be discouraged, you two. Hobert said to the competition and Dennis again, this is a lesson. When this matter is over, I will also let you become Beyonders. Okay, let me talk about the several Beyonder pathways I have mastered. Freya can choose from them, and you two can listen first. Firstly, regarding my own pathway, after consuming the potion, one becomes eloquent and persuasive, capable of twisting others' thoughts, and the physical body becomes very strong. Subsequently, one gains the ability to distort thoughts, corrupt minds, and plunge others into chaos. Then there are my wife Furza's abilities. Initially, she can open a phantom door, no place can confine her. She can also use many trick-like abilities. Later, she can divine, record the Beyonder abilities of others, and appear in other countries in a very short time. The three were slightly stunned, they only now realized that the Lord's wife was also an extraordinary being. Hobert continued, first explaining the corpse collector and hunter pathways, for which he possessed complete potion formulas. Seal is a Beyonder of the hunter pathway, but Selena and Freya cannot choose this pathway. Then came the pathways for which he had partial potion formulas, such as arbiter, warrior, seer, sailor, and so on, rattling off several pathways in one breath. Freya felt a sense of dizziness for a moment. You can consider it first and give me your answer in the afternoon, Hobert said. I want to become an arbiter. Freya suddenly said, that way, I can judge and punish certain people and events in the future. Hobert nodded, I respect your choice. Come and collect the potion in the afternoon. After dealing with the students' affairs, Hobert's worries deepened. The real situation was more serious than Conrad's report and Simpson's statement indicated. Hobert decided to consult Audrey at the tarot gathering later to see if she had any good ideas. Then, he would return to the West Bank with the students to conduct a personal investigation to see if there were any solutions to the problem. After 1 o'clock in the afternoon, under Hobert's supervision and witnessed by Selena and Dennis, Freya consumed the potion and became an arbiter. Hobert had just finished explaining the abilities of an arbiter when Alan entered with Archie, a soldier from the guard. Lord, a riot has broken out in the West Bank. What? Hobert stood up abruptly and asked Archie, the burly soldier, what's going on? This morning, some of the people became very angry. They started attacking us, Archie, who was also Dennis's older brother, said. Captain Seal saw that the situation was not good, so he immediately covered the government personnel and the young adults who went to help, retreating back to the Lord's Manor. Now the people are surrounding the Lord's Manor, and Mayor Conrad and others are confronting them. Hobert walked up to Archie in 2 steps and asked, did we suffer any casualties? Because the response was timely, only a few people were injured, but they were all external injuries such as fractures and bleeding, nothing serious. Hobert breathed a sigh of relief and asked, did Seal fire his gun? Captain Seal said that without your order, he cannot fire into the crowd, Archie replied mechanically. But in order to cover everyone's retreat, we did fire warning shots into the air. Hobert nodded with satisfaction, Seal deserves the credit. If it were soldiers brought out by Christian, they might have already started a massacre, but Seal had been with Hobert for a while after all, and knew the Lord's style and character. In this critical moment, Seal's response pleased Hobert greatly. Hobert sat back in his chair and calmly thought for a few minutes before saying to the others, Archie, Dennis, go to Roy and ask for men, and take a batch of supplies to the West Bank. Do not actively engage in conflict with the locals. But if you encounter an attack, you must also launch an effective counterattack. Freya, Selena, prepare yourselves. In a few minutes, come with me to the West Bank first. Yes. After everyone left, Hobert felt Archibald's gaze. He then said, you stay behind. After the lady returns, have her hold down the fort at the Lord's Manor. Don't go anywhere else. Just stay here and assist her. Archibald nodded, okay. Hobert suddenly realized that this hound had suddenly become motivated. In the future, when assigning tasks, he could include Archibald. Thinking this, he returned to the bedroom, put on his cloak, and prayed to the Fool, indicating that he had encountered an unexpected situation and could not attend this week's tarot gathering. Without waiting for the Fool's reply, Hobert returned to the study. Freya and Selena, who had quickly tidied up, had also returned. Hobert used travel to quickly bring them back to the West Bank. The three suddenly appeared in the main hall of Baron Felix's Lord's Manor, startling everyone there. However, those who were in the main hall at this time were all high-level personnel previously sent by Hobert. Seal was already an extraordinary being. Corwin, who had bandages wrapped around his head, knew some knowledge of the extraordinary world, and Conrad was surprised for a moment but quickly hid his emotions. Only Baron Felix was surprised for a few seconds before bitterly saying in his heart, I actually wanted to take back the ruling power in the chaos. I am really naive. Hobert can even drive away those demons. How could I be his opponent? After Hobert appeared in the hall, he asked, what is the situation now? Conrad, while getting up to yield the superior position, reported, the people have stormed the Lord's Manor twice, but we have repelled them with clubs. Hobert sat down, and Freya and Selena stood consciously behind Hobert. Hobert asked, "Have you asked what their demands are?" "We asked," Conrad said. "They demand the restoration of faith, the resculpting of the demon statues, the redrawing of abstract symbols, and the offering of sacrifices on time." Although Conrad and others had become experts in government affairs under Hobert's training, they had not dealt with group incidents and were somewhat helpless at this time. Hobert then recalled some methods for dealing with group incidents in the Common Era. Even if he hadn't dealt with them, he had seen many such TV series and novels. "Let them choose 10 representatives to negotiate," Hobert said. "I will receive them outside the door of the Lord's manor." "Yes." The people present immediately got up and went outside to deliver the notice. They all knew Hobert's abilities and were not worried that Hobert would be in danger. After Baron Felix also got up to say goodbye, Selena asked curiously, "Teacher, are you really going to agree to let them restore their faith?" Hobert shook his head gently. "We cannot restore their so-called faith. This is the bottom line." He smiled slightly. "Didn't I tell you at noon that my pathway will give people excellent eloquence? All right, you guard the door for me. I need to do some preparations. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 498, Chapter 498, Tarot Club in the Emperor's Absence. Chapter 498, Tarot Club in the Emperor's Absence. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Above the grey fog, the tarot gathering was held as usual. Everyone noticed that the Emperor's seat was empty. Justice Audrey was a little worried, but after seeing the magician next to her, she thought, as long as Furs can participate in the meeting normally, it means that Hobert has not encountered any danger. It may just be that he doesn't have time to participate. She can try to get some information from Furs later. The hermit, Katlia, thought to herself, could it be that the Emperor was killed by some being because he knew too many secrets? It shouldn't be. After all, his identity is not simple. The hanged man, Alger, didn't think much about it. Based on his understanding of the Emperor, he thought that the Emperor might have suddenly encountered something urgent. After all, he is a favored one of the Creator, and Mr. Fool also values him very much. With such an identity, it is impossible for him to withdraw from the Tarot Club for no reason. The magician first just felt it was a pity that she couldn't trade for the kind of high-level information at this tarot gathering. But she didn't know why. Her spirituality seemed to be particularly active suddenly, which made her very worried. The sun, Derek, was purely worried and didn't think about anything else. The moon, Emlyn, glanced at the Emperor's seat. "I asked the Sanguine about some secret history of the Fourth Epoch last week, and I was planning to discuss it with the Emperor to show the Sanguine erudition, but he's not here." The Fool, Klein, had just checked, and Hobert had simply encountered a sudden event and was not in any danger. He was the one who didn't take the Emperor's absence seriously. After everyone was briefly stunned by the absence of the Emperor, the meeting officially began. Without the participation of the Emperor, the trading session of this tarot gathering ended quickly, and the free exchange session arrived. Audrey said first, "I had a very boring week. Does anyone have any wonderful experiences?" Everyone's lives last week were routine, except for the one sitting at the head of the bronze table who played the role of the Supreme Commander of the Sonia Sea Navy. They didn't encounter any major events, except that the Supreme Commander's lover was contaminated by an outer god, and his younger brother was suddenly dismissed. Yes, these are not major events. Seeing that everyone was silent, Furs leaned her upper body forward slightly. I don't know if my experience can be considered a wonderful experience." Audrey showed a very interested look. "Even if it's not wonderful, it must be exciting." "Yes, very exciting." Furs said, "Last week, I participated in an encirclement and suppression of demons. We killed a total of 6 Desire Apostles and those who knew how difficult it was to kill Beyonders of the demon pathway were all shocked." Katlia interrupted Furs's speech. "How many of you are there? You can kill 6 Desire Apostles. We are about 50 people. The other party should have more than 90 people. Of course, they did not participate in the battle all at once." Furs smiled. "Our overall strength is not as good as the opponent, but thanks to the commander-in-chief of this battle who had a perfect plan, our advantages were brought into full play." Everyone was stunned again. Is this reasonable? 50 people fighting 90 people, and still without an advantage in strength. Emlyn almost blurted out, bragging, but he thought that Miss Magician rarely spoke and didn't seem like a liar, so he decided to listen first. "You may not understand what I mean," Katlia said. "Why didn't those demons run away? As far as I know, they have the ability of malice perception. Generally, as long as you have malice towards them, they will immediately hide. So, generally speaking, the most difficult thing to kill Beyonders of this pathway is to find them." Alger also said, "I am very curious, under what circumstances would there be more than 90 people of this pathway gathered together?" Furs then briefly described the general situation on the west bank of Full Moon Lake and the brief process of the battle. Katlia then understood that the demons must have sensed the malice, but they also knew that their strength was stronger than the enemy, so they did not escape. The commander of this battle played a huge role in achieving such a result. And this magician, miss, sure enough, you can't ignore her just because she is lazy and doesn't like to talk. She also has a powerful organization behind her. Alger also summarized in his heart, the commander of this battle is very strong and has a good mind. Audrey exclaimed, Hobert did such a big thing last week. Could it be that he didn't attend because the matter hasn't been completely resolved? Klein recalled his previous experience in Backlund. At that time, an Desire Apostle caused everyone a headache, but that was also because of the relationship in Backlund. As the hermit said, the most difficult step in hunting demons is actually finding them. In Backlund, it provided enough hiding places for the Desire Apostles. But the situation encountered by the Emperor and the Magician was a special case. The Desire Apostles not only did not run but also prepared to kill their opponents. Furs added, we, to be precise, our demigod, also killed a demigod from the other side. Everyone was a little surprised again, so it seems that this battle achieved extremely amazing results. Audrey asked, can you tell us in detail about the process of the demigod battle? Furs was a little embarrassed, my strength is too weak, I didn't see the process of the demigod battle. If she saw it and described it, everyone would probably be even more surprised. Fainapotter Kingdom, west bank of Full Moon Lake. Not far from the gate of Baron Felix's lord's mansion, there are 5 tall fir trees. Those are 5 yellow firs, tall and straight. In autumn, the leaves are golden. During that harvest season, almost everyone in the entire territory can see these 5 golden fir trees. These 5 yellow firs have become the symbol of the lord's mansion. Of course, before that, they did not represent authority, but only a large yard. At this time, Hobert stood under the 5 yellow fir trees with his hands behind his back and received 10 representatives elected by the people. As soon as the 10 representatives met, they felt the unquestionable majesty emanating from Hobert. They quickly knelt down and asked Hobert to forgive the previous riot. They said that they had just lost control of their tempers at the time, which caused such an unpleasant thing to happen. Hobert said, get up. He said to Seal, let them all come over too, but they can only listen and not speak at will. The they that Hobert said refers to the people standing not far away. The guns in the hands of Seer and others kept them far away. Although they were asked to come over, Seer did not let the soldiers put down their guns. They still had to rely on this to maintain order. When the representatives got up, Hobert and others were surrounded by people. On one side were Conrad and other officials and young adults from the East Bank, and on the other side were the people who participated in the riot. They were separated by several meters and were clearly divided. Hobert said to the 10 representatives, tell me about your demands for launching the riot. An old man who was publicly elected braced himself and said, Lord, you should have heard that we have our own gods to believe in. Please let us continue to believe in them. Everything else is easy to discuss. You say how much tax to pay, and we will pay that much tax. If you need manpower anywhere, we will do our best to provide manpower and resources. Is that really a god? Hobert asked with a smile. Just as the other party was about to reply, Hobert suddenly asked, you look like you're over 60 years old, right? 52. Is your family relatively poor? Why are you dressed so raggedly? The old man replied, the people on our West Bank dress almost like this. Well, as far as I know, the East Bank is not much better than us. The Lord has never had to worry about food and clothing, and doesn't understand our difficulties. You're wrong. Hobert smiled, a ruler who doesn't think about the people's food and clothing is not a qualified ruler. He asked in the direction of the Lord's mansion, are there any young men from Shandy Village? Several people shouted, yes. Lord, I am. Hobert randomly pointed to one, tell them about the changes in Jeffrey's territory in the past 6 months. Yes. The young man excitedly squeezed away his companions, grabbed his clothes and said to the old man, do you see this? This is a new piece of clothing. I just made it last month. Half a year ago, Shandy Village was much poorer than you here. The young man enthusiastically described the changes in Shandy Village, the poorest village in Jeffrey's territory, in the past 6 months. The people who participated in the riot listened attentively, but they were obviously a little unbelieving. But seeing the clothes and mental state of the people in the direction of the Lord's mansion, they couldn't help but doubt their own cognition. After the young man finished speaking, Hobert said to the old man, belief is a matter that should be considered after being well-fed, or in other words, a belief that conflicts with being well-fed is basically problematic. The old man was suddenly speechless by this conclusion and unique way of thinking. A middle-aged representative on the side said, Lord, we are used to that kind of belief. Please don't disturb us. As for other aspects, we are willing to listen to you and your subordinates' arrangements. Are you used to it? Hobert asked sharply, do you think those demons will come back? I can tell you clearly that I can defeat them once, and I can defeat them twice. It was the Feynapotter government that gave this place to the demons. Baron Hobert doesn't owe you anything. On the contrary, I really couldn't stand it and rescued you. I gave you tents, I gave you seeds, and I let you replant in the spring. You didn't even have any gratitude, so why vent your resentment on me? The middle-aged representative was stunned. I. When did he have resentment? Why did the topic completely run off track as he spoke, and it seemed as if he was really being willful to make such a request? Everyone around was reminded by Hobert and suddenly turned the corner. That's right, why is my anger vented on the people who helped me? Hobert noticed everyone's reaction and concluded in his heart, most people still have normal logical abilities. Everyone can go out and take a look, Hobert said loudly. This is the only place in the entire country that has been ruled by demons. Those demons are like mice in other places, afraid to show their faces. To be honest, I'm hoping they counterattack, so that I can defeat them again. This is the core of the problem. I have the strength to protect you. The 10 representatives looked at each other, not knowing how to continue the conversation. Most of the people who participated in the riot were persuaded, but no one showed shame. After so many years of demon rule, they had become accustomed to solving problems with violence. So they were only persuaded, but they didn't think there was anything wrong with their solution. At this time, a reckless representative said, I don't care, we just want to restore our faith. Unless you kill us all, we will go back and carve statues. The old men and the middle-aged men were both stunned. Then these 2 representatives quickly begged Hobert to forgive them and asked Hobert not to believe what he said. Hobert carefully observed this reckless man. He tilted his head slightly, trembled unconsciously, his eyes were fierce, and the expression on his face was uncertain. This is the kind of person who has obvious mental problems. Hobert nodded with a smile. You have guts. He said to all the representatives, in my opinion, most of you want to have a better life, and only a few people insist on restoring their faith. In this way, you can distinguish yourselves on your own. Those who are willing to continue living in their homes, I promise you that if your harvest this year meets my requirements, I can ignore your beliefs. Don't worry, this requirement will not be a difficult goal for you to achieve. Well, I will send people to each village to do statistics and redistribute the fields, and set goals for you based on the amount of land and population. Since wheat is planted this season, I think it is more appropriate to set it at 400 gene per mu, about 400 plus pounds. As long as you take care of it, you can completely achieve this yield per mu even if the rain is not so timely. If you have any objection to the requirements, you can come to the Lord's mansion to request a recalculation, but after the requirements are set, you must start implementing them and cannot shirk your responsibility. Before the harvest, you are not allowed to carve stone statues privately. How about that? The old man couldn't believe it. Are these the only requirements? Hobert nodded. Yes, these are the only requirements, but if you privately carve any statues or symbolic symbols about demons before the harvest, the entire village will completely lose the right to freedom of belief. The old man still couldn't believe it. You must do what you say. Hobert smiled. When have I ever lied? The old man exchanged glances with the other representatives, and then said, we agree to these requirements. I don't agree. It was still the reckless representative who said, we want to restore our faith immediately. Hobert smiled. This is exactly what I'm going to say next. Separate those who would rather die than restore their faith. You will be immediately gathered together and guarded by someone. The reckless representative asked, what are you going to do with us? Aren't you even afraid of death? I just want everyone to know your brutal side. Hobert nodded slightly. People with severe mental problems weren't completely devoid of logic. However, he had chosen the wrong opponent if he wanted to argue with Hobert. Hobert sneered, if you had said those words to a demon before, you would already be dead. Not only was that blockhead representative stunned, but everyone around him was also taken aback. That was indeed the case. Hobert said with an expression of righteousness, why weren't you so brave back then? Instead, you use this sarcastic tone towards people who have helped you and are willing to listen to your demands. You even say it with such confidence, it's simply hateful, pathetic, and pitiful. Conrad took the lead in applauding, and everyone finally reacted and joined in. Hobert's words poured out the grievances in the hearts of the people from the East Coast. The blockhead representative was scolded and stood there dumbfounded, not knowing how to react for a moment. When the applause stopped, Hobert said, but I can tell you your fate. Although you can immediately restore your faith, you will be assigned to back-breaking labor until you die on the construction site. The other representatives lowered their heads with some awe. Hobert spread his hands. Whether you are willing to put in the effort to achieve your goals in the future, or completely give up on your life, it's all up to you. In addition, even those who choose to stay in their homeland will have to send 2 young people from each village and 5 young people from each town to Jeffrey's territory for 3 months of compulsory labor. This is a punishment for your riot, because you could have made demands to the town government and negotiated, but you used the most violent and worst method. If you choose the wrong method and do the wrong thing, you will be punished. The other representatives all said, "We accept the punishment, we accept the punishment." In their view, the punishment for a riot was to have 2 people from each village arrested and executed, which was a very light punishment. Yes, they naturally assumed that the arrested young people would have no chance of survival. Next, Hobert instructed Conrad to assign people to count the fields and population of each village to determine the targets set for them. On the one hand, he would concentrate the people who wanted to restore their faith immediately to the almost deserted Eugene territory. Most importantly, he would count the young people who were to be punished in each village and town, and they would have to set off within 3 days. Hobert publicly assigned tasks, and the people who participated in the riot were completely relieved. Some villages even selected the people to be punished on the spot, causing a burst of crying and wailing. As for who was willing to stay in their homeland and who was willing to go to the wilderness, it was easy to distinguish. Some people had already consciously gone to the wilderness. Hobert saw 3 children, 8 or 9 years old, also going to the wilderness together. He couldn't help but stop them. "Are you going to Eugene territory too?" The 3 children looked fierce, and almost said in unison, "Yes." "The kitchen here needs 3 helpers," Hobert said. "You will start doing hard labor from now on. Go to Eugene territory tomorrow." The 3 children were about to say something, but Seir kicked them one by one towards the gate of the Lord's mansion. "Bastards." It was unclear whether he was cursing the demons or the 3 little brats. In the evening, under the escort of the Dennis brothers, a new batch of supplies arrived. When Conrad and the others retreated earlier, their supplies had no time to be taken away. Without this batch of supplies, the dinner problem for hundreds of people would be difficult to solve. In addition to the people Dennis brought, nearly 1,000 people from the East Coast had gathered here. At night, they camped inside and outside the Lord's mansion, brightly lit, looking very lively. As for the group of people who had gone to the wilderness in advance, Hobert planned to let them starve and freeze for a night first. During dinner, Serena at the same table asked, "Teacher, if they complete the targets given to them, are you really going to restore their faith?" Hobert smiled and said, "I got definite news from Bishop Simpson that most people have a chance of recovering from mental corruption as long as they don't come into contact with elements related to demons in the next few months. And imagine, after a few months, they have received unimaginable gains, and there are no signs of the demons returning. The people who were punished on the other side tell them about the great changes in Jeffrey's territory. If these are not enough to make them change their minds, then they should be given some treatment." Freya was more concerned. "What are you going to do with the group who demanded immediate restoration of their faith? Are you really going to let them die in pain?" Hobert sighed and said, "Of course, I will gather them together to prevent them from affecting others. Before finding a way to treat them, I will drain their energy to prevent them from harming others." Freya nodded seriously and continued to eat her bread. She knew that her teacher would not disappoint her. While everyone was eating, a servant from the East Coast, under the protection of 2 guards from the Lord's mansion, found Hobert and the others who were sitting on the ground eating. After seeing Hobert, the servant said, "Your lordship, the madam asked me to report to you that a riot also broke out in Viscount Teuton's territory this afternoon. Viscount Teuton has already begun to kill on a large scale. It is said that the effect is quite good." Hobert was slightly stunned and immediately understood that this was Archibald's notification to him. It can also be regarded as a kind of advice to Hobert, or a suggestion. After all, solving problems with killing saves time and effort, and does not cost much resources. Hobert said to the servant, "Go back and tell Archibald that I am not the same as Teuton. Tell Archibald again that as long as I am not here, Furs is the master of the territory." The servant carefully remembered Hobert's words and immediately embarked on the return journey without rest. Hobert looked around at everyone and finally asked Conrad, "What do you think makes a qualified ruler?" Conrad quickly swallowed the food in his mouth, thought for a moment, and then said, "Just as your lordship said this afternoon, the ruler must first solve the people's problems of food and clothing." "That's just the most basic requirement," Hobert said. "Ruling is a responsibility. Whether now or in the future, everyone's standard of governance is people-oriented and to have enough respect for life. Such a governance philosophy is hard not to be thriving. Only by building a safe and mutually respectful society can it be an open society and can it be completely prosperous. This is a very simple cause and effect relationship, but often simple things are the most difficult to do, so some people always want to find so-called shortcuts. We can't be so impetuous, we must operate patiently. I believe that through our joint efforts, we will be able to create an unprecedented prosperous society." Everyone in the circle present had their eyes shining. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 499, Chapter 499 Audrey's Advice, Bonus 1. Chapter 499 Audrey's Advice. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Power Stone 100. After dinner, Hobert asked Selina to record the course of the riot she handled today, as well as the conversation at dinner, in the form of a story. Then make several copies and send one to each department as a guiding ideology for the town government's work. Today, the reactions of Conrad, Corwin, and Seal made Hobert realize the importance of a guiding ideology. When facing problems, having a ready-made logic to use can truly make the town government's work more efficient, and things often develop in the direction Hobert expects. At the same time, Hobert also understood the importance of unifying thought. After everyone had basically rested, Hobert locked the door and prayed to the Fool, hoping to communicate with Miss Justice alone. More than 10 minutes later, Hobert's vision was covered by grey fog, and he arrived at the giant hall, at the Emperor's seat. Only Justice Audrey was sitting opposite him, and the head of the bronze long table was empty, without the figure of Mr. Fool. But Hobert knew that the Fool, Klein, must be somewhere in this hall, otherwise he and Audrey could not appear above this grey fog. Audrey found this kind of meeting very novel. Hobert, you didn't attend the meeting today, everyone is very worried about you. Hobert smiled and said, a riot broke out in my territory today. Audrey almost covered her mouth in surprise. A riot? Good heavens, why did such a thing happen? Hobert briefly described the previous rule of the demons. Under that bloody rule, the local residents were forced to believe in demons, and inevitably suffered spiritual corruption. The people I sent helped them with spring planting, helped them rebuild their homes after the disaster, and forbade them from believing in demons again, but they were strongly resisted by some people, which resulted in a riot. Audrey clenched her beautiful fist angrily. Damn demons. Then she recalled for a moment and asked, why do they still need to rebuild their homes? I haven't heard of any disasters in Coulson County, Feynapotter Kingdom recently. Did the demons destroy their homes when they left? Since learning the exact location of Hobert's territory, Audrey has been intentionally or unintentionally paying attention to all information from Coulson County. With Earl Hall's connections and network, Audrey dare not say that she knows Coulson County like the back of her hand, but she still knows some of the major events that happen in real time. Moreover, at the tarot meeting in the afternoon, the magician first didn't mention that the area near Full Moon Lake had suffered a natural disaster. Well, there's nothing to hide about this. Hobert said, that disaster was the result of a battle at the angel level. Not only was Audrey surprised, but Klein, who was sitting at the head of the table, was also a little surprised. How could there have been a battle at the angel level? As Hobert expected, Mr. Fool was in this hall, sitting at the head of the bronze long table, but he had added a seat for himself, with his back to Audrey and Hobert. The tall back of the chair perfectly concealed Mr. Fool's habit of eavesdropping. Hobert briefly described the situation at the time, and finally said, the Creator was also very supportive of my actions, not only sending saints to participate in the battle, but also sending angels to participate after the other party summoned the bloody Archduke. The result of this battle was that 90% of the people in Eugene territory died in the aftermath of the battle, including the Eugene Baron family. But at the same time, it stopped the bloody Archduke in Eugene territory, and at least didn't cause 90% of the people in the entire South Coulson area to die. However, Hobert didn't intend to tell Audrey, who had some righteousness complex, about these things. Audrey sighed in her heart at this time. As expected of the righteous God, the Creator not only hates the Rose School, but also takes the initiative to eliminate those demons. Then she was a little proud. Furs doesn't even know about the angel-level battle, but Hobert told me. Hobert continued, the riot has basically been resolved, but I estimate that nearly 10,000 people have suffered relatively serious spiritual corruption, so I would like to ask you if there is any way to treat their spiritual corruption. He sighed, you probably can't imagine that among these people, there are many children under the age of 10. Audrey couldn't imagine what that area had gone through. She frowned. According to some of the knowledge I have learned, spiritual corruption can almost only be healed by oneself. I can only do some psychological suggestion to make them look like normal people temporarily. The key is that there are too many patients. If Audrey treats them one by one, it may take 3 or 4 months to complete a first consultation. Adding follow-up consultations, it is estimated that it will take half a year. This is obviously a bit unrealistic. Audrey fell into deep thought and began to consider whether there were any other methods. Hobert waited quietly, and the hall became unusually silent for a while. I have thought of a theoretically feasible method, Audrey said. After becoming a spectator, she had read a large number of books on psychology. After joining the Psychology Alchemists, she had read many related research materials from there. No senior member of the Psychology Alchemists had as much reading as her. So Audrey could think of ways to give herself psychological suggestions and explore her subconscious space. She is very professional in terms of theoretical knowledge of the mind. Hobert made a gesture to invite her to speak, and Audrey continued, I think the spiritual corruption of those people should be somewhat like spiritual imprints. Theoretically speaking, a stronger spiritual imprint can be used to cover the imprint left by the demons. If the existence that leaves the new imprint is normal enough and does not show signs of evil, depravity, or bloodlust, then under the influence of the new imprint, those people will be much more normal. But they will still be different from ordinary people, prone to excitement and paranoia, but a large part of them should be able to gradually heal themselves, but there must be some people who may never be able to get rid of such mental problems in their lives. The more Hobert thought about it, the more feasible he felt this method was, and Audrey had already expressed it very clearly. He could ask the Fool or the Creator to give them a new imprint. The Fool, at the head of the bronze long table, prayed, "May the goddess bless me, don't come to me, go to the Creator." Hobert quickly made a decision. It's better than them spending their entire lives under the influence of demons. He took a deep breath. "Thank you for your suggestion. How much is the consultation fee?" "No consultation fee is needed." Audrey smiled and said, "If it can be useful to you and can treat so many innocent people, that is the best consultation fee." Hobert nodded. "I will definitely try my best to save more people." "Hobert, you are a noble person." Audrey suddenly smiled and said, "Don't question everything you do, and don't care about those gossips, do what you think is right." Hobert was slightly taken aback, but quickly understood that Audrey had seen the loss that he had unintentionally shown. Yes, even though he knew that the people were so mentally disturbed because they were affected by the demons, Hobert gave them help, but in return he received riots and misunderstandings. He must have felt uncomfortable in his heart. But as Audrey said, he knew that this method of handling was correct, and Teuton's method of handling was wrong. That's why he concealed his loss in front of his subordinates, but he didn't expect that Audrey would see it. Hobert smiled and said, "Thank you for your comfort, I feel much better." If they don't understand, then they don't understand, Hobert thought. I just need to feel that I'm doing the right thing. What does it matter whether others understand or not? After ending the separate communication, Hobert began to consider the method of applying new imprints to people with mental abnormalities, and finally came up with a simple plan. In the next 2 days, Hobert stayed in Baron Felix's lord's mansion to preside over the overall situation, and the work of diverting the subjects was basically completed. Most people chose to stay in their homes, began to carefully take care of the crops in the fields, and built or renovated their homes under the command of public officials. About 11,000 people voluntarily came to the wilderness of Eugene territory, where they looked for stones, wood, and all materials that could be carved, and carved one ugly demon statue after another. It seemed that they only found a sense of security after seeing these statues. The people in the villages and towns who accepted punishment also said goodbye to their families and embarked on their journey with a bit of tragicness. Looking at the appearance of these people, Hobert inexplicably wanted to laugh. He planned to give these people a vacation 3 days later and let them go home. The expressions of these people must be quite wonderful at that time. During these 2 days, Hobert also received the king's envoy, a court viscount. The envoy first praised Hobert, and then informed Hobert that Coulson County would send mayors and officials to the west bank of Full Moon Lake in the near future, and thanked Hobert for his contribution to the stability of the South Coulson area. Hobert clapped his hands and said, "I finally waited for the king's help, Mr. Envoy. The people here have suffered from the spiritual corruption of the demons and have launched a riot. There are still more than 10,000 people with extremely high aggression. I have gathered them all together. Since Mr. Envoy is here, please issue an order to execute them." The court viscount was stunned. "How can I issue such a cruel order? It's not you who issued it, it's issued in the name of the king. The king cannot cruelly kill his subjects like this." Hobert nodded as if he understood something. "Anyway, those people are handed over to you. I believe you should be able to dispose of them properly." The court viscount did not give an immediate answer, but suggested to meet those more than 10,000 people. Hobert then asked Seal to take the envoy to Eugene territory. The worship of those people towards the demon statues and the malice shown in their words and deeds left a deep impression on the envoy. After returning to the Lord's mansion, the court viscount immediately bid farewell. Before leaving, Hobert also asked the court viscount to ask for money for disaster relief on the west bank of Full Moon Lake, a total of 20,000 gold salas, and generously said that he would give the viscount a 10% kickback. The court viscount simply agreed and did not make any promises, and hurriedly boarded the ship. He wanted to stop those grassroots officials who might have already set off as soon as possible and report the situation here to the king. In the court viscount's view, this was completely a place that cost a lot but had little value. The most important thing was that the king certainly could not bear the infamy of slaughtering more than 10,000 people. It would not be too late to restore the rule here after Hobert had finished all the dirty work after a while. This is why Hobert emphasized responsibility to Conrad and others in the previous conversation. Now, from the royal family to the government, the countries of the northern continent have no sense of responsibility to the people. On Thursday morning, a light rain yesterday covered the wilderness of Eugene territory with a layer of thin mist. Clouds rose and fell, and the thin mist was stirred by the breeze, rolling in the mountains and fields, passing over the neat withered grass with dew. Angus led 5 members of the first squad and followed Hobert to this wilderness again. Now a large area of colored grass has been cleared in this wilderness. This is the result of those more than 10,000 people who would rather die than believe in demons in the past 2 days. After pulling out all these grasses, they will be uniformly sent to the Earth Mother Church. At this time, these more than 10,000 people were called up early. They very obediently came to a cleared hillside according to the requirements of the administrators. This group of people showed an amazing duality. On the one hand, they were irritable and could easily fight each other, and often fought to the death. On the other hand, they were very respectful to the administrators who held weapons, even if they only held wooden sticks, and they would do almost whatever they were asked to do. However, the premise is not to touch their statues. In the hazy mist, they saw Baron Hobert, whose hair was wet with mist, walking quickly to the top of the mountain. Hobert looked coldly at the indifferent, fierce, or absent-minded faces on the hillside one by one. He smiled and said, "As you expected, I can't just easily forgive you, the main participants and planners of these riots." Many people hugged or clenched the statues in their arms or hands. They knew that this baron with a full sense of oppression would not just let them do hard labor so simply. "Prepare to accept your punishment." Hobert smiled, and suddenly lowered his head and made a praying gesture. Regardless of whether the people on the hillside understood what the baron was going to do, even Angus and others did not know how the Lord was going to punish these people. Suddenly, in the mid-air above Lord Hobert's head, a violent wind suddenly struck, and the thin mist was torn open, and a void-like place appeared in the mid-air. Then, a terrifying force descended, and even ordinary people could fully feel the majesty in the mid-air that they dared not look at directly. At this time, many people on the hillside had knelt down in fear. Angus and several other beyonders stared blankly at the figure in the mid-air that seemed to be sitting in a forest of sharp swords. He exuded a sacred light all over his body, as if he could end all chaos, and as if he could bring complete chaos. He exuded an aura of majesty all over his body, making people unknowingly lower their heads and want to submit unconsciously. His majesty could be felt in a large area around him, and within the scope of his majesty, his words seemed to be unquestionable orders. By the time Angus snapped back to reality, he realized he was already kneeling on the ground. He quickly lowered his head, prostrating himself like the people around him. At this moment, amidst his fear, there was also some excitement. No wonder Hobert was able to invite an angel to fight for him. So, the Christian father and son duo have pledged allegiance to a god. This is simply wonderful. As long as I faithfully serve Hobert, I will also have the opportunity to rise above the ranks. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 500, Chapter 500, Transport Captain Reappears, Bonus 2. Chapter 500, Transport Captain Reappears. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Power Stone 200. The ordinary people on the hillside could only feel the unquestionable sense of majesty from mid-air, and the fear of knowing that the other party was in front of them, but not being able to see them. This was a fear from the unknown, from the existence of immense power. Such fear was deeply buried in everyone's genes. In the lives of ancient people, and in the vast universe, there were too many existences that were powerful to the point of helplessness. They left indelible marks in the minds of the ancients, which is why people had fear. This was a stress response, either to escape quickly after feeling fear, or to show one's weak side after feeling fear, and pray that the existence would spare them. At this moment, the more than 10,000 people could no longer move their legs. How could they escape? So they were left with only devoutly kneeling on the ground, or collapsing on the ground. The statues in their hands or in their arms also slipped to the ground. At this moment, these statues were so ugly and weak. Evil faiths will eventually perish. A solemn voice said from midair, "From today onwards, you must believe in my name, pray on time, and offer sacrifices regularly. Since you believe in my name, you must practice my ways. Besides me, you shall have no other gods. You shall not make idols for yourselves. You shall not misuse my name. You shall work diligently and not be lazy. Honor your parents, so that you may live long in this land. You shall not murder. You shall not commit adultery. You shall not steal. You shall be honest and upright, and be courageous and responsible. You shall not covet anything that belongs to others." The solemn voice disappeared, and then, the surging sense of oppression also disappeared. The shivering crowd seemed to suddenly come back to their senses, and shouted, "Believe in your name. Practice your ways." The shouts gradually converged, as if even the withered grass was trembling. A ray of sunlight pierced through the thin mist, dispelling the haze of this wilderness. The thin sunlight shone on the people, as if scattering the dark side of them, and many people felt like they had been reborn. Hobert saw that their emotions were still easily fluctuating, and they still revealed very obvious fanaticism, hesitation, confusion, and other expressions. However, joy, excitement and other expressions also appeared on their faces. The effect of this treatment was very good. Hobert took off his cloak, revealing the pattern inside, which consisted of a simple throne and an abstract symbol representing distortion. Remember the symbol representing the Creator. From today onwards, you will only have this one faith. Creator. Creator. In the cheers of the people, the few people in the front row held Hobert's cloak with both hands like holding a sacred object, and then pulled the cloak open, displaying it to everyone. Many people quickly bit their fingers and drew the abstract symbol on their clothes, lest they forget. Some people took out some tools such as knives and carved it on their arms to deepen their memory. This made Hobert couldn't help but twitch his lips, looking at everyone's fanatical expressions. Why did this scene look like spreading a Cthulhu belief? Well, for the Orthodox Church, it was indeed a Cthulhu belief. Everyone's fanaticism lasted for more than half an hour, until the faces of many people showed obvious fatigue. The administrators, at Hobert's suggestion, loudly drove them to work. They were still as docile as before, working hard in the wilderness, but after these people left the hillside, a large number of demon statues were left here. Hobert called over the official in charge of guarding these 10,000 people, a woman who was nearly 30 years old, looked very stable, and had firm eyes. Hobert smiled and said, "Quina, right." The woman stood up straight. "Yes, Lord. Conrad told me about you, saying that he was relieved to give you the most difficult task of guarding these lunatics. Thank you for Commander Conrad's introduction. Thank you for your promotion, Lord." Hobert kicked away a demon statue in front of him. "I'm just telling you this, do a good job and don't let Conrad's introduction down." Before Quina could say anything, Hobert continued, "This batch of manpower must be fully utilized. After these grasses are cleared, I will send professional engineers to assist you. You are only responsible for transporting building materials from the East Bank, and then building a batch of factories here. When the factories are built, this batch of people will be the first batch of compulsory workers here. If someone's emotions gradually stabilize, ask them if they are willing to go home. Those who are willing to go home will be handed over to the local government, and those who are unwilling to go home will be given some salary and allowed to stay and continue working. The initial salary should not be too high, maintaining 1/3 to 1/4 of the opposite bank for a period of time, and then increase it to the normal salary when they have completely recovered." Quina, like Conrad, had the habit of shorthand, and recorded the general meaning of Hobert's words just now. After Hobert left on horseback with his entourage, Quina came back to her senses. "So the Lord is preparing to build an industrial zone in this wilderness." Of course, it was to build an industrial zone. In Hobert's view, nothing would grow in this wilderness for a long time. Wasn't this a good place to build an industrial zone? There was no need to worry about corruption. In Hobert's eyes, every inch of his territory should have its value. Controlling the mental corruption problem of more than 10,000 people, Hobert was in a good mood, and began to outline the future of the new territory. The bridge must be repaired. Not only that, Hobert felt that the genes of the infrastructure maniac in his body seemed to suddenly awaken. He also planned to build a railway to connect the entire territory. Hobert spent the whole day outlining the future. In the evening, he had dinner early, put on a hooded cloak, and used travel to come to Eugene territory again. But this time he came to the junction of Eugene territory and Teuton Viscount territory. At this time, the South Colson area was already very warm during the day, but it was still a bit cold at night. Some fog rose in the mountains and fields. Watching them being blown by the wind at night was very magical. Hobert waited for a while with his hands behind his back, and saw a black figure quickly walking towards him. When he came close, the other party saluted, "Lord." This person was Dennis's father, the former Grove Knight. "You've worked hard during this time." Hobert took out a pre-prepared potion. "This is the barbarian potion I promised." When he gave Elliot the Beyonder characteristics, Hobert specially left a copy of the barbarian and a copy of the Briber Beyonder characteristics. The former was to fulfill Grove's promise. After all, he had perfectly completed the tasks Hobert had given him recently. Grove didn't hesitate and drank it in one gulp, but because the previous potion was not digested well, the process of taking the potion was a bit dangerous. Fortunately, Hobert was watching over him, and Grove survived. Hobert deliberately didn't say it clearly. "In your current state, you can only take the barbarian potion at most. It will be dangerous if you go any further." Grove sighed. "I finally had such an opportunity, but I didn't expect that I would. Alas." Hobert smiled in the dark. "Your youngest son, Dennis, is very good. He has now obtained the opportunity to become an Beyonder, and his future achievements will definitely surpass the Briber. This was encouragement, but also a warning. Grove was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "The conditions you promised me before can also be given to Dennis." "That's not the same thing." Hobert said. "In the future, Dennis will follow me out of this mountain. How can he care about a Briber potion?" Grove was more relieved, which meant that Dennis would really have a great future. "What's the latest news?" "I only found out a few days ago that at the beginning of the year, the royal family gave Teuton a sequence 6 potion, hoping to use him to restrain you, Lord," Grove reported. "In addition, the royal family's news is very well informed. After you drove away the demons, the first batch of investment in Teuton's territory arrived, as much as 100,000 gold lire. It is said that a scenic spot will also be built on the west bank." "These fools." Hobert said. "One scenic spot is just right, build another one and wait to lose money." Hobert pondered for a while and said, try to get this project in your hands. On the surface, it is to build a scenic spot, but secretly build a characteristic ecological park. He explained the meaning of ecological park to Grove, and then said, I have consulted the priests of the Earth Mother Church. The soil on the West Bank is very suitable for growing vegetables and fruits. Use the 100,000 gold lire in this area to avoid wasting resources. If there is a need, you can consult the priests of the Earth Mother Church for vegetable and fruit planting techniques. Yes. Grove realized that the Lord was already preparing to pick the fruit of Teuton territory. Hobert also said, try to tell Teuton to try to be a judge, this will allow him to better master Beyonder abilities. In addition, I will provide you with a sequence 5 Beyonder characteristic, you find an opportunity to dedicate it to Teuton. Grove opened his mouth wide, sequence 5. Yes. Hobert smiled, let him become a disciplinary knight. Grove really couldn't understand what Hobert's purpose was. He actually wanted to turn his competitor into a sequence 5. That was sequence 5, Grove didn't even dare to think about it. After ending the meeting with Grove, Hobert used travel to return to Baron Felix's Lord Mansion to rest. Because a riot had just occurred, he planned to stay here for 2 days before going back. Just as he was about to fall asleep, Hobert heard someone praying in the Nation of Disorder. He sighed and had to enter the Nation of Disorder, covered in a quilt. A strange star appeared in the pool in front of the Iron Throne. Hobert was a little strange. He didn't tell the group of lunatics the honorable name of the Creator today, so how could a new star appear? Spreading his spirituality over, Hobert saw a middle-aged woman dressed as a court maid, constantly chanting his honorable name with a look of horror. Hobert was slightly stunned. Was this being hypnotized, or was it a psychological suggestion? Carefully looking at the other party's clothing style, Hobert judged that it was the clothing of the lone court. This made Hobert involuntarily think of George III, could it be that this old man is testing me? Or did he notice the relationship between me and the Nation of Disorder? Hobert pondered for a while and decided to ignore it, but for safety's sake, Hobert brought 1:106, that is, Forbodi's ring, to the real world. After putting on the ring, Hobert didn't feel any malice towards him. Hobert was relieved, in theory, even if George III became the Black Emperor, it would be impossible to find me so easily. So Hobert entered a state of meditation and quickly fell asleep. Just as he was sleeping soundly, Hobert felt a burning pain in his hand. He once thought he was dreaming, and scratched his hand several times in his half-sleep and half-awake state, but it didn't work. Finally, Hobert woke up and found that it was actually 1:106 that was emitting a burning sensation. Hobert was stunned for about a second, and he suddenly realized, someone showed strong malice towards me. He also thought of the previous prayer, George III really wanted to murder me. This made him immediately want to enter the Nation of Disorder, and throw the 100-eyed devil monarch, and Holy Infant King, into the real world. Then Hobert realized that this idea seemed wrong. Theoretically, when he killed George III's youngest son during the defection, George III was the easiest to lock onto him. Hobert couldn't understand, what is George III using to lock onto me now? Philip I is easier to lock onto me, after all, he has a crystal of order in his hand. But I have no connection with George III. He also thought, even if George III is unfavorable to me, he can't come in person, and the royal family's angels can't come. Because this is the kingdom of Feynapotter, if the angels of Lone enter Feynapotter, it is equivalent to declaring war. Hobert realized, he only needs to guard against demigod-level masters from Lone. He put on his clothes while thinking, prepared the sealed artifacts and magical items, and maintained a fighting state. Sitting on the chair, Hobert pondered, the Grade 1 sealed artifacts in my hand can. Just as he was thinking about this, Hobert's spirituality felt something and saw the space above his sleeping bed suddenly become illusory. Hobert was very familiar with this kind of illusion, it was travel. Hobert suddenly got up and made an attacking posture. Almost at the same time, a man with big ears, wearing Lone-style clothes, and covering his face came out of the illusory space. After the big-eared man came to the real world, he immediately jumped down from mid-air and nailed a sword to the bed. Hobert sighed, fortunately, I put 1:106 on my hand tonight, otherwise I wouldn't be able to avoid this sword. He also thought, assassins should often carry out assassinations, so they are so skilled in stabbing this sword after using travel to appear near the target. When the big-eared man stabbed out that sword, he saw that the target was not on the bed. It was too late when he found Hobert. Disorder. Hobert didn't use the ability of the sealed artifact, but used his best, disorder. The big-eared man immediately fell into a state of disorder. What did I just stab? Did I hit the target? But why does the target look like a pillow? Could it be that my assassination target this time is a pillow? By the time he came back to his senses, Hobert had already stabbed him in the chest. Hobert currently had 2 Grade 1 sealed artifacts on him, 1:104, and 1:106. He felt that this was already the limit for the number of Grade 1 sealed artifacts he could carry. However, neither of these Grade 1 sealed artifacts had the ability to directly inflict heavy damage on the enemy. 1 to 106 could summon a lava pool several dozen meters wide, but Dennis, Conrad, and the others lived next door, or the next door after that. A sudden lava pool would burn them all to death. Therefore, Hobert chose the most reliable, physical attack. After being injured, the big-eared man retreated while raising his left hand, revealing a black glove on his hand, imprisonment. At that moment, the other party's figure seemed to become incomparably tall, radiating an aura of majesty that dared not be looked at directly. Seeing this black glove, Hobert suddenly recalled his experience in Backlund. At that time, he had just arrived in Fenapotter and suddenly thought he could sneak attack some Tamara family members, so he went to Backlund and caused chaos. At that time, he had encountered a big-eared opponent wearing black gloves. Without time to think too much, Hobert immediately poured his spirituality into 1 to 104, amplify. He remembered that the other party's glove was a Grade 1 sealed artifact, so he amplified, imprison Hobert, into, imprison all creatures in the room. As a result, Hobert and the enemy were simultaneously enveloped in a layer of amber-like film, standing in place unable to move. The big-eared man, who was actually Bennett, a rising star of the Tamara family, obviously did not expect that one day he would be imprisoned by his own imprisonment. He also did not expect that Hobert would also have a Grade 1 sealed artifact. Thus, the life and death battle scene suddenly changed its style, with one person imprisoned on the bed and the other imprisoned in front of the bed. Hobert asked knowingly, "Who are you?" In his heart, he was already thinking, could it be that the Tamara family had discovered his past rampage in Backlund? The one who will take your life. Bennett said coldly, "Death." Hobert immediately responded, "Disorder." In theory, death is unavoidable, but that's just in theory. The lawyer pathway is specifically for exploiting loopholes in rules. Moreover, the disorder that Hobert used was created using 1 to 104, which could not only create chaos in the distance between Bennett and Hobert, but also cause Bennett's intentions to fall into chaos. The result was that the fist Bennett swung brushed past Hobert's nose. Even though it didn't hit, Bennett felt like it did. So, at the same time as he threw his fist, Bennett used deprivation. He briefly deprived Hobert of the right to use Grade 1 sealed artifacts. But at that instant, Hobert also had a corresponding response, exploitation. Because Bennett did not specify the exact duration of the deprivation effect, Hobert exploited the rules and loopholes to end the deprivation effect early. As a result, Hobert's right to use Grade 1 sealed artifacts was deprived for 1 second, then the deprivation state ended, and Hobert could use Grade 1 sealed artifacts again. The two people in the room, one standing on the bed and the other standing on the ground, glanced at each other. They both felt that the beyonder abilities of the arbiter and lawyer pathways, when used together, were like a joke. One strives to establish rules, and the other strives to find loopholes in the rules that are beneficial to themselves, causing the rules to collapse. In the end, it seemed to produce a 1 plus -1 effect. Seeing that his surprise attack had not achieved the intended effect, Bennett, while guarding against Hobert, prepared to use travel to leave. Hobert had no intention of stopping him, but summoned the underworld gate before the other party left. In an instant, the entire room became gloomy and cold. 2 bronze doors with intricate patterns suddenly appeared, and pale hands stretched out from the cracks in the door, and indescribable eyes peered out from the cracks, which were chilling. At the same time, a huge suction force was generated from the cracks in the door, as if it could suck people's souls into the bronze doors. At the moment when the underworld gate appeared, Bennett felt cold all over, especially the wound that had just been stabbed by the black knife, which was chilling to the bone. At the same time, the space in front of Bennett became illusory, and he immediately stepped into the spirit world. Watching Bennett leave, Hobert terminated the summoning of the underworld gate, but the entire room remained cold and chilling. Hobert rubbed his hands reflexively and immediately entered the Nation of Disorder to take out the faceless necklace. He held the necklace in his right hand and the black knife in his left hand, and he silently recited in his heart, the person who was stabbed by this knife. After reciting it 7 times, Hobert entered a state of half-sleep and half-awake through meditation. He saw a scene. Bennett, whose face was unclear, was in a Rhone-style living room. A young woman, presumably his companion, was helping him clean his wound. The area around the wound was the clearest. The skin was already frozen black and purple, and some black blood was flowing out. The other parts of the picture were very blurry. Hobert could roughly see that there seemed to be 1 or 2 other people around. The state of dream divination disappeared, and Hobert was thoughtful, the picture is not very clear, probably because the other party has a Grade 1 sealed artifact. Fortunately, the holder of the sealed artifact is a sequence 5. If it were a demigod, he might only get a blurry picture in which he couldn't see the person's face at all. Hobert also thought, the other party's injury has initially begun to flare up, but if his injury becomes too serious, his elders or superiors have a high probability of coming to help him solve the problem. So Hobert divined again, it would be very dangerous if I went to pursue the assassin just now. After reciting it 7 times, Hobert received the revelation that there was danger, but the danger was not great. Hobert immediately made a decision, then go. Perhaps he could find clues about the Tamara family again. So he immediately set up an altar and used the bestowed ritual to bring the light priest ring and the ocean pendant into the real world. After making sufficient preparations, Hobert used the faceless necklace to navigate and used travel to enter the spirit world. At the moment of entering the spirit world, Hobert thought to himself, if Klein can go, so can I. He plunged into the spirit world. After traveling for more than 10 seconds, Hobert's spirituality told him that the living room he had just seen was ahead. He pulled out his knife and suddenly left the spirit world, underworld gate. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 501, Chapter 501 Tamara Family's Elite Team. Chapter 501 Tamara Family's Elite Team. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. In the living room, Bennett, who was just about to summon his teacher's messenger, suddenly narrowed his eyes. Enemy attack. He had just put on his coat when Hobert, wearing a black crystal mask, stepped out of the spirit world. In an instant, the entire living room became extremely cold and terrifying. The bronze door with intricate patterns appeared again. Bennett frantically dodged Hobert's black knife. The appearance of the bronze door made his wound ache unbearably, and he didn't even have the strength to hold his sword. The suction of the bronze door appeared again, as if drawing Bennett's strength and warmth. Bennett struggled to raise his hand and pointed it at Hobert. Banish. Hobert pointed the ring at Bennett. Trade. Even without using the ring's ability, he could sense Bennett's desire for him to leave. So, after the huge thrust of banish appeared, Hobert blinked. In doing so, Hobert fulfilled Bennett's desire to banish him. As a trade, Hobert avoided the fate of being banished. T/N, I'm not sure what this ability is. LOL, might be fan-made ability. A man who had just rushed into the living room was immediately banished out of the living room, out of the entire townhouse. When he came to his senses, he found that he had been pushed out of the real world. He didn't have a sealed artifact with the ability to travel like Bennett. With his strength, he might be permanently banished outside the real world until the end of his life. Back in the living room, Hobert couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, you can't make deals with devils. In Hobert's mind, devils always used their treachery and cunning, using people's desires to make deals, and always completed the transaction in an unacceptable way. When the transaction was completed, people realized that their souls had been unknowingly sold to the devil. This ability is actually more useful in daily life, and can be more effective when the target agrees to the transaction. At this time, Hobert had been pushed away a distance by banish. He simply abandoned Bennett as a target for the time being, and faced the door of the living room, Holy Light. 3 members of the Tamara family who had heard Bennett's voice came to support him. At this time, the doorway was a bit crowded, and as a result, the 2 people in front were hit head-on by the Holy Light. Although they also used their respective abilities to block the huge beam of light, their clothes were still ignited. After being baptized by the Holy Light, they were also in a dazed state for the next 3 or 4 seconds, and would only rely on instinct to avoid enemy attacks. Hobert didn't continue to pay attention to the direction of the door. He used Blink to reappear in front of Bennett. Lightning strike. Bennett, who was already sweating profusely and becoming increasingly weak, had just deprived some of the abilities of the underworld gate. After the lightning appeared above his head, he immediately imprisoned the lightning. Because of the blessing of the sealed artifact on his hand, his imprisonment effect was very good. Only a small part of the lightning fell on him, causing only a very brief paralysis effect. The space in front of Bennett became illusory again. He was preparing to use travel to find his teacher. Hobert quickly distorted the opponent's thought of escape immediately now into the thought of escape immediately with all subordinates now. At this time, Bennett's condition was already very bad, and he was almost helplessly affected by Hobert's distortion, running towards his subordinates. Thus, the illusory space became normal. Hobert chased after him, ending the summoning of the underworld gate. Bennett's subordinates were relatively elite. The first to arrive were 2 Sequence 6 and 1 Sequence 7. After they were hit head-on by Hobert, they did not continue to attack Hobert, but instead worked together to smash open a wall, making it easier for the people behind to support them and also making it easier for them to escape. Because their captain Bennett had the ability to travel, they didn't consider a retreat route for their captain at all. The second batch of subordinates who came to support were also a Sequence 6 and a Sequence 7. They were a little surprised to see their captain running towards them. But they still used whip and bribe towards Hobert in a very disciplined manner. Hobert, who was chasing over, felt that he had brewed enough, and stretched out his hand towards the front, outburst. Just as he expected, he felt his spirituality rushing towards 1 to 106, like a dam releasing a flood. Then, in front of him, a lava pit with a diameter of 10 meters appeared, encompassing Bennett and his 5 subordinates. In the 6 people's faces of surprise, they stepped on empty air and fell downwards. The walls of the attached villa also collapsed and began to fall into the lava. Bricks and wooden structures fell in, either sinking quickly or burning and sinking slowly. Bennett seemed to suddenly come back to his senses. The space in front of him became illusory again, preparing to escape. Hobert, who was being whipped by an illusory whip, had plenty of time to respond. Disorder. Bennett, who was in bad shape, was once again affected by disorder. He felt that the lava below was warm and nice, just enough to dispel the chill on his body. However, his instinct for survival still made him imprison himself, allowing a layer of amber-like film to wrap around his entire body, thus avoiding the fate of being burned by the lava. The others fell into the lava, and their feet and calves were immediately ignited and severely burned, making painful wails. Only 2 Sequence SIXs reacted quickly. An amber-colored film immediately appeared under the feet of one Sequence 6. This was obviously a judge. He imprisoned a part of the lava, and used the imprisoned film to jump violently out of the lava pool. Unfortunately, Hobert, who was still being whipped, had already noticed his actions. He quickly rushed over and kicked the judge back into the lava pool. The judge fell into the lava and was quickly swallowed by the lava amidst a shrill scream. Another Sequence 6 was a Baron of Corruption, who distorted the thoughts of a Sequence 7 next to him, causing the Sequence 7 to punch him heavily. At the same time, he pushed out with both hands, and using the power of his companion's fist, he rolled out of the lava pit in a somewhat embarrassed manner. And that Sequence 7 was completely pushed down by him, and his whole body was quickly swallowed by the lava. At this time, the whip of the invisible whip on Hobert had ended. Even if he had the physique of Sequence 5, he was still whipped until his skin was torn. Hobert endured the pain coming from his back and faced the Baron of Corruption, who had rolled to the ground. Lightning strike. This Baron of Corruption didn't have a sealed artifact like Bennett. Although he distorted the lightning strike a bit, most of the lightning strike fell on him. Lightning bolts as thick as fingers jumped around him, and while he was injured by the lightning, he fell into a brief state of paralysis. Hobert flashed over and killed the Baron of Corruption. At this time, Bennett came back to his senses again, and the space in front of him became illusory again. Amplify. Hobert raised the scepter in his hand, seizing the opportunity to amplify Bennett's injuries. The timing he chose was just right. The injuries caused by the black knife were at a critical moment of becoming more serious, and as a result, they were immediately amplified, causing Bennett to become stiff and tremble, and the process of stepping into the spirit world was like slow motion. Hobert smiled slightly. Just as he was about to use disorder again, he saw a bundle of firewood flying towards Bennett, with the intention of smashing him into the spirit world. Dist Orton. Hobert quickly twisted the direction of the firewood, causing the firewood to fall into the lava. Hobert rushed into the lava pool while looking at the direction from which the firewood flew. It turned out to be Bennett's last 2 subordinates. Just now, Bennett said he was cold, and they went out to get some firewood. How did the original living room become a lava pit? Hobert was wearing 1-106 on his hand, and the lava only patted him like some warm water. Bennett felt a huge threat, but his body was becoming more and more stiff. The action of entering the spirit world before had now become very difficult. The entrance to the spirit world was right in front of him, but he still couldn't take that step. At this time, the difference between magical items and one's own abilities was revealed. If he was a traveler, he could now actively integrate into the spirit world and escape. Beyonders of other pathways must take the initiative to take a step to enter the spirit world when using magical items with travel. Hobert, who had relevant experience, knew this, so he was able to prevent Bennett's escape at critical moments. At this time, Hobert rushed over and knocked Bennett away from the entrance to the spirit world, interrupting Bennett's travel again. Seeing that Bennett was about to enter the lava, a dawn-like radiance suddenly appeared on his body. This was entering the retribution state. The dawn-like light protected him from being burned by the lava. However, the retribution state couldn't last long, and Bennett was convulsing at this time, and could hardly use any active abilities. Hobert came over as if wading through water and directly pierced Bennett's head with a knife. Although the retribution state would increase Bennett's defense, it did not have the effect of dawn armor. Bennett's legs kicked straight, but he was not dead yet. The dawn light around him quickly dimmed, as if representing his life was rapidly fading. Bennett's last 2 subordinates, seeing this situation, immediately stopped their rescue efforts and turned around and ran. Corrosion. Hobert used his area skill. The 2 Sequence 8s were immediately affected by corrosion. One went to the safe, wanting to take away all the wealth when leaving, and the other ran to the Baron of Corruption, who had been struck by lightning, hoping to pick up his Beyonder characteristics. Hobert turned back and stabbed Bennett in the heart with a knife. The disciplinary knight hummed a few times in pain, and finally died in the lava pool. Hobert jumped out of the lava pool and solved the 2 Sequence 8s one after another. And the others had either sunk into the lava or been burned to death. Bennett, who was about to sink into the lava pool, suddenly moved again, splashing lava forward like swimming. When he finally climbed to the shore of the lava pool, his entire body had been scorched. After landing, Bennett, who still had flames on his body, lay motionless on the ground. Hobert used the spirit wine glass to control Bennett's corpse to climb up. Hobert first took off the black gloves on Bennett's hand, and then found a necklace inlaid with beautiful gems on his neck. These two items did not deform at all in the hot lava, and must be sealed artifacts on Bennett's body. Then Hobert used the spirit wine glass to speed up the process of the surrounding corpses condensing beyonder characteristics. When the beyonder characteristics held by the corpses in the lava pool floated out, Hobert picked them up one by one, and also obtained a sealed artifact. Tonight was a great harvest, 8 beyonder characteristics, 3 sealed artifacts, and one of them was a level 1 sealed artifact. Bennett's team was obviously more elite than the team killed on Rose Street before. Hobert guessed that they might all be direct descendants of the family, but the level of Bennett's team was higher. Coming to Bennett's corpse, Hobert began to communicate with spirits. After entering the gray spirit communication space, Hobert's first question was, "Why did you try to assassinate me?" After asking 7 times, in the rolling gray fog, Hobert saw Bennett reading the newspaper. When he saw the reward of £10,000 for Hobert, he smiled and cut down the report and clipped it into a book at hand. Hobert breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know his true identity, but only attempted to assassinate him for the reward. Then Hobert thought, then my counterkill this time is equal to an uninvited confession, which can easily allow the Tamara family to associate the assassination of Hobert with the annihilation of this team. Otherwise, leave a sentence on the wall to divert their attention. But what should I leave? If I can't divert the other party's attention, it will be another operation of, I have no silver buried here. Hobert temporarily didn't consider this question, but asked again, did you ask your elders or superiors for help? After chanting 7 times silently, Hobert saw the scene of Bennett writing a letter to his teacher. Fortunately, it had not been sent out yet. Hobert breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was decisive when making decisions. If he was one step late, he might have run into the other party's teacher. Then Hobert asked the third question, does your teacher know about your assassination attempt of me? In the rolling gray fog, Hobert saw the process of Bennett writing a letter to his teacher again, but he was only asking about Hobert's recent information and revealed his idea of earning this reward. Hobert took a deep breath, that is to say, he probably knows that he wants to assassinate me, but he doesn't know the details. Hobert did not continue to ask about the location of the Tamara family's hiding place, but cautiously withdrew from the spirit communication, found the distress letter and burned it, and threw the corpses into the lava, thinking about how to deal with the aftermath. At this time, he glanced at the yard that had collapsed into a lava pool, and suddenly felt that he didn't need to do anything, because even if he left any clues to attract the other party's attention, they would be taken away by the official beyonder first. Unless the people of the Tamara family arrive before the official beyonder, which is obviously unlikely. The surrounding people should have already called the police, and the patrol police will soon discover this lava pool and quickly report it to the official beyonder. However, Hobert was still a bit uneasy, so he jumped onto the roof, located the church, and used travel to take a look. It turned out to be the Church of Storms. Hobert cleared his throat, took a deep breath, and said, the Punishers are a bunch of good-for-nothings, a bunch of cowards, a bunch of... A lightning strike interrupted Hobert's insults. Hobert quickly ran towards the scene, with the grumbling Punishers chasing closely behind, arriving at the scene even before the patrol officers. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 502, Chapter 502, Tarot Club after half a month. Chapter 502, Tarot Club after half a month. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Back in the kingdom of Fainapotter, on the west bank of Full Moon Lake, Hobert offered the spoils of this operation as a sacrifice to the Nation of Disorder. He couldn't wait to take a look at the black glove. Using the authority of the Nation of Disorder, he discovered the glove's special nature. The beyonder characteristics that formed this glove had undergone extreme distortion. The beyonder characteristics of the imperative mage within the glove were not entirely complete. It had actually been twisted together with a portion of the beyonder characteristics of a mentor of disorder, forming a very strange sealed artifact. Or rather, the beyonder characteristics of the mentor of disorder had been constantly providing the imperative mage's beyonder characteristics with the power of distortion, which was how this sealed artifact achieved a strange balance. In addition, the spirit and mental imprint of the imperative mage, who provided the beyonder characteristics for this sealed artifact, still had a portion remaining within the beyonder characteristics. Therefore, the ability of this glove is, within a specified time, the holder can use the mental residue within the sealed artifact to use all the abilities of the imperative mage. The usage time and interval are 3 minutes of use, 2 minutes of rest, then another 2 minutes of use, but with 3 minutes of rest, and then another 1 minute of use, after which you must rest for at least 3 hours before continuing use. If the usage process is interrupted, it will take 2 hours of rest to restart the timing. If used again during these 2 hours, the previous timing will continue. Relatively speaking, the negative effects are not very large. Each time the sealed artifact is used, the holder will fall into a state of chaos at least 3 times in the following day. The holder needs to have a strong will to constantly fight against the spirit within the Beyonder characteristics. If there is any slack, they will be affected by the other party, and even the holder's spirit may suffer irreversible damage. Hobert side, a very good grade 1 sealed artifact, 1 to 107, that will be your name from now on. As for the other 2 sealed artifacts, they were both grade 2. The necklace on Bennett was the sealed artifact that gave him the ability to travel. This sealed artifact only has the abilities of travel and opening doors, but the negative effects are greater than Hobert's traveler's knife. The holder is prone to getting lost when entering the spirit world and will always be late or one step behind at crucial moments. This negative effect seems unlikely to cause much harm, but it can actually be very dangerous at times, such as the distress call from that brother, Bennett, which was just one step too late. The remaining sealed artifact possessed some of the abilities of a Baron of Corruption. Hobert habitually sealed them a little and put them on the grade 2 sealed artifact side. Finally, the most exciting moment arrived, checking the Beyonder characteristics. This time, a total of 8 Beyonder characteristics were obtained, all of which were pathways that Hobert currently had a large demand for. Among them, Hobert had already thought of 2 uses for the Disciplinary Knight Beyonder characteristic. There were also 4 Beyonder characteristics at sequence 6 level, namely 2 Baron of Corruption, 1 Judge, and 1 Scribe. 2 Beyonder characteristics at sequence 7 level, namely 1 Briber and 1 Interrogator. 2 Beyonder characteristics at sequence 8 level, namely 1 Barbarian and 1 Trickmaster. For Hobert, there could never be enough Beyonder characteristics from the Lawyer pathway. Every time an Beyonder characteristic of this pathway is used, the Bulk family will become stronger. Hobert's foundation in the southern continent will be deeper. The Beyonder characteristics of the other 2 pathways will be used for the advancement of the members of the 1st and 2nd squads. After putting away the gains from this battle, Hobert returned to the real world to rest. In order to prevent another assassination like Bennett's, and to prevent being targeted by the Tamara family, Hobert simply kept 1 to 106 with him at all times. When he lay down to rest, Hobert savored the ability of danger perception. Although this ability gives people a great sense of security, it easily makes people suspicious. Just like before Bennett appeared, Hobert always thought that George III was going to harm him. As a result, he even had plans to run away overnight. Therefore, danger perception cannot distinguish where the malice comes from, but can only distinguish the approximate level of danger of the malice. Thinking about it, Hobert fell into a deep sleep. The previous outburst had consumed a lot of his spirituality. In the following days, Hobert sat in the West Bank, changed the beliefs of the people in the wilderness, and determined the harvest goals for each village and town. Hobert felt that his potion had been digested a lot intermittently. So Hobert set his sights on the East Bank. If he continued to change the original ruling method like now, and the lives of the people changed drastically, he estimated that he would be able to completely digest the potion without unifying the South Colson area. This made Hobert sigh. The digestion of the Black Emperor pathway potion is indeed inseparable from domination. During this period, Hobert also completed the transaction of the Atlanta flower with Hermit Catlia. After drying it according to the method provided by Catlia, the required powder can be obtained. Then, the auxiliary ingredients for the Earl of the Fallen are only the brain marrow of the 6-legged imp, and a bottle of 10-year-old vintage wine. On Sunday night, Hobert went to Backlund again and completed the transaction with Miss Sharon. When he saw the £150,000 in cash, Hobert was sure that the economic strength of the Temperance School was so strong. Through this transaction, the 2 people established a preliminary mutual trust, providing good conditions for future transactions. After getting £150,000, Hobert felt unprecedented wealth, but he also thought about building an industrial zone and building bridges and railways. This made Hobert sigh. It costs so much to operate the entire territory alone. But since he has such conditions, he is very willing to invest only by himself. First of all, this will not be controlled by others, and it has to be said that this is a very good way to launder money. Now the territory has begun to create considerable income. In the future, after the territory is completely built, it will have long-term income, and this money will be earned back many times sooner or later. After sacrificing £150,000 to the Nation of Disorder, Hobert was smiling in his dreams. In a blink of an eye, it was Monday afternoon. Hobert used the reason of taking a nap to prevent anyone from disturbing him. He didn't participate in the tarot gathering last week. When he participated in the tarot gathering again, he was a little excited. At 3 o'clock, Hobert's vision was covered by grey fog, and he came to the familiar giant hall again. After everyone saw Emperor again, Fool Klein, who knew the inside story, of course didn't take it too seriously, and Hanged Man Alger didn't take it to heart either. he knew that nothing would happen to the Emperor. Audrey, the justice, who also knew the inside story, just smiled and said in the greeting session, "Welcome back, Mr. Emperor." Son Derek encountered new troubles again this time, and at the same time he also wanted to ask Mr. Emperor why he didn't attend the meeting last week, but now is not the time to discuss this issue, so he can only ask when he has the opportunity. Magician Furs seemed to suddenly breathe a sigh of relief. She felt that the reason for this sigh might be because she could finally trade for high-level information again. Moon Emlyn smiled slightly. He could finally discuss the history of the fourth epoch with Emperor later. This will definitely make everyone realize the erudition of the blood race. Hermit Catlia scrutinized Emperor. She was very curious about Emperor's absence last week, but she felt that she was not very familiar with Emperor, so it was not easy to ask too clearly. After Audrey greeted everyone, this tarot gathering officially began. First of all, it was still the sacrifice of the diary and Mr. Fool's reading time. A few minutes later, Mr. Fool said, "You can start now." This time, son Derek encountered a new problem again. He rushed to say before everyone else, "Elder Lovia has been released. I met her in the library." Several members who knew who Elder Lovia that little son was talking about were stunned. The exploration team she led had lost control, and she herself must have problems. How could the 6-member Council of City of Silver release her? And Catlia, who had just joined, didn't know what they were talking about, but she didn't ask, just listened quietly. After saying this, Derek looked at the hanged man next to him. Alger thought for a while and asked back, "At the last gathering, you said that the Chief of City of Silver conducted a preliminary exploration of the giant court. Before releasing Elder Lovia, had your chief returned to City of Silver?" Audrey's expression remained unchanged, but she thought in her heart, why did Mr. Hangman suddenly ask about this? That's right, it is impossible for the other members of the 6-member council not to wait for the chief to return to release such an important person. Then is the release of Lovia related to the chief's exploration results? Hey, why didn't I think of this just now? Derek was quite surprised by Mr. Hanged Man's accurate guess, yes, just recently. At this time, Furs, who was quietly listening, suddenly had an idea based on the information she had learned before. "Mr. Sun, could it be a situation like this? Your chief took the exploration team and that little boy Jack to find the road that can lead to the outside world, and found that they must borrow the power of the true creator. Hee, this is not a lie I made up, but a reasoning based on facts. The father of that little boy Jack belongs to the Aurora Order. They followed the true creator's sanctuary to your place. So, for the sake of the entire City of Silver, your chief decided to release Shepherd Lovia after returning. If this is the case, Mr. Sun will be very dangerous next," Audrey said worriedly. Hobert smiled and said, "No, on the contrary, I think he will be safer. Even if he shows some obvious suspicious points, the chief will turn a blind eye, and the more suspicious Sun is, the more relieved the chief will be." Audrey was stunned and looked at Emperor with Furs. Derek simply asked, "Why?" Klein already understood, it's very simple, for balance. It was Hangman Alger who answered Sun's question. The danger of the true creator can be detected by any intelligent creature with eyes and a brain. Your chief will never put all his chips on him. He will inevitably seek power that can check the true creator. And exposing their conspiracy, you, who have been possessed by blasphemer Amon, may represent another possibility. So, Emperor said that the more suspicious you look, the more relieved your chief feels. In addition, the more Lovia and the others want to hurt you, the more the chief and other elders will protect you. Furs was a little stunned. Is this a good thing instead? Audrey felt a little frustrated. Mr. Hangman is right. I still have a big gap with them in analyzing things and situations. After Little Sun thanked Mr. Hangman, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and asked in a noticeably relaxed tone, "Mr. Emperor, why didn't you attend the meeting last time? Did you encounter something urgent?" "Yes, I couldn't attend the meeting at that time." Hobert vaguely answered the question, and then continued, "If this is the case, we can conduct a second transaction. I still haven't Beyonder weapon there. In fact, there are still 2, but he doesn't plan to sell the short sword for the time being. The reason why he plans to initiate a new transaction is because the auction center has sold 6 Beyonder ingredients through daily transactions in the previous half-month. The transaction model of exchanging weapons for ingredients, previously constructed by Hobert, has taken shape. Now the monthly output of Beyonder weapons is 3 to 4. This output makes it impossible to make all Beyonder ingredients into Beyonder weapons. Therefore, if there is a chance to sell them, Hobert will not hesitate to cash them out. After all, an Beyonder characteristic of Sequence 8 level can be sold for about 400 gold resos, and the income from 6 Beyonder ingredients is enough to pay the workers' wages once. At the same time, the gathering held by Hobert after the auction has also basically taken shape, and has already attracted some extraordinary forces like April, or Wild Beyonders. They will sell some mystical items and also buy some Hobert has all the information about their buying and selling in his hands, and can purchase the items that others need, and then sell them to those who need them after adding a certain price difference. Hobert handed over the processing of these information to Furs, while he himself only appeared at the auction and presided over the beyonder gathering after the auction. What Hobert wants to sell to Derek is the beyonder weapon made from one of the main ingredients of Beast Tamer. He introduced, this weapon has 2 abilities. The first ability is to be sharper when cutting through the enemy's flesh, and there is a very small probability that it can cause considerable damage to the enemy even if it does not directly cut the enemy. The second ability is that when facing non-human opponents such as beasts and monsters, the holder can show a certain aura that makes beasts or monsters fear, and there is a very small probability that beasts or monsters will give up resistance. Derek's eyes lit up. This weapon is very suitable for use when facing monsters. Hobert then said, here I have to explain that the probability problem of beyonder weapons is difficult to control. It does not mean that the ability of probability will definitely be obtained after swinging 99 times. It is possible that the probabilistic ability will be used when swinging the second time, or it may be triggered at any time thereafter, so there is no way to make the probabilistic ability controllable through prior preparation. In addition, these abilities belong to the level of low sequence, and will mostly be very useful against low sequence targets and monsters. It also has a decent effect against mid-sequence enemies, but beyonders at the mid-sequence level generally have corresponding methods to avoid such attacks. Little Son said, Mr. Emperor, I know all this. Hobert smiled, well, I'm just explaining it in case you don't understand something. In fact, he was telling the other members. Of course, the beyonder weapons in his hand cannot only be auctioned at the auction, which will affect the scarcity of the goods. Then the Tarot Club is another very good dumping ground, after all, the members have their own circles. After finalizing the transaction, Hobert said again, I need the brain marrow of the 6-legged imp. Hermit Catlia said, I asked the previous seller for you, and the brain marrow in his hand was bought by one person. Hobert let out a somewhat disappointed oh. He didn't expect this auxiliary ingredient to be so hard to find. The others did not help Emperor find corresponding clues. After the transaction fell through, Alger continued, I need the potion formula of Ocean Songster. He has saved a lot of money and believes that he should have enough financial resources to buy the potion formula of this level. Catlia was a little strange. Hanged Man is indeed a wind blessed. Isn't he a member of the Storm Church? Why seek the potion formula of Ocean Songster outside? It is much less difficult to obtain the formula from within the church. Does he have a secret he wants to hide from the church? Or was he just pretending to be a member of the Storm Church before? She said, I can help you pay attention. Seeing Catlia's response, Alger asked smoothly, Ms. Hermit, what do you need as a reward? I can collect clues in advance. Hermit Catlia immediately realized that this was Hanged Man's test. Having a need would expose many clues about her. So she said, I need a demigod-level mystical item with relatively acceptable negative effects. Alger understood that Hermit was responding to his test in a mocking way, but he did not smash the table in front of him like most of his colleagues, but took a breath and said, I will pay attention. But Ms. Hermit, you should be very clear that just the valid clues to such items may be worth the potion formula of Ocean Songster. This made Catlia question her previous judgment, very deep, not easily angered. This is not very much in line with the style of the Storm Church, could my first observation be wrong? Hobert smiled aside. He didn't expect that it was already the 3rd week, and the probing of these 2 old fritters was still continuing. Mr. Hangman, I will also help you pay attention. The things I want are much simpler, gold pounds. Alger smiled slightly, showing enough goodwill. Thank you, if you help me find out the potion formula, just name the price. Okay. Hobert said to Catlia again, Ms. Hermit, although I don't have any grade 1 sealed artifacts. To be precise, there are not too many, only 7 at present. He. Hobert laughed unkindly in his heart. He continued, but I know the clues to 2 or 3 such sealed artifacts. If you need them, I can help you inquire. Klein, at the head of the bronze long table, glanced at the scepter of the sea god in the corner. 2 or 3. Creator is very rich. Cough, or is a fool too poor. Audrey observed the body language of the 3 people and suddenly understood something. This is the first time I have seen someone use this method to ease the atmosphere. The other members were still a little confused and hadn't quite understood the mutual probing between Hermit and Hanged Man just now. After hearing Emperor's words, Catlia was slightly stunned before saying, it is best to have a very strong attack effect, the kind that can quickly solve the enemy. Hobert nodded and promised again, I can help you inquire. He thought for a while. 1 to 101 and 1 to 105 both meet Catlia's needs, but their negative effects are very large and need to be resealed before they can be used. This test ended here, and Moon Emlyn cleared his throat and said, Mr. Emperor, I only learned by reading some sanguine materials last week. Hobert had already drawn a key point in his heart, by reading some sanguine materials. It turns out that the Trunsoist Empire was the strongest in those years. Emlyn smiled and said, not only was its national strength the strongest, but the key is that the Night Emperor also had a beautiful and dignified empress. That's right, that is our Sanguines, goddess of beauty, Orania, and the royal families of the 4 countries in the northern continent are also the great nobles of Trunsoist. Is it because of so many powerful helpers that the Night Emperor won the early victory of the War of the 4 Emperors? Emlyn really felt everyone's attention, and he knew that the information he said must be unknown to everyone. This made him unconsciously raise his chin. You're right, Hobert smiled and said, but there is an even more important reason why the Night Emperor was able to win the early victory. Audrey clenched her fists and said simply, Mr. Emperor, I want to trade information about the Trunsoist Empire with you. Hobert smiled and said, no problem, I have already quoted a price before, I can give you a discount of £1,000, which counts as the consultation fee I owed before. Last week, Audrey provided him with a good idea that made the minds of over 10,000 lunatics controllable, which was well worth the price. Audrey smiled and said, thank you for your generosity, Mr. Emperor. In addition to Mr. Emperor's discount, I am willing to pay another £1,000 for this information. Who is willing to join the deal? Emlyn opened his mouth, as if to say, we haven't finished discussing it yet. I also know. Well, I would also like to know another reason why the Night Emperor achieved early victories. He readily said, I am willing to offer £500 to join. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 503, Chapter 503 A Brief History of the Trunsoist Empire. Chapter 503 A Brief History of the Trunsoist Empire. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. This wasn't the first crowdfunding effort, the other members were quite familiar with the procedures. In just a few words, everyone completed the crowdfunding. Audrey contributed £2,000, with £1,000 offset by previous consultation fees. The other members, Alger, Furs, Emlyn, Catlia, and The World, each contributed £500, while Little Sun continued to provide 2B under ingredients. Alger and Catlia were both curious about what the Emperor meant by consultation fees. But now was not the time to consider this. After reaching the crowdfunding goal, the Emperor immediately began to speak. I believe everyone should remember the United Empire period, which was also a very crucial period for the Night Emperor. Here, I want to first discuss the issue I just discussed with Mr. Moon. The great nobles of the Trunsoist Empire did play a role in the 4 Emperors' War, but the support of the 6 gods was the key to the Night Emperor's early victory. Everyone, of course, knew which 6 gods were being referred to. Klein, behind the grey fog, Roselle also received similar information. Alger, with his arms crossed, leaned back in his chair. I previously speculated about the role of the gods in the 4 Emperors' War. Now it's clear, they supported the Night Emperor. With the support of 6 gods, how could the Black Emperor and the Blood Emperor possibly be the Night Emperor's opponents? Catlia, pinching her chin, I had similar speculations before, that the 4 Emperors' War also involved a game between the gods, but I never imagined that the 6 gods would choose to stand behind an emperor. Audrey suddenly realized, when exchanging information about the Solomon Empire and the Tudor Empire before, I overlooked the choice of the 6 gods. According to their previous experience of jointly dealing with the Black Emperor and the true creator, they would definitely realign. But why would they uniformly support the Night Emperor? The others had similar questions. First simply asked, Mr. Emperor, when you narrated the Solomon Empire, you also said that it was difficult for the 6 gods to form a unified camp. Why did they choose to support the Night Emperor together this time? The answer to this question is purely my personal speculation. If anyone obtains other relevant information, you are welcome to communicate and discuss it with me, Hobert said with a smile. When I was learning about the history of the Night Emperor, I noticed a problem. Before the United Empire, the 6 gods single-handedly planned the first fall of Solomon. Can it be logically assumed that the Sequence 1B under characteristics of the Black Emperor pathway were in the hands of the 6 gods? But why later, would they rather let the uniqueness and another Sequence 1 of the Black Emperor pathway return to Solomon than let Trunsoist, whom they supported, become the new Black Emperor? Instead, with their help, they allowed Trunsoist to become the justiciar of the adjacent pathway. Klein, who knew the most comprehensive relevant information, was slightly stunned. That's right, if the 6 gods supported Trunsoist, it would seem simpler for him to become a true god of the Black Emperor pathway. I didn't notice this before. The other members had similar thoughts. Only Catlia recalled a key piece of information. I remember the Queen once said that after a new Black Emperor appeared, the original Black Emperor would completely fall. If the 6 gods allowed Trunsoist to become the Black Emperor, they could also completely destroy Solomon. But why didn't they do that? With questions in their minds, everyone focused more intently on the Emperor. I have 2 guesses about this. The first guess is that the timing was not right, and the second guess is that the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway was not in the hands of the 6 gods at all. Hobert explained his thoughts in detail. First, let's talk about the first guess. As far as I know, becoming a Black Emperor requires a lot of abstracted interaction. Hobert deliberately didn't explain this too clearly. In fact, the interaction he was talking about referred to linking one's name to the title of emperor, making it common knowledge among the people, and establishing a close and complex set of rules that violated normal circumstances, including architectural style. Achieving these 2 points required sufficient opportunity and planning. It could be difficult or simple. For a transmigrator like Hobert, establishing a close and complex set of rules that violated normal circumstances was not too difficult. Just like the Ming-style decoration style he used before, if he had his own country, using unscrupulous operations similar to keep your hair, lose your head, he could change the architectural style of the entire country in 2 or 3 years. But for Trunsoist, this should be more difficult, as it was difficult to establish a completely new cultural system. However, linking Trunsoist to the emperor was relatively simpler for Trunsoist. After all, he was a great noble very early on and one of the emperors of the United Empire. It shouldn't be too difficult to have this kind of common sense. Hobert continued, Trunsoist may not have been ready, so the 6 gods did not let Trunsoist become the Black Emperor. But I don't think this reason is too difficult for the 6 gods to solve. They can completely use their respective authorities to help Trunsoist prepare. To put it bluntly, even if Trunsoist was not ready, if the 6 gods needed it, Trunsoist would have to obediently risk advancement. The reason for explaining this is to not rule out this possibility. Hobert paused slightly and then said, I think the second guess is more reasonable. The uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway is not with the 6 gods, but was taken away by the true creator who was driven to the forsaken land of the gods. This explains many things. I told you before that Tudor secretly built many hidden buildings to prepare for advancing to the Black Emperor. Why would he make these preparations? Was it because he contacted the true creator in the forsaken land of the gods? In order to muddy the waters in the northern continent, would the true creator agree to give the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway to Tudor? As for what conditions Tudor promised the true creator, this is unknown. There should be some secret deal between them, such as Tudor grandly or secretly supporting the true creator's return after becoming the Black Emperor. It was precisely because of this kind of transaction that no god supported Tudor, so Tudor became the second fallen emperor. At the same time, it was precisely because Trunsoist knew Tudor's intention to become the Black Emperor that he completely relied on the 6 gods in order to avoid being killed by Tudor. Perhaps some of Tudor's secrets were revealed to the 6 gods by him, which directly led to the division of the United Empire. Hobert spread his hands. I emphasize again, the above are all my guesses. According to the records, Tudor and Trunsoist both responded to the pressure of Solomon's resurrection. And Tudor had no choice but to jump to a non-adjacent pathway after Trunsoist became a true god of the adjacent pathway. However, the records are full of doubts. First of all, the timing of Solomon's resurrection was too bad. If he could wait a little longer, it would be better to resurrect after the Blood Emperor and the Night Emperor started fighting. Of course, it may also be that Solomon could not control the process of resurrection, or he did not know the situation outside. But after his resurrection, he did not go to the forsaken land of the gods to continue to unite with the true creator, nor did he let the true creator descend again on the northern continent to share the pressure for himself. Instead, he stayed on the northern continent and fought the Blood Emperor and the Night Emperor head-on, which is also quite suspicious. In addition, the alliance of the 6 gods this time was too uniform. Before the Blood Emperor seized Medici's victory, they joined forces to make Trunsoist a true god of the Arbiter pathway. Unlike the last time, when Solomon and the true creator's alliance grew stronger, the 6 gods formed a united camp. Does this mean that before Tudor became the Blood Emperor, the 6 gods reached a consensus for some reason? Also, why was Tudor so sure to prepare for advancing to the Black Emperor? As far as I know, the preparations he made were quite comprehensive, and he even asked Mr. Dorr to set up the relevant teleportation array. If he wasn't quite sure, why would he make such thorough preparations? If the uniqueness of the Black Emperor was with the 6 gods, why didn't he actively approach the 6 gods? Instead, Trunsoist received the support of the 6 gods. Did Tudor think that with his own strength, he could defeat 1 or 2 gods and obtain the uniqueness he wanted? It is based on the above doubts that I have such a guess. I put all the answers in front of everyone. You can believe the records, or you can refer to my guess. Klein, sitting at the head of the bronze long table, thought to himself, the Emperor's analysis feels like a combination of official history and historical speculation. Official history often only has fragmentary records of some events, or deliberately blurs some events. But it is still possible to find the truth of history from some clues in other events. The Emperor's speculations feel like finding the truth of history through fragments. Alger also believed, I am more inclined to the Emperor's guess. The truth is often very simple, that is, it is built on relationships of interest, and the Emperor's guess basically takes into account the interests of all parties, and is more credible than rigid data. Audrey also sighed in her heart, Hobert's guess makes this history full, always with a feeling of listening to a senior lecturer in the Department of History giving a lecture. They often have their own unique views on a historical event, different from textbooks and historical materials, and their views are often supported by sufficient evidence. The process of listening to them dissect history is simply a mental enjoyment. Katlia put her hands on the bronze long table. The Emperor's logical thinking ability is very strong, and he successfully convinced me. He seems to know a lot about the game between gods. First side, in the Emperor's eyes, the game between the gods and the four emperors does not seem complicated, and he can always find some easily overlooked clues and draw some unbelievable conclusions. Derek, who is not too serious about the truth of history, Mr. Emperor's guess is too exciting, this is more like a game between gods. Emlyn just felt, why can't I have such understanding and views from those materials? It must be because the Emperor saw more detailed information. Yes, it must be so. As for Hobert's description of the attitude of the six gods, everyone was already used to it and did not feel any surprise. Hobert gave everyone a few seconds to think before continuing. It was precisely because the six gods were all on the side of the Night Emperor that after the Four Emperors War began, the Evernight Goddess and the Lord of Storms jointly sealed Mr. Door in the opposing camp. In the subsequent battle, the Night Emperor first joined forces with the Blood Emperor, who also had grievances with Solomon, to destroy the Solomon Empire together. As far as I know, the Sequence 1 characteristics of the Black Emperor pathway were later acquired by Adam, who was once a great noble of the Tudor Empire. The two Sequence 1 characteristics in Adam's hands are likely to be the spoils of war from the two emperors joining forces to destroy Solomon. He continued, in the division of the spoils of victory of the Solomon Empire, I think Trunsoist is likely to have obtained the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway and a Sequence 1. This should be an important reason why he was later jointly destroyed by the six gods. Everyone was surprised. Why would the six gods jointly attack the Night Emperor they supported? Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 504, Chapter 504 The Second Black Emperor, Roselle, Bonus 1. Chapter 504 The Second Black Emperor, Roselle. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to QW2 for becoming a member. Even Klein didn't know the details of the Night Emperor's fall, so he was very surprised to hear the Emperor announce the information. Didn't the six gods support the Night Emperor? Why did they join forces to make him fall? Could it be because the Night Emperor wanted to monopolize the spoils of the early victory, resulting in an uneven distribution of spoils? Because of the lack of key information, Alger also thought, in theory, the Trunsoist family is an Beyonder family of the Black Emperor pathway. Could it be that after the Night Emperor obtained the uniqueness and Sequence 1 spoils, he also wanted to make one of his family members become the Black Emperor, but the six gods disagreed, so a conflict occurred? On this issue, Katlia knew no more than the Hanged Men. It's hard to imagine where the conflict between the six gods and the Night Emperor lies. They had clearly cooperated to unify. Could it be because the Night Emperor unified the northern continent? The six gods camp actually has a tendency to internal division. Could it be because they didn't want to see a unified northern continent, so they joined forces to eliminate the Night Emperor and supported the four major nobles of the Trunsoist Empire to establish four major countries? Audrey's knowledge was not as good as the above three, but through previous transactions, she suddenly realized a problem. The royal families of the Lone Kingdom and the Phaenopotter Kingdom are both Beyonder families of the Arbiter pathway, and according to the Emperor's description, the Lone Royal family has a Sequence 1 Beyonder, and it is possible that the Phaenopotter Kingdom also has a Sequence 1. This cannot help but remind people of Tudor and Trunsoist. Could it be that the process of the two royal families obtaining Beyonder characteristics was also a betrayal? The other three members had limited knowledge and insight, and only thought of some of the things that Klein and others had thought of. Sorry, I can't tell you why the Night Emperor wanted to obtain the related characteristics of the Black Emperor pathway right now. Hobert took a deep breath and said, because the value of this information is too high, it has already exceeded the scope of our transaction. As I said last time, when one of you reaches a certain level, I will tell them the details of this information for free. Before that, I will only tell you a rough idea. Let me think. If we trade information about the Underworld Emperor, I will tell you a part of this important information first. When we trade information about the Ancient Sun God, we will talk about it in more detail, but the relevant information about the Ancient Sun God can only be traded when the time is right. Hobert smiled slightly. In the mystical world, some information is not better the sooner you know it. The little son, who originally wanted to ask a question, put down his hand again. He believed in Mr. Emperor. He is now more patient than before. Since Mr. Emperor said that the time is not right to announce some information, then I can wait a little longer. Klein then realized, is there any important secret after becoming a god? According to the Emperor's description and my guess, there are only 3 Sequence 1s in a pathway. This is already very obvious. In the Emperor's description, every time the spoils of victory at the level of gods are divided, there are 3 Sequence 1s and the uniqueness. Could it be that after becoming a true god, one can still accommodate the uniqueness and a sequence one of the adjacent pathway to become stronger? He resisted the urge to shake his head. In theory, it's impossible. After all, I haven't heard of any imperative mage who can accommodate part of the beyonder characteristics of Earl of the Fallen. There may be certain skills involved, or there may be secrets I don't know. Alger and Katlia both lacked this kind of top-level information, so they only realized that there was a big secret here, but they didn't have a complete idea of what the specific secret was. Audrey raised her hand slightly and asked, "Mr. Emperor, to what extent can you disclose information about the fall of the Night Emperor? Can you tell us more details?" "Let me think." Hobert paused for a second or two before saying, "Although this involves some family secrets and some very high-level information, I can still explain it more clearly. I will say as much as I can. If you have any questions, please keep them in your heart and ask them when you have the opportunity in the future." Audrey nodded quickly, and the other members had no objection, because they were already very satisfied with the information they had obtained before. So Hobert continued, "As far as I know, the main reason why the 6 gods joined forces to kill the Night Emperor is that the Night Emperor was corrupted." Everyone was stunned. Gods can also be corrupted. However, before everyone could think about it carefully, they heard Hobert say again, "There is a component of speculation in this, but this should be the main reason, because the 6 gods cannot attack the Night Emperor for no reason. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that the 6 gods did not want the Night Emperor to obtain more powerful power, because at that time, the 6 gods did not have as much pressure as they do now. I know everyone has too many questions to ask, but I can only answer this much. Everyone may not be very clear, the 6 gods' churches still regard the pursuit of the Trunsoist family as a very high-priority task, which forces the descendants of the Trunsoist family, including me, to hide in areas where the power of the Orthodox gods' churches is relatively weak. And the Orthodox gods' churches do not pursue the descendants of the Solomon family or the Tudor family so urgently, but only pursue them when they encounter them. Of course, I am an exception, because I have to deal with some things in the northern continent, so I have been staying in the northern continent, and my identity has been well hidden. The reason why I mention this is because I recognize that the Orthodox gods' churches suspect that the descendants of Trunsoist have also encountered the same corruption as the Night Emperor, so they are constantly pursuing them." Audrey was a little worried for Hobert. "Didn't you explain to the church?" Hobert spread his hands and smiled bitterly. "It's useless to explain many things, and I think the church may not be able to distinguish who among us has been corrupted, so it's better to kill them all." This reminded Klein behind the grey fog of the famous saying, "Rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let one go." Then he thought, the church has no way to distinguish, do the gods also have no way? Or, is the emperor telling us that the gods also have no effective way to distinguish this corruption, and they can only distinguish it after it has been corrupted to a certain extent and shows obvious abnormalities? The more Klein thought about it, the more frightened he became. If you think about it carefully, the emperor actually revealed a lot of information in what he just said. Gods can actually be corrupted. This is a bit unbelievable. We are all beyonders, and it is common sense for beyonders to be corrupted for various strange reasons. I just ignored this. That is a god. The top figures in this world. Why can they also be corrupted? Alger was also more and more surprised as he thought about it. Even at the level of gods, it is inevitable to be corrupted. Who corrupted them? Could it be the evil gods who were jointly suppressed by the Orthodox gods' churches? He resisted the urge to look at the head of the bronze long table. It's possible. But a new question has arisen. How did the first evil god come about? Katlia, who also realized this problem, had similar questions to Klein. Can a god, or a god in a bad state, corrupt another god? The other members had not fully turned the corner. They felt that beyonders would accidentally encounter corruption, and gods might also have such troubles. In short, the emperor had declared in advance that he would not answer these questions, so everyone had to temporarily hide these questions in their hearts. Hobert added, "That's roughly what happened to the Trunsoist Empire." Here I want to give away a piece of information. This question was actually mentioned before, which is the relevant information about the Trunsoist Empire ship. My exploration with Mr. Hangman almost confirmed that the Trunsoist Empire ship is real. But we didn't discuss it in detail at the time. According to the information I obtained in an adventure, the Empire ship was built for the war with the southern continent. It should be somewhere in the Sonia Sea now. If you have any news about it, you can contact me. That is the legacy of the Trunsoist Empire. As a descendant of the Trunsoist family, I may be able to approach it, or even have a chance to board it. Alger was slightly stunned. He hadn't thought about this problem before. At first, Alger only noticed that the emperor was very concerned about the information on the Empire ship. Later, the emperor told everyone that he was a descendant of Trunsoist, but Alger did not immediately make any associations. Katlia, who was at sea, was also more concerned about this matter. I will pay attention to relevant information for you. Klein, who was also at sea, also thought, perhaps the creator can help the emperor control the Empire ship. In that case, will the 4 kings of the sea become 5 kings? From today's diary, I just saw Roselle's process of using the Black King ship to explore the abyss, but the diary didn't say how the Black King ship was obtained. I don't know how much the Emperor knows about this. This transaction ended, everyone briefly savored the information they had obtained, and then the transaction session continued. The world asked the Emperor, do you still want those two Beyonder characteristics? He was referring to the Beyonder characteristics obtained in the hall where Calvetua died before. Hobert said readily, yes. The experiment was quite successful. It was very successful, and more Beyonder characteristics were obtained than expected. The world nodded, there is also a transaction. We talked about it before. I hope you can help me remove the corruption from an Beyonder characteristic, and please return that corruption to me. Hobert nodded, no problem, still according to the price I offered before, £3,000. In his opinion, this was indeed a lot of discount. He remembered that Klein originally traded a mystical item of the Marauder pathway from a poet classmate and stole the spiritual corruption of the true creator, which seemed to have cost £7,000 or £8,000. The world nodded, deal. Katlia reminded, as far as I know, the corruption in the characteristic is removed after it is removed, and it cannot be retained. Thank you for your reminder. Seeing that the world did not mean to explain, Hobert smiled and said, I remember Mr. World said before that the corruption in that Beyonder characteristic is a bit special. Katlia was slightly stunned. How special? Could it be the corruption of the demigod level? However, she just nodded and did not continue to discuss this issue. Klein then manipulated the world and asked, how much do you know about the Black King ship? I don't know much. I only know that it was once obtained by Emperor Roselle, Hobert said. There are many speculations, but you should also have discovered that some of my speculations are also very valuable. If you want to know the inside story, you need to initiate a transaction. Audrey and the other three ladies were very interested in this when they heard that it was related to the celebrity Emperor Roselle. The world asked, how much are you going to ask for? £3,000. The world was stunned, so much. Hobert sighed, because talking about the Black King ship will definitely talk about some information about Emperor Roselle, so it's worth the price. As soon as he finished speaking, Katlia immediately said, I will join the transaction, and I can pay the reward separately. Audrey also said, I will also join the transaction, and I will contribute at least £1,000. Me too, me too. Furs was also actively saying. But the other members were not as gossipy as these three ladies, cough cough, not as curious as these three ladies. Little Sun was not familiar with Emperor Roselle at all, and did not know that he was a legend in the northern continent. Alger and Emlyn were simply not very interested, but Klein thought, I dare not say anything else, who knows Roselle better than me? I even know that the taste of the witch is really good. However, in order to get news about the Black King ship, Klein also contributed £300 to join the transaction, instead of choosing to freeload like last time. The second round of crowdfunding for this gathering was quickly completed, raising a total of £3,100. Specifically, Katlia £1,500, Audrey £1,000, the world and Furs each £300. After Mr. Full blocked the senses of the others, the transaction began. Let's start with the Black King ship first, Hobert said, please don't be misled by some legends of treasures at sea. For example, the Empire ship I just mentioned, there are legends at sea that it is a ship that the survivors of the Trunsoist Empire prepared to take all the treasures to leave the northern continent. I have seen the shipyard that built the Empire ship. It is a super project, and it is not something that can be built with the energy and time when an empire is at the end of its rope. Similarly, I think the construction of the Black King ship may also have its purpose. You must know that when the Black Emperor Solomon fell, he would not give his descendants time to board the ship and escape the northern continent. I believe the nobles of the Solomon Empire also know this, so I think the construction of the Black King ship must not be for escape. Hobert leaned back in his chair and suddenly asked with a smile, have you heard of the western continent? Katlia replied, legend has it that there are not only the north and south continents in this world, but also the east and west continents. But this is just a legend. So far, no one has seen those two continents. I once suspected that the forsaken land of the gods is the eastern continent, but I have not found any strong evidence. The world interjected, according to our previous discussion, the forsaken land of the gods should undoubtedly be the eastern continent, but there are currently no clues about the western continent. Audrey's eyes lit up with small star-like sparkles, the new world. She was already imagining exploring the sea with Susie, overcoming pirates, storms, and giant waves to finally find the new world. Furs was also starting to fantasize that one day, some strangely dressed people would arrive in the territory. After inquiring, she would learn that they were actually people from the western continent, and that the South Colson area was connected to the western continent by a traveler's gate. From then on, the people of the north and south continents would have contact with the west continent. As for why the west continent people would come to them, it was simply because going to sea was too tiring for her. Hobert continued, since the eastern continent exists, then the western continent should also exist. According to some information I've gathered, Emperor Roselle went to sea many times in his early years, initially seemingly to search for the western continent. It seems he didn't find it. Only after several voyages did he begin to sail south, eventually opening up safe sea routes to the northern and southern continents. His memory of this period was indeed somewhat vague, which was why he spoke so vaguely. Cotelia frowned slightly. The emperor once searched for the western continent. How did I not know that? I thought his initial goal was to open up new sea routes and colonize the southern continent. The world really wanted to raise his hand. I can testify to this, because I saw it in the diary. Audrey was somewhat fascinated. Hobert's information channels are very wide. He even knows about Emperor Roselle's early intelligence. But this is not surprising, because after the emperor's death, many of his subordinates described the emperor's past from various angles in their personal biographies. Hobert may have read the biographies or notes written by the subordinates who went to sea with the emperor. Furs recalled for a moment, I've never heard Mr. Emperor describe these things before, but it sounds like something the emperor with countless legendary stories would do. One question is, Hobert said, the emperor's family was already in decline at that time, so why did he suddenly think of searching for the new world? Going to sea was very expensive back then. Why was he so sure about spending money on it? According to ordinary people's thinking, if there is no certainty, one should not set off into the vast sea to search for a continent in mythological stories, right? Cotelia and the other three ladies nodded together, seeming to understand what the emperor wanted to express. Klein behind the grey fog, I have to say a few words about this. Roselle's thinking sometimes, he is indeed not very normal. Hobert continued to deduce according to his logic. If the emperor first found the Black King by chance, and then had the idea of exploring the new world, wouldn't this logic be much more reasonable? Further reasoning, did the emperor obtain some information about the west continent and the south continent on the Black King, before deciding to go to sea to find opportunities? He certainly knew that Roselle's sailing had a lot to do with his thinking as a person from the AD era, but this point could not be stated clearly, and could only be clarified with seemingly rigorous logical reasoning. This deduction made Klein couldn't help but sigh. There is also some truth to it, but I still doubt whether Roselle had a brain in his early years. For a time, he completely fell in love with the luxurious and decadent aristocratic life of Intis. And, the emperor may not know that Roselle had accumulated some wealth through inventions in his early years, so the cost of going to sea was not difficult for him to raise. The three ladies were once again impressed by the emperor's powerful logical deduction ability, and all felt that this order should be correct. Then let's ask further, why would the Black King have relevant information about the West Continent and the South Continent? Hobert smiled slightly. Does this indicate that the Black King went to sea many times during the Fourth Epoch under the support of the Black Emperor, Solomon, and carried out some secret exploration activities? Here, I want to talk about the previous transaction again. If my guesses are correct, was the Black King going to see Solomon looking for a way out for himself? Solomon knew that the six gods and the other two emperors would definitely join forces to deal with him. And at that time, he broke with the true creator and could not go to the East Continent. The South Continent at that time was the territory of the Underworld Emperor, so he organized manpower to search for the legendary West Continent, hoping to escape to the West Continent when the Solomon Empire was in crisis. As for the Black King having relevant information about the South Continent, it may be that they accidentally entered the South Continent while searching for the West Continent. For example, sailing south along a giant wall composed of grey fog, sooner or later they would reach the South Continent. Or there is no giant wall composed of grey fog at all, only a sea area covered by mist, and after coming out of that sea area, it is the South Continent. In short, anything is possible on the sea of the extraordinary world. Klein sighed. This forms a logical closed loop. The emperor's logical reasoning ability is really strong. Is he really studying law? Oh, I forgot, this guy is a hateful lawyer. Audrey smiled and exclaimed, this is a journey to explore historical mysteries. Cotelia and Furs also had similar feelings. The world asked, then what do you know about the abilities of the Black King? I learned from a friend that there was a special construction or building method in the Fourth Epoch, Hobert said. The friend he was talking about was of course Vice Admiral Iceberg. For example, when building a large building, they would ask the gods for blessings while building, which would make the building very strong and would not be damaged for thousands of years. In theory, buildings built in this way would have some characteristics of the gods who bestowed the blessings. For example, if you always pray to the Evernight goddess, then the building may have the ability to hide itself. Since it is a ship of the Solomon Empire, and it is said to be huge, it is likely to be built using this construction technique. Perhaps Solomon would also specially bestow some special power to that ship. Then, theoretically, the Black King at least possesses some distortion, corruption, and distortion abilities of the lawyer pathway. Klein behind the grey fog nodded slightly. If it has the abilities of corruption and distortion, and distorts its own state, the Black King is entirely possible to sail in the abyss. But Cotelia was more concerned. How did the Emperor find the Black King? Hobert smiled slightly. Maybe this is what people call destiny, because later Roselle became the Black Emperor. Except for Catilia, the other 3 people were shocked. Audrey immediately asked, what Black Emperor? Hobert, it's the Black Emperor that Solomon once became, or rather, Roselle is the second Black Emperor. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters.